Y'all, it's our favorite time of the year. We are here for the official start of NBA free agency. I know the past week has basically been the start of it. All these moves are already happening, but today, in 5 hours, 56 minutes, and 45 seconds, we officially start NBA free agency. Are y'all excited?
Of course I'm excited. This is what everybody waits for.
Yeah.
Get past the basketball. Get past the finals. I need transactions. I need Shams tweets on my phone every 20 minutes. I will take reports from any unauthorized source at this point. If you work at the gas station and you told me like, hey, I heard LeBron's getting traded today, I'd be like, hey man, I heard something. Right, streets are talking. This is what we need.
Well, for everybody like that out there in the Bleacher Report chat, in the YouTube chat, that is also transaction pilled, that is here, loves the drama of it all, loves players moving around, changing teams. Today is a good day for you. We have 12 hours of consecutive coverage of NBA free agency leading up to it and covering the first 6 hours. We're here to start with y'all for the first hour, kick off this stream. Yeah, man, so much to talk about, so many moves that might happen, so many moves that already did happen that we got to talk about, lots to discuss. I think we have to start with your favorite player in the NFL, in the NBA. DeAndre Ayton has been bought out of his contract. DeAndre Ayton is now a free agent. This is one of the biggest, most surprising moves, I think, of these past few days. So I think we have to start with that because we spent exactly zero time thinking about what would happen if DeAndre Ayton was bought out of his contract. And here we are.
Yeah.
If DeAndre Ayton is your favorite player in the NBA, I know what type of person you are. Shout out to DeAndre Ayton. Not my favorite player in the NBA at all.
Yeah. You're just from the islands. If he's your favorite player, like that's the only reason why.
I never heard anyone from the islands ever say that. But regardless of the fact, interesting player. I remember as soon as this news released, of course, it was shocking because it's like, damn, like you guys couldn't get anything from DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah.
Of course, his contract is massive and people are so divisive when it comes to his play on the court for good reason.
Mm-hmm.
But nonetheless, I think he'll be a good addition to any team. He's one of those like flyer picks. You shouldn't really like put much expectation on him.
Yeah, he's the ultimate. That's a good way to phrase it. He's the ultimate flyer of this free agency class now. He obviously has a ceiling of being a very productive player. We saw him have good stretches, especially, on the Phoenix Suns, making the finals run. He had good moments where it looked like he was a player that was going to be not only the Suns' center of the future, but like whatever team he went to, he was going to be a consistent young, not star of the league, but high-end player, right? He got paid, went to the Trailblazers. Every ounce of motivation seemingly left. He's had all the criticism in the world for being low motor, for not wanting to get bad enough, for fumbling the potential he once had. Now, I think part of that can probably be attributed to the situation he was in on the Trailblazers. But part of it, we can't, cut him all the slack in the world. Part of it is definitely on him. Now, no longer on the max contract. Another payday must be earned. Potentially, there's some swing factor there that if the motivation comes back, if he gives it all to whatever the new team is, if he wants to win, you could get the high-end outcome where you see 2021 DeAndre Ayton. Mm. But on the other hand, 2021 is quite a long time ago. I just named a whole presidential term ago. So definitely a swing factor that could have a lot of downside for whoever signs him.
Yeah, this whole thing is crazy just because like you see all the moves that are being made around the league and so many teams like need bigs. And so for the Blazers to go and trade to go draft a big in Yang at 16, and you're like, oh wow, like that's kind of crazy. Where is he going to fit in with Ayton? And as soon as that pick happens, all of us are saying, oh yeah, he's out of here. He's gonna get traded. So I'm not shocked that he's not going to be with the Blazers next year. But the bought out is ridiculous.
Yeah,
bought out is for a former number one overall pick who hasn't been in the league more than 10 years. Granted, he was in the 2018 draft, so it's like year 7, year 8 for Ayton right now. So. But he's not old.
He's 27 years old.
That's what I'm saying. He's not old. This is ridiculous that he's bought out.
Honestly, he let us know who he was directly day one of his NBA draft night. The most infamous thing that he said that I've never heard a young player who hasn't even played a single game say is that his biggest goal in the NBA is to get that second contract. He got that second contract, and as soon as he signed that paper, things went out the window. And even back then, during his Phoenix Suns days, like he had constant beefs with Chris Paul and especially like Devin Booker. People always say he didn't work hard enough, and we all know like the potential is there. He is, even on his bad days. That's how good this dude is. He is a walking double-double. He can just slip into 14, 15 points a night and 10, 9 rebounds a game.
Yeah. So question is, where do you want to see him go? Obviously, this happens, and immediate thought of everybody on the internet, Laker. Yeah. The Lakers love big names. The Lakers love splashy names that maybe have a more risk than they bake into their analysis. There's downsides with that. Everybody assumes this is the next Lakers center. There's reports that maybe Dorian Finney-Smith is going to leave, and they'll open up the full mid-level exception, which means they could offer DeAndre Ayton $14 million. Do you want to see the Lakers do that? Do you want to see another team get him? If it's not the Lakers, what jumps out to you guys? Even in the chat, let us know what you guys think while they answer. Who jumps out as like the perfect DeAndre Ayton team to, help him reclaim his value?
Yeah, I think if it was anybody, it would be the Lakers, just because personally, I'm not a big Ayton fan, right? Yeah. I'm not super high. And so when we talk about players, especially guys who have been in the league for 7-8 years, who are on that second contract, and we're still talking about like, oh, well, when they put it all together, we'll see.
Yeah.
Those types of players are not really my favorite. But for the Lakers, you benched your only starting center. Your coach pulled the plug on him and benched him.
And he's a free agent now. He's gone.
Yeah, 2 games into the postseason, where you clearly needed a center. Like you needed somebody who was at least 7 feet tall, who can be athletic, who can jump. And JJ Redick said, Jackson Hayes, you cannot play for me. And so even though that I'm not a massive Ayton fan, he's an upgrade over what they had. And so if we're just talking about taking steps and getting better, yeah, I'll do that. And then the best situation that we've seen Ayton in was in Phoenix when he had Chris Paul, who can just spoon feed him buckets and put him in the right position. If there's anybody in the league who can do that with a big, it's Luka Doncic.
And there's a second player that can do that. It's LeBron James.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get to that. We'll get to that if he's gonna be there.
Right. So that's Luka's the only one where I know that if he's there, he for sure can get Ayton that easy 10 points a game that Mo was talking about, and he can walk into a double-double, and it's going to be an upgrade from Jackson Hayes. And then maybe you can talk yourself into saying JJ can get some type of medium motor from Ayton.
What is
his biggest weakness? Of course, is defense.
Exactly. Motor defensively, consistency. What is DeAndre Ayton's biggest weakness?
Again, motor
consistently on the defensive end. So I do have faith that Luka can save him offensively and get him back to 18 points per game. He's still gonna be a great rebounder, do his thing there. I think he'll roll hard, he'll catch lobs. That'll be fine. You need to have no question marks with who anchors your defense on a Luka Doncic team. You have a lot of motor to make up for. You need somebody there that can set the tone. I do not want DeAndre Ayton setting the tone necessarily. So you have to bake in a lot of coaching adjustments, a lot of culture setting by your stars to bake in the right scenario where you can get the best out of Ayton and not the downside. And I feel like the Lakers have the ability to go on both ends of that spectrum. They'll get the best and the worst.
Yeah. It is the thing that's kind of nerve-wracking is if Dorian Finney-Smith leaves, then I'm very worried about this because then you have Luka, and you would have Luka, Austin Reeves, and DeAndre Ayton.
Someone in the chat said he'd be good in Memphis. Would you guys like to see him go there? They could offer him similar money to maybe start over E long term or be the stopgap.
Honestly, I like that a lot because he's fine, and I think that long term I would still want to prioritize him. But he's 7'5", and it's like it takes a lot, and
that's an advantage on the bench too. If you have ED be your backup, that makes a lot more sense for most teams.
Yeah, especially for Ayton, because you can limit his minutes too.
I think. Yeah, it seemed like the Memphis Grizzlies could afford it because they have so much talent and they aren't necessarily banking on Ayton to be a consistent starter or their savior. It'll be a nice swing, but I don't know if I would necessarily want to bet on that when there's so many other like pending factors on that team's role. But it's a viable fit.
What about Boston? You know, they're retooling for this year. They could, if they're probably going to lose Al Horford, they could bring in Ayton, see if they can make him better.
Ayton and Simons.
Do you think Joe Mazzulla could fix DeAndre Ayton? If anybody in the league could, it's going to be that guy.
I wonder. So he didn't respond well to Monty Williams as a coach. Joe Mazzulla might be the complete opposite guy of Monty Williams. I wonder if that would go well.
I like that kind of.
Joe's just a different kind of person.
Yeah.
To where it really is a wild card on how anybody's going to respond to him. Like I don't think he has the stereotypes of other coaches like, this guy's hard on players. This guy's a player coach. You look at Mazzulla and it's like, that's a wild guy. I just don't know what he's about.
Someone in the BR chat said Charlotte would be a good pickup for Ayton. Charlotte, like Charlotte. They obviously need centers. They traded Nurkic. They traded Mark Williams. They have nobody that can set a screen besides the rookie they just drafted. Okay, so if we're talking about good cultures and you want to put Ayton in the right spot to get the best out of him, I do not believe that to be Charlotte, but I do believe they need someone who can do exactly what Ayton does, grab rebounds, set screens, roll. So I don't know if it's good for him, but it's probably good for Charlotte.
See, if you are the Charlotte Hornets GM and if you make this signing, you may think initially that you're taking a step forward, but 3 months from now, you're going to be like, damn, we just took like 4 or 5 steps back because of the things that he's going to be doing over there. Yeah, I think DeAndre Ayton is the complete opposite of what you need on that team. Although, yes, like he would be a talent boost. Talent is not what they need right now.
Yeah, but I think that for Ayton, the talent does eventually win out, because if you have motor concerns, you can go to every single team and I can look at you and say, oh, you may not be a fit for this culture, right?
Yeah.
If playing hard is
You're just not a culture fit for anybody.
Yeah, if I look at you and I say, oh, you just don't play hard, you don't fit on it. Like, that's not what any coach wants.
Yeah.
So like there is a certain point of, we don't have anybody over 6'10" on our team. We do need somebody who's 7 feet. Yes, you can come play for us. And the Hornets, you are not in championship mode. You are not even in play-in contention mode. You are trying to figure out, can we look like a competent basketball team? Can we look like a team that has a vision of where we want to go? And
We got a new report here.
Ayton can do that.
Like I just told you guys, the Lakers are expected to maybe lose Dorian Finney-Smith, and if that happens, they open up the full mid-level exception, which is $14.1 million. We got a report from Dan Wokey, I don't know if I said that, Sports, a reporter for, I think, the LA Times. He said, the Lakers are expected to target DeAndre Ayton. Armed with the 14.1 mid-level exception, the Lakers are expected to chase Milwaukee Bucks center Brook Lopez and the Atlanta Hawks Clint Capella.
That's your guy.
But with the surprise addition of Portland Trailblazers, DeAndre Ayton. So we'll talk about those other two names. Don't love that for $14.1 million. But, to surprise no one, this is the path the Lakers might go down if they lose Dorian Finney-Smith. It makes sense to me. I feel like I don't love the outcome as a Lakers fan. I would like to keep Dorian Finney-Smith. I would like to have a safer option than DeAndre Ayton at center. But those things aren't on the table. If they don't want to give Dorian Finney-Smith the years that the Rockets are going to give him, I think it's reported that the Lakers want to give him a 2-year contract. The Rockets want to give him 3. So if he leaves to the Rockets, he's right. I don't hate the fact of using that swing move on DeAndre Ayton. The upside is there. And mostly because look at the other two names that are in that tweet. If the other options are Brook Lopez and Clint Capella, give me the swing factor. If it doesn't work, I'll deal with the downside. I can guarantee you there's no upside of Brook Lopez in 2025.
That's fair. Man, the Lakers, it's been a very, very interesting 6 months, because you have like the Mark Williams trade that happened immediately after the Luka trade. And that was also finding a very competent 7-footer who can do everything that you need him to do is very, very hard in this league. So that's why even with all the injury concerns, trading for Mark Williams is like, hey, this is something. We can work with this. And then obviously that falls through. And now we got back to the point of thinking, can we get the Lakers any type of center so that you can have Luka play his natural position or have those natural, lob threats, those outlets, all that type of stuff. Having Ayton there, I think ultimately it benefits Luka. And if you know that you just got Luka and he's 26 years old, you want to build for the future. You want to make him as comfortable as possible. Yeah, let's go ahead and just get Ayton. And then for this next year, it sucks to have another test year in the middle of Luka's prime, but that's essentially what this would be.
And I will say, I'd be confident in Ayton working out this year because he's on a 1-year contract and he does not have money in the bank yet. I would not be confident on the long-term outlook of that being your center because eventually he will get another long-term contract.
35 million. He's about to get this check for 35 million.
I guarantee he wants 35 more the next year. So he's going to be working hard this year. It's a contract year. I have all the faith in the world in contract year Ayton. The year after that, I lose a little bit of faith because they're going to want, if it goes well, they're going to want to extend him. And then it gets a little spooky because we know what we know about the player and about the tendencies.
Yeah.
But let's talk about something else that might get spooky for the Lakers.
All right. Who's talking?
We got a report from Shams Charania a couple days ago. LeBron James has opted in to his $52 million player option. To be expected, right? There was a lot of noise that this would happen over the recent weeks. There was a lot of talk. Will he take a pay cut to open up the full mid-level exception? He said, no, I will not. I will be taking my $52 million. Thank you very much. Fair enough. He has his right to do that, right? When this was reported by Shams Charania, there was an excerpt given by Rich Paul where he essentially said, we understand the Lakers are building for the long term. I hope they understand. We're building for the short term. We want to win still. We're going to be monitoring our options and think about what's best for LeBron James. Now, you might read that and think this is what LeBron always does, putting pressure on the front office to say, we know your goals, but my goal is to win. I'm 40 years old. You better make some moves this summer, right? It didn't quite read that way to me. It kind of read a little bit more like maybe we're actually considering leaving if things don't go well. Maybe there's actually is a world in which the Lakers aren't going to be the place LeBron James finishes his career.
Yeah, we've heard so much reporting over the last year and a half about LeBron almost leaving the Lakers, about LeBron going here, going there, and on all of these decisions. And normally, whenever we've heard in the past about LeBron and his camp and, their posturing, it's always been about, we're not going to re-sign here unless you make a move.
Yeah.
Him opting in and then saying this is like, and in today's NBA, if somebody opts in, gone. Like you are opting in to get traded.
Yeah,
and
because
that's the weird part about how everything is being talked about.
the timing is interesting, right? Because he could have said this a week ago and decided if he's going to opt out and sign a long-term contract based on what they do the first week, but he did beforehand, especially in a year in which no teams have cap space besides the Brooklyn Nets, and maybe the Pistons can open up about 25 mil. So if he wants to get moved, it has to be a trade, which we're opting to make sense. Do you think there's a world in which he actually leaves, or is he bluffing?
I think this is just a classic LeBron James bluff thing that we've been seeing time and time again over the entire 21, 22, 23-year career that he has. We've seen this time and time again. I think he's just putting pressure on the Lakers and Rob Pelinka to actually make big swing moves, whether it be signing DeAndre Ayton or re-signing Dorian Finney-Smith Jr. or any in which way they can improve this roster, because this is probably one of the last year, 2 years of his career that we're seeing. I'm not surprised that he did opt into it, because would the Lakers want to give him more money? No. Would he want to take a pay cut? Probably not. So honestly, I thing as like, it's just a crime, bro. It just feels like a sin to even think about wanting to trade LeBron James. It just doesn't feel realistic at all.
I'm not going to look at it as a crime. I think that LeBron, especially post decision, LeBron has moved in every spot as this is a very transactional relationship that we have with whatever team. Yeah. It is, I'm going to stay here if you give me the pieces. And so normally we see this like the other way around, where teams are obviously treating players like that. And LeBron has been one of the main people in treating teams like that. So if he gets traded, I don't see it as like, oh, wow, the Lakers did him so dirty. This is how LeBron has moved for the last 15 years. And the Lakers, if they want to move the same way, they knew what it was when both of you signed up.
So with that in mind, if LeBron wants to see moves be made for him to be able to stay, and if it is posturing, we got the support back up on the screen. The Lakers are expected to target DeAndre Ayton. If that is a move and they lose Dorian Finney-Smith and they get Ayton with the $14.1 million mid-level exception,
I'm gone.
Is that enough for LeBron James?
Trade me.
No.
Trade me.
No. If I'm LeBron, I look at this move, I'm like, okay, I'm someone who has many voices. I'm leader in the locker room. If anyone can try to get some type of juice out of DeAndre Ayton and put DeAndre Ayton in the most simplistic ways possible to be a valuable, positive player on both ends of the court, it's going to be LeBron James in my mind, and also someone like JJ Redick. If I see this, I'm like, okay, I'm going to do it.
Okay, what if they do this? So obviously the only move they have for the summer isn't just a mid-level exception. Yeah. Let's say it does go to Ayton. That feels like a safe assumption. Let's say that happens. They also have the ability to trade for about up to $30 million in salary. They can trade Rui, Maxi Kleber, Gabe Vincent, and the picks they were going to use for the before Mark Williams trade. A lot of people say maybe Andrew Wiggins. Maybe the Miami Heat dump his contract, get those salaries, get a pick, maybe get Dalton Connect. If that's the move and you enter next season with Luka, Reeves, Wiggins, LeBron, Ayton, do you think LeBron is moved enough, or do you feel like that's not enough for him?
That moves me. Andrew Wiggins in a positive situation, playing next to superstars with all the spacing in the world, not much pressure at all for him to be the number 2 or 3 scoring leader at all. Like, just play hellacious defense, hit a couple timely threes, get a couple ISO. But like, his life would be so much easier. If I'm LeBron, that'll be the best possible outcome for him in all situations throughout the final years of his career.
Now, I pulled Wiggins out of thin air, but let's say something like that. Just insert good wing to replace Dorian Finney-Smith and Ayton. Does that move you?
Bye.
What?
Goodbye. I don't want to be here. I think if this was LeBron of 3 years ago, maybe.
So what do you want to see if you're LeBron? What do you think LeBron needs to see to be satisfied after he
trade me to Cleveland? I'm 41 years old.
So you think he just wants to go?
Yes. Like, I'm not going to stay here so that we can take chances on a bunch of guys, so that we can, if we have to take a chance on our starting center and then take a chance on whoever we're going to get here. And then, like, obviously Reeves is in a contract year and he's fine. Like, Reeves is a good player. Playoff run wasn't great, but whatever.
Yeah.
Like, you have all of that. And then you still have, I have the utmost faith in Luka that he's going to return to Luka form, but you still have some whatever questions that you have for LeBron. If I'm 41 years old, I've already gotten my son in the league. I've done what I came here to do. Put me in a situation where I can go win. Trade me to Cleveland. Let me go back home.
And you're gonna leave Bronny home. You gonna leave him in LA.
He's a grown man.
Oh my God.
He's a grown man, and I just got you a contract.
What type of father are you, Donovan?
I just got you a contract for over 8 figures, you will be okay. Your mama is still out there in LA, it's fine. I'm gonna go out to Cleveland, it's gonna be fine. But I need to go somewhere where the infrastructure is a little bit more set.
The Cleveland thing is interesting. So obviously, if the Lakers, if LeBron requests a trade and he's like send me to Cleveland, the Lakers would be ecstatic because the Cleveland Cavaliers can only do that if they give up some great players.
Mhm.
But to do that, the Cleveland Cavaliers have to get out of the second apron, but they're currently in by over $20 million. So they have to dump $20 million in salary and then aggregate $52 million of LeBron James salary, or at least 75% of that because you can send out 125%. So they'd probably have to dump Max Strus to get out of that. With some other small pieces, but you dump him for nothing, send him to the Nets or something, and then you have to put together a package of like Jared Allen, DeAndre Hunter, and another contract. So you have to gut a lot of your depth that makes you special to get him, or give up Garland in a 3-team trade, which you don't want to do necessarily. That's a lot to get a 40-year-old LeBron James. Would you even want to consider moving that type of mountain to get out of the second apron if you're the Cavs?
Yeah.
If I'm the Cavs, I would definitely do that in a heartbeat because we're talking about, I don't know which is going to be next year, but bare minimum like top 20 player in the NBA next year. That's rare to come across. He is the perfect fit on this roster also. Who knows this? I'm assuming Evan Mobley will still be here, and of course Donovan Mitchell will be here. As long as those two are very much in place, I do that. I do that in a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think for Cleveland, their roster and their big four, it's awesome, and they had one of the best seasons that the franchise has had in a long time last year. But go down the line in that big four. Jared Allen, multiple times in the playoffs, has been outplayed by somebody who you would look at them and say, "Oh yeah, you're a little bit inferior to what Jared Allen is." Right?
Yeah.
Darius Garland has not been there for the last 2 playoff runs.
Mm-hmm.
D Mitch has had to hold as much water as he possibly can, and he had really good moments, but the one guy where, and even Mobley, who was hurt in this last year's playoff run, Mobley's the one guy who is still very much ascending and has a lot in front of him.
I don't know if the Cavs need to do this. You would have to give up a lot to get out of that second apron first. If the second apron rules weren't in place and you could just simply trade Jared Allen, DeAndre Hunter, and one more smaller salary to get him, cool. But the fact that you have to dump salary first to get out of the second apron already makes it hard. Or you have to trade Darius Garland to get out of the second apron. That is moving a lot of weight for somebody who has probably 1 more, maybe 2 more star years left on his career. And you already are in the place where the East is wide open. They can make the finals this year with this team. They were a 64-win team last year, got hurt in the playoffs. They have the best, like outside of the LeBron years, this is the most wide open the East has ever been for them to make a championship and potentially win a championship.
You're right.
I don't think I feel the need to do too much this summer.
There's a difference between you could make the NBA Finals versus you will make the NBA Finals with LeBron James on your roster. Because I'm also thinking about like the Evan Mobley factor. Assuming Jared Allen will be gone because they have to clear up all the cap space, you get to slide Evan Mobley up to the center spot, which is something that a lot of NBA fans are curious to see how he would feast in the paint with all that space cleared up. Having Evan Mobley, LeBron, Donovan Mitchell just moves so many mountains for me. And if I think this 1 year, 2 year swing is worth it ultimately if you have the best chance to hang up another banner.
I'm not sure it's obvious that they'd have a better chance when all things are considered. I'm not sure it's a given. If they have to move Garland, it's definitely not a given. If it is Strus, Hunter, and Allen going out, and maybe some other smaller pieces that aren't quite as important, there's a debate. It is LeBron James still, so not to say it's not a great player coming in, but I don't think it's a given that you have a better championship chance with that team than the one you have now.
Yeah, but I think if I can, I agree with you. I do think Garland is too much, and I would hold everything I have to keep him on my team.
Yeah.
But if I do have a trio of D. Mitch, Bron, and Mobley, and that's the starting point, and then we kind of fill everything else out around there, I feel damn good about what I can do if that's the trio.
I think you feel great about either outcome for the Cavs. Mm-hmm. So it's really like a philosophical difference, I guess, between do you go for like the 1 year window potentially, or have like a 4 year window with this core four still, but maybe the individual years, each chance a little bit lower.
I think the one thing to point out about the 4 year core is that they lose again, this core is not going to be together, right? Like it's been 2 years and everybody has given them grace. If 2 things happen, or if they don't make it, but multiple things happen, they're going to blow it up. If somebody gets hurt, you're going to look at this core and then just be like, well, nobody can stay healthy. We got to move on. If they also are healthy and then they go out and get beat, for the first time in the wide open East, then you look at them and say, oh, you're just not good enough. And then you're going to move on. So I think either way, it's like if you want to test them and say, you guys have this year, figure it out, and you are setting the bar at making the finals or winning the title, fine, okay. And I respect that. But if you don't think that and you feel kind of weird about the way that you've gone out the last 2 years, maybe even the last 3 years, then you can justify to me going after LeBron.
Okay, let's stick on the topic of the Cavaliers. Let's talk about another move they recently made, one that's not theory, one that actually happened. They traded for Lonzo Ball. Lonzo Ball is now a member of the Cleveland Cavaliers. They traded Isaac Okoro for him. How did y'all feel about this deal when you saw Lonzo finally get moved? Obviously, there's been a lot of speculation about what could happen with him. It seems like every fan base in the NBA wants Lonzo Ball on their team because we saw what he can do when he's healthy and how much he adds to good players around him. Now that those good players around him are Donovan Mitchell, Darius Garland, Evan Mobley, Jared Allen, are you moved?
I love this so much for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Shout out to Isaac Okoro. He's been a good overall NBA player throughout his career, and he's constantly made improvements in his jump shot. I remember specifically a couple years ago, he was a huge hindrance to the Cleveland Cavaliers because of his lack of spacing, I believe, in a second-round matchup against the Boston Celtics. This is such a wild upgrade because they needed much more playmaking and just like a little bit of offensive juice compared to someone like Ty Jerome. Now, Ty Jerome was a fantastic player, and he played with a certain level of pace, and you almost didn't see like much of a downgrade compared to having Ty Jerome and Darius Garland on the court. But Lonzo Ball, the level of play and also the defense that he brings to this backcourt makes this Cleveland Cavaliers team. You know how we talked about like one of their superpowers, like it feels like they have two different starting lineups.
Yes.
Again, it feels the exact same thing. Feels like the exact same thing.
Yeah. Everything you said makes sense to me based on Lonzo Ball 3 years ago. I'm curious how his defense is going to hold up over a full season on a good team of this level, like how the body holds up. TBD, right? If he is physically good, then yeah, that defense is a big upgrade over Ty Jerome, who they're going to lose in free agency. I think it's no secret. He's going to walk. He's going to get more money from someone else that wants to pay him. And this is their insurance plan. I like the defensive upgrade. I think Ty Jerome as a second playmaker that can generate paint touches was really important for them last year. And replacing him with Lonzo Ball is the opposite of that. He's not creating paint touches for anybody, but he does bring the transition passing, the push ahead, the pace that you give and you take with that change, right? So I think it makes him a very different bench, but maybe just as good for the reasons you outlined. I love that he can actually play next to the other two guards while Ty Jerome couldn't. You can't really play those 3-guard lineups in the playoffs. That's a defensive disaster. Lonzo Ball can play some spot minutes at the 3, especially if you have double bigs out there. Again, if everything comes back to does he stay healthy or not, which is obviously a big question mark and why he was available for this cheap. But in theory, I like it if things go well.
Yeah, as a backup plan, this is probably as good as you can do. You know, knowing that Ty Jerome is going to be gone. So I like it for them. And then even for what it does for their wing depth, it gives you a little bit more clarity, and it also puts more confidence, I would assume, in the guys that you already have. Of like Max Strus, you are our guy. DeAndre Hunter, we traded for you last year. You are our
Dean
guy.
Wade.
Yeah, Dean Wade. It's not going to be like every night. All right, let's figure out who can play this 3 spot and do all this. So
we'll say we did kind of say that we wanted them to get better wing defenders, and Okoro was one of their better wing defenders who they shipped out for Lonzo, who has a defensive ceiling, obviously not the best one-on-one perimeter point of attack defender. He's more of a team defender at this advanced stage post injuries. So maybe that does exasperate a little bit of an issue. While there is positives you gain because of it, the defensive presence on the 3 might still be an issue.
Yeah, but if you have Evan Mobley, who's only getting better, you have Jared Allen. I think having just competent team defenders is fine, even if you don't have great individual one-on-one defenders. Yeah. So it's okay. Just having smart guys and really just saying, hey man, you want DPOY? Go do your job. You know, like
what about for the Bulls?
That's going to be the thing.
What about for the Bulls? Obviously, the Bulls have been clowned to oblivion for every move they make. This is basically the last of them dismantling their team that was the 1 seed through 60 games before everyone got hurt, when they had Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Alex Caruso, Lonzo Ball. Another guy they held on for too long and got no first-round picks for him. Do you guys like Isaac Okoro enough to make up for the fact there's no picks?
Isaac Okoro is a good player. He's a good, positive NBA player that could have a place on any team. It just sucks for them because they held on for entirely too long. But he definitely could be a part of not their core, not their starting lineup. But he's a rotational piece who can give you like an easy 15, 17 minutes a night.
Yeah. I don't think it's bad. People are acting like he's a nobody.
Yeah.
And this is another, the Bulls are going to be the Bulls, all these dumb decisions. I think Okoro is solid. I think this clearly shows that Lonzo Ball has just way less trade value than you might have thought, given the injury concerns, given the age, given the contract situation, and everything involved in that. So if this is the market, I don't think they're turning down a deal with 2 first-round picks if it was out there. So unfortunate the market devolved to this point, but I like Okoro enough. I think Okoro is a good addition to a team that has a lot of interesting young players and needs just 3-and-D glue guys that put everything together. I like taking the bet on Okoro.
I'll say this. I wouldn't put it past Chicago to do that. I am 1,000% sure that there were that there were people ready to offer at least 1 first-round pick.
During the season there was. We got the report that the Grizzlies would have did.
Yeah, for either Lonzo. But even if you go back further, for Alex Caruso.
Oh, yeah, that's indefensible.
You know, like this is a front office that has a track record of mismanaging assets and trading people at the wrong time and trading people at their lowest possible value, or just simply picking the worst value for them. So I wouldn't put it past them to do something like that. But I'm with you guys. Like, I think Okoro is fine, and there's been talks about trading Kobe White. I'm interested to see if there's anything.
I'm glad you
there.
said that. Let's transition this conversation a little bit. Second half of this stream, we have an hour with you guys. Let's do our predictions. I'm going to name a series of teams, a series of players. We're going to do our predictions, our final guess of what's going to happen with them.
Okay.
And we'll stick with the topic of the Bulls first to start with, since we're already there. What do you think the Bulls are going to do? What moves do you think the Bulls are going to do? Obviously, Josh Giddey is a free agent, and there's rumors they might trade Kobe White. There's some linking to Jonathan Kuminga. What is the Bulls' path for you?
I can see Giddey getting re-signed.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to go anywhere. I think they might kick the tires on Kobe White, but I think that Kobe White's been great for them, and his development has been awesome. And you have a lot of very long rangey, wings on your team, especially with Modest and Giddey. You should have some guards that you feel have some offensive juice. So I like Kobe White there. So I think White stays. I think Giddey stays. I don't think Kuminga ends up
as running back.
Bull. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think considering that they just drafted Noah Senga, who plays similar positions as Jonathan Kuminga, although like they could all, he's super versatile, he could come off the bench. It doesn't matter. It's just Army knife, all 3 of those guys. If Jonathan Kuminga is available for the price, sure, I could see something like that happening. But because of the way they drafted, I feel comfortable saying that they should want to stay home with Kobe White. I don't think. Again, this is the Chicago Bulls we're talking about here. I don't think they would want to move off of Kobe White. Okay. Should they? Maybe, because they could actually gain a first-round pick or so off of him. But will they? I don't think so.
Okay, well, let's start at the top of the bigger names then. Let's go back to the name that we started with at the beginning. Official predictions. Where is DeAndre Ayton going to sign?
He's going to be a Laker.
He was written in the stars, right?
Yeah.
As soon as he got cut, it was written in the stars. It was destiny. It was foretold by the gods. DeAndre Ayton's going to be a Laker.
Yeah. If you are 7 feet tall and you don't require being paid $25 million a year, your name is going to be linked to the Lakers. You're probably going to go there.
It's like, for better or worse, there's a lot of worse that can come with it.
Yeah.
The Lakers taking that bet makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's the right decision for them, it makes total sense for what's practically going to happen. There will be lots of debate over the summer. Lakers fans like myself will talk myself into it. I've never been able to fully give up on the DeAndre Ayton experience. I know what he's capable of when he's locked in. My brain's going to go, but if JJ Redick can make him lock in like he made Jackson Hayes lock in, if Luka Doncic can set him up like he set up Jackson Hayes, we can get the best version of him. And then inevitably by December, I'll get really frustrated when he doesn't get back on defense.
Yeah.
There'll be a lot of up and downs, but it's probably a worthwhile bet for them.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that. I think this is also personally for him the best possible situation out of every single team, because all eyes are on him. He has the opportunity to undo all the nasty narratives that's been placed on him in his career. And on top of that too, like, bro, you all eyes are on you. All eyes are on you. There's no way around it.
What about, let's transition a little bit. Where do you think DeMar DeRozan ends up if he gets moved? There's obviously been a lot of rumors that the Kings aren't going to run it back entirely, that he might get moved. He's been linked to a couple teams. What's the DeMar DeRozan outcome a week from now?
What are we thinking? Like Miami?
That's exactly what I'm thinking. He is the least obvious Miami Heat player of all time. Yeah. After they struck out on getting Kevin Durant when they fake tried but didn't actually put new names in the basket, it makes all the sense in the world. They ship out Andrew Wiggins in a 3-team deal and get DeMar DeRozan back.
Yeah, it's DeMar, and it's for reasons like this. Like, you still look at the box score, and DeMar is still putting up 22, 24 points.
Yeah.
And for a team that offensively, like, guys who can get their own shot consistently, it's Tyler Hero, and then that's really it. You don't really have anybody else. you'd like for Bam to kind of be that. Last year was a down year offensively. So I think putting DeMar there, it gives them just a little bit more juice that they can talk themselves into.
I think DeMar DeRozan genuinely is a good fit because they don't have, like you said, they try to prioritize and elevate Bam Adebayo in his role on the Miami Heat last year, and it didn't necessarily pan out to be the most effective thing. It was taking too many threes in my mind and also playing way too much in the perimeter. I think DeMar DeRozan offers a lot more. He's different compared to Tyler Hero, and he bounces out the entire roster more. They have a go-to store, mid-range demon, and all that.
I will say, I don't like this, but I think it'll happen. I do think they will definitely do it.
Yeah.
Do I enjoy watching the Miami Heat run back mediocrity every year? No. Do I anticipate that we'll continue to try to do that and stay afloat and be the 7th seed every year? Yes. And in that journey to try to be as good as possible every year without putting in the work to rebuild that team in a smart way, it just makes all the sense in the world that DeMar DeRozan is the next step of that.
Yeah.
Which, no slight to him, but he's not changing the Miami Heat's lives. And I think that's going to be their best bet. They're going to try to tell their fans he will change our lives. And I just don't see them being much different than they were this year.
I don't even think that they're going to try and sell that. I just think that they are built on, we're not going to be trash. And so,
and good for them. Good for them.
And so selling that to your fans of like, we are sticking to who we are and we promise you, like, we're not going to be bad. DeMar is the guy that we're bringing in. That kind of feels status quo for them.
Exactly. It is very much status quo for them.
Yeah.
And I don't know, as a passive observer of the Miami Heat, I'm goddamn sick of status quo for the Heat. And I think Heat fans might also be sick of status quo for the Heat, but I bet Pat Riley's not sick of it.
Yeah.
I bet Pat Riley loves it. Okay, next name.
Eating it up.
Dorian Finney-Smith. Where do we think DFS is going to go? Obviously, he's been linked heavily to the Houston Rockets. The Lakers obviously could try to retain him. Basically, any team in the NBA could use Dorian Finney-Smith's talents as a 6'8" shooter.
Yeah.
Where do you want to see him go? / where do you think he'll go?
If the Houston Rockets are reported like you said, that probably makes the most sense because they are fully in win now mode.
Yeah.
They made the move of the offseason and bringing in KD, getting rid of Jalen Green. In my mind, he feels Houston Rockets coded. They're ready to win. If not, hey man, I got a place for you in Atlanta. Our wing spot right now is looking pretty thin. I would love him there.
Yeah, all the reporting has been very heavily that he's going to go to Houston. If he goes there, I'm putting in the bet for the Rockets to win the title. It's
DFS is making you pick the Rockets to win the title?
On top of, in addition to, the KD trade, obviously. But the depth that they have,
serious,
if they sign DFS, is crazy.
Yeah.
And the only thing that they really would have lost this offseason is Dillon Brooks, because essentially in that trade, right, you send out Dillon Brooks, but you upgrade from Jalen Green to Kevin Durant, and then you send out the 10th overall pick. You re-sign Jabari Smith Jr. And so now, if you are saying in one offseason, you replace Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks with DFS and Kevin Durant on that team with that defense, and you add another very switchable forward who can knock down some threes, that is insane. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
They would be one of the top picks. They already are, but I would feel so much more confident in them having that.
Their size would be truly outlandish.
It's scary.
They could run lineups. This wouldn't be like a starting lineup or anything, but they could run bench lineups with Amen Thompson, Dorian Finney-Smith, Tari Eason, Kevin Durant, Jabari Smith. Everybody's gigantic. Everybody can switch. That is a ridiculous switch all lineup to throw at teams in the third quarter, and you're just mixing it up. And that might be their 5th best lineup. They have that much versatility.
Yeah, there's going to be teams on like a Tuesday in February. They're just going to be upset because of all the length, all the options that they have. And then even outside of that, being able to then say like, hey, Steven Adams, come in here and just be big. Like, it's crazy.
You can do that switch all lineup and then also have double bigs, and then also have one big and shooters, then also have one big and rollers and slashers with a man. Like, so much versatility and so many Swiss Army knife type of wings on this team that every team in the NBA says, we need this one power forward that can play the 3, play the 5, unlock this ability for us to run all these different lineups, embrace the shooting, embrace the defense, embrace the slashing and all these different looks. They have 4 of those guys, at least.
I will say, if the Houston Rockets do this and they end up somehow signing away DFS, they are easily like the biggest winners of the offseason. Easily.
Yeah. Yeah, because you won the KD trade,
one of the biggest winners over the last few years in general too, because they won through the KD trade, of course, DFS, and then also they did what they did when it comes to retaining certain guys on fantastic deals on their roster.
Okay, next name, Jonathan Kuminga. What do you think happens with him? Obviously, he has been very open about his desire to have a feature role in a team. And I think through reporting and through sneaky comments, the Warriors have been extremely open about them not wanting to give him a feature role on the team. They don't really view him as being this go-to scorer that he views himself as, and more power to him. I guess he deserves the opportunity to showcase that if that's how he feels. Do you think he stays with the Warriors and they figure it out in restricted free agency, or do you think he walks to one of these teams that might throw him a big offer sheet?
If somebody throws him a big offer sheet, he's gone. I don't think the Warriors want to be it. It's felt like this for the last 3 years, where like they don't want to be in the Kuminga business, but they've kind of had to because they haven't had a lot of options. And the one time where things were on the up and up, Jordan Poole got punched in the face in training camp and threw off all the vibes. So like, I don't think Kuminga is the answer to their problems. But like you said, if he wants to go out and try to have the opportunity to show the rest of the league, hey, I was just being put in a bad situation, I can actually score 20, 22 points a night. Go ahead, try to find that situation, try to make a bag off of that, and go ahead. So if somebody signs him, and for somebody who is still as young and athletic as he is, he will get a bag he will get an offer sheet. Sign that, just go. And
he is such a Brooklyn Net.
Yeah.
The Brooklyn Nets have so much cap space, there's not a lot of places to throw it. Throwing it at Kuminga makes all the sense in the world. Hopefully you throw him an offer sheet and the Warriors just don't match and you get him for nothing. And if that's the case, you can roll out next year with the 54 point guard you just drafted, and then Cam Thomas and Kuminga as big wings and Clarkson as a center there. That kind of gives you a mobile center. That's not a horrible place to start.
Yeah, they really just drafted a bunch of point guards like you're right, who have the ability to set people up. Unfortunately, the Brooklyn Nets, as of right now, in the making of this live stream, don't have anybody who can convert on buckets and complete buckets. Kuminga is the dude for them in my mind. He's the perfect fit, and honestly, like that's the only fit in the NBA that I would be like thumbs up on.
There's nowhere else that you guys see as other Kuminga destinations that you like? The reporting's been pretty quiet. I feel like there's not a lot of teams linked to him.
Yeah, you think about the situation that Kuminga wants and that he would probably thrive the best in would be like, can you go to a team that is desolate, has nothing going for it? And right now, I do think that Brooklyn is probably the best case of that. Even really, really bad teams like New Orleans and Washington and Utah, they're kind of building something. You can if you squint, you can see what Utah's doing. If you feel a little bit encouraged about what Washington is building at the same time, Brooklyn is the one, especially after the draft, where it's like, yo, you guys are rebuilding, and you shouldn't have won that many games in the first place because of how talent desolate your team is. They should go get Kuminga.
Speaking of the Nets, Shams' tweet just dropped. They're signing Daron Sharp to 2 years, $12 million, so they're retaining him as their backup center.
Nice deal.
Or maybe starting center if they trade Claxton, but probably backup.
Yeah, seems like a nice deal.
$6 million for that's fine.
Yeah, a lot of Brooklyn Nets fans love him and what he's able to produce on the court. It's not a bad deal at all.
Yeah, he's a really bad finisher, but good at being big, good drop big, good rebounder. Probably, I think he's a solid screen setter, just not a good finisher at the rim at all. But for $6 million, let him keep growing to that. That's a solid deal. I actually thought he might have got more in the open market.
For $6 million a year, you can talk me into basically any NBA player for $6 million a year.
Okay, going back to our predictions. We didn't mention this one. So, final prediction: what happens to LeBron James? Is he a Laker to start next season?
He's staying a Laker. This happens so often. I feel like he is staying a Laker. There's no way in hell the Lakers somehow end up like finding a way to fumble him. Now, I will say yes. Like, if there's been any time and point in LeBron James' career where he tries to test a team's gangster and they're like, they instantly fold, this will be the year where it doesn't happen and they're not folding and LeBron James is gone because they got that guy at home already. Do I think it's going to happen though? No.
I won't be shocked if he gets traded. I'll say that. I'm not going to predict it just because it's so hard to trade him right now with that much money, with this age, and with he has a no trade clause, so he's obviously going to be picky about where he goes. I think it's hard to envision like multiple suitors coming together that makes sense for him, all those things considered. So I think he's not going to request a trade unless he knows one of those will come together, because I don't think he wants the PR nightmare of I request a trade, nobody wants me.
Over Rich Paul's body.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. That's not happening. So I think the factors in play might lead to him staying, but I won't be shocked if he actively wants to leave.
I'm with you there. He's going to start the season as a Laker. It'll be easier to buy him out than to trade him.
That'll never happen.
They're not going to buy out. They're not going to buy out LeBron James.
I'm just saying it's easier to figure that out.
No, they can trade him. It just might not be for anything good. But like, they're not going to buy out LeBron James.
I think the package that the Suns got for Kevin Durant would be bigger than the package somebody would get for LeBron James. I think it's easier to.
You're doing a lot.
I think it's easier to work around and to insert Kevin Durant into whatever you're operating than it is to insert LeBron into whatever you're operating at this stage of both of their careers. And so for that, I think the package would be better for KD than LeBron.
I don't know. I don't think it's happening. Like
2 second-round picks, take it or leave it.
Yeah.
Have that.
This is the first summer where it feels like it could be very real that he might actually be gone. And I've never once cared about when I see the smoke being blown about potential moves, about him putting pressure on the Lakers front office. I'm like, yeah, you're doing what you got to do. I also hate the Lakers front office. I also would be frustrated if I was you. So you're just like me. I get it. But this is the first time with the verbiage I'm like, oh no, I think he actually probably wants to leave. I think the Luka thing might have rubbed him the wrong way a little bit. He knows the realities of what they're doing. Probably doesn't hate him for it, but understands he is not the priority. He wants to go somewhere he might be the priority. He understands the story that he's telling with his career. The final chapter being in Cleveland could make a lot of sense. Obviously, it's a better chance to win the East with a weak year.
Yeah.
I think he wants to go to Cleveland. I think the question is, does Cleveland want him? Which is a gigantic question mark that to me might lead in no. But I bet he wants to be in Cleveland right now.
I don't know.
You better go call Steph Curry. Say, Steph, can you make it happen?
God, no, dude, I hate that.
Please.
Can we get to the Lakers?
You deserve that.
It's better than nothing, I guess. Better than him retiring.
Yeah, I guess so.
Let's talk about one that we have to mention that it's probably not going to happen, but everyone loves the thought experiment. How confident are you right now that Giannis is going to stay a Buck? He's shown zero desire to leave in terms of what he's saying. He clearly wants to give them a chance to compete again. He wants to be loyal. Do you guys feel confident that the Bucks will be able to make the moves to make him stay that convinced? Or do you think by the end of the free agency, we might see a late summer push like when Dame had to leave the Blazers?
I think at this point, Giannis stays for the year. I really do think that if he was going to get moved, it was going to be before the draft.
Yeah.
And like, what's the package? Like, you're going to have to send this like crazy haul to get Giannis, and I'm not sure if it's going to make sense for a lot of people.
Yeah, I agree. I think at this point, that ship has sailed. He wants to ride out at least this next upcoming season as a Milwaukee Buck. But I will say that they very much should be like wanting to trade someone like Giannis. Not because only because of the situation and predicament that they're in currently right now. He's 30 years old. By the time the season ends next season, he's going to be 31 years old. And how much better can he be?
Yeah, I can assure you they do not want to trade Giannis. I can assure you they'd rather keep him than lose him, just off of like he's their best player of all time. But I know what you're saying. They'd be better primed for the future if they had to trade Giannis. It would be a surprising win for the team that would feel real bad about it, but there'd be some good upside because I just feel like they have so little ability to get substantially better. They have some space. They're going to let Brook Lopez walk. They have the full mid-level exception. They can add some decent players, but they are more than 2 decent players away from being really good. And I agree. I don't think he's in trade this summer. Next deadline, though? I don't know.
No, the deadline and next summer is really where it's going to go down. I think we talked about like LeBron not wanting the bad PR of requesting a trade and getting it denied, basically. Giannis does want, and I can see a situation. I'm not going to say he does want, but I can see the situation where Giannis wants the PR of, hey, man, like I stayed, I thugged it out.
Yeah.
It just wasn't working. And then after a year, then you get traded instead of as soon as it got scary, then I asked out.
100%. He wants it. It's not even just PR. I think he truly wants to stay. He wants to win with the Bucks, and he's going to tell himself, I'll give you the summer. Show me you can make moves. I'll give you into the season. Somebody will come available at some point, make a January trade, convince me, but I think we'll get to February, and they won't have the power to convince them because it's just not feasible, and then the plug will have to be pulled at some point. But I think he's going to give them ample time to try to convince them.
Yeah.
I agree.
Listen, if we're talking about signing players and, signing shooters. Listen, I bet you can probably get Malik Beasley for the low right now.
I don't know about that one.
He probably that doesn't cost a lot of money. You can probably get minimum or something. I don't know.
Where do you guys want to see Chris Paul go? Do you want to see Chris Paul have one more hurrah, one more final year with another team?
Man, send Chris Paul. Send him over there to Charlotte again.
Charlotte, get them.
Yeah, send him to
That's
bro.
a suspension.
You hate Chris Paul.
No, the Hornets are known. They tend to go ahead and sign the most random Hall of Fame point guards. Last time we said it was Tony Parker, bro. Like he went to school at Wake Forest. I'm sure he wants to be back at home. to finish out the final years of his NBA career. He can invest so much juice into guys like a Brandon Miller and, of course, LaMelo Ball and be the adult in the room. He would single-handedly like set that organization.
Don't you think he's tired of playing babysitter?
Get out of my face.
What else can he do?
Well, I don't know. But it was reported that he wants to potentially be back home in Los Angeles, be close to his family. So Clippers or Lakers. Clippers can make sense. Backup point guard there behind James Harden. Just there, just locker room presence. Finish his career at the Clippers.
You think he wants to play with James again?
Probably not.
I don't think he hates James.
In the way that it ended in Houston?
I don't. Chris Paul's played a lot of years in the NBA. I'm not sure that not want to play with James Harden in the final year of his career when he's going to be playing 12 minutes a game is a gigantic deal for him. This isn't a star player who has that much leverage to care.
Okay, so close to his family would mean, I don't know.
Clippers or Laker, bro.
Yeah, or the Suns. But we got this report here that the Suns are not targeting him, apparently, if you want to believe Evan Sidery. The Charlotte Hornets are planning to pull out of the Chris Paul sweepstakes.
Oh my God! What? That was the move. Damn.
No, they traded for Sexton for a backup guard.
Oh, you're right. I forget about that.
If we're being like real, what he should do is go be the second old point guard for the Minnesota Timberwolves, and you and Mike Conley and you guys can just be on the grill together. Right, like that's it. I think
the grill together.
that could.
If your goal is to get back for your family in Los Angeles, I can't think of a less desirable place than Minnesota.
That out the window. I'm throwing that out the window.
Yeah. No.
He's a Laker. He's a Laker.
How long is the flight from Denver to LA?
Denver?
Too long.
Denver's not terribly far. You want to see him go back up Russell Westbrook as a third point guard on the
God, no. Too long, man. No.
There's not too many teams.
No, he's a Clipper
on the west side of the country.
He's a Clipper. Call it in. Where do you guys want to see Nickeil Alexander-Walker go? He's one of the biggest names. He's probably the best free agent that's going to move, besides maybe Dorian Finney-Smith if he goes. Mm-hmm. There's obviously the Lakers have been saying, Lakers fans have been trying to convince themselves that they could replace him and put him in the mid-level exception. The Pistons can open up money now that Malik Beasley is
Yeah.
So do you want to see him go there for $20 million a year or go to another team for a mid-level exception?
I think he's basically like guaranteed to go to the Atlanta Hawks for the mid-level exception. I'm saying you're laughing, but at this point in time, last year, I will say.
No, I believe you. It's just the guarantee is funny because I think he's guaranteed to go to my team.
Yeah, exactly. One of our listen, people on Reddit are weird, man. They found out some very, very interesting information.
Okay.
Apparently, he follows one of our trainers on the Atlanta Hawks, and over the last few years, people and on the Hawks Reddit have been following this specific trainer, and every single time he follows a specific dude, we sign him immediately, bro. So I'm like, okay, this is the biggest sign on the wall. Shout out to you, Ryan Schmidt. Sorry for licking your name.
Yeah, I don't know if it's guaranteed, but I wouldn't be mad at that. He can get him going to the Hawks would be cool. He's again one of those players like Dorian Finney-Smith we discussed. He can play on any team ever. He's a 6'5" guard who plays defense, can fight over screens, great 3-point shooting from the corner specifically, great team defender. Any team could have him, and it would go well.
Man, he can specifically why I love him on the Hawks for all those reasons, and then on top of that too, he offers again more size on this roster, more versatility specifically on our guard wing position because he's so versatile. There's no specific time on the court where you wouldn't want him on the court. He's very playable throughout every single minute on the court. So yeah, he's a Hawk.
I think he's a Piston. I think the Pistons can offer more money, and I think he'll take it.
I would love that in Detroit to finally have somebody alongside Kate Cunningham. And like, again, listen, shout out to Dennis Schroeder. He did his job. But to also have some youth alongside Kate Cunningham and some ball handling and some defense, that would be fantastic.
He was on TikTok Live the other day saying how the Pistons don't want him. Yeah, Dennis Schroeder, he was on TikTok Live. He was like, man, I love Detroit, man, but Detroit don't love me.
Yeah, they can give him upwards of $20 million a year. I think he takes it. I think, that's the only team that can really do that unless the Brooklyn Nets want him. But we've seen no reporting that they're interested in throwing a bag at him. So feels like he's a Piston, but obviously the Hawks could happen. We got this report here from the Hawks lead per the Stein line. The Pistons and Hawks are considered the leading contenders to reach an agreement with NAW once free agency begins. That makes sense.
Detroit.
Atlanta.
Who do you think you'd rather play with? You can play with Trae Young and get shots fed to you, or you can play with Cade and get shots fed to you.
If
the money was equal, what do you think you'd pick?
Detroit.
Why?
Why?
I do feel like it's a little bit hard to play with Trae, especially if Trae is like in Trae Young mode, and he's just very ball dominant in the sense. And like, if he was to go to Detroit, I think a majority of the of the pitch would be like you can take some of the load off of Cade Cunningham rather than like you're gonna fit into the system with Trae Young and with somebody else.
Yeah.
And like you've tried this Trae Young, another point guard thing, tried it 2 ball handler. I don't know if that works for Trae, but I think it could work better in Detroit.
I don't think NAW is considering himself a point guard. I don't think he's considering himself I want the ball in my hands.
Yeah, I think me personally, of course, naturally, Atlanta should be the more desirable destination because we've seen Trae Young and the Atlanta Hawks commit to the new style of play that Quinn Snyder put together. And I think Nas he's a very aware player and person, and he knows his strengths. And of course, like he can do stuff with the ball in his hands.
Would he close games in Atlanta?
I think he would be able to close games in Atlanta for sure. He would be one of the best 5, especially if someone like Dyson Daniels, who at times can struggle from shooting the 3-point line, or Zachary Richey is just going through a normal like rookie slump, whatever the case may be, like he can definitely close games. He could be a part of any lineup that you can imagine.
So in Atlanta, your closing lineup would be Trae, Dyson, Jalen Johnson, and then whoever
that could work.
And then Onyeka at center.
Yeah, that could work because he's big enough and versatile enough.
I know you got KP, you got Ricochet. That's a lot of. I mean, it's a good problem to have. That's a lot of depth. You can close at different lineups on different nights. But again, NAW as an off guard, play the 2, play a little bit of 3 in smaller lineups, can fit anywhere. You can put him next to either of these point guards. I think it really will come down to money. Like both outcomes, you have solid cores in place, solid defensive infrastructures now with the new additions the Hawks made, solid lead playmakers, some of the best passers in the NBA. It's really gonna be a bidding war, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a lot of what happens in the league is like people say a whole bunch of stuff and like, oh, I want to go here, I want to play for the chance to do this, and then someone's like, here's $2 million extra, and they're like, all right, I'll go.
Yeah.
Like it really does come down to the money a lot.
Yeah. All right, man. Last name. Do we have one more name we can get to real quick? Do you think Al Horford leaves? Do you think he goes anywhere?
No.
Nah, Al Horford needs to stay over there. Tatum needs someone to, cheer him up during this very, very tough time that he's going through with that Achilles tear or rupture. So I don't think he's going anywhere. Of course, he's valuable, and I know a lot of teams want Al Horford.
Don't you dare say it.
Orlando Magic?
Nah, he needs to.
Okay, I thought you were going to say something different. He would change the Magic life. They do need that, and it would be a good fit, but you're 38 years old. You just won a title 2 years ago with this team. You've been great. This is your second stint. How much more do you really want to like move around at 38? Like we see Chris Paul trying to prioritize family and him being home. If his family is cool in Boston, where they've been there for several years now, I don't know why they would move and why he would want to move somewhere else when he's already in a team that values him, that should pay him, decent money, and he's still going to get an opportunity to play major minutes. Like they're gonna need him. So
yeah.
Do you think Miles Turner stays the Pacers? The last one.
They can't let go of Miles Turner. They just made the NBA Finals.
Yep.
Miles Turner, of course, like his name will forever, even if he signs his deal, the second they sign his deal, he's going to be in trade rumors again. That's just like the type of player that he is. I think they should 100% sign him, keep him. He is the heart. He's one of the hearts
no, he's
of
not.
their defense.
He's just a player on the team.
He's one of the hearts of their defense.
He's good. He's not heart and soul, but he's
one of the guys.
He is valuable to what they do. So I will say, especially now that like Halliburton is, if they ever had an out, it would be now, because it's like, hey, Tyrese isn't going to be here next year. Maybe we can get off of this. But I do think that they've shown throughout their history they want to stay competent. They want to keep good players on the roster. So he's probably going to be signed by Indiana.
It's just so hard to find some guys like him in the league who can space the floor while also like not be piss poor defensively. He got to stay.
There we go.
Cat has something to say about that.
And that's the end of our hour.
Cat.
That's the end of our hour. That's the end of our kickoff hour on this 12-hour BR coverage of NBA free agency. We're going to push you guys on to the next people taking over. Appreciate y'all coming in and watching the start. Hope y'all enjoy the rest of the stream.
Yeah.
Thanks to the Deep Three guys for throwing it over to us. I am Dan Favale. I cover the NBA for Bleacher Report, and I'm with Grant Hughes, who also covers the NBA for Bleacher Report. We are here to ring in the start of NBA free agency with you. Before we get to our top 10 free agents on the board, Grant, how the heck are you doing? Are you ready for this?
I'm ready for this. I'm never ready for free agency, though. It feels like you could just kind of feel everything brewing. But that's what we're here to do. We're here to talk about this. Hopefully we get ourselves centered and get anybody that's watching this a little centered for what's going to be coming in a couple hours here. How do you want to start, Dan? Should we maybe hit on just some of the names? We can go in order here that are actually available in free agency. Just it's easy to just kind of focus on LeBron, which we will, but he is not a free agent. So maybe we just want to hit some of these names that actually are on the market as it stands right now.
Yeah, you want to take us? Who do we have at number 10 on our big board, Grant?
Yeah, so we are going to start with Josh Giddey here, and he is a restricted free agent with the Chicago Bulls. Remember, traded there as part of a deal with the Thunder for Alex Caruso, and the idea then being, well, surely the Bulls are going to keep him in restricted free agency. That's a reason a lot of people didn't like it. And then Giddey goes and catches fire in the second half of the season, goes like 21, 10, and 9 down the stretch. Looked like the best version of himself, really, offensively at least. We have defensive problems, though, Dan, and positional problems. That's why he falls all the way down here. I'm sure a lot of people will be surprised to see him this low. So the question, I guess, is like, what kind of market does Josh Giddey have, if any? And we'll have to hit on the who has money to spend aspect of all this while talking about him too, right?
Well, yeah, Brooklyn's the only team with money to spend right now. They got like 30 plus million left in cap space. That's the market that Giddey wants. There were reports that he wanted $30 million a year. We'll have to see if he gets it from the Bulls, who have historically paid their own guys. Hat tip Patrick Williams. Number 9 on our big board, though, Karis LeVert. His free agency is suddenly interesting. He played pretty well for the Atlanta Hawks last year after coming over in that trade from Cleveland. He's gotten better defensively since he did, like, while he was playing with Cleveland. He's not really 3-and-D, but he gives you some defense, enough of the 3 ball, and can be your secondary playmaker, like putting the ball in his hands. I had assumed personally, Grant, he would just go back to the Atlanta Hawks, but all this Malik Beasley noise forcing the Pistons to pivot, there are reports that now they could look into him, especially with other reports saying Dennis Schroeder might be leaving Detroit. So what do you make of, I think a lot of people expect him to get maybe between 15 and 20 million a year. What do you make of the Karis LeVert market?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised because it did feel pretty much fated that he'd be back in Atlanta. But look, he makes a lot of sense for Detroit, for example, just because the needs there are going to be, you want a little bit of shooting, but you're going to want some secondary playmaking. He can definitely do the second part of that. The shot has come and gone over the course of his career. He's really kind of a first guard off the bench or first wing off the bench, and that is a need there. I guess we can go to former Pistons next and current Sixers. That's Quentin Grimes. I keep getting the second half explosion players, I guess, as we're trading off here. Just looked like a different guy with the Sixers. He is restricted as well. I mean, if this were a normal market, he might be someone that with the shot creation that he showed that really wasn't there prior to him getting to Philly. This is a guy that could be 20 to 25 million a year under normal circumstances. These are abnormal circumstances. So are we looking at mid-level money? Are we, what are the Sixers willing to do here with all the guards they have now? So he's a fascinating player, and yet another one where maybe like, again, normal circumstances, the market is serious for him. And as it stands now, it's really the Sixers believe in what they saw down the stretch, and they pay him as if there was a more robust market for him. Or maybe he's someone that gets an offer sheet. Again, Brooklyn's the only team out there with the ability to really go throw an offer sheet that the Sixers would have to match, unless the Pistons just go crazy renouncing everybody and clear a bunch of room there.
I think the Sixers breathed a sigh of relief when the Nets took on Terrence Mann, because now they're probably going to keep Quentin Grimes like 15 or 16 million bucks, which will be a bargain if the shot creation holds. Number 7, look, Grant, it's going to be the year 2070, and like a 100-year-old Al Horford is just going to be out there switching on defense, being able to stretch the floor on offense. I'm so interested to see where he lands. We know what he can do, and the fact that he's still doing it at the age of 39, the age of 40 is incredible. But my question would be, Boston is clearly slashing costs here. We've already seen it. Does he become collateral damage of that? But you look at their roster right now, and I believe Xavier Tillman's the only guaranteed big man under contract. So they could bring back Luke Cornett. Maybe he's cheaper. Does Horford want to play for a team that's more in on title contention? I think he has the potential to be maybe not under the radar, but one of those free agents who, if you're going to sign him for the mini MLE, like $5.7 million, or does a team throw the non-taxpayer MLE of 14 at him, he could really swing the contender landscape.
Well, that's the fascinating thing with him. And first of all, thanks a lot, Second Apron. Thanks a lot, Repeater Tax. Thanks a lot, Jason Tatum, Achilles injury. Because without those things, what would we be talking about? Like the Celtics would just be like, it's non-negotiable. We have to have him back. He's too important to what would have otherwise been, you know, another title pursuit. He's a fascinating player to try to evaluate, though, because my first thought was, well, this is a full mid-level guy, even at his age, even given the limitations he's got from a minutes perspective. I think the right team, which is to say a contender, is always going to need a guy that can come in and guard multiple positions defensively, stretch the floor as a center. And it's just like he's worth that $14 million mid-level exception to me. So maybe he gets squeezed. But do you agree that, like, certainly he's a player that is more valuable to the right team? And would, it's even if you're conceding like, yeah, he might play 15 minutes a game, this is still a guy we should give the full mid-level just because of that over the top kind of, I don't know, he fills certain niches that you just have to have filled if you're trying to really win deep into the playoffs.
Right, for sure. And the fact, look, he's so old, so you can only sign him for so long anyway because of like the NBA's rules, that paying him 10, 14 million bucks is a drop in the bucket. And I think you kind of hit on this. What do we talk about all the time? You want guys who can stay on the floor in the playoffs. Even
Right.
at this age, like Al Horford has proven that he can do that. And he's still kind of this anomaly at the position because of just the switchability on defense and then being able to stretch the floor and also just make decisions on offense. Speaking of offense, Gary Trent Jr. is a free agent, unrestricted. The Bucks could bring him back. I'm so fascinated to see what his market is. I thought, you know, the fact he signed a veterans minimum to be in Milwaukee last year to theoretically boost his volume for this market, which is interesting because we knew there wasn't going to be a lot of money floating around out there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you feel. I know he can be up and down. I know he gambles on defense, but for what he does, the straight line drives, the 3-point efficiency and volume, and we kind of saw it. He did cost them. What was that game 5 in the first
Right.
round? But he also kind of shot them back into it, and it looked for a minute that they were going to be able to extend the series against Indiana. This is someone who I would view a normal market should get the full MLE, like that $14 million contract. I have no idea what to expect anymore. I've seen a lot of teams that only have like the mini MLE, so that $6 million bucks to spend, that he's been circled on their list. How do you feel, I guess, about him as like his player value, but also just what do you expect his market to be?
I mean, he's got to be, even if you go back a couple years, one of the players whose actual earnings, you know, when he signs whatever new contract it is, has been most surprised. Like we were talking last year about how can you believe that the Bucks got him on a minimum, right? Because I don't know, trends change, but shooting is always at such a premium, and Gary Trent Jr. just makes threes. Like that's it's not like you're trying to think of a comparison for someone where it's like all he does is hit threes and he's going to hurt you everywhere else. Like maybe that's Luke Kennard, even though Kennard can play make. He's not a defender. So Trent Jr. gives you enough defense. Like, you know, like you said it, he does gamble. He's more of a, you know, he'll trick you into thinking, well, steals equal defense, but there is defensive value in the package paired with legitimate 40% 3-point shooting. I couldn't believe he got the minimum last year. I don't know what to value him at this season because he delivered basically on what you would have expected last season, right? It's not like he got the minimum and then he played like a minimum player. Like he fell to 34% from 3 and the defense slipped a little more. And it doesn't make sense to me that he got what he got last year. And if again, we like use this with Horford, we've talked about it with Grimes as well. He's just someone that if the market were full, if you had 6 or 7 bidders, right, with cap space, we'd be thinking like mid-level for sure. Like not just the mini, the full mid-level. But I think the combination of the second apron, teams being afraid of getting stuck, getting restricted, getting, losing all these roster building tools makes it so like maybe he is just topping out at the taxpayer mid-level. I think that'd be a value contract if he just repeats what he did last year, because he was worth several times over the minimum salary last season. So we go from one shooter to another, Dan. Malik Beasley.
Speaking of gambling.
Right. He is the subject of a federal gambling investigation. This is based on stuff from the 23-24 season. So not last year, but the year prior. Best pure shooter in the market, made 319 threes last year, over 40%. Just lights out for the Pistons, was just a critical player on a team that didn't have a lot of spacing otherwise. They won the minutes he played, is about 2.3 points per 100 better on offense with him out there, with him on than off. What do we make of the off-court situation, and what's that going to do to his value? And then maybe we could talk about, like, it touches on the Pistons' whole offseason plan, really.
I really think it's going to crater his value based off the reports that we're already seeing about them potentially using cap space, signing Karis LeVert, because they needed to operate basically either use their cap space on him or use the mid-level on him. Maybe it craters his market enough to, if they hold on to the room exception, which is like almost $9 million, they could pick him up later. But I could see a scenario where if this thing is going to drag out until they have clarity on it. Look, Jonte Porter Jr., like, he's been banned for like a different situation, but like same sort of circumstances. Teams are going to be super wary of that. So if nothing comes of this, or if he's still allowed to play basketball, maybe after suspension, again, we don't know how this is going to all end. Like, does a team just end up with him on the minimum because of the off-court issues? I'm hesitant to say that, but the fact that the Pistons are already pivoting, like, it just to me kind of shows that they might have the most information available at this point, just because they've had him for the past year. And if they're ready to move on, or at least go about their business as if he's not going to be on their team, or they'll figure it out later, like, no other team is going to make him a priority. So maybe he's sitting around and ends up having to sign for, the mini MLE is something that he could get. And so on the court specifically, if that's what ends up happening, you're getting great value here because of the shooting. And also he's held up okay defensively the past 2 seasons in Milwaukee and then in Detroit. We go to another free agent who provides some shooting, not as much as Gary Trent Jr. and Malik Beasley. But at number 4, we have Dorian Finney-Smith. He did decline his player option, so he is on the open market. I think a lot of people assumed that he would either opt in or just figure out a new deal with the Lakers. Now we're getting reports, Grant, that the Rockets are prepared, because the Rockets just have all this flexibility. They could use the MLE on Dorian Finney-Smith after getting Kevin Durant, after extending Jabari Smith, after announcing they're going to bring back all these other guys. I thought maybe there'd be other teams involved if he could be had for around the MLE, a quintessential 3-and-D guy, can do some straight line drive stuff. But I think his defense, while it's slipped since the peak of his Dallas days, it feels a little bit underappreciated at this point because of his ability to kind of scale up and down the positional spectrum. What do you see? Like, where do you think that is it going to be the Rockets or the Lakers? It feels like it's one of those two teams. If someone else comes in, that I would honestly be shocked.
Yeah, I mean, normally I'd put on my my cynic cap and say, well, all this Rockets stuff is just noise, and he's trying to gin up a better offer from the Lakers. But both of these teams it's mid-level exception money, basically. That's about it, right? It's not like he can go, flirt with the Rockets like some other free agents have in the past, and then the Lakers say, all right, 25 a year for you. Like, that's not really on the table.
Well, and even, sorry to interject there, but like the LeBron stuff looming over this, if he really didn't have a multi-year deal open to him, that would suggest the Lakers are going younger, in which case, are they just going to let Dorian Finney-Smith? Well, like, why would you bring back? They could pay him more. Why would you bring him back if the plan is to get younger around Luka Doncic? I mean, to preserve the asset, sure, but
no, that's exact. It's all there's several like tentacles coming off of this, right? I can't wait to discuss some of this with one of our guests coming up from a Lakers standpoint, because, it says a couple things. If Finney-Smith really is considering the Rockets, you've got to believe there's 2 drivers of this. One is the Lakers are looking to skew younger, and 2 is that Finney-Smith maybe sees the Rockets as a more legitimate title contender, right? Which is, like, at this stage of his career, if the money's equal, you go to the better team that maybe has, like, and really, would the Rockets have a bigger role for him than the Lakers would? I kind of doubt it. So if it's a winning decision, that says a lot about his perception of the Lakers, which, by the way, like, the relationship between him and Luka was like, he's his best friend on the team. And the second he left for Brooklyn from Dallas, it was how do we get him back? And what a great repairing this is in LA now that Luka and DFS are together. Like, maybe Finney-Smith is not that confident that Luka's going to be. Maybe he thinks Luka is the guy Dallas thought he was and isn't the guy that the Lakers think. I don't know. There's just a lot of interesting kind of speculative angles to explore here. So we'll definitely speak more about him later in the show. Dan, we're getting into these last 3 guys we have, our top 3, I think, led by Nickeil Alexander-Walker, free agent from the Minnesota Timberwolves. You've got like massive markets for all of these guys normally. Now, Alexander Walker doesn't come with the restricted situation that another one, I don't want to spoil our number 2 here, but he is just a universal plug and play fit, right? He's young enough to, feature on a team that is, not trying to win immediately, but he's also in a point in his career where he has played for a winner, made the Western Conference Finals twice in a row here with Minnesota, plays both ends, has just enough, individual shot creation, ball handling to be someone that can share a real playmaking load, whether that's running second units, whether that's being kind of a supplementary shot creator, hits his threes, can defend on the ball, good size as a guard. Just like this guy is maybe you're not like over the moon if he's starting for you, but man, you want him in your rotation, right? And short rotation. Like he's a guy that you will play every night. And maybe if you need him to, he can start and give you 30 good minutes, like no problem.
Yeah, he'd be interesting in another season with more money floating around. And the development of his 3-point shot over the past 2 seasons has been a legitimately big deal. I do question, we've now seen it. It doesn't really scale to the postseason. Like like that percentage has dropped precipitously, and he's playing less like in the playoffs. That's what happened with Minnesota this past year. That's something that teams will probably factor in. The two most common ones linked to him, though, Grant, have been Detroit and Atlanta right now. Atlanta just making moves this offseason. You love to see it. Is there a team, is there either another team that you could see him kind of fitting in well with that might come out of, he could still sign with the Timberwolves, but if they're worried about their finances, keeping Randall and Naz Reid kind of telegraphs that, okay, Naz gone, especially because they have Jalen Clark and Terrence Shannon on the roster. So in theory, those guys can pick up some of the slack left behind by Alexander Walker. I think I find myself preferring the Atlanta fit most, just because it would give him an opportunity to really spend more time on the ball. Where if you go to Detroit, you have Cade and Trey, like those are the top 2 guys in Atlanta, Detroit. But Detroit also has Jaden Ivey. And if they actually are going after Karis LeVert, where in Atlanta it's Trae Young, and then who's your secondary ball handler after Trae Young,
Right.
especially if LeVert's gone?
Yeah, no, my answer to where would I like to see him go? You could talk me into literally any team that has the full mid-level. Like, I mean, maybe that's Miami. In addition to the teams you mentioned, because it does kind of feel like the market has narrowed a little bit for him from like rumors wise. The Clippers could use another guy who could make, do some ball handling. You can't count on Bogdanovich to stay healthy for a full season. You just re-upped with James Harden. How's he going to hold up? You should anticipate needing more ball handling there. Just anybody with the mid-level that, is looking for a rotation piece. I mean, the Lakers have the full mid-level. I don't know if you lose Finney Smith. Yeah, the Bucks, sure. Like
that'd be great.
You could look. I think this again. You said it. The mid-level might be where it tops out, just because Brooklyn's not going to be in the market for him. You wouldn't think, unless they get. Well, we'll talk about Brooklyn shortly. Brooklyn has just every possible avenue, but I think he's just going to have his pick of hey guys, everybody with the mid-level. How many minutes am I playing? Am I finishing games with you? How am I getting? How many years of the mid-level am I getting? Like he might not even want the full length of the mid-level to get back on the market as soon as he can. So you're going to have to he's going to have his choice, I would say, of every team that's willing to offer the mid-level.
I think my prediction would be, I think he's going to wind up on the Atlanta Hawks for more than the mid-level in a sign and trade. That's my official prediction. You can write it down and thank me later when I'm right. Our number 2 free agent on the big board, you might have talked about him once or twice during your career. Jonathan Kuminga, just so fascinating. He has shown at points flashes of real on-ball offensive stardom. They couldn't come to an extension agreement last year when he wanted like $30 million. His value is probably lower based on the season that he just had. His utility to the Warriors is now all over the place following the addition of Jimmy Butler. I know there's been a lot of talk about sign and trade scenarios with him, but the base year compensation rule, which we don't want to get too far into the weeds here, but it just makes it very difficult to move him because essentially he will count. If he signs a $30 million contract in a sign and trade, he counts as $15 million in outgoing trade money for Golden State versus the full 30 for another team. It gets easier if his salary's smaller just to be able to bridge those gaps. There's been very little reporting on what the market is for him. People circle Brooklyn because of the cap space. We've seen that the Heat might have interest in a sign and trade. That could be interesting. What do you make before even getting into where might he land? Where does he make sense? Will he even leave the Warriors? What do you view as his value or even his career trajectory at this point?
I mean, that's the, I was going to say $1 million question. That's the $30 million question, because that's roughly what the Warriors are willing to offer him last summer. And that wasn't quite enough. And now here we are. The Warriors did extend his qualifying offer. That's the reason he's a restricted free agent. We have seen in other situations already. I think Trey Mann was not extended a qualifying offer by the Hornets, so he's unrestricted. The Warriors are at least setting it up so that they can match if Brooklyn, and it would only be Brooklyn, comes with an offer sheet. I think the way where I've landed on Kuminga now, after it has been literal years of kind of going back and forth on this, and there's been reporting by Anthony Slater to this effect. Kuminga has said it himself. He believes he's a number one option type player, if not right this minute, at least ultimately. And you said it, like, he has shown flashes of really, really hard to replace athletic ability, foul drawing, like getting to the basket, overwhelming defenders with his athleticism. He hasn't done it consistently, and the Warriors don't frankly trust him to do that. I don't think they've never really empowered him. But when you have Steph Curry and then you had Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Kuminga is not going to be the guy handling the ball. The Warriors want him to be like a hustle, rebound, defend the other team's best wing type of guy. Kuminga doesn't want to do that. So in answer to your question, I think Kuminga's potential value to another team is much higher than it is to the Warriors because of how the Warriors want to use him and because of how he wants to play, and those two things not squaring. So Brooklyn, for example, might not be, off base to just say, let's sign him for 30 plus. The Warriors may not match. Maybe we have to sign. Maybe we can work out a sign and trade, and let's give him a year to just show, like, can you be the guy that's going to take 20 shots a night and lead a good offense? He's never done it. He wants to do it. Brooklyn's got nothing to lose. Why not give it a shot? Now, if you get into the sign and trades in addition to the base year stuff, it's more complicated. But he's just a singularly interesting free agent this summer because everybody seems to understand that there's maybe a star in here, maybe. But he hasn't shown it, and the Warriors don't think that, and they're the team with matching rights. So I don't know. I don't know if you have anything to add on the Kuminga thing. We've talked about it. I mean, for forever, forever. Really, his entire career has kind of been some version of this. What type of player is he actually, and why does his opinion of that differ so much from his team's? But yeah, he's number 2 here for us. Also, by the way, he was incredibly young for his draft class, so like, he still is, coming off this rookie scale deal. You could project some upside.
Is there any scenario in which, if the Nets aren't interested, because you can't figure it out with the Heat, he could sign his qualifying offer, then he's just on a 1-year deal with basically a no trade clause and becomes an unrestricted free agent next summer. Mm-hmm. And that arguably is like a worst case outcome for the Warriors, just because you can't really trade him because his bird rights won't transfer at that point. If he believes in himself that much, and there was that Anthony Slater of The Athletic had had a quote from him, Jonathan Kuminga just saying, I believe I'm going to be an all-star.
Yeah.
Doesn't he feel like that might be an option, just given how little cap space or money in general is on this? Like, we don't see this happen. I mean, Miles Bridges, given the off-court legal issues, had to do it. Like, the one before that was Greg Monroe, like a free agent who had a market and actively chose to try and become an unrestricted free agent. Do you think that's a possibility, or do you ultimately believe that at worst the Warriors will find a way to bring him back on a multi-year deal just so they preserve that asset?
I think it's a possibility because the situation is enough of an outlier to sort of line up with the rare instances that it's happened in the past. I would say, though, like, for him, yeah, the allure of unrestricted free agency in 26, when there can't be less money out there than there is right now. Like, who knows what'll happen between now and next July, but theoretically there's a lot more money. There'll be a lot more suitors. That makes sense on one hand. On the other, if he just plays on the qualifying offer and his role is basically what it was this past season and his production is basically what it was this past season, that's just another year where essentially he feels like a disappointment. And so, yeah, like, he probably would make more, but the risk is there that the Warriors just continue to treat him like a 6th or 7th or 8th guy, and he hits unrestricted free agency and doesn't look like a $30 million guy again. And it's, the more you pile on years like that, maybe the more it hurts his earning potential. That's a lot on Kuminga. You want to hit our very last, our number 1 free agent here, dominating the offseason. Not really, because it feels like he's coming back to the Pacers. Miles Turner, after spending a decade dangled in trades and like, will he be back? Will he not? Suddenly he feels indispensable. He is a player that the Pacers, who have not paid the luxury tax since 2006, might pay. Now, talk about, Dan, Tyrese Halliburton goes down, going to miss the year. How does that affect the Pacers? How should it affect, if at all, the Pacers' willingness to give Turner a market rate deal in the 25 to 30 million a year range?
I don't think it will impact it much because they reacquired the rights to their own draft pick next year, which suggests now they're set up to tank. But the Pacers just don't like, they've very rarely done that, and it seems like they're going to try and be solid in Halliburton's absence. You mentioned the price, which feels like the bigger deal, because this isn't a team. They did announce that they would pay the tax, but this is not a team that has historically paid the tax. It hasn't happened since 2005. Why would you pay it now if Halliburton's probably not going to play for you? And so I think what's more of an interesting fallout, I believe Miles Turner will be back with the Pacers, but I think him returning to the Pacers sets up other potential moves because the Pacers are going to be looking to cut money. And so all of a sudden, is Benedict Mathurin available? Is Jarris Walker available? Obi Toppin just had a killer postseason run. Does he become someone that they're just looking to offload? But also, doesn't it kind of leave open to the possibility, like the wild card circumstance of, like, the Pacers just might move on if they view this as Tyrese Halliburton's out next year. He needs to come back and we need to figure out who he is, what he is, let him find his footing, and then build from there. You're looking at almost a 2-year sort of gap. And they might sit there and say, well, if someone else is willing to pay him $30 million in a sign and trade, why wouldn't we work out something like that? And so I do think his free agency just got a little bit more interesting, but I ultimately think it's more so because of what re-signing him is going to do to the rest of the roster.
Yeah, I think, as you're talking about it, the parallels between it's a lower stakes game, but the parallels between Indy and Boston, where you've got your best players got an Achilles injury, you're looking at a gap year of some kind, followed by, like, how ready is our best player to lead again? How good will we be? Which of our vets do we keep around to be ready for that next run, which is in maybe 2 years? So yeah, it's really interesting with Turner. I think you've got to have him back just for like, you can't make the finals and then it just, start stripping talent off. Like, maybe if you're a second apron team, but if it's just a little bit of tax money, like, come on, you can't. If I'm a Pacers fan, I'm pretty discouraged if that's the way it goes, because then I'm never going to believe you'll pay the tax. Like, and maybe that's the right thing to believe, but I think that would be a rough look. Let's recap here with our top 10. Leading it off at, I guess coming up at number 10 is Giddey. Karis LeVert there at 9, Quentin Grimes, Al Horford, Gary Trent Jr., Malik Beasley, Finney Smith, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Jonathan Kuminga, and Miles Turner. A lot of variety there. I don't know what to make of that list. It doesn't have James Harden. It doesn't have LeBron. It doesn't have Kyrie. Some of those guys might have been there, but they came off the market.
A lot of these guys look like they might change teams too, which for top 10 free agents, yeah, the quality of players isn't there, but a lot of the times the top 10 board just looks like guys are going to go back to where they are. There seems like there's going to be real movement here. LeBron James is not on this list though, Grant. He is, however, atop, if you want to talk about NBA trade rumors. We've done a few live shows now for free agency. There will probably come a time where LeBron James won't be like a lead item on it for some reason, but that time is not right now. He opted into his contract. And now there are just a bunch of different borderline wild conspiracy theories being thrown around. But it does seem, this is per se Mamek of The Athletic, that this might have been, especially when you look at the comments Rich Paul made to ESPN's Shams Charania, this might be a play for LeBron trying to force a trade elsewhere. And that would make sense to me. I'm curious how you feel, because if he's trying to just apply pressure to the Lakers to get better, the way to theoretically do that would have been to just opt out. But knowing there's no money available for someone to give him $50+ million a year, aside from the Nets, who already started using their cap space, this feels like he probably wanted another 2-year deal. The Lakers are like, like maybe they wouldn't give him his no trade clause. Maybe they didn't want him on a 2-year deal because now they're on Luka Doncic's time horizon. I'm starting to, maybe I'm just like conspiracy theorist pilled at this point, like from everyone talking about LeBron. I kind of think that he's trying to like angle his way out of LA. How do you feel about this decision from him?
I'm trying really, really hard to resist the bait. I'm not saying this is bait, but we've just been here before with the speculation, but this feels different. And the main difference, are these copyrighted, the Windhorse finger guns? Like, he's never done this before. He's never just picked up the player option. He's always opted out and got it, and it's just been 1+1s generally has been what he's done. Give me another year with another player option. That way it preserves some kind of leverage for him, because then he can play the look, I could opt out and leave. This is I could opt in, and opting in this circumstance is the best way for him to leave, right? Because he essentially controls where he goes, and it's also broadcasting like a, there's not even a possibility that if things go good, like if you do the things I want, I'll pick up my player option a year from now. So it's I have to concede, like it does feel a little different. It's pretty interesting. Pushing all the way back against that is just like the baseline question of like, where is he going? Like what, it's just the salary is hard to match. It'd be a 1-year thing. Presumably Bronny's coming. Like, I don't know, not that that's a huge hurdle, but maybe that's part of it. And look, the teams that he might want to go to are the teams that, which is to say contenders, like top line contenders. Those are the teams that are going to have the hardest time making trades, because some of them are up against aprons. A lot of them don't have picks to move. There's just kind of a lot to unpack in terms of the obstacles. But I think I'm with you that this feels like something. I don't know. Like that's my analysis, Dan. What do you feel? What do you think about my analysis? That this is not nothing, but it's a little closer to something.
I say this all the time. You are an expert hedger. Nice job.
Right.
I do. When you look at specific teams, like maybe this is, if anything, though, let's start here. It's definitely a sign of something, whether it's that he wants out or that all of a sudden he just doesn't have the type of sway in LA that he used to. Either is a pretty big deal. But when you get into destinations, I know Johan Buha, who covers the Lakers, mentioned Dallas, which would be like the least interesting destination to me. Like you miss AD that much. No, thank you. Like you're on Cooper Flagg's timeline first of all. I know Kyrie and AD are there. My favorite one would just be Phoenix. You could swap the two guys in the NBA that have no trade clauses. And also Bryce James is committed to the Arizona Wildcats. So that would be my favorite. And so if you can, and like, look, the Lakers need a center and they're looking to get younger. You'd have to game it because these are both Phoenix's second apron team right now. We have to mention that. Fans shouldn't care about it, but we have to mention it. If you include Malawach, just to like, you're getting out of the final year of Bradley Beal's deal. And I would imagine Beal has yet to waive his no trade clause. He's 100% waiving it to go to LA and play with Luka, right? And so if you're the Lakers, you look at this and say, if we got Malawach for like with Bradley Beal, who can, like, he can still play. They are set up to, in that scenario, have a bunch of cap space in 2027 when Luka Doncic's friend, Nikola Jokic, is currently slated for free agency. And the Nuggets just don't really feel like they want to do anything to improve their team or keep him. So I know I'm really gaming this out and galaxy braiming it, but that's my favorite. Like LeBron wants to go to, and there's always that undercurrent of NBA players want to play in Phoenix. It's got proximity to Los Angeles, like a close flight to Vegas. You throw in the fact of like LeBron's son being there. Chris Paul, his buddy, is linked to a reunion there because he's trying to move closer to Los Angeles, and I don't think he's going to end up with the Lakers. So I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just asking questions. Is it a possibility?
You are just asking. You're just wildly asking questions. Those are all great questions, and I had not thought of Phoenix because my first reaction when thinking of like where he might go is just kind of like, are they good enough? Like, what is he? And the short answer is no, I don't think. I mean, surely he makes them better than Beal would make them, but
do you think they're better if they're with LeBron? They have a deeper roster right now than the Lakers do. DFS isn't there. The Lakers have no bigs. Just saying.
You could make the argument. Well, even then, I would probably push back a little bit if you're comparing the Suns and Lakers. What about the field? Like, now I already have said that the field's limited. What about Cleveland? We have to mention Cleveland just because, when you've played there twice and you're from there, let's throw it out there. Some version of DeAndre Hunter, Jared Allen, and Lonzo Ball, you'd have to wait 60 days to re-aggregate Lonzo Ball. You have to get off Max Strus's money so you can aggregate. You could involve a third team, as you pointed out to me the other day. Thank you for that, to take on Strus in the same deal. But then you're looking at Garland, Mitchell, LeBron. Mobley slides up to the 5 full-time because Jared Allen's gone. And you're in the East, where if the Cavs do nothing, they're probably going to be projected to win the conference by like 15 games because the Celtics are out of it now. So if you're trying to get back to the finals and you want another ring in Cleveland, which would probably feel pretty nice, man, you can't do a lot better than the Cavs for LeBron's, you get the homecoming angle, you get the best team you could possibly land on, I think, unless you've got, we could talk about some others, but that one checks a lot of boxes. It's just like, do the Lakers want Jared Allen? Sure. DeAndre Hunter, I guess.
Sure.
Lonzo Ball, yeah. Look, we get another little homecoming angle there.
LeVar is so excited right now.
Oh, he's pumped, yeah. So, and maybe LaMelo gets traded to the Clippers somehow, and then everybody's back where they belong. The Cavs are interesting. Are they likely? I mean, I have no idea. But that was the first team that jumped to my mind.
It has to jump there. What are they left with? And it feels like the thing they would need, like, what does this do to their defense when you're playing Donovan Mitchell, Darius Garland, and LeBron? Like, Dean Wade is all of a sudden one of the most important players in the Eastern Conference, which is a little uncomfortable. I have one more team.
If he's healthy, I'm very comfortable with that, but he never is.
I have one more team to throw at you. What about the Knicks? Just because they have that huge Karl-Anthony Towns salary, or they could get there else, like with a combined OG Anunoby and Mitchell Robinson, or just do something like that. They could use another like primary scorer, because I know Cat does that sometimes. Mikal Bridges does that sometimes, but not consistently enough. That would be somewhat fast. If it's honestly a Towns and you're like trying to make the math work elsewhere, if I'm the Knicks, I know LeBron is going to his age 41 season, and Karl-Anthony Towns has 3 years left on his deal. Do the Lakers want that? I mean, that's a big for Luka, but it's not. I mean, they tried the floor spacing big next to Luka before with Kristaps. It didn't necessarily pan out. If you're either side, like, does this intrigue you at all?
I mean, Luka needs a lob catcher, and noted high flyer Cat would really just
ultra ground bound Carl.
Ultra ground bound, can't defend the rim. Yeah, I mean, it would juice the scoring. I would say if Luka is gonna be Luka again full time, I don't think you need a player like Cat, because Luka can turn just Maxi Kleber into like a pretty good facsimile offensively of what Cat would do. That's a huge exaggeration, but you know what I mean? Like the cost of Cat and the potential for him to not add as much value on a team where Luka can just make 6th and 7th guys into great shooters and scorers. Like, I don't know. But from the Knicks perspective, let's go, right? Like Mitchell Robinson's your full-time 5. LeBron's another playmaker, so Jalen Brunson doesn't have to pound the air out of it all the time. Like that makes perfect sense. And you're just, again, out from under the rest of that Cat deal. No problem there from the Knicks perspective. I have a couple more. What do we think about the Spurs? If they were in on Giannis, if they had interest there, and like, I don't know, why not? If you want to, you could use all the angles you want, like just a guy to teach Wemby how to take care of his body, another veteran influence if you're going to lose Chris Paul. It's just that you've got all that stuff, and like it's just a roster that is so guard heavy that you're essentially upgrading the Harrison Barnes spot with LeBron. I mean, I'm interested there.
Who's another guard? It's already guard heavy, so let's throw in another ball hand.
Hey, look, LeBron's a 4 now. Like, he's fine off the ball space. He could space the floor. You look at your 5 outlooks, him going downhill against. I mean, you can't guard him with the 5. It's just, there's a lot to like about the Spurs fit, but I've been trying to will the Giannis to San Antonio trade into existence since any of that broke, and I'm a little disappointed. We'll talk about Giannis in a minute here. But I don't know, if I'm the Spurs and it's a 1-year commitment, I'm giving up like Keldon Johnson and Barnes and somebody else and a pick. Like, why wouldn't you do that?
I would be worried about what that does to, like, how do you develop Steph Castle, Dylan Harper within an offense that has Wemby, LeBron, and I'm a very big believer, like, you can't have too many on-ball decision makers, but now we're getting to a point where the Spurs are Wemby could play off the ball. That's great. You could probably lose LeBron in that capacity more, but you're getting, it just feels weird. I think you have to do it just because of what you mentioned for the value proposition, but that would just be objectively weird to me.
I would say you're right. I would just say we can't leave LeBron, I guess. We tried to. I would just say, like, I think there's a version of LeBron, especially going into year 23 now, where maybe he's fine just being more of a connective guy that makes open threes and takes over when you need him to. And maybe it's not, like, I don't feel like LeBron at this stage is someone that's going to take away from the development of some of your guards. Like Austin Reeves proved he was a point guard last year playing with LeBron. I mean, granted, some of that happened while LeBron was out, but you know what I mean? I don't think he's someone that is going to monopolize touches and make it so Steph Castle is just kind of standing around, like, not developing. I feel like he'd be okay there. And it's only for a year, or I don't know, maybe he comes back, but I don't know. If you're in on Giannis at any point, why aren't you in on LeBron? That's kind of my nutshell summary there.
We do have a couple comments in the chat about LeBron. Dooney23 says, I hope he stays in LA, but he knows what everyone else knows, that the fifth ring means everything, especially if he goes back home. I find this fascinating from a perspective of Rich Paul and LeBron could just be trying to save face a little bit by like seeing him opt in rather than get a multi-year deal. But if the Lakers have just told him, yeah, like our timeline's different, that's like a big deal too, is yeah, we could get into the Phoenix versus Lakers debate, but if this is what the Lakers are actually planning, he is more likely to win his fifth ring somewhere else at this point. If the Lakers are really playing that longer game, right?
Yeah, I think that's right. And I don't know. I mean, Luka's in the middle of his prime, and we could have a long conversation about like, are the next 5 years going to be better than the last 5 with Luka? So like, isn't this more of a win now situation than the Lakers are treating it like it is? I don't know. That's maybe that's a very long discussion for another time. But yeah, I think if the Lakers really are looking at this, like we're kind of retrenching. We're not going to give up picks unless Mark Williams is available, which he's not anymore. But like this is kind of let's walk back the timeline a little bit and orient it around Luka. Yeah, you could win. You'd have a better shot at winning in a lot of places, which feels weird to say about a team with Doncic, but here we are. One more comment.
Nico Harrison agrees, though. Don't worry.
Yeah, well, maybe that's how I know I'm wrong. JDELR says, where does Ayton go? Since we're just talking about the Lakers, doesn't it feel like that's a pretty likely destination?
Why isn't it Charlotte? They just have no bigs. I know the Lakers have no bigs, but I feel like he could have a more prominent role in Charlotte. Is that a misread of the situation? They just got rid of Nurkic. LaMelo Ball's there.
I think Ayton's best years were with Chris Paul spoon feeding him lobs, and I think if I'm him, I would very much like Luka to take on that role. And like just the brand, like if you go to Charlotte and you have a good year, maybe nobody notices. But if you're in LA and you have a decent year, everybody thinks you're great. So I think for Ayton's, like, because he's lost his bird rights too, by the way. So to up your earning potential after this buyout with the Blazers, you might just want to be in the biggest market possible and being set up by the guy who is like uniquely qualified to make centers look good. So I'd go LA, but you're right. Like you could spread your wings a little more maybe in Charlotte, because with the Lakers, he's going to be asked to do like 2 things. So yeah, I think that's fair, but the Lakers just feels, I don't know, fated is too strong of a word, but it feels pretty likely to me.
You think Phoenix will try to get? I'm just kidding. We should get to Giannis. The Giannis trade rumor mill this offseason, Grant, started out piping hot. It's quieted down ever since he was tweeting about winning another title in Milwaukee. But then we get the report from Shams that he's monitoring what the Bucks were doing around the draft and free agency. I'm sure in most years he wouldn't even be paying attention, right? So that's noteworthy.
Sure. Yeah, who cares?
Brian Windhorst did say, where's the finger things, that teams like the Heat, the Spurs, and the Knicks withheld their offers for Kevin Durant or drew lines in the sand because they're waiting on a Giannis trade. I think that's fair, just because Kevin Durant's like a million years old. He's still really good, but he's a million years old at this point. So if you want to save your powder, the Knicks do not have really any powder, though. For Giannis, that makes sense. What do you see as the outcome to Giannis's future in or outside of Milwaukee, specifically with regard to this offseason?
So I would agree with you that when the initial reports, and I guess it was probably back in May, broke that he's more open. I think the wording was like more open than he's ever been to looking around, basically. That to draw on our LeBron analysis, that felt like something, and it felt a little different. And some of that had to do with just how stuck the Bucks were. Like, we're not going to talk a ton about Milwaukee, but like their best case scenario might just be somehow bringing back the team that they had last year, which was nowhere near good enough to contend. So like Bobby Portis is already back on a new deal, which by the way, came in a little below what I thought it might have to. So, but Brook Lopez is a free agent. KPJ just opted out, and like suddenly he seems really critical to the Bucks operation. So so it does seem like Giannis's window, I think, I do the Bucks a favor by requesting a trade has if not shut, like narrowed a lot. Because if you do it now, Milwaukee is kind of, maybe Milwaukee would have done a bunch of other stuff knowing that the Giannis era was over. Let's reposition ourselves. Let's chase draft picks. Let's not bring Portis back, like that kind of thing. If he asks out now, it's just like, well, we kind of already started going down the road of trying to keep a decent team around you. What are we, it would feel a little bit unfair, is what I'm saying. So the longer this goes on, the more likely I am to believe that Giannis is really going to stay. I think that's the wrong decision. Just outside of purely sentimental reasons, I think the Bucks just don't have an avenue to contend again with him. So he shouldn't want that, and they shouldn't want that. But we haven't heard enough noise. So I don't know. Like the Knicks, sure, like that. If I'm him, I'm very interested in that. But like the Spurs, again, I've been banging that drum forever. Houston's ambition is like bottomless, so Houston could figure it out. They still have enough picks and young players and good contracts to do it. I guess you're probably moving Şengün in that case, but fine. You have
to Durant now that Jabari Smith is poison pilled. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know. Are there any other teams? Atlanta, I think, had some mention.
I mean, Atlanta now has their pick. Could roll up, like theoretically, is going to have the better Milwaukee or New Orleans' pick next year, so that helps. I just find, look, and we have like the post up on screen from the NBA Central that Doc Rivers and John Horst have presented plans to keep the Bucks' core intact around Giannis with the goal of competing for a top 6 playoff spot and the hopes that Damian Lillard can return from his Achilles injuries before the end of next season. That is so wildly underwhelming if I'm Giannis Antetokounmpo. Right. And it's, you could talk about, well, they'll have more spending power. Like they could use the MLE. Okay, then Brook Lopez is just gone. And you've decided that either Giannis is playing more center. Does he want to do that? Or what are we dusting off Jericho Sims? If I were Giannis and I'm trying to win, Milwaukee's not the place to do that. I get the emotional component, which is why I think he will end up staying there. And it does sound like he wants to have the chance to be a point center, have the ball in his hands more. And if he's healthy, they're going to be fine. But this does feel while I understand it from the Bucks' perspective, if I'm running that team, I'm not trading Giannis especially when I don't have my own picks, unless he asks for out. But this all feels like it's delaying the inevitable, which is we will get murmurings around the trade deadline or next offseason that he wants a trade. And so at this point, I expect him to be on Milwaukee to start the 25-26 season. I would be pretty surprised if he's still in Milwaukee for 2026, 2027, because they'll have some trade assets. They could trade 3 first-round picks, but now you're going to trade away 2031 and 2033 first-round picks next summer, and you're just going to be in a desert when he does eventually leave. So that is my prediction. How do you see it before we move on to the next rumor? How do you kind of see the Giannis situation gaming out?
Yeah, I think I agree. It's just, I think he's more likely to start the season with Milwaukee than not. I just want to jump in and say this idea that we're going for top 6 and maybe Lillard will be ready by the playoffs. Like, I don't think you can count on Lillard being anything close to like an all-star level player next, like not this coming season at all, but the season after that, just given his age and the nature of that injury. I don't know. I don't know what you want the Bucks to say, but like this can't be it. It can't be we're not even acknowledging this is kind of a gap year because we think Lillard will be back for the playoffs. Like this is a team with like a top 6 is ambitious, I think, if Lillard doesn't play at all. Like, so I don't know. Yeah, I think Giannis will be back. And then I do think this has just been a kind of an irresponsible. I don't want to put it on the Bucks. I'll put it on Giannis for not just seeing what's there with respect to the Bucks' chances to get back in contention. And they'll kick it down the road, and then we'll be having the same conversation, maybe with a different outcome in 6 months or a year, probably next offseason.
You mentioned the Rockets can still do all sorts of things. They are apparently planning to do all sorts of things. Latest reports have them setting up meetings with not only Dorian Finney-Smith, but Alexander Walker, Luke Kennard. They have the non-tax pyramid level you mentioned. Jabari Smith Jr. can still technically be traded, but he's probably not going to be traded now that he signs that extension. They still can make trades, though. They have the ability to make that math work. I still think with the addition of Kevin Durant, I think you can make the argument that they still kind of need maybe more of a game manager type on the ball. And they still definitely could use more shooting. Just inserting Kevin Durant into here doesn't solve all their floor spacing issues. They did lose Jalen Green, their leading scorer. So it's, again, Kevin Durant, major upgrade. But I find it interesting, Dorian Finney-Smith and Nickeil Alexander-Walker would be very interesting just value plays. But I'm wondering if, and Luke Kennard's riskier, should they be a team that's more interested in a Gary Trent Jr. type just for the shooting alone and the volume? Or do you think that maybe this tips the hand and says, especially if it's a Dorian Finney-Smith, that the Rockets believe that Reed Shepherd can come in and take up real minutes in the rotation next year?
Yeah, I think you can't get too far down the Rockets planning without mentioning Shepherd, because if he's going to have a year like his rookie year where he just isn't, isn't playing, then yeah, sure, we need more shooting in the backcourt. We need ball handling, all that stuff. But if you think he's ready to do, to give you 15 minutes a game, something like that, which doesn't feel like a big ask considering his draft pedigree and some, all the analytics darling status he had coming in, then yeah, I think you go cheaper. You go maybe more one-dimensional with some of that backcourt stuff. Trent Jr. is a good option. Kennard, I mean, maybe they're a Beasley destination when the dust settles. Who knows if the price is right there. But Finney Smith kind of would fill back in the Dylan Brooks void, I guess, if you think there's a void, which frankly, like maybe there's not between Tari Eason and Amen Thompson, and they're good. You're fine in terms of your front court and wing defense. The Rockets just doesn't it feel like they shouldn't be able to be such players right now, considering they've already traded for Kevin Durant and given a 9-figure extension to a rookie scale guy, like, and re-upped with Steven Adams. So it's just, I wouldn't put anything past Houston. I wouldn't say there's a trade out there that they can't make. And I wouldn't say that it feels like they're front runners suddenly for, like, all things being equal, mid-level guys. Because if Finney Smith is looking at them and they have a shot at Alexander Walker, both of whom I think would be just huge additions. Like, the Rockets just feel, they feel like they're kind of capable of anything at this point.
Let's keep moving down the rumor list before we have Kobe Price on to talk about the Lakers. Lauri Markkanen renegotiated and extended last offseason. The contract's not looking so you're owed like 4 years and $170+ million. That's a lot of money for someone who's not guaranteed to make an all-star team. He can make one in any given year, not guaranteed to make it year in and year out. The Jazz are clearly rebuilding. No one needs me to tell them that. Do you think that the reporting's been sort of just conflicting on, do the Jazz want to move him? Would they even consider moving him? Is this just they know that he's not going to ruin their quote-unquote rebuild or tank, whatever you want to call it? It's closer to a tank after trading Colin Sexton for Yusuf Nurkic, I can tell you that much.
That's true.
Like, do you view this as his value is much lower than it was this time last year? So what's Utah's looking at it from the perspective of, what's the point of moving him? Like, they don't have to move him, and if his value can probably only improve from here, doesn't it feel like this is a situation they're either going to wait out until the trade deadline or next offseason as well?
I think that's the way to go. And it's more because I think they just haven't gotten good enough offers. And look, like, when you're now like, Ace Bailey was a risky pick for a lot of reasons, but the main reason Utah's picked, he's in Utah, and he is in Utah now finally, as of a couple days ago, is because he has cornerstone upside. We talked about this when we were discussing the draft. Like, the Jazz don't have that guy. Maybe Bailey's that guy, maybe he's not. But regardless, your timeline is oriented around someone that just got into the league now. And so Markkanen is kind of an even worse fit. So there's really no question that, like, he doesn't fit there in terms of, like, his best years will probably happen before the Jazz are ready to compete. So the reason he hasn't been moved is the offers just haven't been good enough, because it's not a fit question. If you're moving Markkanen, though, let's just say that there's teams out there that are interested. Like, is there a team you like him for? That it's clearly it's a team that needs shooting. I've got a handful to name if you want a primer, but
is one of them Detroit?
Sure, Detroit is definitely one of them. Every team I have listed was below the league average in 3-point shooting. I would say Markkanen would upgrade the Tobias Harris spot by just a hair.
Yeah, I mean, any team that needs it's just, who's willing to pay that, like, salary? Is Miami like a team that would be willing to float that bill if they can make the math on a trade work?
Yeah, I think Portland, with Jeremy Grant's money going back, being part of it. I think maybe earmuffs, Blazers fans. Maybe Scoot Henderson is the piece that Utah wants out of this. And you're building something as Portland around Jeremy Grant's contract and Scoot. Look, if you just got Drew Holiday in Portland, like, pretty clearly you're at least interested in competing a little bit right now. So Markkanen makes a lot more sense for the Blazers than he does in Utah. I mean, you could throw Toronto out there. We just want shooting on this Raptors team. They have the salary sizes to make something work. And I'll just say the Spurs again, because I'm going to say the Spurs for every player, because they should be ambitious with Wemby looking like an all-NBA first teamer before he got hurt last year.
Yeah, the Spurs is a good one. He might make some sense on the Kings, but they probably need a point guard even more than that. Yeah, the list of teams that would Milwaukee, or if you're the Jazz, if Milwaukee puts like its swap and the distant first round pick on the table, does that get you thinking, or is that just not enough to, when you look at the salary that would be coming back?
I think I get a little nervous about that number. Yeah, I think if I'm Utah, I'm gonna need a pick, but I'm also gonna need, I think, someone that I can show to fans as like, hey, this kind of on the Ace Bailey theory. That's why I had the Scoot Henderson in a made up deal. Like, give them somebody that might be the guy. Like, just because we know that nobody else they have right now, really, even like if you squint, looks like the guy.
From the chat, do you all think the Hornets will make any big moves? I do not. I mean, they made the Sexton trade. This has just been a front office that's been very opportunistic lately and seems to be playing the long game, which I think is very smart. If another opportunity kind of presents itself to get win now talent, definitely would not surprise me if they tried to take advantage of that. But I don't think that this is going to be a team that gives up a first round pick to get anyone. And again, I think that's smart. Jay Deller in the chat said Giannis to San Antonio is happening. Grant, that will make you very excited. And
Preach.
a final comment before we get to quickly Jonathan Kuminga. Thoughts on Chicago? Not a lot of room. Any likely targets for them? I will say before getting into it, like, could they just get some shooting now? Like, we went from this team is bombing a bunch of threes to like now they've like traded away so much shooting over the past couple seasons. So I don't know. I think it all depends on like how much they give Josh Giddey. And what I also see them doing, because they have to. You have Nikola Vucevic, Ayo Dosunmu, and Kobe White all going into the final year of their contracts. You could probably extend to Ayo or Vooch. Kobe White can only sign like a 4-year, $90 million extension. He's not signing that. I think that's like a bigger name that could potentially get moved this offseason for sure.
Well, and if you really want to wrap all this up into one kind of transactional ball, if you get the number right on a Kuminga sign and trade, him to Chicago and Kobe White going back to the Warriors, you could get the numbers pretty solid. It's probably on the low end of what Kuminga would want, because you're in the 25-ish range. You're probably not getting all the way up to 30. But if you're trying to sign and trade, you're looking at guys in Kobe White's price range, generally speaking, I think. Do the Bulls have any interest in that? Because you're adding a guy in Kuminga who is noted for many things, but three-point shooting reliability is not one. You add him to Giddey, and you're going to lose Vooch in free agency like next year. I don't know if that makes sense from the Bulls' perspective. Just the math kind of checks out if you're the Warriors for Kobe White. Any other Kuminga spots? I mean, Brooklyn could sign him to an offer sheet, but that's really like, other than that, you're signing and trading, and who knows what the packages are.
Do you like his fit in Miami? They could, I mean, like now that Duncan Robinson's a free agent, it gets really weird. So like, are you using the Terry Rozier? Like, it just feels like by him like becoming a free agent, it almost ruined their chance of getting Jonathan Kuminga as a sign, because no one wants to take on Terry Rozier. And okay, Kyle Anderson, are you giving up Jaime? Like, you could step ladder your way there, but do you like Kuminga's fit in Miami?
I like the theory of it. I think he could develop there potentially. I'm just getting here. Nick Batum is signing back with the Clippers. Remember, he opted out of that player was it a player option? I think it was. And the thinking there was essentially that if he just signed back on another vet minimum deal, he was going to get a raise out of it essentially, or they could give him the taxpayer mid-level or the biannual. I'll have to get some details on that up on the screen here in a minute. But that felt like a foregone conclusion. Did you really think Batum was ever going to leave the Clippers? It felt like he's just doing the right financial thing and coming back on a slightly larger 1-year deal.
Yeah, it was the Clippers or he was going to retire. He made that pretty clear when he was in Philly a couple years back. So like, that's just he's just a good connector and like a good depth piece for them. So yeah, this doesn't surprise me at all. But it does, like, the Clippers are a team where it's okay. They don't have a ton of flexibility, but after re-signing Harden, they do have pathways. They'd have to dump a little money. Amir Coffey has to go. You could have most or all of that $14.1 million non-taxpayer mid-level. Like, they could probably get a pretty good, when you're looking at like the point guard relative to free agency this year, like the point guard market is not terrible. And so you could probably get a good option. And like Chris Paul, I don't know if he wants to play with James Harden again, but could make some sense there. You have Tyus Jones, Dennis Schroeder, Ty Jerome would be a fan. Like, you talk about a team that could insulate Ty Jerome defensively. He would be a fantastic fit on the Clippers.
Yeah. We've got the details here now. You can see 2 years, $11.5 million for Batum, and that second year is a team option. He's got a trade kicker on it as well. So yeah, there was no smoke, no fire on Batum leaving. And but like, I think he would have had plenty of suitors at that price range all over the league, just because he still makes corner threes. He's still good enough defensively to really guards up a little bit more now. He's going to be on your 4s and 5s, but good passer, just kind of fits almost anywhere. So that's like, I know he's, way, way deep in his career, but that's not insignificant for the Clippers to bring him back, I think, especially if you do think they're going to, maybe lose guys like Coffee or other kind of low minute reserves on the wing and forward.
Or trade, like,
agency.
If they have to trade Derek, like if they make a trade, Derek Jones Jr. or Chris Dunn is outgoing money. I think Bogdanovich and Powell, sure, like those are guys that make more money. But especially if you end up thinking that you have to trade Derek Jones Jr. as part of any move that you're making, bringing back Batum makes a ton of sense. And also, like when you downsize, he's ultra important. And so like you still don't have, maybe they go out and get one, but there's Ivica Zubac as your best big, like your true big. And then that's kind of really it in LA right now. So like him leaving, I won't say it would have been catastrophic, but him coming back is certainly huge for them.
One guy we haven't really talked about, we're going to have Kobe Price on here at about 20 minutes. So we have a few minutes here to talk another trade candidate that, I don't know how realistic it is given what they've done so far, but Jaylen Brown is still like, if they move Jaylen Brown, Boston will be signaling like a full teardown, obviously. Already moved Drew Holiday, already moved Kristaps Porzingis. That's trimmed off a huge percentage. They're out of the second apron. They can get below the tax if they move, and by plenty, if they move Jaylen Brown and don't take back anything close to his full salary. But like, that's a $53 million guy. Like where is Jaylen Brown fitting? 4 years, 236 total left. But like, what do you think are there any suitors that jump out to you as sensible Jaylen Brown spots?
I mean, could Houston or San Antonio be a team? Is that what they were kind of saving their Jaylen Brown powder for? Is that someone that would get like a team that's on a rebuild? Would that get them to, like a Portland, like to kind of try and cash in some of their assets to go get a Jaylen Brown? Is that someone that Detroit would look at? I think he's that rare player. If you believe he's healthy, he can kind of fit with, because he's under contract for so long that you don't necessarily have to be like a team that's ready to win right now. You could say, like, we think we'll be there in a year or two and Jaylen Brown will still be in his prime. I do think the chances of him getting moved are just so low that because Boston has done so much of their business, and it feels like they would maybe go the Derek White route first because he's older. So like, I just don't want to spend like too much time going through, because I think at this point I'd be pretty surprised if he get moved. Of course, the Tatum injury puts anything on the table. I didn't want to get back to the Clippers for a few minutes. Don't they sort of loom as just like they did entering the playoffs last year? They loom as sort of this wild card team for the offseason, because if they stay the same, they're pretty good, but you're not going to pick them to win the championship. You can make a case that, are they a little too old to be going all in? If that is how they feel, you did bring back James Harden on the 2-year deal, and you gave him control, like, to extend it with that player option. So doesn't it feel like they're more married to making the most of this current window? And to me, I make that as a read of, if you want to talk free agents that they could go after, would they give out a multi-year mid-level deal? But even looking at the trade market too, is this a team that now has some first-round equity to trade off into the distance? Could you see them doing something like that? It feels counterintuitive relative to how old so much of their roster is, and with Norman Powell going into the final year of his contract, Bogdanovich I think has 2 years left on his. I look at them as suddenly, especially relative to like really good teams, it feels like you brought back Batum, you brought back James Harden, you are committed to, okay, we know staying the same, but if you want to get better, it's going to take doing something semi-aggressive.
Yeah, and I mean, they have the tools to be semi-aggressive. They have the full mid-level if they want to use it. Really, the needs are kind of, I don't know if they really want to like climb up the Western Conference like contender tiers, then I think they do need to, it's going to have to be via a pretty aggressive trade, because if you're looking at using that mid-level, what are we talking about? Ty Jerome, one of the Joneses at the point, if you're looking for another ball handler.
Alexander Walker, we mentioned him. Yeah. I was going to say
that'd be on
Alexander
the higher
Walker.
end. For sure. I think they also need another big, and I keep wanting them to get somebody that's going to stretch the floor a little better. Maybe that's Brook Lopez. Maybe that's Al Horford. Maybe that's Chris Boucher. Any of those names jump out? I know Chris Boucher jumps out at you, but like, look, I'll let you answer that. Is there a big that you like for them to play behind Zubac?
Yeah, if you're talking about playing behind Zubac, Al Horford feels like he'd make the most sense. I don't know if he wants to move across the country after, spending so much time on the East Coast and likes it in Boston. Brook Lopez would make sense. I just haven't you gotten, maybe because he did it already, but don't you get the feeling that Al Horford would be more okay with a reserves role than Brook Lopez right now?
Yeah, well, sure, because because Horford has accepted that, and granted, that was for what we thought at the time was one of the best top sixes any roster has ever had in Boston. But I think Lopez, given his is going to be 37, so like at some point you gotta acknowledge where you are, and honestly, like if you're trying, he's been durable, but I don't think you want to run him into the ground in a starter's role, just given his age. So I think he should be willing to do that, but you never know. Players are prideful, and if anybody's got the late career durability track record to say like, no, I'm a starter, and you have to honor that. It is Lopez. He's been extremely durable the last handful of years. You're going to say something?
Yeah, so I'm gonna start asking questions about bigs that
Oh,
maybe they should think about. Okay, are you ready for
please.
we're just asking questions portion?
Hmm.
Does John Collins do anything for you at that expiring number? Could play him with Zubats as
Yeah,
well.
you could play him with him, which I like. And if last year's 3-point shooting is real, you could probably get away against second units with him at the 5. I know Atlanta really tried hard to make that happen earlier in his career. I think Collins, I think he could work. I don't like him as a full-time starter, or certainly against first units as a center. But that would give the Clippers offense a dimension it really doesn't have, right? And if you're trying to climb the contender ladder, you're going to have to add that dimension. I like that question that you asked.
Now, I have no idea what the Kings are doing. I don't think the Kings have any idea what they're doing.
Hmm.
Jonas Valanciunas, I know they just got him. Is that someone that, the defense, the Clippers could insulate him? Maybe doesn't necessarily play at the pace that they would want in their second
Yeah.
units, but that's someone who could come in and eat innings for you for sure.
That's exactly what. Yeah, I think he wouldn't be my first choice just because I really want like a change up as my backup big, because Zubats is so good at what he does that it would just make the team more dynamic if you had a second big that like really forced the other team to like literally play different guys potentially to try to account for him. That's why Boucher is such an interesting fit. Like limited, like basically the complete opposite of Zubats in terms of just like physical heft and like where he wants to do his scoring. But Boucher as a stretch 5, it works. Like he's proved it over the course of his career. He's going to block a few shots and make a few threes. Maybe that's enough. That's not the ambitious kind of thing you're talking about with the Clippers, though.
No, like what about, I don't know where Orlando's at, but like any one of the Jonathan Isaac, Wendell Carter Jr., Goga
Oh,
Batadze trio. Now, Wendell Carter Jr., it feels like for the price you have to give up to get him as a backup wouldn't make much sense. But Jonathan Isaac, we're talking about filling a small role. He's good for what at this point, like 12 or 13 minutes a game? That
mhm.
might be sort of perfect.
And he does not offensively so much, but on defense he would just completely change what the Clippers could do in terms like he can switch across 5 positions, can defend the rim, all that stuff, fly around. That him and Chris Dunn on the floor together, that would be a nightmare for opposing offenses. I want to just like have just a quick, because you mentioned this in the sort of the intro to our little Clippers discussion here. So you've got Harden back on this new deal, the conclusion of which lines up with the end of Kawhi Leonard's deal, which as of now also lines up with the end of Bogdanovic's deal. It just, Zubats is kind of the only guy that's on the books beyond what, 27, 28. So do you, let's game it out. Like, is this look, we're going to be as good as we can and not do anything reckless, and we'll have a pretty hard reset season after next. So like summer of 2027 is when the Clippers just have all this cap space. Zubats is the only guy there. Or, and I kind of, maybe you were leaning this way. We've got, if you're the Clippers, is it, we've got these 2 years. Who cares about these picks? Let's try to add another major player and like just make a run at the Thunder at the top of the West.
And if they're trying to make like a run at a major player, I honestly don't know what they're feeling because they like kind of favored continuity, but they did get Bogdanovich. I mean, they could be a Kobe White team. Like they could
Mhm.
probably go out with the pick equity that they have and the salaries to match. Like you can go get Kobe White and he's could play with James Harden, without James Harden. So if you do something like that, yeah, pretty clearly telegraphed. They could also be looking at it from both perspectives of well, maybe it's a reset, but we're just going to have a bunch of cap space in 2027 probably. Who knows what the free agency landscape will look like then? As I mentioned before, like Nikola Jokic is, as of now, going to be a member of that class. And a lot of people seem to think around the league that free agency is going to come back around. I know we haven't seen a lot of stars leave recently on the open market. I don't know when it will come back around, but if like that could be what the Clippers are just trying to keep their flexibility for. And also, you know, if I had to pick, I think that they're going to want to be more aggressive than not, just because it's so hard. There are people that thought that they were the most balanced Western Conference team outside of Oklahoma City entering the playoffs last year. And if that's the baseline you're working off, you're kind of obligated. Like, you don't know how you're going to get here again. So I think that they were going to be more aggressive than not. It would surprise me a little bit if we saw them, you know, trade everything left to go get name X, you know, and they're not going to win. The complicated part is too, Giannis would be great on this team. They're not going to outbid anybody for Giannis. He would have to say, I want the Clippers and only the Clippers. So that's what's interesting. But I think, would I predict that they'll trade a first round pick this summer? No. Do I think that they might try to acquire someone who would be a closing unit option, like could be on the floor when they're closing games in the playoffs? I think that's the level of aggression with which they will be prepared to, and I think honestly should operate.
I think that's right. And it is a little bit of a thread the needle, kind of one foot in one camp, one in the other approach. But I really don't think that you can, and this is, let's say the obvious part that we haven't really mentioned. I don't think you can go out and mortgage your future for a third star X, whoever it is. It doesn't matter for purpose of this discussion, because you can't trust that James Harden and Kawhi Leonard are going to be healthy this year and next year. So the worst case situation is you go out, you trade the picks that you can, and you just set it up so you're kind of in a Suns-like situation where you're just like, we're very expensive now, we're vet heavy, we don't have a lot of picks to sweeten other deals to get off of contracts we don't like, and then Harden and or Kawhi break down, decline, whatever. So now, not only are you not contending in this like 2-year window, you also can't really get the hard reset you want. Sure, you could spend some money, but that 2027 offseason, just you're not as desirable of a destination, all this other stuff. So you kind of like shut off both options if you're too aggressive. I don't know that anybody is really putting out there that the Clippers are major threats to go get Jaylen Brown or, you know, literally any like $40 or $50 million guy we've mentioned. But like, I just think that the risk reward of that approach is like way out of whack. I just don't think you can count on the health of your current vets to hold up enough to justify going and getting an expensive third one. Which I'm not saying you're ignoring that possibility. I know you're well aware of that one.
A couple comments just to get to in the chat. Nimble says Clippers get Giannis. I think if you're rooting for that, and you kind of alluded to this, you almost need Giannis to stay in Milwaukee through this season, just because the Clippers will have more stuff to trade. And then also you have Kawhi on an expiring contract if you need to use him, or James Harden maybe on an expiring contract. But you could still cobble the money together and you just open up more avenues. This is the important part. And I know a lot of people don't care about draft picks, but like they'll have more draft equity to trade next year. And like any part of a deal that Milwaukee moves off Giannis in, like you need to get draft equity back. And so if you're the Clippers, even then you're not going to outbid everyone. But I think that your package becomes a lot stronger. Maybe like if this is next summer and we're saying Giannis is available, I think the Clippers are a little bit more of a threat then, especially because Giannis can play the card that, well, like I'll just go sign there in free agency soon, because look at their books right now. They've wiped them clean moving forward.
Yeah. One other comment, just we touched on Jaylen Brown from 24. Jaylen Brown for Sabonis and Malik Monk and picks. Wouldn't put it past the Kings.
Such a Kings move. That would be such a disaster move for the Kings, because what is Jaylen Brown left with? Jaylen Brown, Zach LaVine, and Keegan Murray is very interesting, but now you've expended all your picks. Like, where are you going?
DeMar DeRozan's still there too, Dan. How dare you forget DeRozan?
Well, yeah, you have to get Vooch. We got to make sure that like as many former Bulls as possible are on this. That's like, I mean, if the Kings are offering that, I think Boston's probably listening. What about you?
Yeah, I think so too. Right? I mean, both Monk and Sabonis feel oddly like more movable, just given contract length and dollar figure. Real quick so we kind of glossed over it, but Harden back, basically a 1+1, totals just over $80 million. stray thoughts on the year's dollars? Do you think that was going to come in higher, lower? Like, what are your feelings on the Harden deal?
He was just another player where he's still really good, has a ton of value, just made All NBA, and there was no market for him outside of Los Angeles. So this was kind of the solution that I was expecting. I thought maybe there'd be a chance for him to take less to give them more flexibility, but I did expect him to like I did expect him to come back. I would have been floored if he didn't come back, or if he like opted out. I was like, I'm going to explore my options. So were you shocked by the number at all or the outcome? This just felt like, yeah, we knew this is what it was going to be.
Yeah, not shocked. I did think there was a possibility that you could squeeze, and by that I mean like 2 years at 72 or something, just to kind of keep in that $36 million range. But
yeah,
just because like you're weighing two things. One, they desperately need him. They can't replace him. But also he can't go anywhere. So it was kind of, they just kind of a standoff, and they landed on, the 2 for 81. I think it's fine. I think, look, Harden was certainly worth that and more last year. So if he gives you one more year like that, then maybe you're underwater for the second one. But I think that's reasonable. I just thought that there was the potential for a little bit of a squeeze from the Clippers, but you probably don't want to mess around with that just because of the perception. Look, if you're trying to be a major free agent player potentially in a couple off seasons, you don't want the reputation of kind of, being really unreasonable with your asks on the guys that are already in house.
The other thing too is if you don't have Harden, who is running your offense?
That's what I mean. There's the Clippers need him. They can't go get someone. There's no like extremely high usage ball dominant lead guard out there that can play at an all-star level. You replace him with Alexander Walker on the mid-level, you're a much worse team, just for example.
I do think though, bringing him back, it's not just bringing him back. In general, they needed to fill this void. But like James Harden's getting up there in age, and we just saw his usage like increase by a fairly sizable margin when you're factoring in not just like his shot attempts and free throws, but the level of playmaking that he needed to shoulder. You have to somehow make that at least a little bit easier on him next season. And I know that like Kawhi can do some of it, but can you count on Kawhi to play in more than 40 games a year? No, you can't. And so I think that really, we spent a time going through like backup bigs, but if I'm the Clippers, yeah, I'm all in on those free agent guards. That like just pick one, throw a dart at them, and they're probably going to end up being a good fit. Whether it's a Tyus Jones, whether it's a Ty Jerome, Nickeil Alexander-Walker. I find that name so fascinating because it feels like an extension of their identity. But do you trust his like a ball handling enough to be someone who can alleviate that responsibility from James Harden?
I think, well, that kind of gets to maybe like a little bit. I don't think he's like going to solve the problem. I think Bogdanovich really is kind of probably better equipped to be that guy. If he, yet again, health asterisk next to him. Just a little devil's advocate thing, real quick before we go to Kobe here. Do you think James Harden wants to play a lower usage game or wants to concede touches? I just don't know.
It depends on how often the ball finds him. I think it'll probably vary by the day.
Okay.
Look, he's entering a phase of his career where he's definitely had to have been humbled by what the market has said about him. So I think, and we saw yes. And, Nickeil Alexander-Walker or Ty Jerome's not going to come in and just like James Harden is going to be off the ball, like, or setting screens or stuff. So I think that it would make their offense better. And maybe they don't have to play him as many minutes, which I'm sure that he would be completely on board with. But do we want to go to Kobe Price covers the Lakers for Bleacher Report, and SoCal News Group does really an excellent job talking about this team. And there's a lot going on with the Lakers, as always. And so I cannot wait to pick his brain. So that we get Kobe in here. Kobe, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Excellent.
I'm doing well over here. Nothing going on with the Lakers, right? No headlines, no anything. So you're probably not busy at all.
Nope. Just like any other day, just chill, nothing going on. They're not going to do anything. There's no drama, no storylines, nothing. No, absolutely not. It's funny. I know we're going to talk about today, but, talking like free agency stuff, I had to change my list like multiple times just because yesterday's news between the Dorian Finney-Smith opting out of his contract, obviously the Lakers are targeting big men. A couple big men have been made available. One in particular is no longer available. So, yeah, there's quite a bit going on. And that's before you even get to LeBron James and his opting in, plus the statements issued by Rich Paul afterwards. So, yeah, quite a bit going on. And free agency still doesn't officially start for, another few hours? So, yeah, 3 hours and 38 minutes in 50 seconds based off of the clock up top. So yeah, good times.
I gotta lead with the LeBron thing. I know we're gonna talk targets and stuff, but Dan and I were talking before about just trying to read in to him opting in because it hasn't happened before. And it seems like it is the best leverage play for him if he wants to change teams. But Dan brought up, and I kind of agree, it's a possibility. This is him. This is the Lakers maybe saying, we're not going to put a deal on the table for you because you're no longer the guy we orbit around. Like, can you just give us your read on the significance of him picking up that player option and what conclusions we can reasonably draw without getting too crazy and speculative?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say this is a trying to exercise as much leverage as possible, because the reality is that, let's say he opted out, right? Let's say he opted out, and what are his options in terms of going to another team? Like it's been said, it's been written about forever, so I don't want to harp on it too much, but there just aren't that many teams with cap space. So what teams could realistically sign LeBron to a contract that LeBron James of all players would deserve? There aren't many, right? So just from a money standpoint, the Lakers are really the main option just from a financial standpoint. So from opting in versus opting out, that really is how you get into the opt-out point. And then the statements are what the statements are. This is leverage in terms of, Rob Pelinka acknowledged it in the before this offseason started, or the day after the Lakers season ended, in terms of they want to build a roster that would make LeBron happy or that he would feel good about. However, we know that the Lakers as an organization, as a franchise, they're shifting their priority from building around LeBron to maximizing Luka Doncic's timeline and fitting around him. So this is a shift. We've already seen this shift of the Lakers prioritizing Luka, or even going back to February when they traded for Mark Williams, the trade that got rescinded. Like this is another example of, at least in my eyes, of the Lakers are prioritizing Luka. I think it's not just LeBron, but we also saw with Dorian Finney-Smith, a little trepidation in terms of, signing maybe older guys to a longer term deals and trying to keep their 2026 flexibility alive. Like even within some of the latest reporting, there was no discussion of a longer term deal between the Lakers and LeBron, right? So we're seeing the Lakers, they're prioritizing Luka, and they're trying to prioritize, next offseason in terms of, maybe find another star. You have the Austin Reeves component. He's going to look like he's going to be unrestricted free agent next offseason. So some of it is a LeBron-Lakers relationship, but it's also like Luka's the main guy. Luka's 26. This is the guy that they're going to build around for the next, in their eyes, probably hope the next decade or so. So I think there's a lot of components at play, and we're seeing it affect obviously LeBron, outside of LeBron, again, Dorian Finney-Smith, like all of it's at play. But in terms of the LeBron specific piece, this is trying to exercise some leverage, whatever there is. And again, financially, he just wasn't going to get a contract that would be as financially beneficial as the one that's just opting into his deal with the Lakers. And that's a position, he hasn't been in his 22 years, about to be 23 years in the NBA.
Anna, to kind of wrap that up, on a scale of 1 to 10, how surprised would you be if LeBron James is on a team other than the Lakers to start next season?
To start next season? Oh, man. Now after sitting on it for the past 24 hours, maybe like a 7.
Okay.
Maybe that's 7 to 8. I was going to say 8 at first. Yeah, 7. I was going to say 7.5. Yeah. Can we be 7.5?
Probably lower than I would have expected leading into free agency. I didn't think that he would even be on the table as someone who would leave. So you mentioned a lot about the Lakers kind of mapping out their future around Luka, prioritizing flexibility next summer. How is that going to impact how they go about in free agency when you're looking at, we know that the needs that they have up front, if Dorian Finney-Smith needs, they're going to have even bigger needs on the wings. But before even digging into some names, how do you think that prioritization of next summer's flexibility is going to impact how they navigate free agency this summer?
Yeah, I think some of it's going to be in terms of whether we're looking at big men, which is obviously a need, or even having to shore up the wings. If they're not able to find, I feel like it's one of those, if they're not able to find the quote unquote perfect fit alongside Luka, I could see them going for some shorter term looks, shorter term deals with guys. And I think this does play a factor in terms of possible free agent signings or even trade targets, trying to keep open certain salary slots or just a certain amount of salary, just to obviously, again, you have the Luka extension, possibly, he'll be extension eligible August 2nd. You have the Austin Reeves component. You have them wanting to potentially add another big piece next summer. So they do want to keep open a certain level of flexibility. And I think this could play into the kind of deals that they dish out. We're already seeing, the latest reportings of that Houston was willing to offer Dorian Finney-Smith a 4-year deal. I don't believe, or it doesn't seem like, the Lakers were, going toward that route with Dorian. Maybe they want him to opt in, and then you can kind of evaluate. Because the other thing to keep in mind with Dorian is that he's been extension eligible since February, right? Mm-hmm. So the Lakers, there's been a long window, and then obviously you can negotiate, starting after they did finals in. So there's been months or weeks where the Lakers have had an idea of like what Dorian's looking for, and obviously they didn't agree to an extension. It looks like he's going to be moving on from the Lakers. So I think we're kind of seeing that they're prioritizing, shorter term deals or shorter term looks, unless it's a fit around Luka or maybe or even around Austin that can keep them, either help them contend in the near future or push them toward championship contention in the near future.
So kind of with those priorities in mind, you could take this whichever direction you want, which if you like to go positionally, if you'd like to talk about their specific needs, who do you have, in your opinion, that would kind of be the ideal fits for the Lakers in free agency this summer?
Yeah, I think it's important to note this is free agency. I'm not talking trade targets, but especially in light of the news over the last 24 hours, I think my number one target would be DeAndre Ayton, which is something that I did not expect to say. This time yesterday, to I guess kind of peel back the curtain, I was asked for 5 players or a list of 5. And I think since yesterday, I first turned this list in, I think I've changed like 2 to 3 names around like consistently. But DeAndre Ayton right now would be the number one target I would have for the Lakers in terms of free agency. I mean, I talked about, longer term fits or guy, the Lakers prioritizing shorter term unless they can find a longer term guy. Like DeAndre Ayton is a guy, like he's going to be 27 next season. So he fits that same age timeline as Luka Doncic because obviously they were also in the same draft. He was the number one pick from the Luka draft. The funny thing is that obviously, like, I during the season talked about him as like a trade target for the Lakers. But I was like, 35 million is a little much than like having to add in so many guys for the salary. But now that he's going to be on a contract buyout with the Blazers and he could be available for that $14 million mid-level exception, $14.1 million mid-level exception, it makes a lot more sense. And even for him, it may not be a long-term deal. He may be looking, I would imagine he would be looking to get, a 1-year deal, a short-term deal where he can, make the max mid-level exception and then cash in on free agency the following summer, and get back to being paid, high-end starter-level money. And I know there's obviously a lot in terms of dissecting his game, but he's still a good rim protector, good rebounder, screener, finisher at the rim, has a nice touch around the rim or even a little bit outside of the rim, that 5, 6, 7, 8 feet, can knock down his mid-range shot. So kind of a complete, it's kind of in terms of just bringing a variety of facets in the game. If you're the Lakers and if you sign him, you probably want him to get back to kind of like the form he was in his 3rd and 4th seasons with Phoenix. The context with the Blazers wasn't the best, especially this past season, what they're asking him to do. But again, high-level rebounder, especially on the offensive end. I know the motor concerns, the mentality concerns, they're still going to be there. But if you're in his position or if you're evaluating him, you think, look, you're taking this contract buyout with the Blazers for a reason, and they're willing to do it for you for a reason. This could be a make or break season in terms of your long-term future. You're 27, entering the theoretical prime of your career. If you kill it in this next season with the Lakers, they could be a team that looks at you like, all right, you can be our center of the future alliance alongside Luka, or another team with cap space next summer could be like, okay, this is a guy who obviously he had his concerns, in between the end of Phoenix and Portland, but he's a guy who's locked in. So, DeAndre Ayton, for a variety of reasons, I think could make perfect sense for the Lakers.
He does. I mean, it's almost a no-brainer for him too, because you go to a Lakers team that can just guarantee you a starting spot as well. And so even if the money was theoretically better elsewhere, just the prominence of role and then playing alongside, as you mentioned, Luka Doncic, who is someone who's going to elevate your value. I have probably more concerns defensively with him or with the motor, and between him and Luka and their own motor issues. I'd be curious what that looks like in LA. But do you have any other like names for us that Lakers fans should be keeping an eye on the open market?
Yeah, I mean, just sticking with big men, I would also put Brook Lopez in there. He's a guy who the Lakers are targeting or are going to go after. Obviously, we've seen Brook Lopez for a while now. I think that's actually one of the concerns, but also a good thing, his reliability. I mean, he's been available. Like, I know he had that one season a few years ago where he had, I think, the back concerns, but since then, past 3 seasons, 79 games per season over the last 3. Still an elite rim protector, and a stretch big. I mean, he's the rare combination between, elite rim protector who's also a stretch big. He's knocked down 36% of his threes on decent volume since 2018, since joining Milwaukee. But again, I mentioned the concerns. He will be 37 next season. We saw, the mobility struggles, in that first round series against the Pacers that the Milwaukee had lost in 5. So there are concerns about, obviously he's not a long-term solution for the Lakers in terms of center plans. It would be I would imagine be a very short-term, maybe even a 1-season kind of ordeal. And there's also he would probably be your starter. But after I don't want to invest too much in a 5-game series because again, it's a small sample. I thought he had a really good regular season, even though it did look like he took a small step back compared to previous seasons. But at first, he was not on my list at first until the Lakers opened up the full mid-level exception, the non-taxpayer mid-level exception. It's unknown, at least on my end, just what kind of money would he command? Would they have to spend the entire full mid-level exception on Brook Lopez? Because if not, if you can, sign him for a part of the mid-level exception, then you can go after, another player, either a backup center or a wing. With the remaining money. So that at first I didn't have him on the list just because I didn't think they'd be able to get him with the 5.7 million mid-level exception, the taxpayer. But opening up the full mid-level exception, that could change things a lot.
Yeah, he would be such an interesting, I guess, contrast to Ayton, and in light of what we talked about with LeBron and Luka and the timeline, like you're gonna bring in a 37-year-old center and you're already skewing away from your 40-plus-year-old former superstar. That'd be, I mean, look, for the money, I think that makes total sense. And I'm curious, I don't want you to spoil, I guess you're going to have to spoil your third one, but are we going to get a third center here in your next dream target?
Not quite yet. We're going to go a little bit.
Okay.
We're going to go away from big men, but then we're going to actually get back to big men. Bruce Brown is my third target. We're going to go more of a wing here. But with Bruce, I mean, he's a player that the Lakers have been interested in the past. I know there are concerns about, in terms of his health. I mean, he missed 31 games this season after having the right knee surgery. Only played 41, so half the season this last year, included being traded from the Raptors to the Pelicans midseason. But he's still just 28, and he'll be 29 for all of the next season. His best basketball should be ahead of him. We've obviously, I know it's been a few years or a couple of years since then, but we saw him play his best basketball, alongside Nikola Jokic and on that Denver Nuggets team that won the title. You do, it's natural. I think it's fair to wonder, like, what would Bruce Brown look like in a better context? And this can go also apply to Aiden, but even Bruce Brown, what does he look like, healthier after having a full offseason to get his body right, in a better context alongside, playmakers with Luka, Austin, LeBron. LeBron's opted in, so we're gonna say he's on the roster to start the season, right? But we saw he was kind of like a Swiss Army knife kind of player in his best season. So if he can get back to being healthier, again, he's not even 30 yet. You do feel like his best of basketball. He should be playing his best of basketball now. Entering his late 20s.
I love that name because I think JJ Redick really appreciates like high IQ decision makers who are connective and maybe not too ball dominant. And that's like peak Bruce Brown with Denver specifically was that to a T. So I would love to see what JJ Redick kind of does with the offense if Bruce Brown's involved in there. Are you able to take us through your next name? I'm getting excited. I'm loving this list, Kobe.
Yeah, I mean, these are the free agents. Obviously, trade targets would be a little bit different, but I think the free agency class, at least for the Lakers, opened up Now, Clint Capella, we're going to go back to the big men. Clint Capella will be next on my list. Um, I think that if you're the Lakers, you would probably want to keep it around like the 5.7 million range. He was going to be one of my top targets with the taxpayer mid-level exception before it became clear that Lakers would have the non-taxpayer available. He's only going to be 31 next season, but we've already seen a nice steady decline from him in terms of athleticism, finishing around the rim. He's dunking fewer times per game. This is the fewest dunks he's had in the season. This past season was in a while. But he's still a reliable rim protector, which is something that the Lakers have spoken about needing, especially on this team that lack rim protection or just lack athleticism near the rim. I don't know if he's still, I think he averaged like 21 and a half minutes per game with the Hawks last season. So I'm doubtful that he would be able to play like true starter minutes or be a starter. But I think he would be a great fit for a backup role, or even, a spot starter role. If you didn't swing or if you didn't hit on, an Aiden or a Lopez, he could be a spot starter alongside, another reliable backup big. But Clint Capella, if this were the Clint Capella of 2022 or even 2023, he would be like toward the top of the list. But 2025, 2026, Clint Capella, definitely a little bit lower on the priority list in terms of just big men.
It would feel right for Capella to start his career catching lobs from James Harden and then move to catching lobs from Trae Young and then wrap it with Luka. Those might be the three most prolific pick and roll lob guys in the league. He could do that. If we know Clint Capella can offensive rebound and catch lobs. I like that fit. Take us home with your last dream target here for the Lakers, Kobe.
The last target, we're going to stay with the big men because I hope everybody's getting a feel for it. The Lakers need a big man, actually multiple big men, very badly. Luke Cornett, he's the last one. He'll be 30 next season. So a lot of, as we're seeing outside of Aiden, like we're getting to a lot of like older big men kind of either in the prime or exiting the prime of their career, but he'll be 30 next season. Just a good finisher and very good rim protector, especially for a backup big. He could be a quality addition for, the mid-level exception or part of the mid-level exception. It does feel like he is in line for a raise after being on the minimum with the Celtics over the past couple of seasons. And though I do wonder just how much he'll be available. Obviously the Celtics have done a tremendous job in terms of cutting salary. They obviously traded Porzingis to Atlanta, so maybe they feel like, they can keep Cornett and just ride out from there. But and he could also be in line with the bigger role if he stayed with the Celtics just because of the moves they made. But, if I'm the Lakers, and if I strike out on obviously Aiden or even Lopez, I would give Luke Cornett a look just because of the skills that he brings in terms of the interior play.
Cornett and Capella specifically, maybe even Lopez, just at this stage of his career, are very interesting. Or these are all guys that you named. What I really like for the most part is it seems like the mid-level could be split up to maybe sign two of these guys off this list. Perhaps not Ayton, but Bruce Brown, Clint, Cornett, and Lopez are possibilities. So I really like that. Kobe, do you have anything else to add before we let you go? We really appreciate your time here and walking us through the Lakers stuff.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you guys having me. That was mainly it. I think the main thing is that the Lakers don't just need a big man, they need multiple big men. So it would benefit, kind of to your point, if they're able to get, if they strike out on Aiden and they're not able to get even Lopez for a significant amount of the MLE, then getting a Capella and Cornett and those guys kind of playing 20 to 22 minutes, splitting between the two, that could be a formula just to fill that gap. But Lakers need big men, and they need to shore up their wings. So that will be the priority into free agency and even the trade market.
That was awesome. Thank you so much for your time, Kobe. We will be talking to you soon, I'm sure.
Thanks, Kobe.
For sure. Appreciate you guys having me.
Before we bring on Mo Dakhil, how do you feel about those Lakers targets from Kobe? It seems like they might need a big.
It seems that way. No, it's spot on. That just has to be the priority. And again, as Kobe was saying, that you can read a lot into the LeBron thing, but one of the pretty clear signs is we're just orienting this team around Luka, which you should, given the disparity in those two guys' ages. And priority one is lob catching, rim protecting big. That is just what has been shown to be successful for Luka. That makes Luka better offensively. That opens up his other passes to the perimeter. it's an oversimplification, but if you just get him a guy that can roll to the basket, finish, and then defend the rim on the other end, it's sort of the first step to unlocking the best version of Luka that you can get, right? Like that's just job one if you're gonna build this team around him. So it has to be bigs. Now the Finney-Smith potential departure does open up some other holes, but I mean, it just I don't know what else to do but focus on the big guys.
How do you feel about the idea of the Lakers going with someone who is not a traditional lob threat next to Luka? Do you like the idea of like having the floor spacing element alongside Luka Doncic?
I certainly you want spacing at every position you can get it. Like Lopez is a good example, and I think he is a sensible target for them, but he's not someone that's going to catch it on the dive and dunk all that often. He's going to pop more than roll. I'm sure Luka would figure that out, right? Like, but for me, I want some element of that lob threat just to kind of open up the passing avenues to 3-point shooters.
We now get to talk about some of the best free agent fits with Bleacher Report's own Mo Dakhil, also hosts the Double Dribble podcast with Jared Dubin. Mo, how are you doing? Thanks so much for joining us.
It's we're right here. Free agency. It's usually one of the funnest times of the year where you get to look and see this guy got how much money. It's usually a lot of fun.
I'm having deja vu since we did this like exactly a year ago today. I think we're probably talking about Kentavious Caldwell-Pope at the time.
Let's book it next year. Let's just book it next year, guys. All right, see you.
So Mo, I want to get into some free agent fits here. We've got a trio of teams for you to kind of take us through. I don't know. What do you say, Dan? You want to start them with the Knicks and just get it going?
Yeah, I guess if we have to. But yeah, Mo, I'm interested to see what you think the Knicks' biggest need is and who's the best candidate to potentially fill that void.
Well, look, the obvious answer is the need as a coach and go from there. But I think, beyond that, just looking at free agency, and that necessarily won't be answered right away today. But I think the biggest need to me is they need a backup point guard. They need a guy that can play make, ball handle, take some of the pressure off Jalen Brunson. Look, we know the problems with Tibbs and playing those guys so many minutes, but we also got to just be honest with each other. Like, did you really want Campaign getting a whole lot more minutes? Like, I think that's really kind of a concern there. For me, I would look to go backup point guard. And listen, I know this guy had a down year. I know some people will be a little bit surprised. He had a bit of an offseason, but it was a weird situation. But I think Tyus Jones in Phoenix would be a really interesting fit there for the Knicks. Just a guy that can run offense, get you in a system, get you flowing, get the ball moving. He can knock down the three ball. He can do a couple more things. Look, he had 5.3 assists, shoots the three ball decently well. Just get him moving here a little bit and create a little more dynamicism. And again, allow a situation where Brunson can sit on the bench. Like, it's going to be a situation where you're not asking him to play 35 minutes a game, right? Can you give us 15, 20 minutes a game so that we can rest Jalen throughout the course of the season and then have him a little fresher come playoff time? And in the playoffs, can you give us 10 to 15? And I think that's the important thing there. To me, he's an immediate upgrade over a guy like Campaign, who has moments where he has flashes and really kind of popped off. But for me, my guy would be Tyus Jones for the Knicks.
Do you think that there would be any plausible scenario in which he could also play alongside Jalen Brunson, or is that backcourt then too small for those mini stretches?
It gets really tough for how small they are. I think that really becomes a challenge. So I do know that it's a little bit of a limiting factor of having him. There may be certain teams you might be able to get away with it, but for the most part, I would stay away with it and just use him purely as a backup for Jalen Brunson.
Can I throw a couple names at you that I hope don't step on any of your own on your list because we don't have visibility into it? Trey Mann just did not get a qualifying offer from Charlotte. Is that someone? He's kind of not quite a 1, but he's also not quite a 2. Would you have interest in him as more of the playmaking side? And then on the alternative, someone you really could play with Brunson, someone like DeAnthony Melton coming off an injury that maybe gives you a defensive element that you may not get from your Tyus Jones or your straight ones.
Yeah, so for me, I think when we look at Trey Mann, I'm not sure if I necessarily feel like he fits as much because you already kind of have that in Mikal Bridges. I think in what you're getting in Trey Mann, I think you could also lean on Bridges a little bit more as a playmaker as well if you don't feel like the immediate need is a backup point guard. I do like the concept of DeAnthony Melton. I just worried coming off the ACL. You know, I know he didn't. It's the good news. It was early in the. If there's ever good news with an ACL, I should be careful with my phrasing. But it was early in the season, so that means he's able to kind of give you almost a full season next year. But you got to make sure he comes back. These injuries take a while sometimes. It's not an automatic, like, I'm healthy now I'm ready to go. So I think it'd be a little bit concerning there about that. And for the Knicks, you know, you got so much money committed. It's not like you have a ton of room to play with. So I think that's where the challenges come with for them.
Before we let you go on to the next team, I did have a follow-up question on, it does seem like the Knicks are still kind of trying to figure out if they want Karl-Anthony Towns at the 5 or the 4. And so when you're looking at whether it's signing a general free agent target or maybe even looking at the front court, how much of a priority do you think it is to, well, if you want Josh Hart to come off the bench, of signing someone that maybe you think could log starting minutes? Or it's like the name that's floated around is Al Horford, like if he was willing to sign for the mid-level. Or do you think that this team, they traded for Karl-Anthony Towns by saying like, hey, you're going to be the center. We love like the 5 out look there. What do you sort of make of that whole situation?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. One, we've seen this with Al Horford when he leaves the Celtics and then goes signs with Philly, and it kind of never really works out. I don't necessarily feel like the Knicks should go running to get older in terms of getting Al Horford. I think they need to kind of try to stay young. I say stay with Cat at the 5. You have Mitchell Robinson. You can play big. Lineup versatility is the most important thing. Being able to have guys that can play multiple positions would be the ultimate goal and the key you're trying to find there. So having Cat be in a situation where there's going to be nights he's got to play the 5 and be the 5 out, because that's going to be the best way for this team to win. There are going to be nights where, hey, we can go big. We can go with Cat at the 4 and Robinson at the 5 and stay big throughout the course of the game. You know, I think that's going to be the important thing. And this is why I made that joke about the coach in the beginning, but this is why it matters too, having your coach in place, because then you kind of understand the style that they like to go with, and then you can start building a team that works for them. They're a little bit weird in this situation where they're going to build the team first and then bring in the coach.
Well, should we move on to the Warriors here, Mo? We've just tortured Dan with the Knicks, so now you can get me with all the Warriors' lack of options.
Gosh, you guys are just coming having me just be bearer of bad news for everybody across the board there. You know, look, the Warriors are in an interesting position with the whole Jonathan Kuminga and restricted free agency, and we'll see how that kind of plays out. I don't even want to dive into that. One guy I think that would be really interesting for them is Bruce Brown. I think Bruce Brown is, you know, we've kind of jumped off the Bruce Brown bandwagon after his run in Denver. He's been shipped around a few different places, but I think he can come in, provide a little bit more defense than Gary Payton II did, who had a bit of an offseason for them. I think it sort of allows them to open up a situation where just having smart players. This Warriors team thrives on guys that can read and react. And that's stuff that he did really well when he was playing off of Jokic. Now, granted, it's Jokic, but he had an understanding of how to play off of that. Playing with Steph, with Draymond, with Jimmy, cutting and moving. I think you get a lot of that stuff, and then you don't lose a lot defensively. I think it's going to be really interesting name to keep an eye on, because I think we'll see somebody try to jump in and get Bruce Brown here. And I think that'd be a guy that's pretty interesting and can replace Gary Payton II for them.
What do you think about Brown's sort of status as a playmaker specifically? Because he's one of those guys that the first thing I think of is he kind of came into the league as a point guard, and then he was like a roll man as a 4 for Brooklyn, and then hasn't been like a true on the ball, like, you know, night after night guy. Do you think he's got enough? Because one of the Warriors' huge issues is when Steph's off the floor, there's nobody to make plays. Jimmy Butler helps with that, but do you see Brown as someone that could really actually do some high volume creation?
I wouldn't put it in his hands. There's a reason why he went from coming into the league as a point guard and then becoming the tiniest 4 we've found in the NBA. You know, I think that's an important thing in that distinction. And I know the Warriors do need a lot more playmaking, and hopefully that's something they can try to find in the Jonathan Kuminga sign and trade, because I think that's the most likely scenario in the way that wraps up. But I think for them, more importantly too, is adding defense. You brought up DeAnthony Melton to begin with. Defensively, the Warriors were really good to start the season until he went down. That caused a lot of problems for them. And the things that DeAnthony Melton did was able to get them out in transition after stops and whatnot. I think that's some of the stuff you can get on Brown. If you're looking to get Brown to be your playmaker, then you're just going to make a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked a lot about worrying about not so much positional, but like functional redundancies when it comes to Draymond Green, Jonathan Kuminga, and Jimmy Butler. when it comes to the spacing of the Warriors, we just talked about playmaking. Do you view Brown as someone who can play within lineups that are going to have Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green on the floor at the same time?
I think he can, but it's not mainly as a space-up shooter, but more along the lines of working the baseline and cutting underneath. I think, when you look at the situation of a short roll, situation where Draymond's coming off the roll, let's just assume Steph's off the floor, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, pick and roll. You have the short roll action, and you're going to need somebody working the dunker spot. And I think that's where you're going to have a situation where Brown can be more fruitful. Or the way Draymond shot the ball this year, you could put Brown in the pick and roll and put him in those instances. He's done a great job out of the short roll. That's part of sort of the rejuvenation of, or the evolution of Brown that we saw through the course of the career. And I think that's where you go from there.
Grant, was that a sufficiently good enough name for you, for the Warriors?
It's one I hadn't thought of, and that's why I like it so much. I do see some overlap with the best version of Gary Payton II, but the thing with GP2 is you get that for a third of the year, and then the shot comes and goes. Brown just feels like a more consistent. One of the other things, Mo, too, with the Warriors is they'd have the ability to put a defender or a offensive threat on the floor, and oftentimes that was not the same guy. Is part of the thinking for you on Brown is that like he will actually positively affect the game on both ends, whereas they've had a lot of one-way guys in the past.
Yeah, I think that's just a situation for them, and again, they're dealing with limited supply financially. It's not like they're in a situation where they can run out. When you're in the situation with all these teams that we're going to talk about are all teams that are up against it and can't really just be big spenders in free agency, or even kind of jump in and feel like they're fully comfortable just giving somebody a full $15 million, at the full mid-level. So they're kind of waiting in the pool of like, we like this guy. There are some flaws, but we like this guy. So I think that's really what you're looking at with these teams.
Just getting to the chat really quickly before we move on to our final team. John Hayward said, any news about the Knicks getting Giannis? Mo, I don't know if you've given a lot of thought to that, but I don't see the Knicks. There's been very little reporting on it. Says they might have sat out of the KD sweepstakes to save trade chips for Giannis. I don't think they have the trade chips for Giannis, but how do you feel about that?
I mean, okay. Like, look, I'm not really entertaining a lot of Giannis trade discussions until Giannis decides it's time for a trade. But yeah, sure. The problem is every team is going to make a run at Giannis if he becomes available. I think there's going to be several teams with more assets. Let's just look right off the bat. And I don't even know if they would go after him, but the San Antonio Spurs already have more assets than the Knicks if they wanted to make a Giannis trade. I think that's the important thing here, though, what you got to look at for what the Bucks would be getting if they're giving a Giannis trade, because they don't own their picks still for the next few years. I think they're going to be looking to still be, hey, we got to be decent enough. We're not looking for a trade that we're just going to totally tank and be terrible. That's not going to be the situation in that point. And I don't know if the Knicks, I get it. Yeah, let's trade Cat there. They'll be better. They'll be fine with Cat. They'll stay afloat. I don't know if that really moves Milwaukee.
So let's go ahead. I want to move on I have a preamble on the Sixers because I want to tee up Mo to sound very smart. And that's to say the Sixers are in a weird spot. They still have Joel Embiid and Paul George, have not been able to move either of those. Hasn't been a lot of talk on that front anyway. They have Tyrese Maxey. They have 15 other guards, one of whom is a restricted free agent in Quentin Grimes. So that's all to say, this is a team with kind of a couple of timelines. This is a team that might have a logjam at a guard spot. This is a team that its best player is a very expensive center who might not play because the injury issues are what they are. So as you're looking at the Sixers, before you give us a target, like what went into your thinking on where do I even start with what this team needs if I have to pick one thing?
Look, I started with the fact of the matter is they just lost Eric Gordon. They're going to need some shooting. So that's kind of the first place. They have to pick a timeline. And the timeline's got to be on the younger side. It can't be Joel Embiid focused at this point, like where we're at with him and his injury health and whatnot. Like I don't know if you can bank on him to give you forget a full season, just give you 60 games and then give you an entire playoff run. I think you got to start banking on start creating a team that works. We're like, hey, if he's there, great. If not, this is still going to work and we're still going to be pretty good. When I looked at the target I picked, and this might surprise you because they do have a ton of guards, but shockingly, I picked another guard for them. I picked Gary Trent Jr. for them. They need more shooting. They need more guys that can spread the floor out. They're going to lose Eric Gordon, who all in all, not really the best year, but I think they need to spread the floor for guys to create driving lanes for Tyrese Maxey, for Butler when he comes in. I think that's going to be critical for them, especially. And if Embiid's healthy and he's playing, that's a shooter for them again that continues to spread the floor. He knocks down the three ball incredibly well last season, 41.6% 3-point shooter. I think it's really critical. He can do a few things off the ball, but mostly I want him to live and play in a catch and shoot scenario or have him run off pin downs. I think that's really what I was looking for when I was thinking of the Sixers, and my target for them was I just want more shooting. And for me, I think why not start with Gary Trent Jr.?
Definitely fills that need. Do you think he's someone who can scale up to take on some true wing minutes, and offensively, sure, but like defensively, when you look at the makeup of their team, do you think it gets a little tough with the lineup construction there with him, or do you view him as someone who could maybe come in and guard some actual threes?
Yeah, I think he could. I don't know if I'd have him have to guard the actual threes, because you're in a situation there. He's just going to get bulldozed. He doesn't have the size in that scenario to necessarily play the wing position. But I think what you have with him in terms of the rotation and whatnot, you can bring Butler off the bench. You can kind of play a little bit more in that scenario where you have always a little bit more of a punch and a fighter's chance there. Dan, I agree with you on this. He won't be able to play the three. He won't be able to guard the three. You can't go in a lineup with three guards. But let's just be honest. When was the last time that's really worked in the NBA where we said we're just going to play a three-guard lineup in that scenario? I think they're going to be in a difficult position.
What do you think about, since he's technically restricted free agent right now and he's in that kind of mix for the Sixers at the guard spot, Quentin Grimes, do you have a sense of like where he might fit into this mix, assuming he's back? And I mean, I'm not going to ask you to pick a number, but if he's back, I mean, you've got McCain coming off injury, you've got VJ Edgecombe, you've got Maxey's going to, play as many minutes as Maxey can play. But do you see Grimes as someone maybe that guards up a little bit or gives you some of that spacing too alongside Trent?
You have a much better chance with Grimes guarding up in that scenario and playing the three spot. I think there's a lot of stuff. And excuse me, guys, I totally spaced out, kept saying Butler when I meant McCann. Sorry, just a little bit of my own brain short circuiting right before free agency. So that should be fun. I think ultimately, though, I think Grimes is a lovely is the right piece in that sense and could be in the starting position. Look, when I'm saying when you're going to pick Trent, you're going to have to go with somebody, bring a little more shooting off the bench and things like that. Grimes is a guy they have to bring back. As a restricted free agency, they traded for him. He had a big March for them. He played extremely well, got them going offensively. This team is going to need a lot of offensive firepower, especially on the nights. Say Embiid's healthy, but there's going to be a lot of load management nights. There's going to be guys that need to be able to take some of the pressure, scoring load off of guys like Paul George and Tyrese Maxey. You don't want to be in a situation. You don't really need to be in a situation where you have that struggle where it's just all on those guys and everybody can just focus on him.
Mo, we have like 80 seconds left. Do you view there to be any need when you're looking at, okay, we know Joel Embiid's health situation, Andre Drummond's going to be back. Do they need to kind of find a different type of or better backup big there, or are we going to see more from a Dembona next season?
Well, listen, I think they're in a situation where they do probably need to find a backup center. The options are not necessarily great out there because everybody's looking for a center. The race is going to be a guy like Luke Cornett is probably going to get more than we maybe would have anticipated just because the center market's big. DeAndre Ayton just jumped out there as a free agent big with the buyout. We have Lopez. Problem is they're going to lose Yabusele. Ideally, in any scenario, they find a way to keep Gershon Yabusele and Grimes. They're going to be in a challenge position. They're going to need to try to find the backup center, but I think they're in a good enough position by bringing Andre Drummond back that they'll be able to kind of float through the whole system.
That's going to do it for us. Mo, thank you for your time. Thank you for everybody watching with us. I'm Dan Favale. That's been Grant Hughes, and we are now going to toss it to Three Cone and Matt, who will take you to the next part of BR's NBA free agency special. Thanks, everybody.
Start in about 3 hours exactly here on the clock. Matt, how you doing, man?
Good, man. I'm excited about this. I feel like we've had so much NBA news since Game 7 happened with the draft and everything,
Yeah.
and I feel like we're getting so much kind of coming in throughout now. I feel like the next couple hours are going to be really interesting.
Yeah, I know my guy, Thunder Goat Russell Westbrook, or previously before Shea just won Finals MVP. Rumors now it might be going over to your New York Knicks. I'm seeing a little bit there. Actually coming from our guy Jake Fisher, who we want to go ahead and bring on in now. Talk with Jake a little bit about where some NBA rumors are standing at the moment, what's going on across the landscape, because obviously, yeah, there's a lot going on, even when it doesn't feel like it's going to be the most eventful free agency. Not a lot of teams have cap space. Always a little bit of chaos. So definitely want to make sure to go ahead and tap into our guy Jake Fisher here.
What's up, guys? Yeah, we did just report on the Stein line, my joint Substack effort with the Hall of Famer Mark Stein, that the New York Knicks are indeed a potential landing spot for Russell Westbrook. We've heard New York in addition to Sacramento, but the veteran guard market is going to be one of the busier domino falling aspects of free agency once this horn gets going at 6 p.m. Eastern here, from Dennis Schroeder to Russ to Chris Paul to Malcolm Brogdon to Tyus Jones. There's plenty of names that we are going to be following along. I got the phones buzzing. I've been on the phone nonstop since we were here on Thursday night for the draft. So any info you want, any questions you have, let me have it. I'm here. Let's do it.
Yeah, man, sounds great. Appreciate you being on with us. Yeah, we see here, tendering qualifying offer over to Jonathan Kuminga. His restricted free agency is going to be a big topic. Real quick, I do want to start off. Obviously, the big thing yesterday was LeBron James picking up his player option, and then the weird quote involved with it that kind of sent everybody spiraling, everybody talking about, could this be a soft launch of a LeBron trade request, or is it just him angling to maybe end his career somewhere outside of Los Angeles? Have you heard anything else on that kind of weird quote in news that we were kind of expecting, but it's way different than we thought?
It's different than we thought, especially it's a huge deviation from the way LeBron has conducted his business the last several years, right? Typically, he opts out and re-signs again for another 1+1 with a team option. But the fact that he just opted in and put out this statement by way of Rich Paul saying, paraphrasing here, that he wants to be mindful of winning a championship while he knows the Lakers are optimizing their future around Luka Doncic, that absolutely has raised alarm bells around the league about some signaling of LeBron potentially wanting to find a trade to a different situation. That, though, I think is a really curious and at this point in time, unlikely scenario, just for the fact that you see it right there, $52.6 million. It was hard enough as is for teams to line up and make that salary math work at $54 million for Kevin Durant. It is a huge number for any single franchise to send out on their books and then also still have the talent left on the roster to outfit LeBron with a contending rotation around him. Anytime a LeBron trade or a final chapter is going to come up, you're going to think naturally, well, what about Cleveland? And just right there and then, already you can look at the math and think about, okay, the Cavs are in the second apron, so they cannot aggregate salaries. They cannot combine players going out the door to match a $52.5 million number. So they'd first have to make one deal because they'd have to get below the apron. They don't have a one-for-one salary match that could work there. So throw that out the door. And Cleveland, I don't think they've meticulously built the top seed in the Eastern Conference, this young group, after homegrowing everyone aside from that big trade for Donovan Mitchell, just to throw out, Max Strus and one of those top big four guys for maybe only 1 year of LeBron James. I don't think, Dallas is really a scenario where you talk about his boy AD and Nico, loves Nike guys and whatever. So I think potentially, and we'll talk about this throughout the rest of the show, how I'd say the majority of the free agent activity we are expecting will get done tonight, early into tomorrow, and we should hopefully have a pretty easy July 4th weekend. But this LeBron domino, this carrot hanging over the rumor heads out there, I think could be dangling for some time, because engineering his exit out of Los Angeles is going to be a bit complicated just from the salary figure alone and the fact that he's got a no-trade clause too. Him and Bradley Beal, remember, are the only two players in the entire NBA who have a no-trade clause. So LeBron, not just like Kevin Durant trying to pick and choose where he's going to go, dangling the opportunity for an extension and where he wouldn't re-sign. LeBron literally can rebut trades with that trade exception or with that no trade clause. So that's going to be something that I think we could be monitoring for some time now. But as of now, I'd say largely the NBA is expecting for LeBron to head back to the Lakers, and maybe this is something that really picks up steam more on the trade deadline. But we'll see. We'll see how this first kind of flurry of activity maybe changes some things.
Yeah, I think with that's great intel about that, Jake. And I guess with the Western Conference getting as built up as it is, and there's teams that we feel like on a similar tier than the Lakers and that are behind them last year in the standings creeping up, what kind of moves? I assume it's going to be some type of big man they're going to add this offseason. What type of moves do you think they're going to go after to try to go all in this final window with LeBron?
I mean, for the last 72 hours, we've gotten pretty strong word that Brook Lopez, we have our tweet up here as well, our latest from the Stein line. We just dropped this right before we went live. And in this story, we detailed, and as we have been detailing, I've been talking about it on our Bleacher Report video live stream, NBA Insider Notebooks all week. We've been preparing for the Lakers to make a very aggressive bid for Brook Lopez. We also first broke the news yesterday, myself alongside Mark Stein, that Dorian Finney-Smith, after he declined his $15 million or so player option for this season with Los Angeles, that he is going to be, I mean, it seems likely, we don't want to insinuate that conversations have been had before 6 p.m. Eastern time here, but it seems very likely that Dorian Finney-Smith is going to be having a very nice opportunity waiting for him with the Houston Rockets, which is a blow to Los Angeles for several reasons. One, of course, they sent out draft capital for him at the trade deadline. He's also a good player in his own right. And thirdly, he is known around the league as one of Luka Doncic's favorite teammates. So those are three tough things to factor in. However, losing Dorian Finney-Smith will open the door for the Lakers to have access to the full $14.1 million mid-level exception, which at this juncture, I think still most people around the league are anticipating will be going to Brook Lopez, the former Laker, someone who we heard this time last year that LeBron was hoping the Lakers would be willing to acquire. Remember, Klay Thompson was on that list. Jonas Valanciunas was on that list. James Harden was on that list. So it seems likely that Brook Lopez is still at the top of the Lakers' wish list here for big men. But as we all know now, there was a late addition to the center market in addition to Clint Capella, who's been another big name, and Lou Cornett has been a big name, and a smaller guy, but someone who plays some small ball five. Gershon Yabusele's had a wide market. DeAndre Ayton having that buyout with Portland last night. I'm still waiting to confirm the exact number, but I believe he gave up a significant portion of his $35 million salary. About a third of that salary is what I've so far gathered. But before I say a particular number, I'm waiting for further confirmation on that. But all that, I think, indicates that Brook Lopez and DeAndre Ayton could, in theory, both be heading to Los Angeles. Obviously, they really don't have any veteran presence in that front court right now. Their only center, to my knowledge, on the roster at this moment is their second-round pick, Adu Thiero. So I think we're still, at this point, anticipating Brook Lopez will be heading to the Lakers, but DeAndre Ayton has certainly thrown a monkey wrench and all that. And I know you guys wanted more Lakers stuff. A former Laker, Russell Westbrook, to go back to him. You know, his situation has been interesting ever since he opted out of his Nuggets option for next season, where he had obviously an up and down checkered season in Denver alongside Nikola Jokic. To my understanding, they both wanted to play together. This was one of, I think, the more interesting dominoes that fell on this day a year ago when Russ opted out. Or I guess he opted in. I don't remember the particular dynamics of it, but he specifically wanted to move to Denver away from the Clippers this time a year ago. And now it seems like his market is not nearly as vast as you would think for a future Hall of Famer. But again, up and down year. Remember, you know, him being a fixture of Michael Malone's closing lineups was something that was, I think, a bit of tension in Denver. And then he didn't play sometimes for David Adelman, the new head coach, and then he did play. We're still kind of looking at the market being handicapped for him right now as the Nuggets, as Sacramento, and as New York. But the Kings and the Knicks are connected to all kinds of veteran point guards. Like Malcolm Brogdon is definitely a name right in the middle of all those situations as well. Same thing with Tyus Jones, although I do believe my strongest indication is that Tyus Jones is going to be heading to Orlando. But to bring this back to Russ and to close out this portion, it's going to be really interesting to see where he does fall, because obviously when he's on the floor, he's a dynamo. He brings all the effort, all the hustle, all the tenacity, even at his age, even with the shooting struggles that have always accompanied him throughout his career. He will bring value somewhere, and he's going to be somewhere in the taxpayer mid-level, that $5.7 million figure, or the veteran minimum, which will be, a pretty efficient, a pretty low salary figure for someone who's been, a max player throughout his career. Obviously, he's been at that lower threshold of salary for some time now. But if he does not go back to Denver, to round out this little segment, I think the names that we are monitoring most there are Luke Kennard, Bruce Brown, Gershon Yabusele, but Luke Kennard has a ton of interest as well. We've heard absolutely plenty about Luke Kennard having interest from the Hawks and from the Grizzlies to go back there, and so many other places. So that's kind of my roundup for everything stemming around Russell Westbrook at the moment.
Yeah, it's really interesting to hear that as a Knicks fan. I feel like he's been linked to the Knicks before, maybe a couple of years ago. So it would be very interesting to see him just kind of be something the Knicks need as a ball handler behind Jalen Brunson. So you mentioned briefly there that the Hawks could be interested in Luke Kennard. I know you guys also reported that they could be very well interested in Nickeil Alexander-Walker. And they also have that trade exception from the DeJounte Murray trade last summer. So do you think they're a team that is just looking to add another versatile defender around Trae Young, something they've kind of been doing in the last few years in the off seasons with Reese Shea, Daniels, and Jalen Johnson?
Yeah, I mean, the Hawks have that $25.3 million traded player exception, like you said, from the DeJounte Murray trade a year ago. And that has been one of the biggest dominoes that we have been forecasting on the trade market, or on the free agency market as well, but particularly via sign and trade, because it's a trade exception. So the Hawks are not a cap space team. They are past the tax threshold, but they are still $30 million below the first apron. So that gives Atlanta plenty of wiggle room to take back future salary, and they optimize that ability by making the Kristaps Porzingis move a 3-team trade by sending out George Niang and Terrence Mann. And by all accounts, we have been really anticipating that most of that space is going to go to Nickeil Alexander-Walker of late. There was a lot of buzz about the Pistons, and I do think that he had a lot of interest there. I mean, Nickeil Alexander-Walker might honestly have been the most coveted free agent of this cycle. We know Santi Aldama would have had plenty of opportunity at the full mid-level exception, but he's a restricted free agent in Memphis, and the Grizzlies had sent out pretty strong signals that they would be willing to match any offer at that threshold. I know there was a thought in time that Detroit would be a Santi Aldama team, but they were really poking around Naz Reid before he went back to Minnesota. And I think the second that Naz Reid and his situation moved back to the Timberwolves, I think the Pistons really focused on Nickeil Alexander-Walker. But then the Pistons and their whole decision tree, all of their bookkeeping, got thrown incredibly out of whack by the news that Malik Beasley has been implicated, tied up, whatever the exact updated phraseology is on his situation with a gambling accusation. So I think from there, we started to see a lot of shifting dominoes, and I don't know exactly how everything has worked behind the scenes, as I'm getting a call here. But right now, Atlanta, we do believe, is the Nickeil Alexander-Walker situation, and that there's going to be some type of sign and trade with Minnesota, but they're not going to even have to send much back, because the Timberwolves basically aren't in a position, after bringing back Naz, after bringing back Julius Randle. It does seem like that the Hawks, to your question, to bring this back about rounding out defense around side Trae, they did it with Dyson Daniels a year ago. Most improved player of the year, just a phenomenal, great barrier thief arrival for Atlanta. Nickeil will absolutely be a secondary wing defender type, a secondary ball handler type. He could be a backup point guard when Trae goes to the bench. You can have both him and Dyson on ball doing all kinds of slashing type of stuff. And I think that we are expecting to see Luke Kennard, like we talked about, be a factor there as well, who would add more shooting, more wing firepower around this group. And the Hawks are positioning themselves, without a doubt, to be a real player in the Eastern Conference. We saw Orlando push their chips in with Desmond Bane, and that kind of got the ball rolling here. I think the entire Eastern Conference is expecting a big, contention for this wide open East with Tyrese Halliburton now out for the year, with Jason Tatum out for the year. It's going to be a really fun, I think, season up ahead in Atlanta and Orlando and several other places too.
Yeah, I know you mentioned Boston. Obviously, a lot changing with the Celtics at the moment. Already traded Porzingis, traded Drew Holiday over to the Portland Trailblazers. I want to ask you about Al Horford. We're talking about the Hawks, a Hawk legend right there. You and Mark Stein reporting that he's a top target for the Golden State Warriors. Obviously, they've been in the market for a big. That was something when they made the Jimmy Butler acquisition this past deadline that it felt like they could still pursue. They didn't end up grabbing that big. But it feels like Al Horford makes a lot of sense there. And does that feel like that's a very realistic landing spot at this point for Al?
So I believe that Al Horford is definitely one of the Warriors' top primary targets here. The Warriors have wanted more front court depth for some time now. Going back to 2 trade deadlines ago, they were talking about Kelly Olynyk and other types who are both floor spacers, but guys who have some bruiser to them, and that's definitely what Al Horford is. I don't know, candidly, if we're going to see Al Horford come off the board tonight, though. Al Horford has obviously deep roots in Boston, and the Celtics, to my understanding, are currently bracing for Luke Kornet to be heading out the door. He's had a lot of interest from San Antonio, from the Clippers, from other teams, but the Clippers and the Spurs have been the top 2 teams that we've heard to Luke Kornet. So losing him, I would think, would potentially give more credence to the thought of Al Horford sticking around. But Al Horford definitely has a market, and the Golden State Warriors are definitely lining up for him. To me, it's just a matter of how much can he get, right? Like, can he get a tax pyramid level number? Can he get a biannual number? Can he be above the vet minimum at this point in his career? That's the question, and that is something that his representation is sifting through, or going to be sifting through, once all these conversations can be had at 6 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, and since Al is 39 years old, we saw him still be a good contributor for the Celtics for the last 2 playoff runs. So he would be a floor spacer, a defender that Steph Curry and the Warriors haven't really had over the last few years at the 5 spot. Given his age, do you think this could be more of a 1+1? Could they get an additional year, or they would take it year by year given his age and his timeline with this core?
It's probably a 1+1 type of situation. I don't know whether that be a team option or a player at this juncture, because if you guys recall, when Boston won it in 2024, there were some Al Horford retirement thoughts way back when. So we're now kind of 2 years at this point going into the 25-26 season beyond that pivot point. So I don't expect Al Horford to be playing much more into the near future. He's had a hell of a go. The guy is kind of ageless, especially when you consider, I saw some Philly friends make a joke that, Al Horford is someone the Sixers should consider, maybe he could back up Joel Embiid and play alongside him, because that didn't work out so well. But remember, he was left for dead. The first move that Al Horford made, or that Daryl Morey made, was offloading a first-round pick with Al Horford to get Danny Green back. And now here he is potentially lining up with suitors come free agency with, the Golden State Warriors, who have Steph Curry, who have Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green locked up for 2 more years. That's also a thing to round this out for Golden State. Everything the Warriors do when they're accounting is with the fact that they've got a 2-year window here. All those guys signed through 26-27. So I would be surprised if Golden State does sign any contract beyond the 26-27 season at this point.
Which, brings us a little bit to the Warriors for a while trying to do this little 2 timeline thing where, they have the timeline of Steph Curry and now Jimmy Butler alongside Draymond Green. Jonathan Kuminga has been someone who's come up in a lot of rumors, a lot of reports about potential suitors who could end up taking him away from Golden State after the play time was up and down, didn't always play in the playoffs, and then had a pretty decent run at the end there after Steph Curry's injury against the Minnesota Timberwolves. What have you been hearing about Jonathan Kuminga as of late?
Yeah, so in our latest at the Stein line as well, we have Chicago, Miami, and then we've heard New Orleans and Sacramento as 2 teams that are looming around the Jonathan Kuminga situation as well. I do think that Miami is the most likely team. I think the Heat are considering various options. One name I've heard for them has been John Collins, who, after Jordan Clarkson got bought out from Utah, like right before we went on live here, and they obviously moved out Colin Sexton for a second-round pick for Yusuf Nurkic with Charlotte. John Collins is the final of the three veterans that Utah's been trying to move off of for seemingly 2 years now. I do think if that does happen, his most likely spot would be Miami, and the Heat are also connected to DeMar DeRozan. So I think for Kuminga, his market is going to be largely dependent upon what Miami decides to do. And I think there is an argument for Kuminga in Miami's calculus here of he's still 22 years old. Do you get a high upside, former number 7 overall pick who at his peaks in Golden State showed 40% three-point shooting, 20 points per game scorer, a creator, someone who had some passing chops. You see him get downhill and dunk all over Jared Allen right there. I think it'll be really interesting. That is the argument for Miami, that this guy has untapped potential, that he was maybe even held back in Golden State, being in and out of Steve Kerr's good graces. There was obviously some tension there behind the scenes with him being in and out of the lineup, being benched in the early goings of their series against Houston, remember, in the first round. And I do believe ultimately Golden State and Jonathan Kuminga both would like a fresh start. But the Warriors have to look at this from a sheer asset management standpoint, and they will not just let him walk for nothing. And the Warriors, being that Jonathan Kuminga is a restricted free agent, they have the opportunity, of course, to match any potential offer and to play hardball with any type of sign and trade opportunity that could come here. So they, to my understanding, have already had preliminary conversations with Chicago for one team. I mean, they've talked to the Bulls year over year at the trade deadline and other transaction cycles. They had conversations about Alex Caruso. They were involved for Zach LaVine and Nikola Vucevic. And to my understanding from talking to various sources with knowledge of that situation, the Bulls have always registered some type of interest in Jonathan Kuminga in those conversations. So that's why you see here our colleague Anthony Slater putting Miami and Chicago at the top of his kind of wish list scenario or potential suitors. But the Bulls, on the other hand, have their own restricted free agency situation with Josh Giddey that they have to figure out. So I also think that, Nikola Vucevic is probably who the Bulls would like to, put out the door for Jonathan Kuminga in that hypothetical scenario. The Warriors would want way more than that. Like, they're going to be hoping for a Kobe White type of return. So I do think as stuff is starting to go quickly here, and we're going to see a lot of names off the board very early once 6 p.m. Eastern hits, I think Jonathan Kuminga is probably going to be, if there's one bet for a name that will still be left on the board overnight, I think it will be him, because there's a very complicated web here. Like we said, Miami's working through various options. Chicago's got their own restricted free agency situation to figure out. Sacramento, they're not listed here, but again, we have them as a potential team, and New Orleans as well. Sacramento's got their fingers in all different types of cookie jars with veteran point guards and what have you, right? We mentioned Russell Westbrook for them earlier, and Malcolm Brogdon and whatnot. And the Pelicans, who knows what the Pelicans are up to after their new regime taking over and making trades left and right. So Kuminga's got some options, but I think this is going to be something that's more slow moving. Like you see it there in the Athletic tweet, despite a few conversations between the both sides, there's not really traction on a deal right now. And that was my word as of last night. I went for an evening walk through Brooklyn to stretch the legs and get some fresh air, and I was on the phone with both Golden State and Kuminga's side, and was told that they're kind of slow rolling this and sitting back and waiting to see how the rest of the board shakes out before they really figure out what any real potential conclusion could be outside of this general teams that are on the board for him. So that'll be a really fun one to track.
Yeah, I think this is going to be so fascinating. And like you said, it may not happen overnight with the complication of the restricted free agency. And just the fact that, like, the 4 teams you and Mark listed with Miami, Chicago, Sacramento, New Orleans, like, even for Chicago, they were involved in that Lonzo sign and trade with New Orleans a couple years ago. And I think when you look at these teams too, I think Golden State, like, you could be appealed by the Pelicans' wonky future. Same with the Kings. maybe with their draft capital. Chicago is kind of like on a different timeline right now, but you never know how they want to be in the Eastern Conference. I think it's going to be really fascinating to see if Kuminga does get traded in Golden State's plan here. Are they going to go for more veteran players? Like, can they get actually a Kobe White, like you mentioned, out of it? Because that would be a home run for Golden State. Or is it going to be more veteran role players on the team, and then you're going to look at future draft capital down the line, given Kuminga's upside? But I think it is going to be interesting to see what team, like, if Sacramento or New Orleans really does get aggressive, since they're like a middle tier Western Conference team right now, if they make the push to kind of go all in on Kuminga.
Yeah, I mean, the two things from like a positional standpoint that Golden State is definitely looking for front court help. I mean, they really liked what Quentin Post brought for them as a rookie last year. But I think as much as Kevon Looney has been an absolute Steve Kerr favorite and a favorite of many on that coaching staff and in that building, he's obviously taking some steps back, which is kind of interesting that an aging center is making them consider their front court future, and they are looking so hardly at Al Horford. But I think the other thing that Golden State has always needed, and they definitely need creation behind Steph Curry, but I think Brandon Podziemski has done a lot there, and the addition of Jimmy Butler as well. Like, that was probably the highest upside aspect to me of the Jimmy Butler trade for Golden State. They really needed someone who could be a primary creator for the Warriors, particularly when Steph Curry was out. And that's why they went out and traded for Dennis Schroeder before they went out and traded for Jimmy Butler, if you guys recall that. There was a big piece of that deal was always that the Warriors knew if they traded for Dennis Schroeder right on the December 15th buzzer, that they'd be able to retrade him. I don't think they had it in mind that was specifically for Jimmy Butler, but it would be in the scenario that Dennis didn't work out, and they would maybe be able to find someone of a all-star kind of creator magnitude. They found that in Jimmy Butler. So since that hole's kind of filled, the other spot that they probably will be looking at, to my understanding, is perimeter defense. And that's something that they really targeted last year when, you know, we've mentioned the full mid-level exception here several times now for several players. Last year, only one player on the entire market for free agency got the full mid-level exception number, and it was DeAnthony Melton to Golden State. The Warriors really wanted him to be their primary wing defender, and then he was lost. I forget if it was an ACL or an Achilles, apologies, but he was lost very early in the year to a season-ending lower body injury, and that just didn't work out. So I think the Warriors are definitely hoping that they will find some type of answer to that question in free agency and hope that that guy stays healthy for him.
Appreciate it, Jake. Thank you so much. We're going to let you go now. I'm sure there's a lot of calls, a lot of texts you got to answer, a lot of things over on the phone, and we'll check back in with you in about 30 minutes. But really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
All right, so Matt and I moving on now. We're going to talk for a little bit about the LeBron situation. Obviously, that's been one of the big stories that's looming over the NBA right now. Like Jake mentioned, it seems unlikely at the moment that we're going to get this huge bomb out of nowhere that, oh, you know, LeBron wants to be traded right here and now. But it is interesting, Matt. Like, I mean, we've heard a lot of times, you know, it's LeBron takes that 1-and-1 and he puts a little bit of pressure on the front office, but there was a little bit of note to that message at the end there from Rich Paul. It was like, we've had such a great relationship over the last 8 years. I don't know about you, but to me, it felt almost like a goodbye in a way, or like setting up for some type of exit here within the next season or so.
Yeah, I think it would be very, like, it would just be kind of out of nowhere if he does get traded this offseason. I feel like the Lakers, and probably LeBron too, want to see how this offseason plays out. Do they land a big man that kind of appeals to the roster next year? Can they add two big men this offseason with Aiden being on the market as well, especially if they do lose Dorian Finney-Smith to the Rockets? So I think they're going to probably want to play it out, right? It doesn't feel like it's going to be something that happens this offseason, given that not a lot of teams have cap space. There's a team like Cleveland that has its obvious connections, but are dealing with their own financial issues right now. And maybe I think this could be something that maybe comes throughout the regular season. Say the Lakers don't get off to the best start. You never know with injuries, and the Western Conference with teams around them like Houston, San Antonio, Dallas, all getting better from last year. You never know. Like, say the Lakers are hovering around the 9-10 seed in January, and a lot of the league can get traded after December 15th. He's looking around him. Maybe they're working out a trade or something like that. Do you think there's a more likely chance this can happen middle of the season, or do you think there's actually something we can see at maybe the end of off season, like a surprise Karl-Anthony Towns trade from last year?
Yeah, I mean, I know that one's giving you PTSD still to this day, coming out of absolutely nowhere for the Knicks. Yeah, I think I'd be surprised if he gets traded this summer because I feel like, they're going to make some moves. It sounds like they're going to add a big, maybe two, which I think they need. I do think it's a big loss to lose Dorian Finney-Smith. They're going to need someone out there on the wing. Maybe there's another trade in the works. But it's hard for me to imagine LeBron not at least giving it a little bit of a chance. It wouldn't shock me at all, though. Like you said, I mean, this Western Conference is going to be incredibly competitive. Obviously, OKC up at the top. Houston is getting better. I mean, they're about to potentially steal Dorian Finney-Smith away. The Nuggets, even, if they lose guys, pick up guys. When you have Jokic, Jamal Murray, like that group of guys, they're always going to be a factor. Minnesota, bringing back Naz Reid and Julius Randle, they were phenomenal. Clippers still feel like they'll be pretty good. The Warriors now with a full season of Jimmy Butler in town next to Steph Curry. They were phenomenal after the deadline. Once they brought in Jimmy, especially if they make some additions, it just feels like the West as a whole is getting so rapidly improved. And when you take a look at the Lakers and the assets they have, it's just not a lot to make those improvements to catch up with teams, especially after they were, an exit pretty early on. But if that ends up being the case where the Lakers are just decent, and it really does seem like they're angling their timeline towards Luka Doncic, which they should. When you have a player of Luka's caliber, you should angle your timeline, and he is ready to be a finals level player. We saw that last season before the Mavericks inexplicably traded him after that run, but he is ready to contribute at that level. He is that type of player, an MVP level guy. But he is still in his, early mid-20s. It's not like you need to rush everything right now, deal everything away. This is his last season, unlike, Golden State with those shortened timelines. So, yeah, I would say maybe more so around the deadline. I think it was last year where we heard the Golden State Warrior rumors that they were poking around with LeBron James a little bit. I mean, as you can see here with this graphic, we could talk a little bit about some potential LeBron James landing spots where he could potentially go, whether it is this summer or more likely during the season when teams have kind of felt things out a little bit more.
Yeah, I actually tweeted this out yesterday when this came around, and I thought like if LeBron is serious about winning an NBA title, it's going to be a lot easier in the Eastern Conference. So yeah,
Agreed.
you could point to the Cavs, and I'm sure we're going to talk about the Cavs too, but they're going to have to gut some of their roster if it's two of Darius Garland, Jared Allen, and DeAndre Hunter. A team that I think is interesting in a way, there was rumors about him signing with them back in 2018, or the Philadelphia 76ers, who are kind of like, in a way, the Warriors of the East. They're on like a 2 timeline right now with Joel Embiid and Paul George. And there's not a lot of guys that are making around $52 million, what LeBron's 2026 salary is, but they do have somebody in Paul George. I think the Lakers probably wouldn't be super appealed by Paul George given his 2025 season, but hey, if he performs a little bit better in 2026, there's a year less on the deal now. And the Sixers also own some intriguing Clippers picks down the line. They also own most of their first round picks and swaps outside of one to Brooklyn from the James Harden trade. So they would have plenty of draft capital with Paul George's matching salary for the Lakers. And you could look at it for the Lakers too. Say LeBron does not want to come back, or he does want to get traded, you can at least get additional draft capital for somebody that could have eventually retired for nothing in return. So you would have to look at it like that lens. And you add LeBron with maybe a healthy Joel Embiid, VJ Edgecombe, the number 3 overall pick they just drafted, McCain, Maxey, Grimes. I think the Sixers could be a really interesting team in the Eastern Conference if they're able to just upgrade the Paul George spot to LeBron James.
Yeah, I mean, I've already found myself. I fall so victim to the Sixers. My brother's a Sixers fan, so I have a soft spot for them. But the amount of summers I've been like, maybe this is the Sixers' year. And it really doesn't feel like coming off of the disaster of last year, I should be feeling that. But at least with how wide open the Eastern Conference is, I mean, if Embiid looks like Embiid, and I don't think Paul George will play that much worse than last season. I'm hoping we see a little bit of a bounce back. And, development from Maxey, McCain, and Grimes was awesome at the end of last season. I don't know. I really feel like Philly can be a force in the Eastern Conference. Do they make the conference finals? I don't know at this point. And obviously the health is a major question mark. But I do agree that there's a world where the Sixers are pretty competitive. And if there's any team that should, in my opinion, be willing to take a chance on LeBron into his 40s, even if you only have him for a season or two, taking on that much money, it is Philadelphia when you think about the PG contract and the fact that, I mean, if you're getting MVP level or even all-star, all-NBA level Joel Embiid next season, like, how long are you going to have that? what does your timeline look like with Embiid still playing at a high level? I'd be willing to take that shot for sure if I'm the Sixers. I'm willing to throw in a bit of draft capital because they still have a lot of assets. I don't think it would take everything. And plus, I mean, say it doesn't work out, you still have Maxey, you have McCain, you've got Edgecombe, you've got Grimes. Like, they still have this young core kind of in place to pivot to a rebuild if necessary.
Definitely. They're going to be, I think, an interesting team to watch if Daryl Morey has the chance. But the big thing will be his no trade clause for sure. But I think if you're looking at each conference right now and how wide open the East can be with the Halliburton and Tatum injuries, Philadelphia would be a good spot for him too, surrounding him with shooters like Maxey McCain, defenders like Grimes, Justin Edwards, who was really good last year, who they worked out a contract extension with. So I think Philadelphia is really interesting. What would be like a top landing spot for LeBron for you?
I always think back to, I was trying to think of teams that have money, that have the ability to bring him in and not really gut everything. And the San Antonio Spurs are a team that always kind of comes to mind for me. Also, just thinking about LeBron playing with Victor Wembanyama, like one of the greatest prospects of all time, with maybe now the greatest ever in Victor Wembanyama. You know, you have to ask more draft heavy guys for that. But San Antonio somewhere, it's been rumored at times that LeBron's been kind of linked to, maybe less so now that Pop is retired, but even still, he's of course involved with the organization. And I mean, a trade package works of Devin Vassell, Harrison Barnes, and a little bit more salary filled in there. Like, they have Atlanta Hawks picks that could be incredibly interesting. I feel like there's a deal to get done there where the Lakers could get back pieces that could be helpful for them. Again, with a Vassell, with a Harrison Barnes. I don't think they'd be able to extract Stephon Castle out of it just because he's so young. And again, it's, 42-year-old LeBron James coming up here soon, 41-year-old LeBron James. Like, I don't know how much you get in terms of overall value, but I do feel like, say the Spurs this season are hovering kind of around that play-in spot. They are looking really good, and the Fox-Wemby duo is starting to really find its footing, and say Dylan Harper's playing extremely well, and just say it's all gelling the way that it feels like it could, especially if Wemby is playing around top 5 level like it felt like he was at times last season, and they're getting a bit more contribution all around outside of him. I think we see a world where if LeBron enters these rumors, I think San Antonio should get into the mix. I'm of the belief, I don't know where you're at on this, when you have Wemby on this low of a contract playing at this level, you should be absolutely considering swings. I've been saying, like, the Spurs, if Giannis is available, should 1,000% throw themselves in the ring and do almost anything to get Giannis over to San Antonio. With all the aprons and stuff nowadays, if you can get someone to help Wemby now before you get capped out by his eventual massive contract, I think it's absolutely worth taking a swing on that.
Yeah, I haven't really thought about San Antonio, but I do like the idea with their cap flexibility. And like you said, like having Wemby play under this rookie contract, even though he's getting the #1 paid contract out of that class since he went first overall, it's what, $30 million below his market value. What he performed last year is probably a $60 million player who should make up 30+% of the team's total cap, but it's going to be a third of that. So I agree. I thought they could have been a little bit more aggressive in Kevin Durant. And I don't think the price for LeBron would be that much more than KD, given that he is about 4 years older than Durant as well. So I like that idea. You can attach a bunch of those guys that are making close to $20 million or a little bit more with Vassell, Keldon, Barnes. So it's not like you have to, and you wouldn't expect to trade Castle or Dylan Harper, any of those blue chippers either around Wemby. So I like the idea for San Antonio. I think that would be a lot of fun. LeBron and Wemby playing together, and it's kind of like a passing of the torch, maybe from like one of the greatest players ever, maybe the greatest player ever in LeBron James, to like Wemby, who's like, I feel like the next generation's like superstar in this league. So I like that idea a lot. I guess a team that I thought would have been a little interesting as well, because you can get there financially, and then you kind of always look back at the no trade clause too. LeBron, like Bradley Beal that Jake mentioned before, the only 2 players in the league that have one. What if the Clippers, he wouldn't have to move far. He can keep his family and stay close to them in LA, which I think would obviously be very appealing to LeBron. He can get traded with Bronny as well, and they'd stay in Southern California playing in the Intuit Dome, the new arena for the Clippers. And you can get there with Norman Powell, Bogdan Bogdanovic, and Derek Jones. All those guys are either going to need extensions soon or free agents as well. And if the Lakers don't like maybe the idea of Philadelphia's Paul George contract, which isn't very appealing for the next 2 years, you can get expiring guys like Derek Jones Jr., Bogdan, and Norman Powell that can also help you next year around Luka. Luka's had a very good relationship with Derek Jones Jr. in the past. Norman Powell could be a good shot creator, and if it doesn't work out, that could be orchestrated into something else. And now we're talking about the Clippers, who have an older roster as it is. If they wanted Kevin Durant, they were probably going to have to move Ivica Zubac, which wouldn't make a lot of sense for them. But if you can move 3 role players here and you have LeBron, James Harden, Kawhi Leonard, which would have been the greatest team of all time 5 years ago, it would be interesting to see how they can go with like one last run. And I think a lot of people would be tuned into that in Southern California still.
Yeah, we go from the Battle of LA that never happened in the playoffs to just it all's kind of happening over there in Los Angeles at this point. But then a whole nother dynamic too, if we end up seeing Luka face off against the Clippers again at some point in the first round, like he loves to do. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be super intriguing. Obviously, you know, you're immediately going to get the people bringing up that one meme of like, it's like Dan Marino and Jerry Rice and all of them in like the old uniforms and talk about how it's the unction and they're all washed and things like that. But I mean, just in terms of one last ride, if there is also a team that makes sense to trade for LeBron James, it is a team that has Kawhi Leonard and James Harden at the end of their contracts. It doesn't feel like to me that there's a route to them getting to that point where they actually can manage to win it all with them at this age, but maybe bring in LeBron James to just be that final push could end up working in their favor. And I mean, hey, if I'm the Clippers, I mean, Steve Ballmer, I think is ready to take those swings. Just imagining a trade of LeBron James, like the only time he's ever been traded like this, and it's between LA teams is super interesting to think about. I actually have a team that I want to hear your thoughts on for LeBron James. It's the New York Knicks. There was that video that came out that was like kind of recorded at a restaurant, it seemed like, of him having a conversation with people, and people thought maybe he said like, oh, I don't mind the idea of New York or something along those lines. I couldn't really tell. I couldn't tell if it was the power of suggestion just reading that I kind of heard it. But the Knicks can get there. I think it's just Mikal Bridges, Josh Hart's money, and like a little bit more. And you can get there to the point where you bring in LeBron James, you know, him in Madison Square Garden. There's always been like LeBron talking about how, oh, I wouldn't mind playing in MSG at some point. And if the Knicks, you know, they really want to take a swing in what feels like a pretty open Eastern Conference, bringing LeBron James could make things interesting. I had to bring it up with you as the Knicks fan. I had to ask at least your thoughts on it and see where your mind's at on all that.
Yeah. I mean, this would have been really cool back in 2010, where I was really hoping that he was going to take the New York Knicks.
Yeah, it would have been a little bit cooler then, for sure.
Right. I mean, it's an intriguing idea. Obviously, LeBron playing in the Garden is really cool. And I think just like being able to appreciate him on your favorite team would also mean something. I also, for somebody that's going to be 41 in December, and for a team that doesn't have great depth as it is, I don't know about trading some of your best wings in Hart and Bridges for LeBron James. I was also pretty anti like Kevin Durant in that aspect as well. I wouldn't want to trade OG because this Knicks defense also isn't the best, so you wouldn't want to trade your best defender. Now, if the Knicks could somehow add another center this offseason to Mitchell Robinson, I could be maybe talked into like a Karl Anthony Towns 1-for-1, because that would help the Knicks financially over the next few years, as they're very close to the second apron. And as Jake alluded to before, they're going to be involved in Russell Westbrook, and that's potentially the taxpayer exception. So that's going to bring them right up to the second apron. So if you traded Karl Anthony Towns for LeBron, you would free up some money in the long term. You would need to add another center around Mitchell Robinson or two, but I could maybe be intrigued about that idea.
I mean, yeah, you get LeBron and Russ back together. We know how much that went well back in Los Angeles then. It went great.
Yeah.
You got another team that you would like to see LeBron could do that? Is it your Knicks, since apparently you just hate that idea? You just hate the idea of the K. I will say, I do think maybe the best route would be, you know, Cat going for a one-on-one swap, and you bring in another big man. I mean, hey, Josh Hart plays enough 4. He can play the 5. Why not? You can slide him up a little bit.
Right. I know that's what they had to do at times last year. Yeah, I probably could get more on the Knicks. I just I can't believe it until I see it. LeBron has been rumored to the Knicks, I feel like, in some way, shape, or form for so long because of the Garden connection and him playing in New York. But I don't know. I would be so indifferent about that for sure. A team that I think like there's a path for it. It could make sense. It just would be comical for a lot of reasons. The Dallas Mavericks. Nico, big Nike guy, getting LeBron. They made, obviously, a colossal trade back at the February deadline. They have a lot of matching salary as well. You could even say this would be a great return for the Lakers to get guys like Daniel Gafford, PJ Washington, Klay Thompson, and Caleb Martin. You would have to gut a little bit of your depth to get LeBron. But I think the Lakers should be intrigued by that. Like getting 4 really good role players around Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves maybe it's a hot take, but I think that's a better team in 2026 than having just one LeBron James at 41 years old. So I think this could make sense for the Lakers. As you would pair up LeBron and AD again, we know they have a great relationship. LeBron and Cooper Flag, I mean, the NBA would have to love them together. And LeBron and Kyrie Irving get to pair up together as well. So I think there'd be a lot of cool storylines. If this were to go down, you would have to, like I said, trade a lot of your depth to get this deal done. And the Mavericks would get very close to the second apron after it. But I think it's a fun like fantasy idea, right? Like, could this actually happen? Could the new ownership be like, we want to make as much money as possible. Let's go out and get LeBron James, the biggest selling point in the NBA, with him and AD and Cooper Flag. I think it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the Mavericks are incredibly interesting as this destination. I mean, just obviously the million storylines with, I mean, imagine how fun it would be to see Luka Doncic play with some guys like, I don't know, a PJ Washington and a Daniel Gafford. Sounds like a team that could potentially make the NBA Finals, but just thinking about like kind of similar to what we talked about with LeBron and Wemby, like obviously seeing LeBron now play with another great #1 overall pick and Cooper Flag, it's almost like this all-star reunion of his teammates too, with Kyrie Irving when he eventually returns from injury and Anthony Davis. Yeah, the gutting the depth definitely hurts quite a bit when you think about where they're at. They would need young guys to step up, but they do still have Derek Lively. You know, at least they have a lot of front court depth there with them giving up PJ and giving up Gafford in that deal, most likely, and Klay Thompson. You do still have Max Christie. You've got Najee Marshall. Like, I do think the Mavs are a team that has enough depth to try and make it work if you brought in a LeBron James. And I do think for LA, like you said, I think that bringing all that depth, if you are going to angle towards Luka Doncic's timeline, you want to have it so that you're prioritizing him over, you know, LeBron James in the next couple seasons. You want to look long-term for Luka. I do think bringing those guys that he has played with before would be something that's incredibly helpful. You almost just build like a weird Frankenstein version where now it's like Austin Reeves is his extra offensive guard instead of Kyrie Irving, and then it's him, and then it's PJ and it's Gafford. You just kind of weirdly like Frankenstein this thing back together, and obviously with some other pieces too over there in Los Angeles. But I do think it's interesting at the very least. It would be maybe the most insane possible culmination of this Luka Doncic situation, where last year he suddenly traded and then a year later he's over on the Dallas Mavericks, LeBron James. But I mean, with the way everything's been going with Dallas, honestly, at this point, I'm not going to really put anything past that happening with them. So very intriguing destination. I would say maybe the single most interesting out of any of the ones that we brought up because of the million storylines that are involved. And I don't hate the idea, if I'm Dallas, of bringing LeBron James to play alongside Cooper Flag for a little bit. You want to talk about selling tickets? That's a great way to sell tickets. Get LeBron James in town alongside Cooper Flag. I think that makes all the sense in the world if you want to try and, you know, continue to mend the relationship between you and some Mavericks fans who aren't the most happy still about the trade.
Yeah,
I would say
it's just like wild. We're just wild. We're talking about LeBron James trades.
Yeah.
The fact that we're probably as close as it's been to it actually happening. I know there was some time, like I think it was a couple years ago when they were going for a new head coach, and like Ty Lue didn't even want to coach the Lakers. That's how bad of a spot they were in at one point. It was after like the Russell Westbrook trade, and that set them back. So I mean, imagining LeBron on any of these teams right now with a realistic chance of it happening is a wild spot we're in. But you never know with the NBA. If Luka can get traded at 25 years old with 3 years left on the deal, anybody can get traded now.
It really does feel like ever since the Luka trade, we're in like a twilight zone of sorts in the NBA. Like, I just, at this point, expect anything to happen. Like, the news came out yesterday that he accepted his player option and then the weird wording. And I was like, oh, yeah, it makes sense. LeBron James could get traded. Like, at this point, I just think I've been desensitized after the Luka trade, to be honest. After that happened, I don't know if there's anything that could ever shock me again, anything close to that happening. So, I mean, I guess that's where I'm at this point. I know a lot of people have been talking about the Cleveland Cavaliers as a LeBron landing spot because obviously, you know, he's been there, done that before. But I do want to bring up Miami, actually, because I don't know if Pat Riley is ever going to go for a rebuild in his entire life. I think he's just decided that that's not the way they ever want to go. I think they should head towards a rebuild, but if they're not going to go that route, I mean, it's not that hard for Miami to make the money work. Andrew Wiggins, Terry Rozier gets you there already to $54 million with LeBron making 50. Too, we talk about teams that don't really have money, like they don't want to gut the rosters. Miami's got the ability to not really gut the roster. You put LeBron next to Tyler Hero, you put him next to Bam Adebayo. You've got some decent pieces. Khalil Ware there, obviously. We'll see if Duncan Robinson is back. Maybe they add Jonathan Kuminga into the fold. You know, that might complicate things further, depending on what they do signing trade wise. But just in general, I mean, think about him going back to Miami, a different spot other than Cleveland that doesn't quite have to jump through the hoops that the Cavs do, because it really is for them. It's like probably trading Jared Allen and Darius Garland and maybe another one of those pieces of DeAndre Hunter and Max Strus. It is really storybook to imagine him going back to Cleveland and being able to join up with Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley, try and take them over the top for one more title with the Cavaliers. I mean, that is the most storybook ending possible for LeBron James. But if that's not really a realistic outcome, if they're not really looking to go that route, and I would imagine they probably don't want to, because they have such a great young core. They just won over 60 games, and sure, they lost round 2, but the East is now more open than ever, it feels like, and they dealt with injuries and, you know, more continuity over the course of a season under Kenny Atkinson. I just don't know how interested the Cavs are going to be in that reunion right now. Maybe next summer if things really crash and burn this season. But Miami, I mean, what does Miami have to lose at this point? They are just kind of hanging around. It feels like they don't want to rebuild. They brought back Davion Mitchell. Shout out to the Heat legend there. They got some interesting stuff brewing. They don't have a lot in terms of draft capital, but again, I don't know how much you would have to give up for LeBron James. And I mean, if the Lakers are really looking to just make salary cap space work, Rozier is an expiring $26.6 million. Andrew Wiggins has 1 year after this with $28.2 million, but maybe you can find a world to go ahead and flip him if he's involved in that deal. Or I just think Wiggins is a good player to have next to Luka Doncic. But it sounds like they want to, or they like the idea of having some salary cap space. It feels like they're kind of angling that way. That would make sense, trying to keep Luka and maybe bring in another high-level talent to play alongside him after LeBron James's career is all said and done. But I mean, that's one way to bring in some interesting talent for the moment and at least clear up some salary cap space and send LeBron back to a different spot where he played at some point other than Cleveland.
Yeah, I love Miami. I was going to bring them up as well. I just feel like if Pat Riley has a chance to get back LeBron James one last time, you do it, and he will do it.
Yeah.
You mentioned that they just never go into a rebuild, it seems like. So I feel like this could happen if especially if the Heat are trading maybe a young piece in here. Maybe they actually would be okay trading Khalil Ware if you can get LeBron James, given how much he means to that city, and if he can really retire down there in South Beach. Maybe the Lakers would be interested in future draft capital from the Heat, given if they're going to invest a lot into LeBron James. Because I was going back and forth between them and Cleveland too. And I'm kind of on the same idea. Like, does Cleveland, like, it's crazy to say, but do they really even need LeBron James? They just won 64 games. I know they haven't been out of round 2 with this core, but we just keep going back. Like, the Eastern Conference is in such a limbo period right now, and they have financial restrictions as well. I just feel like if he's going to have some type of reunion with a prior team, Miami kind of makes more sense. They can get it done easier. They kind of need LeBron James, and I feel like Pat Riley would be the type of guy to go get LeBron.
Yeah, this feels so Pat Riley's MO, although this also feels like the classic scenario of, oh, big name players available. The Heat have some interest. They don't want to include literally anything. They said, actually, nothing on our roster is available for trade, and then it's dead and it doesn't happen, like they've done pretty much every single summer since like LeBron left, it feels like, or ever since they got Jimmy Butler. Like, outside of him, it just feels like, oh, it's Dame and then Bradley Beal, which kind of dodged a bullet there, it seems like. Kevin Durant was obviously brought up as a Miami destination. There's been all these rumors, but I mean, maybe LeBron's the guy where they actually get the deal done. They actually pull the trigger. And I do think it'd be interesting. I mean, I think about a Tyler Hero, Bam Adebayo, LeBron James group out there in the Eastern Conference. I don't know if they win the conference, but at least they're somewhat competitive, I would imagine.
Yeah, totally. So we kind of like aren't going to go about the Cavs about this. One team that I think like could end up happening, it was rumored last year at the deadline, we talked about that, would be the Golden State Warriors. I don't know how much better they would get in a Jimmy Butler for LeBron swap, but there it is right there, matching salary for matching salary, and you can get it done. Jimmy's got 2 years left, LeBron has 1 year left. So the Warriors are kind of like on this like one-time approach right now with Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond's contracts expiring after the 27 season. LeBron would play with his good buddy too, Draymond Green, in Golden State. And you'd have to think like if they had a chance to just trade Jimmy straight up for LeBron James, they would do it. And maybe for the Lakers, they would have appeal in Jimmy just because he's about 4 years younger than LeBron. He has 2 years left on the deal, and you would have an open cap sheet with Luka Doncic on your team that you can kind of handpick the next role players or co-star around Luka, especially if you can get maybe a draft capital out of this as well. I think Golden State would be very intriguing if they are able to add a big this offseason. Maybe it's an Al Horford that we talked about earlier. Maybe it's a Brook Lopez, and they can go out and just basically go 1-for-1 Jimmy to LeBron. They don't have to gut their young core. You don't have to trade a Pods or a Moody or even a Quinn and Post or Trey Jackson Davis. You can keep all your young depth And you can maybe, for a team that has all their draft capital, maybe it's a swap, maybe it's something. Heck, maybe the Lakers would have to give up something if you're going from LeBron to Jimmy. But I feel like all these teams we mentioned too, and Golden State included, would be ideas that LeBron would at least think about waiving the no trade clause. That's always going to be something interesting. I don't think he would waive it to go to Memphis, or he would waive it to go to Charlotte. No offense to those teams, but I just think for LeBron at this point, he wants to retire a certain place where he can win a championship. But I still think playing for a semi-big market, and most of the teams here are either like teams with long lineage of successful NBA teams like San Antonio in the history of the sport, or big markets. So I think Golden State, just him and Steph playing the two biggest stars since 2015 playing together, the rivalry they had in the late 2010s in the finals, I think would be really poetic for them to finish their careers together.
And you want to talk about a narrative of the people that are haters of LeBron James, like him going to Golden State and teaming up with his biggest rival and Steph Curry and all that stuff. You want to talk about drama in the NBA being a soap opera. That's that exact type of storyline. But yeah, I think all these teams make sense. It really does and I mean, I do think Cleveland could get themselves at least in the conversation. Like they would absolutely come up in some way, but it really feels like there's almost no team that wouldn't at least check in a little bit. I know the money is really hard to make work. It's going to take a specific circumstance, but I do feel like if you have, two $25-ish million contracts that you're willing to go ahead and move off of, it makes sense to at least ask about LeBron James and see how much they're willing to, or how much teams are wanting to take from you if LeBron James does actually become available. I think the Sixers with the Paul George contract obviously makes sense. The Spurs with the history that's there with him and Greg Popovich also having pretty easy salary to go ahead and make up that $52 million contract and pair him next to Victor Wembanyama. The Clippers one would be so crazy thinking about him going straight from LA to LA. No longer across locker rooms, this time to different arenas, getting to play at the Intuit Dome, which I've heard is actually insane. Him playing in Madison Square Garden, the narratives of the Mavericks, of course, going back to the Heat, playing with Steph Curry and the Warriors. There are so many intriguing storylines that not only come along with LeBron leaving the Lakers and where's he going to play his last chapter, because it sounds like if it's not this season, it probably is next year, maybe 1 year after that. I don't know. It feels like LeBron is immortal and could literally play until he's 60 years old at this point. But it really does seem like his career is coming to an end. So not only where does he play, obviously he's still one of the best players in the world. He's going to improve them. Can they compete for a championship? And is that his final destination? Does he just say, I want to wrap it up with the Lakers where I've played this good portion of my career? Or do we get kind of a 1 year send off in some completely new spot, a return that makes things a lot different for LeBron James and the way his career ends up wrapping up? Like, could this be, Jordan goes to the Wizards and his career just kind of randomly out of nowhere? Where does LeBron end up playing the finality of his career? And does Bronny James come along? Like, is Bronny still staying in Los Angeles, or is Bronny involved in this whole transaction? I saw people trying to drop LeBron trades. It was like a thread someone made of all these LeBron trades, and every single one had Bronny involved. And I was like, I guess maybe like they would be like, yeah, you got to take Bronny too. I don't know. There's so much to talk about with it.
No, definitely. And I think they're going to be such an interesting team to watch once it's 6 o'clock hits. If they're going to actually add 1-2 centers this offseason, we know that they need some type of interior defense at the 5 spot, given how poorly it went for them in the playoffs against Minnesota, a team that even added more size throughout the draft. So, do you think that the Lakers, if you had a guess, or what do you think maybe they're going to end up doing this offseason? Do you think they're going to add a couple centers in the veteran free agency market? Do you think we can actually see an Austin Reeves type trade, one of their perimeter ball handlers, something that's not the biggest need with LeBron and Luka, but he's 27 years old? Do you think they would trade Reeves?
Yeah.
Where do you think the Lakers are going to go over the next few hours and the next few weeks?
I mean, I think 100% bringing in the big. I can't lie. I don't love Brook Lopez for them. I know a stretch big makes sense with LeBron James, Luka, but I would almost rather just have Derek Lively, we saw how effective he could be. And at this age with Brook Lopez, he's no longer at all going to keep up on the perimeter. The rim protection has definitely taken a drop since that season where he finished top 3 in DPOY a couple of years ago. I mean, he's almost 40 years old. Like, it makes sense that he's not that player he used to be. So I don't know. I don't know how much I love that. Ayton is interesting, but just only if you can get him to buy in, because we saw Ayton play at an extremely high level for a couple of years with the Suns, and then he got paid, and now it feels like he's kind of dropped off the face of the earth here with Portland. But if it now feels like it's kind of a prove-it year for DeAndre Ayton, which it is. I mean, to see a number 1 overall pick bought out like this soon after being the number 1 overall pick, it's kind of crazy. Like, when's the last time we've seen something like that? Because he was drafted only 7 years ago now. 2018 draft, first overall pick. You've got Luka, who's one of the best players in the world, and Shea is winning Finals MVP in his same draft class. And and he's getting bought out. Like, this feels like it should be a reality check in some way where Ayton realizes, hey, I need to like play my butt off. So if he goes to the Lakers, I mean, that's an opportunity for him to be competitive, to potentially get a decent bit of money there, depending on what kind of exceptions look like, if Brook Lopez is signed and what money he gets. I think they had a couple bigs, and I wouldn't put an Austin Reeves trade out of the question, just because I do think adding a little bit more defensively next to LeBron and Luka, after the way we saw that series against the Wolves go, makes a lot of sense. So, yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we got right now for LeBron. I believe now we're going to bring back on Jake, talk a little bit about what he's hearing over there. I saw a report from him and Mark Stein that we can definitely get into to kick things off. But yeah, definitely got to go ahead and bring back in our guy, Jake.
Hey guys, not to pour cold water on your theorizing there, but I haven't heard anything once since Austin Reeves signed with the Lakers as an undrafted free agent about him being in trade talks. We talked about this, I guess it was last week, when reports came out. I believe it was Dan Wojcicki from The Athletic that, as I'm getting another phone call here, that Austin Reeves declined a 4-year, roughly $80 million extension offer from the Lakers. That's the max number that the Lakers could, under the CBA, give Austin at this point in time. But by all accounts, he loves the Lakers. The Lakers love him. I know there's been an ownership change, but he's been characterized to me for some time now as a favorite of Jeannie Buss. And I do think that Reeves is positioning himself to get a much bigger deal from the Lakers this time next summer. But I don't think he's really going to be in trade talk. I know he is the most theoretical salary that could go out the door. And if you want to draw a line to like a Walker Kessler, let's say, in theory, if the Lakers are going out and getting some big piece back, that Austin Reeves would be the most likely out the door from a salary standpoint, from a talent standpoint. But yeah, I'm pouring cold water on it. Austin Reeves is here to stay with the Lake Show. That's my take.
All right, I'll allow it. Just because you got the sources and I don't, I'll allow it. I do want to real quick
yelling at me. Figuring it out here. In
I real
the
quick
fish
want to.
bowl, as they called it.
I want to ask you about something I just saw coming from you and Mark Stein, also talking about Western Conference guards. Ty Jerome, it sounds like, maybe going out west to the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah, Ty Jerome's been a hot name in this market. He's got interest all over the board. I believe that, I know that he was hoping for the full $14 mid-level exception. $14 million, excuse me. $14 would be a pretty good penny for a pretty fair, a pretty value deal for someone to have Ty Jerome. Let's get that off the screen though. We've got plenty of more stuff to talk about. I think Ty has had interest from all kinds of point guard teams. I believe he was a Charlotte target, let's say, before they went out and got Colin Sexton. So that was a spot we were talking about. People around the league, in conjunction with that deal, thought maybe Utah could be a home for him. There's still some buzz that maybe Orlando could be a spot for Ty Jerome. So he's definitely been a buzzy name on this market. But his free agency, I think, is an interesting one to follow.
Yeah, I think his rise this year has been incredible too, and just somebody that was playing under like a 2-year pretty cost-effective deal is going to get a nice payday, which is really cool to see. A division rival for the Cavs too, the Detroit Pistons. They had a fantastic 2025 season, exceeded expectations. They were a team, one of the few teams that had a little bit of wiggle room financially. They have the Malik Beasley deal on hold right now. Where do you see them going this offseason? Do you think they're going to try to be aggressive? I know you mentioned that Dennis Schroeder, could be on the way out. Do you think they're going to pivot to like a Duncan Robinson, or what? Where do you see them trying to shake up this roster around Cade Cunningham?
Yeah, Malik Beasley was supposed to sign a 3-year, $42 million deal with a team option. I can confidently say that because he's their own free agent, and as you saw all across the board, you're allowed to do that under the new CBA, negotiate with your own free agents after the finals conclude. But of course, that whole thing has been completely put on pause. We are expecting Dennis Schroeder to walk out the door, and the Kings seem to be the most likely spot for him right now. So right now, the two names I've heard the most for Detroit have been Karis LeVert and Duncan Robinson. The shooting, I think, is a big piece, especially if Malik Beasley cannot come back based off of the murky circumstances around him. So Duncan would make sense. Karis is also a shooter, scorer as well. So the Pistons, but to your point, they have been the only team outside of Brooklyn that can really function as a pure cap space team right now, which has been very, very fascinating to follow all the different dominoes that Detroit's kind of been juggling up in the air.
Yeah, I know we've been getting some news. It really does feel like the veteran guard market is kind of the big focus at the moment. I know the news came out pretty right before we started the show, our section of it, with the Jordan Clarkson news that he ended up getting bought out from the Utah Jazz. I know the trade happened last night as well, that Colin Sexton being sent over to the Charlotte Hornets in exchange for Yusuf Nurkic. It seems like, yeah, this real teardown of the veterans in Utah is happening, maybe, in my opinion, a little bit later than it should have, but it is going on right now. Jordan Clarkson has been bought out. Have you heard anything about potential landing spots for him, or if there is a market out there that is beginning to form?
I'd say put him in that bucket of those veteran guards that you mentioned, and the teams that I believe are definitely hunting for more ball handlers, more playmakers. Sacramento, even if they do get Dennis Schroeder, I think they're going to be looking at other guards as well. New York, like we mentioned, Orlando, Charlotte, Minnesota, right? They are expected to lose Nickeil Alexander-Walker on the open market. He's not exactly a pure point guard, but a big loss in, bench playmaking, ball handling. I do expect the Wolves will be poking around. They're possibly a Tyus Jones team as well, right? A Minnesota local product. He was with the Wolves at one point in time. I would say right now, the team I always heard the most for Jordan Clarkson as a trade suitor would be New York. So depending on how all these dominoes fall, if Russell Westbrook goes somewhere else, if Malcolm Brogdon goes somewhere else, I could see Jordan Clarkson as a combo guard, microwave scorer off New York's bench, especially being that I think stylistically, I'm not saying he's Jalen Brunson, but if you're trying to think about, like the Spurs, for example, were interested in Kristaps Porzingis before he went to Atlanta. To me, that was interesting because it would have been a fascinating way to kind of balance lineups with Victor Wembanyama and Kristaps Porzingis having similar profiles, similar skill sets. With Jordan Clarkson, he could be that, ball-dominant guard that theoretically could replace Brunson when he goes to the bench for 10 minutes or so and fills it up and really pounds, just like Brunson's done. Of course, what their offense looks like will be dependent upon what their next head coach looks like as well, or who that next head coach is. And that's something that I wasn't expecting to go here, but that, a call I had earlier today, I believe that they're probably going to be rounding out that coaching search sometime before Summer League, maybe even by the end of the weekend. We know James Borrego interviewed last weekend. Mike Brown still prominently involved there. Same with Taylor Jenkins. So we'll see. But it's interesting that the Knicks are here on 2 hours away from free agency starting, and they don't have a head coach.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what the Knicks end up doing. They're making draft moves. They made a second-round pick, and then they also are going to try to get some veteran free agents with no head coach. So we'll see who ends up becoming the final guy there. So we kind of talked about, too, that the Lakers may lose Dorian Finney-Smith to a different team. Could we see them pivoting to something about DeAnthony Melton now, who tore his ACL last year? He got traded. But this could be a really good perimeter defensive pickup if they're able to pull this off.
Yeah, DeAnthony Melton is absolutely a name that we've heard connected to the Lakers. And you're right. I think that is a clear replacement for Dorian Finney-Smith. They're not exactly the same build. Finney-Smith is more of a 3-4, a small ball 4. DeAnthony Melton is 6'4". He's got a long wingspan to be able to guard up positions, but he's far more of a 2 guard than he is a forward. But he's got that positional versatility on defense, and that is kind of what the Lakers need outside of big men. They need those two-way 3-and-D wings around Luka Doncic. We'll see if it's around LeBron James too. Obviously, that's kind of been the big elephant in the room that we've been considering and talking about pretty much all day long and since yesterday's news and the interesting statement from Rich Paul that we talked about at the top of our time here. But yeah, Melton's definitely a name. I've heard some Gary Trent buzz at some point in time, but not so much of late. But I think Gary Trent is a similar archetype of guard, right? That like stocky, sturdy, 6'4", 6'5", 3-and-D, defensive-minded guy. And Melton's definitely a name that we're monitoring for the Lakers.
Kind of on the similar note of talking about, you mentioned Gary Trent Jr. made me think about the Milwaukee Bucks. Obviously, there's been all that circling around Giannis ever since they got eliminated, and it's like, is there a world where they consider dealing him and things along that line? But it really just does feel like there's a lot of uncertainty right now along multiple teams that have these superstar caliber players at the moment. And just real quick, if you had heard anything about Milwaukee or any way they may be moving, knowing that there is that at least uncertainty around there.
I mean, I think welcome to the NBA in 2025 when it comes to uncertainty around big players. Like, the second apron has just dramatically changed how teams look at team building now, especially being that everyone pretty much universally is looking at team building under this paradigm of you cannot be in the second apron for more than 2 years out of 5, or else that's when all the real punitive things start to come. That's when your first round pick gets moved to the very back of the first round and it's frozen 7 years out and all that type of stuff. So I think generally it's going to be harder and harder for teams to retain these groups together, and that's why the Bucks, you get one injury, same with Boston, it's difficult. Right now, I think everyone is just kind of waiting to see how Milwaukee rounds out their roster. Bobby Portis is back. We're expecting Kevin Porter Jr. to find a new agreement there, but we are looking to see Brook Lopez leave. So is that a home for DeAndre Ayton? I've heard people mention the Bucks for him. We'll find out there. But for now, I think everyone, Giannis included, is waiting to see how the Bucks roster shapes out to basically kind of handicap what his future could hold later in the summer.
For sure. It's going to be interesting how they operate with a player that's making 35% of their cap space. That's going to be out next year in Dame. So I think for Brook Lopez too, like going back to the Lakers, obviously they've had their connection before in the past. He could be a nice veteran free agent center. We talked about like DeAndre Ayton and some guys that could be a part of their future, or maybe DeAnthony Melton as well. Is there anybody else that you think could be an interesting target for them, or anything you're hearing, or it's more so they're focusing on maybe Melton and the veteran big man market?
Definitely hearing DeAnthony Melton, veteran bigs. There's going to be other options down the line, right? I mean, every team, the Lakers, I think they had like 7 guys under contract last I checked. And you're going to need to round out to 15. I'm pulling it up right now. Yeah, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 guys. So they've got 5 spots open. And I think ultimately they're going to hope, as always, that Los Angeles, Lakers exceptionalism, the opportunity to play with Luka Doncic, maybe not LeBron James, but particularly Luka, will help them get some guys in the door. I think outside of Brook and the big man and DeAnthony Melton, though, that's kind of everything that's on our radar right now. There was a thought at a point in time that Dorian Finney-Smith could be presenting a sign and trade opportunity for the Lakers to receive something back, but that's not our indication as of now. Our indication as of now is that he's going to be walking out the door just into space, into a mid-level exception somewhere, and that the Lakers are not going to help facilitate it or get anything in return. So our latest on the Lakers is definitely Brook Lopez, DeAnthony Melton, and we'll find out what other type of vet minimum guys, the biannual exception, I believe they'll have available too. That's kind of, and maybe that's the DeAndre Ayton spot. Maybe that's the biannual exception number for the Lakers. But yeah, for now, that's kind of the handicapping of what we've got for Rob Pelinka's team.
Yeah, they're going to be, obviously the Lakers are always under the spotlight, but obviously with the Luka trade too, it's been exacerbated quite a bit. Kind of looking forward to, do they prioritize right now? How far do they want to look towards the future with Luka eventually being the face of the team? Want to just ask you real quick if you had heard anything about, their longtime rival with the Celtics. There had been rumors about Derek White and Jaylen Brown. I personally didn't expect them to deal either of those guys. Obviously with Jason Tatum out next season, they made a lot of moves to make things a little bit easier for them salary cap wise. It sounds like Al Horford could potentially be leaving. Luke Cornett sounds like he may be out the door. Just if you had heard anything, I know there were reports that they could potentially look to flip Anthony Simons, may not keep him going into next season. Just anything else on their front, considering all the mass uncertainty that surrounds the Celtics right now with Jason Tatum being out for next season.
Yeah, I would not say mass uncertainty, because my thought has always been, from what I've learned, that Boston does see themselves behind Jaylen Brown, Derek White, Peyton Pritchard, Sam Hauser, as a group that could really still have enough firepower, depending on what happens on the margins, to be a team that's at least in the conversation for the 6th seed and out of the play-in tournament. And sure, the Jaylen Brown, Derek White buzz was loud. I know Toronto called on Derek White and Golden State called on Derek White at one point in time. But to my understanding, the Celtics were always asking teams for at least a Mikal Bridges type of offer, which would have been, 4 or 5 first-round picks, the same type of valuation, similarly to what Orlando paid for Desmond Bane. A big difference between Derek White and Desmond Bane is age. Desmond Bane, 26 years old. Same thing with Mikal Bridges when he got moved from Brooklyn to New York. So I've never really expected a team to pay that type of price point. And with Jaylen Brown, there are several teams out there that I know would be just itching to get their hands on him. But I actually think for the price point it would require Boston to move him, there are probably fewer teams than I think fans would think who would want to pay that for him, even though he is a Finals MVP and a multi-time All-Star, because just like LeBron, that's a huge salary number to match. I mean, remember at one point in time, Jaylen Brown's $300 million deal was the richest contract in NBA history. And that's just a big number and a lot of years left on it for a lot of teams to really consider palatable. So for now, we're looking for Luke Kornet and to see where he could get paid. And Luke Kornet, last I checked, has never made north of $3 million in his NBA career. He's been an 8-year journeyman. For him to potentially get a double-digit, an 8-figure number here, a $10 million plus salary, that would just be a massive come up for a guy who I've interviewed him a couple times, definitely a few times during the finals run last year. Just a really sharp, smart, cool dude, hard worker. It'd be awesome for him to really come away with that type of deal here. And I think outside of that, we're expecting the Celtics to listen and look for trade opportunities for Anthony Simons. I also think George Niang, even though he's a Boston local, a great locker room guy, someone who still provides shooting and front court versatility, I think he would have a good home there, especially in that front court if both Al Horford and Luke Kornet leave. But the sentiment I've always gotten all along is that not only has Boston been looking to shed salary, but they want to get younger too. And George Niang is not a spring chicken. He's my age. So I think ultimately if the Celtics can find a younger option there or use him in another salary to find something more, more upside, more long-term, I think they will look for that.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool for Luke Kornet, just undrafted out of Vanderbilt, was on some really bad Knicks teams in the late 2010s. Yeah. For him to get a nice payday is going to be a great story.
I remember
on the big man market. Yeah.
One last thing about Luke. I went down to Nashville and in college, whatever year, it must have been like January 2014, 2015, something like that, when I did the radio station for my alma mater, Northeastern. And there was this big 7-footer who was shooting threes. And I remember texting, I was kind of already poking around with NBA people at that point in time. I remember texting some guys like, this Luke Kornet guy, I think he's got a shot. And people laughed at me. So I've always kind of felt like a little connected to Luke Kornet. So shout out Luke Kornet.
That's a really cool story.
Hey, purveyor of the Kornet contest. I mean, he's changing the game. He's earned that 8-figure payday. Well, we appreciate you, Jay, for hopping on with us and talking for a little bit. Appreciate all the work you're doing. I know you'll show up again in the BR show before our segment. Man, just appreciate you taking the time and looking forward to a lot of news breaking at 6 p.m. Eastern from your way.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Jake.
All right, y'all. So we're back here now. Going to talk a little bit more about some trade ideas for some guys that have been involved in some rumors over the course of this, not even just free agency period, but before we get into that, let's real quick take a look at the board of what we've got going on right now, what names have been involved in some news, and who's still out there. Miles Turner, still a free agent, feels like likely going back to Indiana. The report is that they want to, they're willing to pay into the tax. Maybe things a little bit more uncertain with Halliburton getting hurt, but I'd be shocked if he leaves. I'm sure, Matt, you probably agree with Miles Turner. I know we both encountered him in different ways throughout our team's playoff runs, and Miles Turner's a little bit scary. He's a little terrifying.
Yeah. Oh my God. For somebody at his size, his rim protection ability, and when he's taking 3-point shots, there is a really good chance it's going in. So somebody that's that versatile is somebody Indiana needs to keep. And I think it's with so much player movement in the NBA, it's going to be really cool to see somebody hopefully spend the rest of his career in Indiana. He was drafted back in 2015. We've seen Kristaps change from that class. We've seen Karl-Anthony Towns change from that class. But it'll be really cool to see Miles Turner re-sign. I can't expect him to leave, even with the Halliburton uncertainty next year. I do wonder what the dollar amount's going to get. Where is who's his agent going to compare him to? Can he get more than Jarrett Allen? I assume he's going to get more than Nick Claxton. So I wonder what his market is ultimately going to be to return to Indiana.
Yeah, I think he goes right back to Indiana. I'd be shocked after the finals run if he left. If it was a more disappointing end to their season, then perhaps that bank three he hit against the Thunder in game one of the finals will forever live in my head as a terrifying moment. But yeah, I think he goes back to Indiana. And I feel like the Naz Reid contract probably set a little bit of a market there, around 25-ish million. I imagine Turner can draw a little bit more just because they made the finals run and he is their starter, with Naz more so being the bench guy for the Wolves throughout their run and throughout the last few years. But yeah, I'd be shocked if he goes anywhere but Indiana. I think Indiana by far makes the most sense for Miles Turner, so I think he ends up sticking there. DeAndre Ayton, incredibly interesting to think about him suddenly being now on the market. Is there a spot that you're specifically thinking that Ayton's going to land?
Yeah, I think it's going to end up being the Lakers. I don't think you can bring in Ayton as your lone big man here. So I would hope if he does go to the Lakers, they bring in somebody with more rim protection upside, give him what they need. But given that Ayton's going to get paid a nice payday from the Portland Trailblazers, the Lakers may get him on a nice price. And for Ayton, who's still fairly young in this league, was drafted back as a freshman in that 2018 draft, he can still earn more money on a next contract. So catching lobs from LeBron and Luka and Reeves and setting screens for them can be a really good environment for him to at least make a little bit more money on the open market next year as well. So I think the Lakers are going to be very aggressive to get Ayton. Jake mentioned Milwaukee could be an interesting spot, but I think all signs are the Lakers are adding 2 centers in free agency, and I think Ayton will be one of them.
Yeah, this feels like a prime take a deal and try and prove it situation for DeAndre Ayton. And I mean, what better spot to try and earn your money and prove it than playing next to Luka and LeBron James? Next up, we got Josh Giddey. It sounds like he's going to be back in Chicago. I feel pretty strongly that he will be back with the Bulls, especially that end of the season run where the shooting is really coming along. Of course, he had that game winner against the Lakers, one of the craziest shots of the entire season. It really feels like Giddey has reached a point where he's in the long-term plans for the Bulls as one of those guards, presumably next to Kobe White, unless something changes. But he really showed out at the end of the season there. Obviously, you know, Caruso showed out for the Thunder in their championship run. He started to play really well. Giddey, he earned that payday. And it seems like it could end up being a deal that works out for Chicago if Giddey continues to show what he showed at the end of the season, going into next year and beyond with the contract. And it sounds like it might be around $30-ish million. I guess it'll depend how many years he ends up getting. But yeah, I feel pretty strongly Giddey's going to be right back with the Bulls. I'd be shocked if he goes anywhere else.
Yeah, and I think similar to for Quentin Grimes, I think he's going to stay with the Philadelphia 76ers. The only team that can really offer him any type of money are the Brooklyn Nets, who just drafted 5 different rookies. They traded for Terrence Mann. I think the Sixers will match whatever he ends up getting on the open market. I'm intrigued to see if it's closer to $25 million. Is it going to be around $20 million? But I think that stretch after the Caleb Martin deal earned himself way more money than he was originally going to get on the open market.
Yeah, Quentin Grimes, I mean, the amazing play at the end of the season. I think he earned that payday and could be really big for the Sixers if they want to make a push in the East next season. For Kuminga, I'm very interested to see where Kuminga goes. I mean, from what it sounds like maybe like the Heat kind of makes sense, but I'm going to say Chicago. I don't know what it is, but for something in me says that he ends up a Chicago Bull and maybe like a Vucevic goes back in a sign and trade to the Golden State Warriors or something along those lines. But I'm going to say Kuminga ends up with the Chicago Bulls. I'm going to go a little bit beyond what, you know, the main thing has been is that it's been the Miami Heat. I'm going to say it goes to Chicago, and it would be a move I'd like a lot to see them go with a young guy that can contribute. I've been, you know, everybody, I don't even want to just say me, has been begging the Bulls to go rebuild mode for a while now. And I do think taking a chance on Kuminga, if you don't have to pay him too much, I wouldn't go, you know, too far north of like the $20-ish million range. But if you can get in a young athletic guy to play next to your really interesting backcourt, then I say why not? Especially if, you know, they haven't been able to get any first-round picks for any of their guys, at least get some type of asset back.
Yeah, I think that would be an interesting spot too if they're able to pull it off. They may have some nice veterans to like get in a sign and trade back to Golden State. For Nickeil Alexander-Walker, I think another player too, very similar to like Isaiah Hartenstein when he signed with the Knicks a couple years ago. Kind of changed his role from a score first guy on a couple different spots, and then ends up in Minnesota and becomes this perennial 3-and-D player that can play deep in a playoff run like he did for Minnesota for the last 2 years. I think all signs are pointing to Atlanta, and I think that's the most feasible given their trade exception from the DeJounte Murray trade last offseason. And I'm just like, I've been excited about the Atlanta Hawks going forward. Like, I think the way they've been building this team around Trae Young with good perimeter defender after good perimeter defender. You had a good interior defender in Kristaps, and now you have somebody that was an elite defensive duo with Jaden McDaniels, and now you're just going to put him from Jaden McDaniels to Dyson, or Jaden McDaniels to Dyson Daniels, who's an all-defensive first-team guy last year. So I think this is a great fit, a good 3-and-D option around Trae Young, exactly what Atlanta needs to build. I think for a team that could be maybe a dark horse Eastern Conference Finals team next year.
I completely agree. I've been loving what Atlanta's doing. And to add Nickeil Alexander-Walker on top of this, I can already feel like this is a team that I'm going to convince myself, like, if anybody makes a Pacers-type run next season where people don't really see it coming as much, I think the Hawks have a chance to be in the Eastern Conference Finals next season if everything really clicks, especially, you know, improvement from like Jalen Johnson and Zachary Reese-Shea, who just had a super under the radar, underrated, great rookie season as that #1 overall pick. Next up, Santi Aldama. Jake was saying, and reports are seemingly that the Grizzlies are going to match most anything that Santi Aldama receives. So I'll say he goes right back to Memphis. And I do think the Grizzlies want to keep him in town, especially with the uncertainty with like a Brandon Clark, who's really good when he plays, but how often is he actually going to play? He deals with a lot of injuries. That roster as a whole, Aldama's just been very consistent for them. So I would imagine that Santi Aldama ends up back in Memphis.
Yeah, I like that for him to return. I thought a team could have been interesting if like Detroit could get that number up enough where Memphis wouldn't feel comfortable matching it. Just another floor spacing big man who was an elite 3-point shooter at his size last year for the Grizzlies. But I think, yeah, all signs are them keeping Aldama. I've heard a little bit, and Jake did report that they're looking to move Cole Anthony as well. So that can help them out financially for a team that needs to pony up a decent amount of money for a Jaren Jackson extension this offseason. Yep. But given that he's restricted, I think Kuminga might be the only restricted free agent that could realistically change teams. So I like that for sure. I guess speaking of Detroit, Malik Beasley, there's obviously the pending investigation going on with him. I think if everything gets finalized and he's cleared and he's good to go for the 2026 season, I think the team that would make sense, the Detroit Pistons, given that they have his bird rights, they had him last year and they had cap space, they can just sign him whenever this offseason. There's no rush to do so. And I think he was a perfect fit last year around Cade Cunningham, given he was one of the best bench scorers in the league, one of the best 3-point shooters. So given that he is on a team and playing in the NBA in 2026, I think Detroit would make a lot of sense of a reunion there.
Yeah, I mean, moving right here to Brook Lopez, like, I mean, we talked about Ayton being there, but if the Lakers are going to get a big, why not grab 2? I don't think the money's going to cost you all that much. I'm going to say Brook Lopez goes to the Lakers as well. Gets a stretch big for LeBron James and Luka Doncic, someone that can open up the lane for them quite a bit. Obviously, they didn't really have that presence last year with Jackson Hayes being their big. You know, they would try to go small. They desperately need big depth of any kind. And while I would really like them to get someone athletic, I guess if they do get Brook and Ayton, it provides them a little bit of that dichotomy of the stretch big, the more offensively focused guy, whereas Ayton can be your more lob threat, kind of in that Derek Lively type role, who of course can provide a little bit of offense on his own as well. But I wouldn't mind at all if the Lakers, their 2 big acquisitions are both centers, because we saw how disastrous it was last year with them not really having any bigs, just desperately trying to go small and finding really any way to compete against Minnesota's size, which we knew could potentially be a problem. And it was even a bigger one than I think anybody expected.
Yeah, I totally agree with Brook Lopez to the Lakers. It's been linked. They played with, or Brook has played in LA before, and it makes a lot of sense given Lopez's age and LeBron's timeline, and this team having fairly an open cap sheet outside of Vanderbilt after the 2027 season. So it's not like you have to lock in Brook Lopez to a multi-year deal, somebody that could space the floor, that could rim protect. And like you mentioned, is a little bit of a different type of offensive player than DeAndre Ayton, who's a much better athlete, can catch alley-oops, set good screens, and be a rim runner, as Lopez can end up being sort of like a 3-and-D center, where he's kind of reinvented his career after Brooklyn and a little bit Los Angeles, where he's been an incredible player in Milwaukee. It would definitely be a tough loss for them, but it does feel like they're going to end up going in a different direction, and Brook would be a great fit on the Lakers. And speaking of the Lakers, they're kind of out of nowhere. Dorian Finney-Smith, we thought could end up re-signing with them, opting in. He ends up opting out yesterday, and now has been heavily linked to the Houston Rockets. And I think that's going to make a ton of sense. Houston is going all in right now after trading for Kevin Durant about a week ago. And now they can use their mid-level exception, add a great 3-and-D player who now you're just building out that bench even more. They re-signed Jabari Smith Jr. You have 2 of the most exciting young players in the league in Amen Thompson and Alperen Sengun. Re-signed Fred VanVleet. They go out and get Dorian Finney-Smith, who could be just a perennial 3-and-D, like role player veteran, has played in big moments for them. I would love this for Houston, and I think they're building out maybe the best team to rival your Oklahoma City Thunder in 2026.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think early off the bat, the Rockets might be the team that's the winner of the offseason so far. It's still very early, a lot of time, but they've just done such a phenomenal job. I think the KD trade was exceptional. I think they got a great contract for Jabari Smith Jr., bringing back Steven Adams, cheaper contract for Fred VanVleet, now seemingly going to get Dorian Finney-Smith. They've really done everything right, in my opinion. You get some development from the young guys, and they do look like they could be the second team in the Western Conference next year. So real quick, going back through our list, some of our landing spots for top free agents. We both agree that Miles Turner will likely go back to the Indiana Pacers coming off the finals run. I'd be shocked if they didn't pay him. DeAndre Ayton, we think he might go to the Lakers. It feels like they could go after a couple of bigs here. I also report that maybe, like Milwaukee Bucks could be interested. But to me, the fact that they paid Bobby Portis, I feel like the Lakers make more sense. It's a great spot for him to go ahead and prove himself next to Luka and LeBron James. Giddey, Quentin Grimes, a couple of restricted free agents that we expect to return to where they played previously. Jonathan Kuminga, restricted free agent that feels like he's going to change hands. Could be Miami, could be Chicago, could be Sacramento. I went out on a limb. I think Chicago is very, very interesting and could be a team that finally goes ahead and starts to hopefully pull the trigger a little bit on a rebuild here. Nickeil Alexander-Walker, one of the top free agents, going over to Atlanta. It seems like, according to most reports, and that's a phenomenal fit for a team rapidly ascending in the East. Santi Aldama returns to the Memphis Grizzlies as a restricted free agent. Malik Beasley, we'll see where the current investigation pending with him goes, but if everything ends up getting cleared up, makes sense to go back to Detroit there. Brook Lopez, another big floor spacer, going over to Los Angeles to join Ayton. And Dorian Finney-Smith leaving the Lakers, going to the Houston Rockets. Seems like it makes a good bit of sense there, and it just continues to lead to Houston being one of the preeminent forces in the Western Conference next season, even more than they were last season, where they were already a 2 seed, and they added Kevin Durant. They are potentially going to add Dorian Finney-Smith here, man. They're going to look really, really good next year in the Western Conference. I can't even lie. As a Thunder fan, need them to stop improving, need them to chill out a little bit. I would enjoy that. So, yeah, those are some of our top landing spots for free agents. Let's go and talk trades, man. I know we have talked about a lot of stuff over the course of this period that we've been here together. We've been here together for 90 minutes. Let's go ahead and wrap this thing up over these next 30 with talking some trade packages for some guys that have been in some rumors, may get moved, may not, but at the very least, kind of just discussing what some of the trade values may be of some of the top stars in the NBA at the moment. So we can go ahead and get into that now. A few of the names that we're going to get into, of course, we're going to talk Giannis a little bit. We don't really know what's happening. It seems like he's monitoring what's going to happen with the Milwaukee Bucks. Just it's him. Like Jaylen Brown is someone else who has also come up in a lot of rumors. Zion Williamson. Like, what is going on with the Pelicans? I honestly could not even tell you what is happening with New Orleans. The out of nowhere Jordan Poole, CJ McCollum swap that I just finished being at the parade in Oklahoma City. I'm sitting in my hotel, the hotel lobby, waiting for my Uber to the airport, and all of a sudden we've got this CJ McCollum trade. I don't know, a lot going on. But this is a trade that I drew up real quick for Giannis Antetokounmpo for the San Antonio Spurs. And I think it's kind of the package that makes the most sense, that if a deal were to get done, it would probably look something like this. Harrison Barnes, Devin Vassell, Stephon Castle makes the money work, as well as picks. I didn't put all the picks in here because I think it takes a lot of them. I would imagine multiple of the Atlanta assets. I believe they've got 2 still going forward, if I remember correctly. We've got a couple of Atlanta draft capital right there. You, of course, have your own picks involved too. You could throw in some swaps. I mean, I think if a Giannis trade comes along, it's going to be basically the entire war chest to get a player of his caliber. And I mean, I said it earlier in the stream, I am a proponent of the Spurs making some type of big move, taking a swing if it becomes available. If Giannis at any point indicates that he wants out, and I'm not saying he has or he will, but if he does, if I'm San Antonio, I'm moving heaven and earth, almost anything, to try and bring in Giannis. I don't want to give up both Stephon Castle and Dylan Harper. I want to, of course, keep Wemby, and also De'Aaron Fox. But really anything else, I would have it on the table for a player of Giannis's caliber. Immediately give you, if Wemby performs the way it feels like he could next season, 2 top 5 players in the entire sport in your front court there with Wemby and Giannis.
Yeah, it feels like that San Antonio didn't seem to be super aggressive for Kevin Durant because they wanted to maybe save all their assets for a potential Giannis Antetokounmpo trade. And we get a chance to watch Giannis and Wemby pair together in the front court. That could be one of the best defensive duos in the NBA immediately. And Giannis can be a typical center offensively with the paint freed up for him, given Wemby's elite 3-point shooting already. And then defensively, you have 2 elite perimeter defenders, elite defensive guys in general. So that would just be oh my God, an arms race in the Western Conference. You take the best player in the East and Giannis by far right now with the Tatum injury, and now we're throwing him in the Western Conference where you're going to have like Cooper Flag, Anthony Davis, Kyrie, Kevin Durant, Amen Thompson, all in the same division, let alone the same conference where you have so much more talent. So especially if the Spurs can get it done without Dylan Harper. I think if I'm Milwaukee, that's the guy I think could be a franchise changer. I love Stephon Castle. He was the rookie of the year for a reason, but I feel like Dylan Harper is in a different tier when you're talking about somebody that can raise your ceiling, that can actually be a top 5 point guard in the league one day, given his lineage and what he did at Rutgers the past season. But I mean, I love this for San Antonio. If they're able to pull this off, I don't think you're going to lose too much sleep. I mean, you're gutting a lot of your assets, but man, you're going to have Fox, Harper, Giannis, Wemby, and everything else can come and go. You're going to track veteran free agents that want to win a ring in San Antonio. I mean, Giannis to San Antonio, I think makes a lot of sense more than some other teams. And unless it's like your Thunder, there's not a lot of other teams that can really match what San Antonio has to offer either for Giannis.
Yeah, I mean, really only one of the only ones, crazy enough, it does feel like Houston still has, if they really wanted to go for it, assets to deal for Giannis because they didn't give up a lot of the picks in the Kevin Durant trade, and they still have multiple Phoenix assets. Phoenix really didn't get almost any of their picks back other than the 10th overall pick in this year's draft. They've got young talent. Like it's just crazy to think that Houston could still potentially take a swing if they wanted to. And yeah, I know the amount of people that when the Thunder were down at any point throughout the playoffs, they're like, you'll have to trade for Giannis. Like, you got to trade for Giannis this offseason. I'm like, calm down, wait till it all finishes up. And then they ended up winning it all. So thankfully, I don't have to hear any more of those talks, but there's still a few people. I'll go play pickup hoops here in New York City where I live, and they'll be like, oh, you're a Thunder fan? You're like, oh, they won it all. Now are they going to trade for Giannis? I'm like, no, they're not trading for Giannis. Calm down a little bit. But yeah, I mean, Houston feels like it could still be a destination. I wouldn't even be shocked if, Giannis does end up becoming available, and like suddenly we've got, Houston involved in the fold after the Kevin Durant one. You got a Giannis trade?
I do. I think Giannis, like I kind of mentioned it before with LeBron, if Giannis wants to win a title and I think he's going to be in a better spot, stay in the Eastern Conference. I don't think there's a reason for him to go to the West. And I think there's a team we've been gassing up a little bit, the Atlanta Hawks, that could be a sneaky Giannis team where Giannis and Trae, yes, there's going to be some redundancy of Giannis and Damian Lillard, but this is a much better team that Giannis would be going to, even after trading away Jalen Johnson, Zachary Reese-Sachet, Kobe Buffkin, the 2023 first rounder, and 3 first-round picks down the line. So, I mean, Giannis and Trae immediately becomes an elite pick and roll duo. Yes, him and Dame did not live up to the expectations, but Trae, a little bit better of an initiator, a little bit better of a passer as well. And he'd also have Dyson Daniels, an all defensive first team member on the perimeter. He can have different front court variations of Kristaps Porzingis, who they just acquired, and Onyeka Okongwu, who was a little bit more of a floor spacer last year. We've been talking that they can get Nickeil Alexander-Walker as well. This seems like a team to push their chips forward. After they tried to do that after the 21 run where they made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. But given the timeline of this team, you have an opportunity to get a top 3 player in the sport that you can keep in a weaker Eastern Conference. I see the appeal for Atlanta to still be okay if it doesn't work out. You still have Trae. You're going to have Giannis at least for 2 seasons, and you have Daniels and a deeper core than Milwaukee, got Damian Lillard a couple off seasons ago, and it's better, I think, team around Giannis. As for Milwaukee, you get Jalen Johnson, who can help you next year. You get Zachary Reese-Sachet, the 2024 number 1 overall pick. That was very encouraging. I know he wasn't hyped up as a Wemby or Cooper Flag, but he still looked great last year on both ends of the floor. You take a flyer on Kobe Buffkin, and you get some additional draft capital. And I should have mentioned that 26 first is the swap that they got on draft night between New Orleans. So they have a little bit of leverage and collateral. If the Bucks aren't great in 2026, you get your own first round pick and a loaded 26 class as well. So this is just a Giannis idea that he stays in the Eastern Conference.
I mean, yeah, it's probably, as a fan of a team in the Western Conference, by all means, Giannis, please stay out East. Like, I'm sick of dudes coming out West. Actually, a tweet of yours I want to go ahead and show you real quick while we're talking about this trade in the Atlanta Hawks at the moment. Remember this one?
Yeah, I was thinking, because I was just like, you know what team is suited to win with Giannis if they acquire him, that's in an Eastern Conference, that has the assets that are appealing for both sides. And after that draft night trade getting Milwaukee swap in 26, I think it makes a little bit of sense now.
I mean, I've become like such an Atlanta Hawks truther at this moment. I really do believe they could be such a fun team next season and going forward. I mean, with Giannis, obviously, like they immediately vault themselves towards the top of the Eastern Conference. But just what they're doing in general right now, if they were able to add Nah, trade for Giannis, and they roll out a lineup next season of Trey, Dyson, Nah, Giannis, and Kristaps Porzingis, like that is such a nutty team when you think about it. And I do think Trey and Giannis would be a little bit better of a pairing because of the playmaking of Trae Young. Not that Dame's a bad playmaker, but Trey is more so of that pass type of player. He still gives you a guard that has a lot of range, that can score on his own. And I think adding the defense too of a Dyson Daniels would prevent any, obviously Trey is not a good defender. Dame, not a great defender either, going over there to Milwaukee, but having Dyson Daniels there to be a defender, I think would help out quite a bit. So I like your trade quite a bit. I might even like yours better than mine when I think about him staying out east. So appreciate you bringing that one. Let's talk Jaylen Brown next. Let's talk JB. If he were to get moved from the Boston Celtics, it doesn't sound like that's a likely outcome, that it would take almost anything to get him out of Boston, which I do think makes sense. I don't think they should move off of him. But if they were to, I have an interesting one, and it may or may not, again, be the San Antonio Spurs. I apologize. I did not mean to throw the Spurs in here multiple times, but they just make so much sense. But it is something very different. The trade that I have for Jaylen Brown going over to the San Antonio Spurs is one that would actually end up with De'Aaron Fox in Boston. I would have Jaylen Brown, Sam Hauser, Xavier Tillman for De'Aaron Fox, Devin Vassell, and first-round picks. It'd probably be 2 to 3. It sounds like, they want that big package. I don't know how much De'Aaron Fox brings to the table in terms of overall first-round pick value, but this could be a couple of the Hawks picks. It could be, some of their own. But in this situation, the Spurs clear up a little bit of the confusion they have with this whole backcourt situation, because they have Harper, they've got Castle, and they have Fox. What does that trio look like going forward? Obviously, you just picked up De'Aaron Fox, but you didn't give up that much to get him. And Jaylen Brown now comes in. You can roll out a lineup next season of Dylan Harper and Stephon Castles, your starting backcourt. JB out there at the 3, who is still relatively young, who can grow alongside Victor Wembanyama. Put whoever you want to have there at the 4. Maybe it's still Harrison Barnes for floor spacing. If you want defense, you could throw Jeremy Sohan in. And of course, Victor Wembanyama down low. And it just clears things up a little bit. You get a shooter in Sam Hauser, who I think could be really good too. Sam Hauser and Xavier Tillman specifically to go ahead and make the money work for Boston there. Xavier Tillman just gives you a little bit of some juice off the bench as a backup big. And then some first-round picks. You cash in some chips. If you're Boston, you get back a point guard to kind of be your guy going forward with Jason Tatum. You have a backcourt going ahead of him, of De'Aaron Fox and Derek White. I think that could be really interesting there. You give a shooter and a defender next to Fox, who really doesn't lean that way, more so a rim pressure guy, and a scoring Devin Vassell. So I try to go out of the box with this one. I know I did San Antonio again, but switch things up a little bit with a star swap here with De'Aaron Fox and Jaylen Brown.
No, I like them to have the assets to go after, get Jaylen Brown, somebody a little bit more of a perimeter player. And I think, like you mentioned, the Fox asset, I don't think it's a done deal that he's going to be on this team for the long term, just because you have Stephon Castle, 3 years under the rookie deal. You have Dylan Harper, who's coming in right now. And is there a need for Fox, or do you pivot and get an upgrade at the wing on the perimeter, and Jaylen Brown, who's won a Finals MVP? And I think this could be appealing for Boston as well, because we'll get to my package in a little bit. Mine's a little bit more of like a pick, young player asset package. Yours is helping them right now, and I'm sure Boston wants to keep winning in the Eastern Conference with Jason Tatum returns. And you'd have Peyton Pritchard kind of be that 6-man role still, and De'Aaron Fox starting. You have White in the backcourt with them, Vassell and Jason Tatum over there. I think that's a great return for the Boston Celtics if they're able to pull this off, and if they're able to get a little draft capital out of it. It's similar to like with the Giannis trade, that you have a big player in the East going to the West. I mean, hey, as a Knicks fan, let's just make the East a little bit weaker. We can always get weaker, so I'm okay with this deal.
I'm so sick of it, man. I'm so sick of it. Need this relocation to put OKC out East or something, man. I'm sick of this.
I mean, it would be interesting for sure. Yeah, my trade's a little bit different. Mine is him, I guess, his old general manager saying, we want to get Jaylen Brown. It's a Western Conference team as well. It's Danny Ainge, the son as well, Austin Ainge, running the show, former Boston Celtic executive, getting Jaylen Brown and Sam Hauser. Now, this happened, I came up with this idea before Clarkson was bought out, so that was matching salary basically in this deal. So basically, it would be John Collins, Walker Kessler, a very intriguing young asset going to Boston, which they've been linked in the past as well. Svi Mikhail to help make the money work. Isaiah Collier, who led rookies in assists last year. You'd get him with 3 more years under control, and you'd get 3 first-round picks one of those being the 27 Lakers first rounder, a 2030 unprotected first round pick. I think it's really interesting to see if Brown did get moved. How much does the Supermax contract lower the value? Because Brown is making almost as much money as anybody in the league. I don't think a lot of people think of him as like a top 5 player in the league, maybe close to top 10, top 15. So our team's willing to pay a haul of assets to get Jaylen Brown if he isn't like one of the best players in the league. He's not a Shea, he's not a Giannis, he's not a Jokic. So I think this is just interesting as well. It's him going to the West. Austin Ainge said that there could be big moves and they're tired of losing. They get Ace Bailey. You'd have Jaylen Brown and Ace Bailey on the perimeter, which would be entertaining to say the least. And Boston gets a little bit of young players, Sean Collins' movable deal, and some draft capital as well.
Yeah, I mean, if they wanted to really pivot, this is a way to go ahead and do it. Collins is just good. I think he'd be a player that could stick around for when Tatum ends up returning from injury. Walker Kessler, like, that's my main thing with the Celtics is who is the big going forward for them, because they don't have Porzingis anymore. It sounds like Horford may leave, and even if he doesn't, he's almost 40 years old. Like Luke Cornett seemingly going to be gone, Xavier Tillman. Like, they really don't have an answer at the big man spot. I think that's one of my biggest questions for the Celtics looking forward is who is that big? And of course, Walker Kessler immediately gives you an answer there for the moment. Collier is flippable alongside John Collins' contract if you wanted to go that route. And those picks are really interesting. So, I mean, if they wanted to really pivot in a big way, I think this is not a bad way to go ahead and do it. And we talked about a Mikal Bridges type package. You get 3 first-round picks and multiple young pieces, plus a pretty solid player in John Collins. I think that could potentially match what their asking price is. Let's move on now and talk a little bit about Ja Morant. No indication right now that Ja is on the move, but if, the Grizzlies really did decide to pivot in a big way or, heading into next season, my thought was Philadelphia. I thought about just a guard swap here where it is Ja Morant for Tyrese Maxey, Ricky Council, and first round picks. Not sure how much it would be. It depends probably whether it's going into this season, what Ja's health looks like, if it's around the deadline, where is he at in that regard. But first round picks involved, and you just switch things up. If you're both sides, if you're the Grizzlies, you look for a little bit more of a more efficient guard over there in Tyrese Maxey. Maybe you're not looking for as much playmaking. They don't have a lot of that at the moment, so it might require some other pivoting moves, but Maxey is just healthier at this point. You go ahead and you grab Ja Morant if you're the Sixers. Maybe you just shoot for a little bit more upside with Ja. You add the extra playmaking. You've seen what he's able to do if he is able to stay healthy and on the court consistently. Had that great spurt towards the end of the season after they changed the coaching situation. I don't know. Just try to come up with some kind of star swap, because I was looking around the league and it's hard to really think of any destination that makes the most sense for Ja Morant at the moment because of just the uncertainty around his health and what his value truly is at the moment. But I think if there's anybody that's willing to take a swing and just switch things up, I think it would be Philadelphia.
Totally. I like the idea for sure. I haven't really thought about Tyrese Maxey, but would that be a moving point for Philadelphia with the McCain and Grimes and Edgecombe pieces coming in as well and that have been there? And you get Ja Morant, him and Embiid's pick and roll, I think would be filthy. We've seen Ja Morant carry a team at times. I think that's the one thing Sixers fans in the front office are holding out on Maxey. Can he be a number 1 offensive weapon if Joel Embiid is not on the floor? We saw his numbers and efficiency take a little bit of a hit last year. I know he suffered that hamstring injury, but can he be a number 1? Or is he somebody that really benefits playing with a number 1 next to him and he's kind of more of a co-star? As you get Ja Morant, who can put up 30 points. He's averaged 28 in a season on good efficiency and was the best player on a 2 seed in the Western Conference back-to-back years. So I think this is an interesting upgrade for the 76ers. And I think this is a great return for Memphis as you have Maxey and Jaren Jackson Jr. as your future, given that you're still getting an all-star level guard in return. I have also an Atlantic Division team getting Ja Morant. They just parted ways with their longtime executive, Masai Ujiri. So I have the Toronto Raptors making a play for Ja Morant. Could they look to be even more aggressive after trading for Brandon Ingram at the deadline last year? They get a little bit more depth in Memphis here. You get Emmanuel Quickley, you get RJ Barrett, you get their 2024 first rounder, Jacoby Walter, who was a lot better in the second half last year. 2 first round picks go in this deal, and Ja Morant goes to Toronto. They get that lead ball handle or something. I'm still questionable on if Emmanuel Quickley can be that guy long term. And then also, what's a benefit of making the money work? Toronto, which has some big man depth questions, they add Brandon Clark along the way as well. So Memphis just gets a couple more assets quantity-wise. Toronto definitely gets the best player in this trade. But after getting multiple first-rounders for Bane, you get 2 first-rounders in this deal, You get the 3-year remaining left on the rookie deal for Walter. You get 2 wings that still have upside in this league, and quickly a guard and Barrett as the wing, as Toronto now gets like a top 20 player in the league when he's out there. And with the Eastern Conference being as wide open as it is, it's always going to be a talking point right now, given the disparity in conference talent. Ja, Brandon Ingram, Scotty Barnes, I think is somewhat interesting over there in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually one of the other teams I thought about for a moment, just because we talked a little bit about New Orleans and what's going on over there. The Raptors are also kind of a confusing mess right now. I have no clue what they're going to look like next season with everybody out there, if the roster's going to stay like this. We just haven't really seen, like, they have Brandon Ingram now. That still just doesn't feel real at all. So, yeah, I mean, if there's a team to take a bit of a swing and change things up, especially now that Masai Ujiri is gone, I do think it could be the Toronto Raptors. Speaking of John Moran and his draft class, let's talk Zion Williamson a little bit. Also going in that 2019 draft, it was billed as the Zion draft, and there have been really high highs and really low lows for Zion in his time with New Orleans so far. So the trade I have is actually sending him over to Charlotte. He goes over there. It's a team that is seemingly willing to make moves. He teams up with LaMelo Ball. It's Miles Bridges. It's Josh Green and first-round picks. I don't really know what it looks like in terms of the draft capital. Like, what is Zion's trade value at this point with his health? I really couldn't tell you. But, I mean, you get really fun lob pairing there with LaMelo Ball and Zion Williamson. I like the pieces that they added in terms of, like, a Conconnipple, for example, and a Liam McNeely. Like, they had some shooting, some connecting a little bit there. I still think they need a little bit more at the big man position, although Moussa Diabate was pretty good last season, and Kalkbrenner is someone that I do believe will be able to help them from day one. But I wouldn't mind that a little bit more at the big man position. But they add someone who's more long-term at the 4 rather than Miles Bridges, so I don't anticipate is going to be there all that much longer. And for the Pelicans, this, I think, would just be the start of a teardown. If you're going to get a few first-round picks, you got a little bit younger with Jordan Poole. Maybe you try and build around those types of assets and Trey Murphy and Herb Jones, or maybe you tear it down even further and you trade DeJounte Murray at some point. I don't really know what their direction is, but if they're looking to move off of Zion Williamson, just getting some draft capital from Charlotte, who isn't always the most competent franchise at points. You know, those are very volatile picks, it feels like, where they could theoretically be really high up there, because I don't even think with Zion in town, it's a guarantee they're going to be all that successful considering their injury history. And maybe for the Hornets, this isn't the best play because Zion is also really never on the court. Neither is almost anybody on the roster. But I guess if you're going to take a swing, take a swing.
Yeah, totally. I think for a team that I think a lot of people really like their draft, and I think the best way to optimize your offense around Zion is let him be the only guy in the paint and have some shooters around Zion Williamson. LaMelo Ball, great 3-point shooter. Same with Brandon Miller. They drafted Khan and McNeely, some great 3-point shooters. And I love them drafting Kalkbrenner in this scenario as well, because Kalkbrenner was a pretty solid 3-point shooter last year for Creighton. So I think this is a good way to buy low on maybe like a superstar with low end value right now. And you're taking a swing here, because what if Zion Williamson is a completely different player if he shows that he's a little bit more available on the floor? I think this brings us like a star level name to Charlotte. I think this makes them a very exciting team in the Eastern Conference. They traded for Colin Sexton as well yesterday. So this would be fun. And I love the idea, because me and Cone did not know what teams we were coming up with before this. I also had the Charlotte Hornets as my
hey, there we go. We're in sync. We're in sync.
We are. And I think it's like you mentioned it too. I think it is so hard to pinpoint Zion's trade value, because this return that we came up with should not be the return that Zion Williamson gets given his talent in this league. He's a top 15 player, in my opinion, when he is healthy on the floor. And you can put him out there as a point guard sometimes. He could be a traditional big. He's one of the more unique players in the league, but it's just his value right now is up in the air given his lack of availability basically most of his career. So my deal was fairly similar, honestly. I added Tijon Salon, who wasn't maybe the best rookie. New Orleans could take an upside swing on him with the 3 years remaining. It was a top 10 pick last year. And I had 2 first-round picks in this deal as well. So very similar of an idea that you came up with, because LaMelo throwing lobs to Zion Williamson is how we get the Charlotte Hornets back on the map. And I know they're a team that could make aggressive moves or maybe moves that haven't worked out in the past. But getting LaMelo and Zion, it'd be must-see TV with Conconnipple on the perimeter, with Colin Sexton as a sixth man. They had a big man or two, and you never know. This could be a play-in tournament team next year and can make them one of the more exciting duos in this league. For New Orleans, like you said, it could be the beginning of a teardown. They're starting fresh, and they're basically getting Miles Bridges 2-year deal. You take a flyer on Salon. You get some draft capital from a team that hasn't really shown the best track record of making the playoffs consistently. And I don't think we know what Joe Dumars is going to do, given he's done 2 fairly big trades after being the main decision maker for a few weeks now. So it's funny that we had the same team here for Zion.
Yeah, I mean, it just sounds like it's a perfect idea. No more notes on that. I think you did a great job. All right, going over to our last guy here, Devin Booker. Phoenix, obviously, in a little bit of limbo right now. They've gone a youth route. I like their draft quite a bit. I thought bringing in Kaman Malawach was a really good way to go ahead and give them a big. I like the Mark Williams trade because the first round pick they gave up didn't really feel like it had all that much value. I'm excited to see what they do next season with him and Jalen Green, and they've still got Ryan Dunn. I just feel like they did a pretty good job, and they added a good bit of young talent to this group. But if eventually they did decide to trade Devin Booker, maybe this is around the deadline or so, I have him going over to Detroit, especially now that there's the report that Malik Beasley, of course, may not end up being back. They need some shooting. They need some scoring in that backcourt. I think eventually the next step for the Pistons is to consolidate a little bit and get a 2 next to Cade Cunningham, someone to be that second option. And obviously Devin Booker, being from Michigan, ties to the area, makes a lot of sense as that guy. I think he'd be phenomenal playing off of Cade Cunningham. And I don't think you have to give up too much. I think it's Tobias Harris. It's Jaden Ivey, who I know Pistons fans love Jaden Ivey. When I talked about the Pistons going for a 2 at some point, I think it was in a YouTube video I dropped a couple of days ago, someone said they already have that second guy, and it's Jaden Ivey. And I like Ivey a lot, but there's still a lot of room to prove that he is that guy. And again, with how open this Eastern Conference is, I'm taking a swing if I'm the Pistons. Ron Holland, also an interesting young player, and probably a couple of first-round picks, 2 to 3, I would have to guess, depending on which of those picks they are and what protections look like. But yeah, you add a guy in Devin Booker who I think could be incredibly effective next to Cade Cunningham, and you get a secondary guy next to him that can provide you a little bit more scoring and more dynamic on offense, because that was an issue for them facing off against the Knicks in the first round.
Yeah, I like him going to the Eastern Conference. Allowing Cade to play a little bit more off ball, I think, could do wonders for his game, given his 3-point shooting ability. And I think just parting ways with this package, I would do this if you're the Detroit Pistons. If you can lock up Devin Booker on a long-term extension, and you may have the best backcourt in the NBA, or it's up there with one of the best if you're able to pull off this type of move, and you get to keep Asar Thompson in this deal, you get to keep Jalen Duren in this deal. Yeah, this is a no-brainer for me if I'm the Detroit Pistons. For Phoenix, I also agreed. I kind of like their draft as well. It's going to be interesting to see if they're going to extend Mark Williams after drafting Kaman, but I like the return of Kevin Durant, given that they were able to get Kaman with one of those picks. For them, now you have Ivy and Jalen Green, which has tremendous upside. It does have some downside as well, given their shot variance, but Ron Holland impressed me a ton as a rookie, and I do like this trade for just the Pistons in general. Devin Booker and Cade. Now, like, Detroit is fully back as like a perennial finals contender, in my opinion, if they can pull this off. So my trade goes back to the San Antonio Spurs, a team that you think could be after Jaylen Brown or Giannis. I have the idea, maybe this is where I disagree with you a little bit. If you're trading for Devin Booker, you have to overpay. I think Devin Booker means a lot to that city. And I do think if Phoenix is willing to part ways with Booker, you have to give them a haul. And I think you got to start with either Castle or Harper. I'd assume they would try to do everything they can to keep one of those guys, or to keep Harper. So I have Stephon Castle, I have Devin Vassell, and I have Jeremy Shohan, 3 first-round picks for the Spurs that have all shown some type of promise so far. And you got to give up 4 first-round picks in this deal as well. And I don't want the Spurs first. Like, you would have to give up the other teams first they have. So you got to get the Atlanta swap in 26, the Atlanta unprotected in 27, Dallas or Minnesota swap in 2030, and Sacramento swap in 2031. So you really have to give up, because the Spurs are going to be great with Devin Booker and Wemby. So like, those picks wouldn't have that much value to me if I'm Phoenix. And Phoenix here, they get a draft haul they need because they don't have much draft capital. And you have Stephon Castle, who in some ways can be better next to Jalen Green. He's a better defender than Devin Booker. So you add Vassell on the perimeter. You add Jeremy Shohan. They need a power forward. They don't really have one right now. And San Antonio gets Devin Booker, who him and De'Aaron Fox, 2 Kentucky guards, would be sick together.
Yeah, I mean, I think Book would be incredible there. Add some more offensive punch to that team. You build this phenomenal backcourt, and you bring in a guy who I just think Devin Booker. It's weird because it still, to me, feels like he's like really young, but he's also getting close to his 30s. But there's still so much time for him to play alongside Victor Wembanyama, grow with him and De'Aaron Fox. I've said that I'm all in on trying to invest early on in this Wemby contract. And I really don't feel like this is too much to give up. And if you're the Suns, I mean, you get a big influx of draft capital, especially if it's those Hawks assets. Stephon Castle, a guard to build around for the future. Him and Jalen Green, what can they do as your backcourt going forward? Devin Vassell gives you a young scorer. Jeremy Shohan, a great front court player. Yeah, just a lot of very interesting stuff going on here with this trade. And I mean, from us, that's what we got for y'all here in this block of the NBA or the Bleacher Report NBA free agency stream. I want to go ahead and thank Jake again for talking to us for a little bit, talking rumors. Matt, want to thank you, man, for hopping on with me here. It was a great time talking trades. It's a great time to be a basketball fan, you know, with free agency and everything swirling around. Good luck to your Knicks. Maybe it's Russell Westbrook. Maybe it's a Jordan Clarkson. We'll see. I'm just happy as the Thunder fan. I'm literally just chilling and don't have to worry about anything free agency related at all. But yeah, man, appreciate you tuning in. And you got anything else real quick before we wrap?
No, that's it. Must be nice to be a Thunder fan. Everybody's under contract. You just won the title. Amazing. 29 teams are very jealous of you.
Yeah, don't worry, man. I'm feeling fantastic here. I couldn't feel much better at this point. But yeah, we appreciate y'all tuning in as always. I'm trying to think I was trying to think of like one bold prediction I can make real quick. I'm going to say the Lakers get 2 bigs. And I'm going to say we see a big trade tonight, an unexpected big trade for a name that no one really saw coming amongst free agency moves. Was going to come up with a name, but don't have anybody off the top of mind. But I'm going to say that there's a big unexpected trade coming. I know Shams keeps alluding to big things happening. I think there's something brewing that we don't quite know yet, is what I'm going to say with the free agency period right around the corner here. And I'm going to say bold prediction. First thing that happens is Russell Westbrook to the New York Knicks. I'm going to say that's the first thing that happens right out the gate coming out of free agency.
We could see it. It'll be interesting to see what they do. I'm going to predict Jonathan Kuminga's Miami Heat is my final bold prediction.
Okay. Well, we appreciate you tuning in again. We're going to kick it over to the dunker spot for this next section heading into free agency. We appreciate y'all for tuning in. I've been Cone. That's Matt. Have a good one.
Hi, hello, and we're going to keep things rolling with Bleacher Report's NBA free agency live stream. I am the Kai's Duncan, joined as always by my guy, the always excellent Steve Jones Jr. Steve, how are you?
I'm doing good, feeling good. Exciting day. I don't know if I'm as excited as a Thunder fan in theory, but I'm very excited to talk free agency, get some moves going, see if one of these big trades happen, see if Russell Westbrook is going to be a Knick. But excited to break it down with you. Excited to break down with y'all. So let's have some fun, man.
We appreciate y'all rocking with us. Quick shout outs to Jalen Williams and AJ Mitchell getting paid. We're going to give some quick Thunder love before we get into this. But we are not going to be alone for this stream, Steve. We also have the always excellent Jake Fisher, who's going to be dropping in throughout the stream, giving us news nuggets and things that we should be paying attention to. Jake, how are you?
Guys, it's been a while. How you doing? I missed you.
Yeah, missed you too, man. Doing well. It's always crazy in the NBA, but excited to be rocking with you this afternoon, sir.
Yeah, it's going to be busy. I mean, there's been a lot of trade talk, a lot of LeBron talk, a lot of how many people are getting the full mid-level exception talk. So whatever you guys want to chop it up about, I'm here. Let's do it.
All right. Well, let's bounce off of the bold prediction that we heard before we tuned in. What's going on with the New York Knicks? What's going on with the free agency of Russell Westbrook?
What's going on with the Knicks is, of course, they have a head coaching search that they're in the middle of. And I think so far I made some calls to people involved in that process, let's say, this morning. And the word I've gotten that, like, in those interviews, the Knicks have kind of indicated that they're really secure with what their roster largely is comprised of right now. Obviously, they made a pretty bold, we're not involved in the Kevin Durant trade sweepstakes stance. And I think that's kind of been where things have been all along. They are involved in this veteran guard market that, as we talked about in the last slate of this show and as we've been writing about on the Stein line, like, I think the veteran guard market is probably the busiest faction of this free agency, musical chairs, whatever, spin the wheel, whatever analogy you want to use, from Dennis Schroeder to Chris Paul to Tyus Jones to Malcolm Brogdon. And Russell Westbrook does factor right in with all those guys. He absolutely has interest from New York and Sacramento. Those are the two teams that I've heard for the last 48 hours or so pretty confidently are really going to be factoring into his potential outcome here. I'm not ruling out a return to Denver, but as you see our colleague Ian Begley's tweet up there, that $5 million taxpayer exception, which is going to be actually really like $5.7 million, that's the goal, I think, for a lot of veterans past their prime, right? The Al Horfords of the world, for example, Chris Paul, that's the number that Dallas has available to the point guards that they've been looking at. We're expecting that to be D'Angelo Russell, but for New York, that's going to be a chip for them to potentially get someone north of the veteran minimum, and that's obviously the ballpark that Russell Westbrook would hope to avoid, right? At this stage of your career, you both want an opportunity to win, you want playing time, but you want to make a little bit of cash too. And so with the Knicks, I do think that primarily we've heard them connected to Russell Westbrook, Malcolm Brogdon, Tyus Jones. I think that's the kind of core group of guys that, I mean, there's other names too, like they've been connected to Luke Kennard, but I think they're primarily in the mix for these veteran ball handler types at that $5.7 million taxpayer mid-level exception.
Okay, that is interesting. That's interesting. I guess quickly on the Knicks front, 'cause you've mentioned a lot of guards. Have you heard anything on the Knicks looking to add any kind of front court or wing depth, or is it just mostly trying to bolster that backcourt right now?
I think it's the backcourt. Precious Achiuwa, I don't know if he has much of a market, so maybe they have an opportunity to bring him back on, the relative cheap. I mean, I'd like to be making $2 million a year, but that's kind of, all things are relative in this market. I don't really see much of a market for Precious Achiuwa right now. I think, there's been some Al Horford buzz, I think, for New York as well, but we've heard a lot of Golden State for him, so we'll see. But for now, most of the names that have come up for us for New York have been backcourt names, like you mentioned.
Got it.
Well, I was going to real quick just bounce off of it. You mentioned the need for guards and adding veteran playmaking. Do you think that's kind of the first domino effect that we'll see tonight as far as teams kind of finding their guy in that range, adding that depth at the guard position?
I think so, because even during those Kevin Durant trade talks, everyone was kind of saying, oh, this is holding up the market, right? I didn't really see what market it was holding up outside of like Jonathan Kuminga sweepstakes and maybe some DeMar DeRozan stuff and maybe some John Collins stuff. I think largely, especially you guys know this as well as anyone, like the game right now at this level, it's just so much is predicated on how many guys can do stuff off the bounce, how many guys can create, how many guys can break down defenses, how many guys, not even that, but can you put the ball on the floor and attack closeouts? Can you be someone who is a ball mover, a playmaker, who the ball doesn't just stick, or when, offenses grind down in the fourth quarter, like you can do something with it. And we're seeing, we saw with OKC and Indiana at the top of all this, both teams just starting guard after guard after guard. So it's a bit of a copycat league, obviously. And I think even like Sacramento, that has wanted a point guard very, very loudly, right? Their new GM, Scott Perry, said that, very clearly in his opening press conference. We're still getting word that they are looking for multiple guards in this market. So we've heard Dennis Schroeder, we've heard Russell Westbrook, Malcolm Brogdon, others. Like, I think they're going to get two of these guys. New Orleans is involved in the veteran guard market. The Knicks we mentioned, Charlotte already went out and got one in Colin Sexton. Orlando's a player here. Phoenix is a player here, depending on what happens with Tyus Jones. And Minnesota, I mean, they're preparing to lose Nickeil Alexander-Walker, who is probably, he's not necessarily a point guard, right? But he's probably the biggest name on the market in terms of guards. He has some on-ball ability. I think Minnesota, in preparation of losing him, they're going to be a factor in the veteran guard market as well, even though they are anticipating some greater contributions from Rob Dillingham and Terrence Shannon Jr. next season. I've definitely heard them come up in the veteran guard market as well.
Okay, this is going to be an active guard market. I'm excited to see how this plays out. Well, thank you, Jake. We're going to be tapping back in with you throughout this stream, but that's a lot to chew on there, Steve. That's a lot to chew on. We appreciate you, Jake.
A lot of guards, a lot of movement,
A whole lot of
teams looking for it. It's interesting, the dynamic of Indiana OKC, the copycat league aspect. I always love talking about that. But who's going to get their guy? Who's going to be the first domino to fall? Who's going to be the next domino to fall? It's always the fun part for me when it comes to this. You got numbers on the board. You got the timeline ticking. So it's about that time.
It's about to be very exciting right here. But while we wait on the official start of free agency, we got the ticker in the bottom corner here. Let's play a little buy or sell, Steve.
Okay.
Play a little buy or sell.
Okay.
Since we have a lot of rumors to sort through, we can have a little fun with this one. So off top, arguably the biggest name that was technically around the free agency market. You might have heard of LeBron James. He seems to be a pretty good player, pretty big name in basketball. Opted into his contract, but then we got the statement afterwards that got the wheels kind of churning. So buy or sell, Steve. Not only will LeBron James be traded after all, but he'll be traded to the Dallas Mavericks.
Sell?
The immediate sell.
Yeah, I mean, I could understand it if the Dallas Mavericks wanted to do that. My problem is if you are trading for LeBron James, you're trading for a year of LeBron James, and you are having to trade a bunch of people to get LeBron James. And how many teams can rightfully afford to do that? I mean, I'm sure the internet would giggle and laugh looking at that graphic if they, it ended up being Luka for LeBron and AD. But I'm selling that. I'm selling that very quickly, very fast.
Okay, I'm right there with you. I will say that would be an incredibly funny turnaround to trade Luka. You land Cooper Flag in the draft. Obviously, you trade Luka for Anthony Davis, and you get LeBron, and you just get LeBron, AD, and Kyrie back together. Which, if that's the case, that means Daniel Gafford, who recently got a new deal. Daniel Gafford's out of there. PJ Washington's likely out of there. You got to cobble a lot of salaries to get it done. So I'm with you on the sell. So I guess I'll broaden the scope for you, Steve, before we move on to the next one. Could you see LeBron getting traded at all?
If he would like to, I could see that world. I don't know if that's the case that he wants to. I think he believes in what the Lakers are trying to put together. They just got Luka. I think it's, obviously I'd like to control my destiny a little bit more. But, let's see what we got going on. LeBron's calculated, Lakers calculated. Let's see what moves they make. I don't necessarily think we would get to that portion unless nothing happens, in my opinion.
Okay. So, all right, well, I like you getting the immediate sale got me, but understandable. To the second one, Steve. The Bucks are trying to build around Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Yes, buy, of course.
Buy. Okay.
They have to, or else him being on this screen would be a lot different the next time we have one of these free agency deals. And you don't want to deal with that on a trade deadline, especially or anything like that. I think there is an opportunity for the Bucks, especially in this Eastern Conference. Obviously, Damian Lillard going down, not ideal. But you have a player like Giannis Antetokounmpo who was a force last year. And you know exactly what type of talent you can put around him. Obviously, they're trying to bring Bobby Portis back, might lose a big, but you can find pieces around Giannis and try and make a run in this Eastern Conference. Even if you don't have Dame, let's see if we can find some more playmaking, find some more wing depth, find some shooting, be able to kind of just move the needle around it. But I mean, if this is a guy who is going to average 30, shoot over 60% year after year after year, and make himself the only person that does that consecutively, yeah, you kind of want to build around that guy as long as you can and make him as happy as possible. So see if you can get some more lineup versatility, see if you can get some more shooting, maybe get some more athleticism in the bigs. But I think there's a real opportunity for them, especially in this Eastern Conference with what Boston's going to look like. They're going to be competing but not the same team. Indiana, they're going to be competing but not the same team. There's a wide open nature. So you want to put yourself in a position where you have those pieces at the start and you can try and get off to a good start and keep yourself in that top 6 mix. I think that's the biggest key for all these Eastern Conference teams. It's why you saw the swing from Orlando. It's why you're hearing Miami and all sorts of moves. Yeah. It's why Atlanta went and got Kristaps Porzingis. Like, there's an opportunity for these teams to try and put a stamp and move up. Cleveland still is right there. So if I'm Milwaukee, absolutely. You want to do whatever you can, one, to make Giannis happy, and two, to take advantage of the chance you have, hoping that Damian can get back at the right time.
Understandable. I guess 2 ways to read it. Like, do you buy them planning to build around Giannis? It's an obvious yes. Do you buy the Bucks' actual plan in building around Giannis? Could be the alternate way to think about it.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I guess they're just trying to figure out like how they plan on building this out. I think this free agency market and just the market in general, with not a lot of teams having cap space, it does present a unique opportunity for Milwaukee to sell some free agents on some 1-year deals. Hey, can you help us? Can you help Giannis? Can you play off of Giannis? Can you set yourself up for next year's free agency? Especially since you're not going to see a lot of unrestricted free agents taking 20 plus, 30 plus, 40 million a year deals. Can you get some bargains on this market? Like, they already brought back Brook Lopez. I think Kevin Porter Jr. opted out. I'm sure they're going to try to bring him back to bring some scoring in. But just in general, like, can they find some value adds around Giannis to, again, put the Bucks right there? Because I think he is the best player in the conference.
You meant Bobby Portis, right?
Yeah, Bobby Portis.
You said Brook. It's fine.
Oh, well, we will see if Brook is back. He's been linked to a couple other teams, so thank you for the correction there. But Bobby Portis did indeed re-sign 3-year deal there. I think player option on the 3rd year. So they're bringing some pieces back, but there are some interesting veteran names on the market. So I am curious to see like what direction they go in. If Brook Lopez does leave, we'll see in the next hour or so or a little bit later. But if he does leave, do we lean more into Giannis at the 5? What does that look like? How does that affect who they try to target on that front? I'm just curious to see how Milwaukee goes about doing this.
We'll find out shortly.
We sure will. Well, speaking of Brook Lopez, he is actually 3rd on the list. Do you buy or sell Brook Lopez and or DeAndre Ayton going to the Los Angeles Lakers? Do you feel like that could be the center rotation that helps build a championship team around Luka Doncic and LeBron James?
I mean, I think if you're the Lakers, you look at last year and you want to upgrade the big man room, obviously. I don't know if the perfect fit is the word that's getting me, because I believe in progress, not perfection. Keep that in mind.
Some bars, okay.
But what I would say is I think Brook would absolutely help the Lakers in the sense that he's going to give them size. he's going to give them a different level of rim protection. Now, we know what he can do in drop. I guess my concern would be for the Lakers, do you have the personnel to really execute and navigate those screens, to get the most out of that scheme? Do you believe having Brook being able to switch? We saw him do that more often last year for the Bucks, had mixed results, especially in the playoff series. You can do multiple things with Brook, but on the other end, he's able to space the floor. So if you're going inverted pick and roll, having a guard screen for Luka and LeBron, or they're in action together, that's something that you can just kind of go naturally to that. He can space the floor and knock down shots for you. I know everyone likes to look at Luka and say, hey, you need an automatic lob threat. Brook's pretty good in the short roll. So if you do get those drop scenarios with Luka, with LeBron, you're going to be able to get that pocket pass, get that little one-hand floater. And then if you do switch, you could, in theory, again, remember, Brook Lopez, once upon a time, an absolutely very good dominant post player. So you could just throw it to him in the post if their teams are going to switch. So I don't know if perfect is the right word for Brook Lopez, but I would say he'd be a good help. Now, as far as DeAndre Ayton, I know the world is giving a mixed bag on DeAndre Ayton. But I think that would be a pretty good context for DeAndre Ayton if he's able to play next to Luka Doncic and LeBron James. And we've seen him have success, especially in Phoenix, being able to play off talent, being able to, find a way to roll, being able to get in the pocket. It's just the force that he's going to play with. Will he play with the right mindset defensively, consistently enough to take advantage of the offense? Yeah. Because in this scenario, it wouldn't quite be where, hey, you have to get X amount of buckets. You have to make X amount of plays. He'll be able to play in naturally in the flow. So I think Ayton would have a better context. You could argue because of the way that he can roll, it might be a better fit. I probably trust a little bit more of Brook, but I can understand maybe age as far as the defense and how much the scheme kind of works together. Either way, if they can get a better big overall, I think that will help them. They just have to find a way to get lineup versatility, in my opinion. That's the biggest thing for them. I thought they had good small ball lineups, but the problem is once they started subbing, it was kind of the same version of the same thing. And Minnesota was able to kind of exploit that. So I wouldn't be surprised for them to try and find different ways to get different combinations.
Okay, I like it. I'll say quickly off of the switching point, the Lakers were the switchiest team in the NBA last year, switched about 40% of the pick and rolls that they saw. Brook Lopez switched about 7% of the pick and rolls that he defended last year. DeAndre Ayton switched about 9%. So if head coach JJ Redick wanted to stick with that, that would be quite the shift from what they were asked to do at the very least last year. As you mentioned, Brook Lopez switched a little bit more than we've seen in years past and held up reasonably well based on what you might expect from him at this stage of his career. But again, would be a pretty big shift there. As far as perfect fit, I probably sell perfect fit because I do think Brook, incredible screener. DeAndre Ayton, when he commits to it, can be a very good screener. Both have some real pop value. You mentioned kind of the short roll scoring that DeAndre Ayton can provide. I do wonder which of the two consistently threatens the rim. I think DeAndre Ayton does have the preference to pull up a little bit shorter on some of his attacks. And he has insane touch. He's been a very good mid-range shooter pretty much his entire NBA career, so he can knock down those shots. But if you're talking about like pure lob threat for Luka Doncic or pure lob threat for LeBron James, like both of them can catch the ball high and dunk it. I don't think either of them fit that particular archetype, but there's a little bit more versatility there. So I probably sell perfect fit, but I do think having both of those guys in combination, it certainly makes their front court better. There are different things you can play. Like we just saw DeAndre Ayton in Portland. Like we saw them go to some too big setups. We've seen Brook Lopez literally play alongside Giannis Antetokounmpo. So like there's a world where you can steal 4 or 5 minutes a game with those two together if you want. So you do have room to try out different things. You do just add a level of versatility between those two guys. So can't get the perfect, but I think it's good. And if the Lakers can get out of this with adding both of those guys, I think they'll feel pretty good about it.
Both?
I think they can land both, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if you're like DeAndre Ayton just gave back a bunch of money to hit free agency. And Brook Lopez at this stage of his career, like I don't think he's warranting like $20 million, something like that. So if we're looking at mid-level exception or I guess we're thinking veterans minimum or smaller exception, I think that fits for Brook. And then we'll see what DeAndre Ayton wants. But I think there's a world in which the Lakers could pull that off.
Because what if they only get one of them?
Ooh, if they only get one?
Yeah, because you're operating in a lane where they get both of them. Yeah, it's great. They only get one. Pick one.
Okay. If it's one, you probably take the upside swing with Ayton.
Wow. Upset. Upset alert.
Okay.
Did not see that
I take it you would take Brook in that situation.
Yeah. Give me the defense.
I feel you. I say the Lakers already had their turn with Brook Lopez. Got to try something different. All right. To number 4. Do you buy or sell the Warriors actually trading Jonathan Kuminga instead of signing him to a new deal?
I mean, the framing of that question allows me to get out with a sign-in trade, so the answer is yes.
You hooligan.
Got to do better.
Okay, fair enough. It'd have to be a sign-in trade anyway. He's a restricted free agent.
I still win.
I
Go ahead.
don't know if that's how to... Well, my answer is that I buy that they trade him. I think Jonathan Kuminga wants to spread his wings somewhere else. I think he wants more consistent offensive usage than what would be allowed for him or that's available to him in Golden State. And so I think within that lens, he's already been linked to the Miami Heat. He's been linked to the Chicago Bulls. Like, we had early discussions about, hey, what does it look like if Brooklyn tosses him an offer sheet? I don't know if that happens. But just in general, there are 2 more spots in Miami or Golden State where I think, or excuse me, Chicago, where he'd have a little bit more room to explore than he would in Golden State. So I personally buy that.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear Jonathan Kuminga would like to be able to do all the driving and all the passing and all the aggression offensively and be able to kind of spread his wings and see exactly how good he is. The Golden State context, it can be very good for you, but it is a specific context. You are going to have to move the ball, you have to cut, you have to play off stuff. And I don't know if the trust has been established to the degree that either side feels great about it. So I would not be surprised if Jonathan Kuminga is headed towards a different destination. And it'll be interesting if that happens. What does the context look like for him? You know, because again, how much would Golden State want to play him, Jimmy, and Draymond together?
Yeah.
And who does that help? Staggered lineups, who does that help? You're gonna have to eventually play with one of them. So I don't necessarily know if that's gonna be. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Golden State wanted to keep him, but I don't know if that's gonna be the move for them going forward.
Yeah, and as we look at the projected starting 5 here, it's Steph, it's Buddy, it's Jimmy, Jonathan Kuminga, and Draymond Green. And I think one of the things that Steve Kerr said after the Warriors were eliminated is that we know Draymond can play the 5, and he's very good at the 5. We don't know if we want him to have to play 82 games of him at the 5. We want to try to limit that and at least save it for some playoff situations there. So even that probably factors into, okay, even if we do want to bring Jonathan Kuminga back, what is the price point here if we are committing to playing a little bit bigger when he's on the floor? And how does that affect how well he can get to some of those drives and access some of those lanes? What does that look like? What is the value going to be there? And so for me, it just feels like this is going to be, I guess, as natural of a split as it can be, because signing trades underneath, well, in this new CBA with all these aprons and things, it makes it a little bit more complicated. You have the base year compensation that you got to deal with a sign and trade with Jonathan Kuminga, since he's going to be getting the big pay raise on top of that. So it gets complicated, but it feels more like this is going to be a sign and trade somewhere. So I'll toss you a quick question, Steve, before we move to this next one. If Jonathan Kuminga is going to be signed and traded, again, he's been linked to the Bulls, he's been linked to the Heat. Which roster do you think fits him best, or which context fits him better between Miami and Chicago?
I think Miami is an underrated context for him because of the ability to score and attack and play with different lineups, and they would need his offense a different way. I think Chicago would work because of their style of play. Like, I think a lot of people forget that they got up and down the court a whole bunch. I know the wing room feels a little bit bigger than it should be, but this is a team that wants to play up and down. They want to attack. They want to move the ball. So that would be a context for him to really just be able to turn the corner and let it fly in the way that he wants to offensively. I think with Miami, he probably would grow more, I think, as a two-way player because of what would be asked of him in Miami with the personnel that they have and the responsibility that he would have. But I think Chicago, to me, feels like a more natural fit with where they both are at the current time. What do you think?
I like it. I think Chicago feels like the better fit, in my opinion. To your point about how fast they play. They were second in pace this past year, but they really looked to push in transition. And even after made baskets, they wanted to get the ball up the floor quickly and just kind of flow into different attacks. And I think that fits more of what Jonathan Kuminga wants to do. I think that accentuates his best skills. It's one of those, I feel like Chicago's a better fit. Miami probably needs him more just because they just need more athleticism in the room, period. And he provides a bunch of it. And in particular, they need more size and athleticism in the wing group. I think they attempted to address that with Andrew Wiggins. With a potential sign and trade, I wonder if Wiggins is going to be in it or what they do there. But I think adding to that would certainly help Miami. But I like Jonathan Kuminga in Chicago a little bit more. I think that's where I land. And then finally, Steve, buy or sell this statement: there is no way the Boston Celtics trade Jaylen Brown or Derek White.
Considering Luka Doncic got traded, they never say never. So I guess I would have to sell that just by default. I do think that you would have to give a massive offer for one of them. I don't know which team at this current moment will be willing to. I feel like the time would have been maybe draft night.
Yeah.
And even then, you would have had to put a lot on the table, and even then, Boston might have been like, no. So you put yourself in a position where if you throw that offer out there, now we have that in the back of our brain. I don't think Boston could. I mean, Boston's made the moves they needed to as far as moving Drew, as far as moving Porzingis. We knew the Celtics had to eventually go from this team to a different version of themselves. Tatum going down, unfortunately, speeds that up. But I don't think, unless they get the mother of all mother offers, that Jaylen Brown and Derek White are gone. So I can't imagine a world where that happens. And I don't know which team would even be willing to do it at this point. I feel like any team that has was already pivoted by now. So I'm selling. You?
Okay, I like the sell by default just because the no way wording. There is literally a way, or there is literally a pathway. So I guess within that lens, they'll probably have to agree with you. I have to sell just on principle.
Boring.
But okay, well then I will buy it because ultimately I don't think the Celtics are going to do it. I think to your point, they've already moved Drew, they've already moved Kristaps, and they were going to do those things, or at least look at different avenues to cut money because they wanted to get underneath the second apron. With those two deals, they have already accomplished that goal. And so there's a world in which they move one of those guys, gets a bunch of picks, get some good players in, and it gives them a little bit more breathing room. And does that breathing room now help you bring back a Luke Cornett or now Horford? You see what can happen there. But they've already accomplished the big goal of getting underneath the second apron. So I don't think they're moving either one of those guys. We did see the tweet up on screen, Shams on the Pat McAfee show, that teams had been throwing out crazy offers for Jaylen Brown and Derek White. So I guess there is at least a little bit of exploratory interest from other teams just to see, okay, what is it going to take to make them bite? But the fact that they are still on the roster means it certainly hasn't been enough. So,
It's not enough.
2 solid players left, but it's not enough. But no, I think to that end, I'm trying to think who would even do it. Like San Antonio could still do it for either one of those
Leave
guys.
San Antonio alone.
No, I don't.
They don't want to do any of that. Everyone put them in the Kevin Durant sweepstakes. They said, no, we're good. We've got our people. Let them cook. Let the Spurs cook.
They've cooked quite a bit. I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying, to your earlier question, like I don't know the team that would do it. The Spurs, in a literal sense, like have the assets and picks left to do it if they want to. The Houston Rockets, because of what they gave up for KD, and more importantly, what they didn't give up to get KD, if they want to, they have stuff that they can put on the table to offer up. The Oklahoma City Thunder could if they want to. I do not think they're going to. But like those are the 3 teams that come off the top of my head as if we want to make the swing and we know it's going to take a lot, we do actually have a lot. So those are probably the 3 for me. But
I'll straighten up your pillow for you. Keep going.
I appreciate that, big dog. But no, I don't think we see anything on the Jaylen Brown or Derek White front. So I guess we'll see. We will see. All right, let's tap back in with our guy, Jake Fisher. Let's see if he has, going back to last year, see if he has some more words for us on the free.
Brother.
So, Jake, we were talking a little bit earlier about Brook Lopez and DeAndre Ayton. Both of those guys seem to be targets of the Los Angeles Lakers, or at least landed one of those guys. The DeAndre Ayton buyout caught, I would imagine, a lot of people by surprise when it was first announced. Have you heard anything on the DeAndre Ayton front?
Yeah, we just reported the last several minutes that DeAndre Ayton took a $10 million haircut, which is a pretty pricey haircut, to get out of his deal with Portland. So that, I think, typically is an indicator of where or how much these guys are looking for. If you flash back to when Kemba Walker took a buyout with Oklahoma City before he signed with the Knicks, that buyout amount that he left on the table was the literal exact amount that he signed with New York for. So I don't think Ayton is working that directly here, but maybe that's some indication that he believes there is a bit of a market for him above the veteran minimum, maybe even a good portion of the full mid-level exception, that 14.1 full mid-level exception. I don't know where that spot could come from outside of Milwaukee, because I have heard him linked to the Bucks as well as the Lakers. And if we're using this game of musical chairs again as our analogy here to find homes for these guys, the word's been pretty consistent that the Lakers were projecting a payment for Brook Lopez to be in that $14 million mid-level exception range. So I don't think they can give it to both those guys. In fact, I know they can't give it to both of those guys. So that's my tinfoil hat coming out here and wondering, okay, will Ayton be more motivated to get all that money back? Will he prioritize fit? He's still making $25.6 million regardless. The Blazers are giving that to him straight up. So we'll see. But on the Portland side of this, what's interesting with that $10 million figure, it leaves the Blazers with the exact amount of tax, cap, all that accounting to open up their own full mid-level exception, which to my understanding, after they went out and acquired Drew Holiday, a big surprise addition that I think when Holiday was on the block, no one really had Portland on their list of potential outcomes. I think that has kind of solidified exactly what the Blazers are really doing here from a talent upgrade standpoint. I'm being told that the Blazers' expectation, barring some crazy change, which we're a half hour away from the horn, who knows what could happen, but for now, the prevailing sentiment out of the Pacific Northwest is that Portland is going to be one of these teams that takes their full mid-level into the season, and they're going to use that in the new CBA as a full traded player exception. So that's the latest on Portland, and we'll see if Ayton can factor into the Lakers or if he does end up looking for a richer payday with a team like Milwaukee, perhaps.
Okay, I am intrigued. I did not consider DeAndre Ayton kind of taking the Brook Lopez spot in Milwaukee and potentially playing alongside Giannis, which funny conversation between Giannis and Brook Lopez going back, DeAndre Ayton, going back to that 21 finals and how that ended and lobs and all the things. That'd be a lot of fun. Okay. You did mention the New York Knicks coaching search when we talked to you a little bit earlier. It seems like Mike Brown, per Shams Charania, getting another interview with the New York Knicks. Would you consider Mike Brown the front runner in that regard, or who do you think the Knicks will be looking at the head coaching spot?
I've kind of been considering Mike Brown the front runner for a little while now for several reasons. Number one, he was the head coach in Cleveland when LeBron was there and when World Wide Wes was a very integral figure in LeBron's world. So there's a lot of familiarity there. And obviously, Leon Rose, the president of New York, was LeBron's agent at that time as well. So there's definitely some connections, I think, behind the scenes. While also, I think I've been, not to pat myself on the back, I think I've been the one person in the media who's like really hammered home the point that the fact that the New York Knicks head coach is the leading spokesman of this franchise, I think is a super underrated aspect of what this job description entails, being that every single head coach speaks at practice, they speak pregame, they speak postgame, but I really haven't seen in my decade plus of covering the league a current situation where the head coach is responsible for speaking on roster movement and everything out of an organization. And Mike Brown is so good at that. Like, I flew to Sacramento in the beginning of that early rise of the Light the Beam era Kings, where they were winning like 8 straight games in like October, November, whenever it was. I think maybe early December. Who cares? When the rocket ship was taking off and the purple lights were heading to outer space.
There we go.
Mike Brown had that local press corps eaten out of his hand. He's a really gregarious, affable guy. So I do think he's a real favorite here. But I know James Borrego interviewed over the weekend. I believe those talks went well, to my understanding. And I think there's some hope for him, for Taylor Jenkins, that they will also be able to get a second interview. But I think the fact that Mike Brown is scheduled for one first is definitely indicative of the fact that he seems to be the leading contender here. And I think that has been the case all along.
Okay, all right. Potential Mike Brown to New York making a return there. I like it. Well, thank you, Jake. Again, we're going to be tapping in with you throughout this stream. Things about to heat up in about 27, 28 minutes. So drink some water, prepare the hand. There we go. There it is. But we'll be back. We appreciate you, Jake.
Thank you, guys.
Ooh-wee. So potentially Mike Brown to the New York Knicks, potentially DeAndre Ayton to the Milwaukee Bucks. Actually, want to sidebar right there before we get to our next thing, Steve. How do we feel about DeAndre Ayton in Milwaukee if that ends up being a thing?
Are you asking me or are you asking yourself?
Yes.
I feel fine with DeAndre Ayton in Milwaukee. I think Defensively, I'm intrigued to see what they would land on. Will they want to switch? Will they want to be in drop? He doesn't quite have the same flexibility as a Brook Lopez. And if it's going to be DeAndre and Bobby, do you want to play them together? Are they going to be your fives? I think there are questions there. But again, with Milwaukee, you're trying to add talent to your team right now. So I personally don't mind DeAndre Ayton as a basketball player. I'll stand on that island.
That feels a little pointed, Steve. Have you seen some DeAndre Ayton takes that have annoyed you a little bit?
I've talked basketball with you for 3 years.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. On that note, I'd be intrigued by the fit for a lot of the same reasons you would. But again, getting a little bit more scoring juice at the 5 spot, I think, would be helpful. The thing I really appreciate, the mid-range scoring of DeAndre Ayton, some of the short roll scoring that he can provide. Again, I would like to see him pressure the rim a little bit more. I think he does have the skill and have the physicality for it. But I think that'd be helpful. The defense is going to be interesting. A lot of that is going to depend on what his engagement level is, because I do think he has the potential to provide a little bit more switching than Brook Lopez did, can get up to the level, can be active. We've seen good reps from him in drop before. Again, it's up to him to put it together on a possession-by-possession basis. So if he's able to hit the notes on both ends, like again, that feels like the kind of upside swing that Milwaukee needs to make to appease Giannis, give him a little bit more athleticism in the front court alongside him, take a little bit of the burden off of him. So I would like it. I think I would like it.
Would you rather the Bucks get Ayton or Capella?
I'd probably land Ayton.
Okay.
Did that answer surprise you?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, got to keep you on your toes. All right. Well, Steve, would you like to get into some free agency predictions before we get into the top of the hour and things really start popping off?
That's a good segue, considering you said you want to keep me on my toes. So I'm very intrigued to see what you have cooked up as far as these predictions go. Can I get mine out the way first? Because I don't have anything fancy for it.
Okay.
You ready?
By all means. What you got?
The Knicks will add guard play. Boom.
Okay, that certainly counts.
The Pistons will add shooting. Boom.
That also counts. All right.
The Rockets will add a wing.
Okay. They've been linked to one. They traded for another. They might trade another.
The Miami Heat will disappoint their fan base.
Well, I mean, that's a guarantee. Like, they already didn't get Kevin Durant. A lot of Heat fans looking for a more firm direction from the Miami Heat. So I'll raise my hand and also say I would like to see a firm direction from the Miami Heat heading into this offseason, heading into this free agency period. We did get the opt-out from Duncan Robinson. We will see if he's getting a new deal. We're going to see if it's going to be a new deal in Miami or if there's going to be a sign and trade with him going elsewhere and what that potentially sets up for Miami. So I would naturally have my eyes on what the Heat are trying to put together this summer. Not going to be as angry as some of the fans that I've seen, but clock's ticking. But thank you for those, Steve. Are you ready to be annoyed?
Sure.
All right. Prediction number 1 for me, Steve. As Jake talked a little bit about the veteran guard market, I will start with the veteran guard market. I think Chris Paul returns to the Los Angeles Clippers. I think we get Chris Paul back to the Clippers, where he was fantastic during his first stint. Helped change the culture there. Helped lead them to the playoffs multiple times. Got them to the second round, and then things happened. We don't want to talk about it. But future Hall of Famer, still quite productive. Had a solid year in San Antonio. Played all 82 games last year quietly, Steve. Still was one of the better pick and roll creators that we had in the NBA last season. And I think him adding, one, just the veteran leadership that he provides, but just to the on-court, another guy that can create when James Harden goes to the bench or when Kawhi Leonard's on the bench or if he's not available. Have another guy that you can trust to help get into your offense, get guys into their spots. If you're pairing like him and Norman Powell together in some of those hybrid second units, someone that can get Norman Powell the ball on the move with good placement so he can attack immediately. I think Chris Paul genuinely would help that second unit, as they were looking for some backup options last year. You ultimately get the Bogdan trade, you ultimately get the Ben Simmons acquisition. Just having a steady hand behind James Harden, I think, would be helpful. So early prediction, especially with the reporting that Chris Paul wants to be close to home in his next spot. If he does decide to play another season, I think LA is where he wants to be. If it's not the Lakers, it's going to be the Clippers, I would imagine. So I think the Clippers. How did I do?
I'm not surprised that you started this with Chris Paul. I'm not surprised you started looking for an LA night. Yeah. What I would say is, one, don't wrap the Clipper legacy into, well, they made it to the second round one time. They didn't make it to the second round one time. They lost to the Grizzlies one time. Never forget that. But no, I'll be fine with that. I mean, I think the Chris Paul domino is an interesting one as far as would he take less to play where he wants to play? Is that just going to be the Clippers? Does he want to go to the Lakers? Like, where does he fit in? I think there's a lot of teams who would say, hey, man, we'd love to have you. I think after the San Antonio portion, it's clear if he wants to keep playing, it's going to be somewhere he wants to be. So I'm fine with that one, outside of obvious reasons.
Okay, fair enough. I think the broader prediction would have been Chris Paul returns to the Pacific Division, since you do have the Lakers, the Clippers, maybe even a return to the Suns. You know, as Jake mentioned, we'll see what happens with Tyus Jones on that front. But Chris Paul was pretty good in Phoenix when he was there. So I think Pacific Division is where he goes. But again, I think a return to the Clippers would make some sense. Are you ready for the second one, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
All righty. Sticking with the return theme, quiet free agent Bruce Brown returns to the Denver Nuggets.
Okay.
Get a wing that can play make a little bit, that can drive a little bit, that can shoot a little bit, can defend multiple positions, someone that already has experience playing off of Nikola Jokic. It's just a fit that makes sense. And I think because the Nuggets, I think they have a little bit of wiggle room in terms of exceptions, they can give Bruce Brown not a big bag, but enough of a bag to where he feels comfortable going back to a winning situation that he's comfortable with. And he's someone that can help unlock some more lineup versatility for them. So I like Bruce Brown's return. That's my second one. How did I do? Oh, we got the 2 thumbs up. Okay. No rebuttal, unlike the Chris Paul selection. So I must be on the right track. Are you ready for the third one?
Yes.
I feel like I'm about to lose the little bit of grace that I got, but that is fine with me. We look at the restricted free agency market, Steve. We have an actual return on this regard. I think Memphis Grizzlies forward, Santi Aldama, is back. I think he's getting at least $15 million a year on his next deal. A little bit over the mid-level exception, but I think near 7-footer that can shoot, that can put the ball on the floor, that can play make, has been a plus-minus monster for Memphis the last couple of years. I had him. Don't have an official awards ballot, but as we talk about this stuff every year, I had him as an early 6th man of the year / MIP candidate early in the year before things slid a little bit. But he's one of the more skilled guys and one of the more underrated guys in this year's free agency class. And I think the Grizzlies, it will behoove them to bring him back. And I think they need to give him something that he'd like. So I say like 460s, 465, something like that is where I would look at for Santi Aldama. I'll see if I'm right or wrong. I don't have sources on like I got Jake. But I think they bring him back, and I think he has a pretty solid payday. The silence is deafening. I will move on to number 4 before I get a pillow thrown at me. Steve, 4th prediction for me is Al Horford does not return to the Boston Celtics. And I think he's been linked to the Golden State Warriors, the teams that I had in mind. I think there was some early buzz, as Jake mentioned a little bit earlier, with the New York Knicks. The Lakers are obviously in the hunt for a center. The San Antonio Spurs, Wemby plus Al Horford in the front court, I think would be a lot of fun. But ultimately, I think Al Horford doesn't return to Boston. A lot of that is just going to be financial. Again, they have made these 2 deals with Drew Holiday, with Kristaps Porzingis to get underneath that second apron. But depending on what the price point is for Al Horford, who is still very good, someone that can execute multiple coverages defensively, someone that can knock down shots, someone that can play make in a lot of different avenues, still a very effective player on both ends of the floor. Depending on what his price point is, between him and Luke Cornett, I just don't think Boston has the appetite to try to pay both of those guys. It wouldn't surprise me if Al Horford has gone elsewhere.
Where would you like Al Horford more, the Knicks or the Warriors?
The Warriors for me.
Why the Warriors?
I think just because of the way that they run offense, and I think it accentuates all those Al Horford skills, especially the playmaking. I think if you have Stephen Curry playing off of Al Horford, his screening, and again, his ability to roll and pop, his ability to get to the second side of actions, I think he just helps their flow overall. It just makes a little bit more sense for me. I think he fits anywhere. That's the value of Al Horford. He can just do a lot of different things. But I do think the Golden State fit is a little bit more natural for him.
Okay. I was surprised. I thought you were going to say like Lakers or something like that.
That's it. I think they're going to certainly toss out an offer, at least pick up the phone, call the agent, see what it will cost. But the Golden State fit does make a lot of sense since he's been linked to them. And number 5, Steve, kind of bouncing off of yours. I think we do indeed get a Cam Whitmore trade.
Why is that?
Similar to the Jonathan Kuminga situation, I think he just wants playing time. And I think Houston, as they just traded for Kevin Durant, they just paid Jabari Smith Jr. They have Amin Thompson in the wing room still. they can afford to move Cam Whitmore to either replenish some of the pick pool, they can get another veteran in the room if they want. They have a lot of different avenues. And I think, again, from the player perspective, I'm Cam Whitmore. Every time I get on the floor, I score. Now, what else?
Bars?
That's hey, I got a couple of those in the tuck. But, beyond that, what else does he provide? He's still trying to figure that stuff out. But he does have natural athleticism. He does have a natural proclivity to get downhill. He can shoot a little bit. And I think I would imagine he would want a situation to where he can fully explore, one, just to showcase how good of a downhill threat he is, but to the other areas of his game that need some improvement. Can I get somewhere where I get 24, 25 minutes a night? It doesn't even have to be a full starting role, but can you pencil me in for consistent minutes, consistent gameplay somewhere else? And I think the Houston, it just feels like a natural mix for me. I think he's been linked to the Chicago Bulls already. But just in general, I think a team could afford to take the flyer on Cam Whitmore, and I think he would appreciate being in a situation to where he can spread the wings a little bit.
I would say hold if I'm Houston. Hold on the Cam Whitmore deal. You don't have to make it right now. You can make it later if you want to.
Okay.
But you just got rid of 2 players. You're obviously committed to Jabari. There are things that you're doing. You got Kevin Durant. There's room for Cam Whitmore to just kind of slide up the ladder a little bit as far as what they like to do with Houston, with more expected from Tari Eason, with more expected from Reed Shepherd. There's room for Cam Whitmore to enter that frame. So let it play out a little bit if I'm Houston. Now, there's no need for me to rush. We can add some talent, and you still have time to grow. That's my only pushback.
Okay. Well, I think that's a fair rebuttal. I think there's certainly room to do so, and especially with Kevin Durant, still as great as he is, he did just miss the games played requirement for award stuff. Otherwise, I think he just makes all NBA third team at least. But I think there's going to be some room we get to, like some back-to-backs. You may not want to play KD on both ends of that, stuff like that. And so there's certainly room for Cam Whitmore to prove himself. And again, we have a whole summer to go. We got training camp to go. We got preseason time. He could just come back a better player and kind of force Ime Udoka's hand. Like, oh, this guy's just gotten so much better. We have to pencil in more time for him. So I think that's a fair push. I think that's fair pushback.
Yeah, we're 15 minutes away from free agency. You call that man Cam Wantmore.
You know what? We can put one on the board for Steve.
Thank you.
On the board for Steve. So, Steve, I'll ask you a general question. Like, we've talked a little bit about the Lakers, the Knicks, the Celtics. Is there a dark horse team that you're kind of keeping an eye on? Maybe not one that's been in reports or anything, but obviously you can go that route. But is there just an under-the-radar team that you're looking forward to? Like, how active are they going to be, or are they going to add a specific piece that pushes them to another tier? Or who do you have your eye on that front?
I think when it comes to dark horse teams, it's interesting because Brooklyn has the most cap space, but I expect them to make the moves that fit them the most. I don't expect them to make a splash. Nothing about their process says win now at the current moment. I think for me, it gets interesting because you're used to seeing these teams extend their own players and believe in their own vision, but now they have to kind of choose, okay, which pieces do we keep as we move forward? Other dominoes are falling. We're seeing contract buyouts return in a way that we didn't necessarily anticipate. So as far as a dark horse team, anything is possible, right? Does Toronto make a swing? Does Denver make a swing? Like, if we're going dark horse, does Philadelphia try and do something? But also, what kind of smaller moves start the domino effect? Where Detroit maybe tries to add more shooting, or you're trying to see more guard play and different avenues go different places. And, is it a Dennis Schroeder who gets the frenzy going? Like, you never know, especially these days, because you had to put yourself in position to have the exceptions, to have the room, to have the space.
Yeah.
And if you have that space, clearly you are targeting someone that you want. So is it Ty Jerome going somewhere that starts the spending frenzy, or not frenzy, but just kind of moves things along?
Yeah.
But I think the key is, I don't even know if it's dark horse. I think these teams are looking to solidify and add to what they have. That's why they fight to be able to have the $5 million, the $9 million, the $12 million, to be able to get that caliber player to what they've already built. So it's more interesting to me to see who they've identified in those spots. Like who's going after the Karis LeVerts, the Nickeil Alexander-Walkers, because these are the type of moves that I'm sure get yelled at about on social media. But these are the ones where later on down the line, you're like, wow, this team has so much depth. Their bench is so strong. It starts with building what you have, adding pieces to it, putting yourself in a strong position. So that's probably the dark horse element for me. Who's the team that is going to find the right fit for them?
I got you. Like you mentioned Ty Jerome already. He was huge for Cleveland for 98% of the season for them last year. A guy like DeAnthony Melton's already been linked to the Los Angeles Lakers. We'll see what happens there. But like to your point about depth, and just in general, winning on the margins is so important to do so, especially within this new financial climate where you're dealing with first apron, second apron. We need to be able to find plus contributors in places that you may not have expected. And so the teams that generally nail those moves the most, like we talk about, who can get that second round swing, steal or something like that. But in general, who can make the rooms around the margin kind of round out the roster. And now we accelerate, to your point, Steve. We got to a finals where Thomas Bryant made big plays. Tony Bradley was logging big minutes for the Indiana Pacers. A lot of injuries, but like those guys contributed on the Oklahoma City side. Aaron Wiggins was a 55th overall pick. To that end, like you just have to find those guys at the bottom to kind of round things out around whatever your top guys are going to be. So I'm curious to see what it is. I guess to answer my own question, like I am kind of interested. You mentioned Toronto. I am curious to see what they're going to do. Because like I didn't expect the Brandon Ingram trade when it happened. There was a lot of smoke around them heading into the draft about do they keep 9? Do they trade up? Do they trade back? Do they trade the pick altogether? There was the rumblings about them calling Boston about Derek White. And so I do wonder in general how active they're going to be because their roster really intrigues me. It's a lot of defense. It's a lot of length. It's a lot of versatility. Feels a little light on shooting right now. So I do wonder like where they sniff around on that front to kind of round out the roster there. But like with the East being wide open, they're an interesting squad. Like you mentioned Nickeil Alexander-Walker. He's probably my most interesting free agent of the period, especially after Minnesota makes their moves, they re-sign Julius Randle, et cetera. It feels like he is going to be the odd man out just from a financial situation. And so where does Nickeil go as a guy that has turned himself from I get buckets into you cannot dribble against me guy in Minnesota that can also occasionally get you some buckets? I think he's the kind of role piece that can really complete and accentuate the best talents of a really good team. So like he feels like someone that you'll see whatever his contract is. It's like, wait a minute, why is this guy getting $25 million a year or $30 million a year? And then you watch him play and you watch what he unlocks on both ends of the floor for a team. It's like, oh, right. That versatility really matters, especially in this pace and space area. You need guys that can defend. You need guys that can attack closeouts. You need guys that can keep the ball moving. Nickeil Alexander-Walker fits in all those attributes. So he's probably my most interesting guy. Toronto might be my most interesting team. I think I do just kind of wonder, does OKC try to do anything or are they just content with what their roster is right now? There's the sigh. There's the sigh.
They've been paying their own players. What you mean? They just had to trade one guy. What they going to do?
That's what I'm saying.
What are they going to do? Who are they going to add? Chad, who are they going to add? They just want a title.
Yeah. There's always room for growth.
You want to say something about the Hawks or Hornets?
I think we have plenty of time to talk about the Atlanta Hawks, who, as you mentioned earlier, traded for Kristaps Porzingis, and the Charlotte Hornets, who recently traded for Colin Sexton. Which, actually, quick thoughts on this, Steve. How do you feel about Colin Sexton in Charlotte?
That's a setup for you to talk about the Hornets. Go ahead, big dog.
No, I'm asking you. You brought this to the table.
Big dog, woo-hoo.
You got it. I like the fit. I think I immediately tweeted, hey, hello, culture fit. Colin Sexton is going to give you 120% every practice, every team outing, every game, every huddle. And like just having that kind of energy in the room, I think is going to help. And then to the on-court product, like he is still he's someone that can get to the rim without a screen. We'd like for him to get to the rim a little bit more, but he is someone that can get downhill for you. He is a quality pull-up shooter, particularly inside the arc. He has grown as a three-point shooter throughout his career. And I think whether you have him as kind of like your second unit spark plug, or if you have him as someone that can attack on the second side alongside LaMelo Ball, I think he can help that Charlotte context. So I like the move. I'm not going to spend 15 minutes on it, but I like the move.
That's the wrong ball.
I am also intrigued by Alonzo Ball in Cleveland while we're here. But this is free agency stream, not a trade stream. But just wanted to give the quick thoughts on that front, Steve. But I think we may have some nuggets or at least some words from our dear pal Jake Fisher before we hit the 6 o'clock hour. Let's tap in with Jake, see how he is doing. Jake, hello.
What's up, y'all? Atlanta, Nakai says Atlanta Hawks, I do think are probably shaping up to be my big winner of the summer outside of Houston. Like the KP deal was awesome. I mean, to only have to give up the number 22 pick and salary that you probably, I mean, they got back Terrence Mann was someone that the old front office under Landry Fields did target. Denver liked Terrence Mann, and now we're getting really in the weeds. Denver liked Terrence Mann at the deadline, and the Clippers, to my understanding, kept telling them hey, you're gonna need 3, 4, however many second-round picks, and the Nuggets kept saying that's too much. And Atlanta went out and did it, and then they fired Landry Fields to move Terrence Mann and George Niang and the number 22 pick in the draft for Kristaps Porzingis. I thought was huge business, and everyone around the league has been waiting to see what they would do with this TPE, this $25.3 million traded player exception, because they did not need that to acquire KP. And they seem to be in prime position to make a real run at Nickeil Alexander-Walker and someone else too. There's a lot of buzz about Luke Kennard. So I think the Hawks are going to really be a factor in the Eastern Conference, especially when you consider the fact that Indiana, who knows how they're going to look with Tyrese Halliburton out, and Boston's obviously, depleted. Who knows what Milwaukee will look like? Philly's a giant question mark with all their health concerns. So I think Atlanta is really well positioned depending on how these next couple moves break. We're 5 minutes out, but I think they're really finally positioned to be a team above the play-in tournament conversation and really make some noise in the East.
Orlando makes the Desmond Bane move. The Atlanta Hawks trade for Kristaps Porzingis and may have some other stuff coming. The Southeast Division, Steve. The Charlotte Hornets making moves. The Southeast Division is going to be interesting this year. But, Jake, before we get you out of here, we did get some technical news that's going to be very important as we are 6 minutes away from free agency. We did get some salary figures, the salary cap increasing by 7%. We have the apron figures as well. How do you see that impacting what we're about to see in the next 6 minutes and moving forward?
I don't think it will impact so much in the next few minutes, but it will definitely, I think, have some major ramifications on rookie scale contracts that we see coming up and all max contracts, because that 8% raise that you see year over year in a lot of those max deals, the number that the 26-27 salary cap, that's actually more important than what the salary cap number that came out right here. This is for next season. The projection for 26-27 is that the cap is only going to go up 7%, which means that's below the maximum allowable 10%. That means certain contracts are going to raise at a higher rate than what the overall salary cap is. That's a math problem, right? So Scotty Barnes is one example already, who's got 8% raises in his deal. His deal is going to be going up at an increasing rate compared to at a greater rate than what the overall cap that his deal was based off of is going to be rising at. So, Jabari Smith was the first rookie extension that we just saw come in. Jaren Jackson Jr., his renegotiation and extension is something that has been one of the biggest talking points of the summer, where Memphis has had to do various accounting things. There's going to be more things to shake free from the Grizzlies. They've definitely talked John Conchar and Cole Anthony trades, to my understanding, to create more wiggle room, whether it's Santi Aldama, Josh Giddey, Jonathan Kuminga, or guys in that 2021 rookie class. I think that is where you'll see on a max contract. You might not see those full 8% raises now if there's a real likelihood that year over year the cap is not going up at the 10% expected rate with this new TV deal that we've kind of been seeing in the last couple of years.
That does loom relatively large. Okay. Well, Jake, thank you again for the information. Things are about to get hot and heavy in the next 4 or 5 minutes, so we'll let you sip on the VR cup, get yourself prepped. We'll tap back in with you.
I got to fix my hair. Jesus Christ.
See, that's what these expensive haircuts do for you, man. It's crazy. We'll tap back in with you in a little bit. We appreciate you, Jake.
Thank you.
So, Steve, rapid fire question for you. Who do you feel better about heading into this offseason, Atlanta or Orlando?
Ooh, Atlanta or Orlando? I'm going to go with Orlando.
Okay.
I appreciate the move the Atlanta Hawks made. Obviously, we know with Trae Young, Jalen Johnson, Kristaps Porzingis. I need to see what the total team looks like. I need to see if they can play defense next year. I know the Orlando Magic can play defense.
That's true.
I know Paolo Banchero is going to improve and get better, and he's very good already. Franz Wagner, very good. And you add Desmond Bane, so you have not just the shooting the Orlando Magic may need, but you have someone who fits alongside those two players who got to remember with Orlando, it's built on Paolo's versatility. It's built on Franz's versatility. It's their ability to make plays, their ability to create their own opportunities, their ability to create their own shots. You build that team around that as opposed to kind of getting say it with me, folks, real point guards to make the plays and operate. So it's kind of use versatility. So if you have Suggs and Bane next to Paolo and Franz, put you in a different position. They keep their identity defensively with a team that gets after you, but they have someone that can help them, in movement sets, space the floor, inverted pick and roll, but also balancing their lineup. So you can have Desmond play with Paolo, you can have Franz play with Desmond. You can have, you can just kind of split the floor up, which I think should overall help them. So I trust the Orlando Magic a little bit more. Plus, new uniforms look amazing.
I do like the brand tweaks from the Orlando Magic. I got to hand it to you on that one. That's good stuff.
Well, they're brand new to you because you were like 3 when they came out the first time, right?
I was going to let that one slip underneath the door. I will let that rock. We'll keep things moving along for the stream's sake. But good shot from you. Good shot from you. Speaking of good shots, I did like the shot that Atlanta took there. Getting Kristaps Porzingis without having to give up a core piece, I think that's a good bit of work. As Jake mentioned, Nickeil Alexander-Walker has been linked to the Atlanta Hawks, so they were able to add him into the room. Like, that is just a fun core of players around Trae Young, around Jalen Johnson, who was fantastic and was playing at an all-star level before he went down. I think that has to be said on stream. And so getting him back, the pick and roll chemistry with him and Trae Young, and they can invert it as well. A lot of fun there. Now you have Kristaps spacing around that. Kristaps adding a little bit of rim protection on the other end with all this collective length and size around Trae Young. I don't know, man. These Hawks, and if they do add Nickeil Alexander-Walker, the defensive lineups they can toss out there could be a lot of fun. And so, again, they make the Kristaps deal like Onyeka Okongwu's still there. Like, you talking about there's 17 seconds left. We just need to get one stop. You can toss out Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Zachary Ricochet, Dyson Daniels out there, Jalen Johnson's out there. Hey, man, this could get interesting for the Atlanta Hawks.
Legitimately might be the most Nekias Duncan thing to take that. The timer's not even on the board anymore, and you talked about the theory of the Atlanta Hawks until then.
I think I did a good job.
Can I get some more water and some shame, please?
Water and shame. Okay.
Sorry.
Well, while Steve gets water and while I wait on my order to be processed to get some shame in, let's bring in Quentin Richardson into the room. Q Rich, we appreciate you rocking with us again. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good. Appreciate y'all fellas having me back.
Of course. Before we get into the nitty-gritty, are there any particular teams or players that you're kind of looking for within the early going to see where they're going or what they're trying to do?
Man, if Giannis going somewhere, I'm waiting for the biggest chip on the board to move. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for the big action, the real chitty bang bang. You know, everything gonna happen how it happened, but yeah, I want the fireworks.
I respect it. Well, as we have Q Rich on, it is officially 6 p.m. Eastern. We are officially in the free agency window, so we're going to start getting some signings pretty quickly, which it always impresses me, Steve, that, as teams aren't allowed to talk to outside free agents, they're able to get these deals done in 2 to 3 minutes. Like, it's really efficient work by these teams and these agents. So I really appreciate that for.
Wow. That's what we're doing?
Hey,
that's what we're going with? It's really, okay.
It's efficient work. It's efficient work. But no, to the Giannis point, this is a huge offseason for the Milwaukee Bucks as the East is a little bit more open now. Tyrese injury, Jason Tatum injury. A lot of teams have been sniffing around Giannis for years at this point, but the Bucks don't have a ton of avenues to add different talent. But I guess I'll toss it to you, as we did talk a little bit about DeAndre Ayton a little bit earlier. How would you feel about DeAndre Ayton to Milwaukee potentially?
I mean, to me, it's not a huge difference than Brook Lopez, what he brought to the table. I mean, I think he may be a little bit better rebounder. Ayton may be, but obviously Brook can stretch the floor and shoot a little bit better than him. So it's a little yin and yang there, but it's not going to be a huge difference from Brook Lopez. Obviously, DeAndre Ayton is younger than Brook, but outside of that, I don't think it's a big swap there.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, bouncing off that, do you think, obviously the East in a different place, Dame down for the Bucks, is this a chance for Milwaukee to just push whatever chips they have left into, hey, Giannis, let's see how far you can take us? Do you believe in that as a path for him?
I think so. That's why I say I'm excited to see what Giannis decides. I mean, because I think he's got a real situation here and he's got a lot to think about. I mean, obviously he wants to win and try and put himself in a position to compete for more titles. But I mean, him getting Dame Lillard to his team, and then ultimately watching what happened with Dame is a real lesson for him. Dame had a whole legacy in Portland, and he has a whole community there that will, you can't say anything about him. That's what Giannis has in Milwaukee, and Dame left that to come to Milwaukee to get a title. Clearly that hasn't happened. Now he's got hurt. And if Giannis leaves, he probably won't be having a chance to contend for a title. So that's a cautionary tale for Giannis to know that it doesn't always work out every time you leave. Even though you believe in his talent and what he is, it may not have anything to do with him and what he's bringing to the table that can still hold him back from getting a title. And then you look in the hindsight, he had all these years of work and all of this relationship he's going to leave behind in Milwaukee that he won't have in the next place he's going to.
Yeah. Right there with you. I guess let's switch a little bit to another future Hall of Famer. We talked a little bit earlier about, and there's Josh Hart, Knicks player, so that serves as a segue for me.
Serves you right. Hey. Josh Hart put you in check. It's 6:01 and I ain't seen one yet. What happened to the game I love? That's what you get.
Maybe not as efficient as we've seen it in years past. But these things happen. We might have some faulty phone connections, some Wi-Fi going in. You never know. These things happen. But no, while we're on the New York Knicks, as we talked a little bit earlier, Russell Westbrook has been a name that's been linked to the New York Knicks. Would you like the Russell Westbrook fit in New York if that comes to it? Or just in general, what would you like to see the Knicks kind of target?
Man, listen, I'm a Russell Westbrook fan anywhere. I love what he brings to the table. I love how hard he plays and that energy he brings to the game, regardless where he's been. That's been a constant for him, and that's one of the reasons why he's always been one of my favorite players to watch. So anybody that want to sign Russ, I think it's a great idea.
Okay, I like it. I guess just kind of zooming out with the Knicks, I guess is guard depth the biggest thing that you see with them trying to address or trying to add, or what would you like to see the Knicks add to their current roster right now?
Yeah, I think this summer is about them seeking out what they lost in Dante DiVincenzo and Isaiah Hartenstein. I think those two guys departing their team hurt them in the long run, and I think it would have been a different season if they still had those two guys on their team.
Gotcha.
Well, I think that's the biggest thing we're going to see. I think in the early parts of this free agency, teams trying to raise that floor a little bit higher. Mm-hmm. You make the swings, you get the big pieces, you get a high ceiling, but you need that depth. We saw that in these playoffs. You need that depth to carry you throughout the series. So I'm intrigued to see what the first name is that falls, to kind of see what these teams do. You think, is that the biggest thing you got in these playoffs, Q? Is that how important depth is in today's game, or am I off?
Yeah, I think so. I think you definitely got, I mean, when you look at the two teams that played for the title, they both played 9, 10, 11 guys deep, like basically the whole season and into the playoffs. So I think, that point is proven.
Oh, I like it. I think, well, speaking of Russell Westbrook, we have some rumblings, we have some reporting in regards to Russell Westbrook from Chris Haynes. Sacramento Kings have arranged meetings via Zoom to talk with Dennis Schroeder and Russell Westbrook. Kings looking to acquire both, but have other point guard options to speak to. I am intrigued. Rich, I'll start with you. How would you feel about the Kings landing Dennis Schroeder and Russell Westbrook?
I'm just excited to see and intrigued, like you say, intrigued to see what direction the Kings go in now, because I don't know what they've been doing in the last year or two. They've had all kind of point guards, let them go. They had Tyrese and De'Aaron Fox and got rid of them. So I'm just interested and intrigued to see what direction they're trying to go in and what they look like when they, when it's time for camp and after free agency and stuff.
Got to get some point guard play after.
You had two very good ones and didn't want them, so I don't. That's why I'm just intrigued. I'm confused as to what they're really looking for.
Had a couple, then they passed up the chance to draft a rather large and very good one the year that they drafted Marvin Bagley. We'll leave that one alone, but we'll shift to the Houston Rockets as they're looking to bring some players back. They already made the big swing to bring in Kevin Durant, so now some depth pieces coming back to Houston. I think Aaron Holiday, one of the names, re-signing. Jeff Green also re-signing with Houston. Curious, do you like the depth being replenished in Houston with those moves?
Yes, sir. I like Uncle Jeff. He's a champion in this league. You know what I'm saying? He played with KD. He's been in Houston for a long time, and I think he's giving them, that OG vibe, that veteran leadership that, that they need, the young teams need, and he can still get out there and get busy. So you love that. I think Aaron Holiday brings a lot to the table at the point guard, off the bench, being able to score and facilitate and defend and do different things. So I'm loving what they did, man, what the Houston Rockets did, bringing KD in, being able to get that trade done. I love the re-signing of Jabari Smith Jr. because he's built in the mold of a KD, and now he gets to go and get iron sharpening iron with that every day in practice and working out against that and just learning from him and seeing how he goes about his business and how he works. So I think I think Houston has a huge upside. Obviously, they got a lot of talent, a lot of depth over there, and they got the closer they need. They got that one. They got the big gun, KD, easy money sniper.
Yeah, I think bouncing off of that, what would your ideal Houston Rockets starting lineup be right now? Is it Jabari next to KD and Şengün in that front court, or do you go elsewhere?
Nah, I'm going Fred VanVleet, Min Thompson, KD, Jabari, KD at the 3-4, depending, and Şengün, yeah. I like that fact.
You got another convert. I keep trying to sneak Tari Eason out there for defense. I'm gonna get somebody one day.
I like Tari Eason off the bench though. He's a pace changer. He comes in and he gets right to it. I like that for him. He a scrappy dude. I like the way he get out there.
Oh, here we go. I'll take that. That's a minor victory.
You know, we'll let you have it. We'll let you have it. He blows stuff up on both ends of the floor.
Well, no, I think it's to what Q-Rich was saying. The beautiful part about this trade is just how much that the Rockets were able to keep their identity and keep their team and keep these pieces while adding Kevin Durant, who now naturally just sets the table for everyone. So they put themselves in a strong position. Would you say top 3 in the West, Q-Rich?
Yeah, I think so. I think you look at them talent-wise and on paper at this point before free agency in the summer is done, you look at them as the second best team out West after OKC.
Yeah, that seems fair. Again, you can add that kind of talent without Amin Thompson still in the lineup, still on the team. You didn't trade Jabari. You still have Tari. You still have Reed Shepherd if you want to include him in something else. Or make him bounce back. I think the Houston Rockets did a really good job of kind of balancing, adding the talent while also keeping things in the chest. So that's some good stuff there. All right, we have some news coming in the pipeline. I'm going to turn to Jake Fisher, who's going to tap in. Jake, what do you have for us, good sir?
So piggybacking off of Chris Haynes' report, the Kings are also arranging a meeting with Washington Wizards guard Malcolm Brogdon, as we've been reporting, someone on their radar as well. And the Wizards, to my understanding, are very willing to help facilitate a sign and trade for Brogdon. So that's a different scenario that he factors into the Kings search here compared to Dennis Schroeder with the Pistons and Russell Westbrook with Denver. I think there's, in theory, some juice there for Washington to help figure out a deal. But I do think at this juncture, Sacramento is pretty primely positioned to come away with at least 2 of those 3 guards. Like we said, the Kings, they definitely want to get a starting level point guard. And I believe they have interest and a willingness to add multiple versions of these guys, multiple veteran guards who can come in there and really uplift this offense.
Ooh, I like that. I guess, Q-Rich, I'll toss it to you first. How would you feel about Malcolm Brogdon in Sacramento? What kind of fit do you see with those 2?
I think Malcolm Brogdon is a true professional, man. I think wherever he goes, he's going to show up and he's going to put his hard hat on and go to work and play hard for that team and try and put his best foot forward. That's who he's shown me to be, who he is when he gets out there. He doesn't make a big fuss, doesn't talk or complain much. He just shows up and goes about his business to be a good pro.
I'm intrigued by the Brogdon fit, someone that can play on and off the ball. To the point, if you're all able to land 2 of those 3, like you get the rim pressure guy in either Dennis Schroeder and Russell Westbrook. You get Malcolm Brogdon, who can initiate some offense for you, but probably better on the second side, spotting up, being able to attack closeouts. You get the nice balance, and both of those guys can play off of what Domantas Sabonis does as a hub on the post. I like it. I think I like it. Steve, how would you feel about Malcolm Brogdon in Sacramento?
I think he can space the floor, and considering what their current roster is, he doesn't need the ball to have success, so I think that's a positive for Sacramento. I think my mind is trying to wrap my head around them really trying to get 2 out of those 3 and making sure that they're just solidified in that area and saying, nope, we have this guard play, and we're going to figure the rest out, which I understand. But I guess it's you got to let go of the past and let go of what they had. So I won't belabor that too much. But
fair enough.
Brogdon gives him a solid nature. I think there's an energy aspect with Dennis Schroeder and a pathway for him to play, which I feel is always important for him to get the most out of him successfully. So I guess for Sacramento, and I guess it's funny because it's like I feel like if they get 2 out of those 3 and all these teams looking for guard depth, what does that do to everybody else?
Yeah.
So that's where I'm intrigued. Also, Washington being like, yeah, we'll help. We got you.
No, we're good. We got all the vets. We got all the expirants. It's going to be fine. I think my bigger picture question for Sacramento is they're looking to land 2 of these guards. Like, how much of that is influenced by what the Malik Monk season was last year? He's coming off of a career year. He played a lot more point guard last year. I think they were expecting heading into the season. Like, is this a move to make sure, let's get you more off the ball, let's get you more in a natural fit there? Does that open up potential movement for Malik Monk? He was a guy that was kind of linked in some trade stuff heading into the draft. Like, I just wonder, like, how he kind of factors into this.
I think it's playmaking. I think it's overall playmaking. Let's get just more of that in the room with Zach LaVine, with DeMar. Let's have more people put force on teams as opposed to just hoping it's one-on-one play. That's where my head goes. Let's get some paint touches.
That makes sense. That makes sense. If you look at the potential projected starting 5 right now, Malik Monk, Zach LaVine, joined the team last year, DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, looking to bounce back off of an uneven season last year, and Domantas Sabonis, who was once again one of the best bigs in the league this year. If they are able to add 1 or 2 of those guards, Q-Rich, how do you feel about the Kings standing in the Western Conference overall? Is this a playoff team for you, a play-in team, or are they on the outskirts for you?
I don't know. I have to see what they looked good early to me last year. Then it kind of tailed off, like they were coming off the Beam team year. They had a good year the prior year. I don't know what happened last year, man. It was like you look up, De'Aaron Fox don't want to be there no more. Then they fired the coach, and it's movement and things happening. So I'm unsure about the Kings as a franchise and where they're headed, and that's why I'm unsure if those guys like a DeRozan, Zach LaVine, those guys getting older are really want to be there, like, because they don't know the direction.
Well, I was going to pivot real quick because we talked about the guard and the importance of that for Sacramento. The Lakers are always hovering, Q-Rich. And so how important is it for the Lakers to be able to add a big to what they have built around LeBron James, around Luka Doncic, around just the force that they have and the way that the season ended? How key is that for them?
I think that's a huge part of what they need to do. Obviously, they need to make other moves, but I think that was the glaring thing that stood out in the playoffs, that they, Rudy Gobert went dominant mode in the playoffs, and they struggled to defend the paint and defend the basket. I think that stands out, as much as anything that they need to fix on their roster. So I'm pretty sure, they're going to be shopping and trying to find somebody to fill that void, if not more than one guy, because they definitely were lacking in the middle and in the paint and protecting that paint. And that's something that, Luka is used to having in his on his team at his disposal, a lob threat at the rim, and actually also somebody on the back line of defense in case he gets beat. So that's paramount for the Lakers this summer.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, you mentioned the help on the back line of the defense. Is Brook Lopez someone that could fit the need for the Lakers? Is that a move that moves the needle for you, Q-Rich?
I don't know how much it moves the needle. I love Brook Lopez, but like we just talked about, he's getting older, and you know how that goes, man. Any one little thing, he's out, then you down there. I mean, but he does bring an interesting layer with the 3-point, being able to stretch the rim, stretch the court, and shoot threes, but still being somebody who blocks shots at a high rate and can rebound and do some things down there. I like him. It's just, is he going to be able to be available and healthy the entire time, and can they really depend on him at this age to really be there?
All right, I guess it's my turn for a quick pivot here. We'll stick with the front court, but we did get some news that just came in. The Memphis Grizzlies and Jaren Jackson Jr. agreeing to a 5-year, $240 million maximum renegotiation and extension. That's coming from Shams Charania. We're going to get a little bit more information from our guy Jake Fisher, but that's a lot of money and well-deserved for Jaren Jackson Jr. We'll turn to Jake real quick.
Hey guys, I'm on. Okay. The Jaren Jackson Jr. extension was probably one of the biggest things we were waiting for all off-season long. Memphis has been prioritizing flexibility cap-wise to make this deal happen. And we're expecting, like we talked about, I know the Grizzlies spent the weekend looking for trade options for Cole Anthony and Jonathan Concha are both. The Grizzlies, though, they're not. I'm just getting a text about this. They're not looking to spend significant draft capital, though, to get off of those players. So this is a little bit of an unfinished situation. Like this agent group, Austin Brown, CAA, they also have Santi Aldama. So these negotiations have not been happening in a vacuum. They're very aware of what both their clients are looking for and going to be getting paid in this scenario. I think we are still expecting Santi Aldama will stay in Memphis and that the Grizzlies were willing to match any potential offer sheet that he was going to get. But the Grizzlies are not done. We've talked about them being players on the guard market as well. There's been a lot of buzz about one Ty Jerome being an option there. And yeah, in order to make this deal fully come to fruition, the Grizzlies are not done with their accounting. There's probably going to be a trade, or I just saw a clip of Cole Anthony's father, Greg Anthony, talking about on NBA TV Live that there might be a buyout situation for his son. So that could be another interesting new addition to the offseason guard market that we've been talking about plenty so far throughout tonight's show. So that's the latest out of Memphis, and we'll see what the next dominoes are to fall.
Okay, well, Greg Anthony took my immediate question off the table. I was going to ask about a potential buyout there, so shout out to Greg Anthony.
Yeah, he beat you to the punch, big dog.
He sure did. I mean, he would be more in the know than I would for very obvious reasons. But we appreciate you, Jake. We'll turn back to you shortly. Q-Rich, for you, just your immediate reaction to Jaren Jackson Jr. getting the bag.
Love it, man. Love it. As a former player, man, I love to see these guys making the big deals, getting the big contracts, securing their family and their future for the rest of their life, man. This is life-changing money, generational money, and these guys are busting their butts for us, so I'm happy for them.
Well, I'm just going to pivot real quick. Obviously, they traded Desmond Bane, got Jaren Jackson, got John Morant, got a veteran KCP, looking for guard play. Is that kind of the depth that they're looking forward to getting for, you think, for Memphis to continue on this path they've been on?
Yeah, obviously they need depth, man, but the number one thing is they need John and Jaren Jackson to stay healthy, man. If they can get all the depth they want, and if those two dudes get hurt and they miss games, they're going to be right back where they were this year and the year before. That's been the biggest things, that they haven't had those two guys who are the most important two guys on their team available consistently for most of the year. A lot of guys don't play the entire season, but they need to be present and accounted for most of the year, and to get back to where they were 2-3 years ago when they were threatening and really making noise out there.
Yeah, and as Jake mentioned a little bit earlier, just bouncing off of the Jaren thing, same agency, these deals not being negotiated in vacuum. We do now have the Santi Aldama contract, 3 years, $52.5 million for Santi Aldama to return to the Memphis Grizzlies. Steve, I'll toss to you quickly. How do you feel about that deal for Santi?
Solid. I mean, he earned it. We know what he can do on both ends of the floor. As far as being able to give that 3-and-D aspect, give them some lineup versatility if he can guard some fours. They obviously believed in what he brought to them, and he's part of their core, so it makes much sense. What do you think about it, bud?
I liked it. Like I said ahead of the stream, I think he's going to get at least $15 million per.
Is that a victory lap?
Just a slight one.
Why?
Because I'm going to take a bunch of L's throughout the stream, so I got to get my 1 or 2 W's while I can get them. And so Santi Aldama getting the bag, I think I can put that in look, we get this on a Chris Paul signing in L.A., then I'll be happy. And I can take whatever.
You got CP to L.A.?
Yeah. I think he returns to the Clippers. That was my prediction heading
in. Okay.
So I like it. I think
I'm interested to see where CP goes.
Yeah, he's still very good. And he shouldn't be this good at this age, but he still is.
He played all 82 last year.
Oh yeah,
that was Q-Rich.
He played all 82 of them last year. That's a big deal.
He sure did, and still run a ball screen with the best of them. So got a Chris Paul fan here, so he deserves the praise on that front. I guess quickly sticking with Memphis and going back to Jaren real quick, we've seen continuous growth from him throughout his career with the Grizzlies. What do you think is the next step for Jaren on either end?
Defensive wise, he's there, man. He's been a defensive player of the year. He was a contestant for runner up for or one of the rankings for it this past year. He was all defensive first team. Just to stay consistent, man. Like I say, I think just figuring out ways to try and take care of his body and put himself in best position to be available. I mean, obviously, there's certain things that happen out there that when you get injuries and stuff like that, you can't really prepare for or try and avoid certain things. You can't stop from stepping on a guy's foot or something like that. But like everything else, I think he just tries to lock in and do everything to get himself in the best condition possible. Because he's a two-way killer, man. He was all NBA and all NBA defense, and it was only a couple guys that was able to do that. And so that's a big deal. He stretches the floor with three. It's not a lot of guys that block shots the way he does, that can handle the ball and shoot the ball. And he's got that awkward, the way he uses his left hand probably better than his right. So I mean, he's a unique type of player, man. But he's shown that he's big time in this league, and he could be very, very impactful for the Grizzlies.
Yeah, I think the growth, as you talked about the shooting, the growth for him as a driver.
Oh,
his last
5
2
points.
years,
He gotta get them rebounds up too.
Right away.
That's crazy, big fella. We gotta get 10 now. We gotta have 10, big fella. Like, nah, you can't. Nah, we gotta have 10. You gotta be 22 and 10, big fella. Everything was perfect till I saw that 5.6. I averaged more than that 1 year in my career. Now I know for a fact you gotta get more rebounds than that, big fella. Where you going there? Your business down there.
You know what? I don't even have a rebuttal to that one. I think there is certainly some room for Jaren to grow as a rebounder. Like, it's an interesting yin and yang. Again, I agree with you. He does have to get better. But like the way that they utilize him as a roamer, the way they have him on the perimeter, the way he switched. Like,
don't care. Nope.
Yep.
Don't care. 6'11", power forward, defensive player of the year candidate, and former decent. Nah. We need 10, big dog. We need 10, big. I don't hear about no roaming and all that. We need 10, big dog. Roaming still get 10.
You know what? Can't argue with that one.
It was more than once, Q-Rich.
What? Did I average more rebounds than 5 points? I know I did. I was a rebounder. That's why it jumped out at me. Now I pride myself on that, and it don't got nothing to do with size. It got to do with want to do it. That's all it is to me. How bad do you want it? Russell Westbrook averaged 11-something, 10-something rebounds, and he wasn't the biggest dude. He wanted it better than everybody else.
Yeah, I think between the rebounding
I'm just saying that's unacceptable. Now I need my big fella to give me 10 at least. You can go higher, but I need 10 at least. That's the bare minimum, big dog. You 6'11", and he out there. He a Grizzly. He bear clapping stuff at the rim and everything. There's no reason for you to not go give me 10 rebounds. And that's for any of the big fellas. I think that about all of them. Dudes that start and play significant minutes at the 4 and 5. That's your job. You are obligated to go get 10 rebounds if you don't do nothing. 10 rebounds and play defense. Like, what are you doing? You a 4 or 5. Where you going? The ball is always coming off the rim by you. You should be getting 10 of them.
Hey, we need to clip this last, 3 minutes and send this to all 30 locker rooms.
I'm just saying, bro. And I was never 6'10", none of that. I led college and rebounding as a freshman. I rebounded my tail off from high school and grade school, and then I came to the NBA, and I just showed you I averaged more than 5.6. You said a couple times. I knew I did it at least once.
Mm-hmm. That's a good call. We got to give you your props on that one. Hey, Jaren, if you're listening, if your refs listening, need 10 boards next year. You got the max now. We know what you can do as a scorer, shooter, driver, know kind of defender you are. It's rebound time. And
I'm sure that his predecessors would say the same thing. His 4s, the Tim Duncans, the KGs, them guys, that he getting paid like he in that category. That's what they did.
Tell you what, he got some predecessors in that city.
Yep.
Yeah. Zebo. Where Big Zebo at? Big Funk. Big Funk. Hey, look, Zebo was 20 and 10 walking. You hear me? That's what he did. So I know Zebo want to see the 10 boys. Things understood don't need to be talked about. I know what type of cloth Zebo comes from. He want to see double-doubles all day.
Oh, my goodness.
I love it. That's the way it's supposed to be. That right there is how it's supposed to be. Right
I didn't know how much I needed that. I feel like I need to go out and grab some rebounds now. And I'm not even on the Grizzlies.
That just popped out there. I did not think he averaged. I didn't know how many he averaged. I didn't think it was that many. I definitely thought he was at least 10 or above, or somewhere 9.6 or something. Like that 5.6 ain't it.
Well, I mean, I asked a question while we got Q-Rich here. We're talking about obviously what Memphis has done. There were some things earlier that Minnesota did to kind of keep things together with big men like Naz Reid, with Julius Randle. Do you think that's the direction the Wolves should be going in to kind of elevate with the run they've had, back-to-back conference finals runs?
Yeah, man, I think Julius Randle, I mean, obviously at the end in the playoffs, things kind of, bogged down, but I think that stretch they went on leading into the playoffs after Julius got back from injury and he turned up and they turned up as a team. I think he proved his value and what his worth is to the team right there. And this was just season one and they still got some building to do. But I like Nas. I like what he brings to the table. His versatility as a big man that could stretch the floor, that could get rebounds and initiate offense, bring it up the court in transition and doing different things. I like the pieces they kept around in Julius and Nas Reed. Though I felt like those were two of their better players this season, and they needed to do that.
I think bouncing off of that, we talked a little bit earlier with Jake. It does feel like Nickeil Alexander-Walker, who's been a pretty important backcourt piece for them the last couple of years, may be leaving mostly because they just paid Nas. Just paid Julius Randle's going to get tight for him. So in that guard/wing room, would you like to see them turn more of this over to Terrence Shannon Jr., Jalen Clark, some of the younger guys, or would you like to see them add some veteran depth on that front?
Man, T. Shannon, young Chi-Town, man. So, I definitely was happy to see him get a chance to get out there in the playoffs. And y'all saw he was like, just add water. Just put him up in there. That boy got busy instantly. So, you know what I'm saying? He not lacking no confidence. And, the more and more you get to play, the more you get settled in. And I feel like the better he going to be, man. He showed that he could do everything that they need him to do. He shot the ball. He got the ball in transition. He got downhill. He got to the basket. He defended, he played hard, he played with energy, you know what I'm saying? He did what a young boy's supposed to do, come in there and play, bat out of control, just you know what I'm saying, play till you get tired. He looked like he was one of them dudes that played, and like when he came out the game, he needed a sub because he played so hard. So I love to see that from the young fella. I felt like he showed them that he had some value, and maybe they will, give him a bigger opportunity this season coming up because I think he earned it, especially down the stretch in the playoffs and some of the bigger games.
I like it. He did give some pretty interesting flashes on both ends, as Q Rich signified there. Last question that I have for you, as you talked about at the top, want to see what's going to happen with Giannis and some of the other names. Is there any player under the radar that you're kind of keeping an eye on to see where they end up, or a role guy that may swing the title race next year?
Not anybody individual. I'm looking forward to seeing what type of tweaks or moves or additions that the Magic make, man. I'm here in Orlando locally. I do some of the broadcasts with the team, so I get a chance to go to the games and watch them up close. And I think they really close to being able to really compete in this league. I love the young players. I love the building they've been doing around Paolo and Franz, and I like the pieces they added and bringing Baines. I think that's going to be a good move. And I'm just anxious to see what else they do with that to bring it all together and how it look at the free agency headed into the season for them.
Got you. Jalen Suggs, Desmond Bane, Paolo Banchero, Franz Wagner. That is a fun quartet there. I'm excited to watch them play.
Yeah.
Q Rich, we appreciate you rocking with us again, and thank you for talking about the importance of rebounding. We all needed that. But seriously, thank you for taking the time. We appreciate you, big dog.
Anytime, fellas. Appreciate y'all having me back.
Appreciate you, Q Rich.
All right, and that was Quentin Richardson joining us with some heat, some instant analysis. Really appreciate him on that front, Steve. But, Steve, 30 minutes in, we've gotten some news, we've gotten some rumblings. Not as loud as we anticipated it being. Oh, well, right on cue, we have some news trickling in, Steve. From Shams Charania, free agent forward Dorian Finney-Smith has agreed to a 4-year, $53 million deal with the Houston Rockets. So we talked about the wing/forward room with Houston. Now Dorian Finney-Smith adding to that depth for the Houston Rockets. How do you feel about the fit?
Oh, well, I think the biggest thing for me with Dorian Finney-Smith, with what he brings to the table for Houston, he can play multiple positions in the sense that they can kind of lean into some small ball. They can play double big if they need to, but it's going to give them some of that optionality that they've been looking for. So if you're able to have kind of the Dorian Finney-Smiths and the Tari Eastons of the world around Kevin Durant, they can kind of do some more of the on-ball work. You replace some of what you lost with Dylan Brooks. KD can roam defensively. So I think, again, it kind of feeds into their mindset, their identity. So I totally understand how they got there.
Got you. All right. Well, let's bring Jake Fisher back into the fold to talk a little bit more about this Dorian Finney-Smith signing from the Houston Rockets. Jake, welcome back.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I think the news, we talked about this earlier in the 3 o'clock window of our show. The news that Dorian Finney-Smith was opting out of his $15 million player option for this upcoming season yesterday took the league by surprise. It took the Lakers by surprise. I think 48 hours ago, 72 hours ago, this stuff can't really be talked about. But there was definitely the prevailing notion, assumption, whatever you want to say, that Dorian Finney-Smith would go back to the Lakers. Los Angeles traded second-round picks and valuable capital to get him at the trade deadline. He's one of Luka Doncic's favorite teammates throughout his entire career. Of course, they played together in Dallas before Dodo got sent to Brooklyn in that Kyrie Irving trade before that. But Dorian Finney-Smith clearly had a home in Houston. We reported this yesterday. And to me, this really puts a bow on just an impressive offseason for the Rockets. We talked about how Houston didn't want to expedite their methodical rebuild growth of all these young guys too aggressively. And they really didn't, right? They only gave up the number 10 pick in this year's draft, Jalen Green, who, look, now that we're kind of really past that chapter, I can pretty comfortably say didn't have a ton of support on that coaching staff, especially since Ime Udoka's crew came in there. And Dylan Brooks was a really valuable culture setter for this group, like bought in defensively. Ime Udoka and that front office kind of pinpointed him and said, we want to get this guy to come in here and start teaching our young guys to buy into the type of defensive philosophy that Ime Udoka brings with him and that the Rockets have so far, exacted time and again. So to lose Dylan Brooks, but then to get Dorian Finney-Smith without having anything out the door in return, it's a pretty nullified situation for me. And I think depending on what your preference is for personality type, for shooting, for whatever, might even be a better fit and less of a, curious mid-level shot taker, right? And Dorian obviously has a lot of experience in Texas, being in Dallas. This is a home run deal for the Rockets. And to me, Houston has done a just tremendous job adding veteran talent that really hasn't messed up with their young group. But I think the other real integral piece of all this that hasn't really been mentioned yet, the Rockets have a ton of optimism that their backup point guard will be Reed Shepherd, and he is going to really emerge here as a key piece in all this stuff too in the second unit. So it'll be really fascinating to see how legitimate the Rockets do emerge as a threat to Oklahoma City in the Western Conference. But they were a 2 seed a year ago, and they just added Kevin Durant and Dorian Finney-Smith. So I'm bracing for the Rockets to really be a player, and I know the Rockets want OKC. They want to see OKC in the playoffs, and they think they've got a real chance.
Ooh. I like the confidence. And again, you add a future Hall of Famer in Kevin Durant. Like, why wouldn't you feel like you have a shot to make a deep run there? I guess the quick question I'll ask you, as you talk a little bit about Reed Shepherd being a young guy that can step into more of a role. This is the Houston Rockets adding another wing/forward to the group, and Cam Whitmore is a name that's been linked in some trade talk earlier this week. How does this Dorian deal affect kind of his standing with the Houston Rockets, if at all?
Yeah, I don't think it impacts Cam Whitmore's standing. I think in general, Cam Whitmore's standing has been murky with this team. From my understanding, there was a good bit of trade conversation around Cam Whitmore in the second round of the NBA draft last week. I think the Rockets were trying to get into the first round on Wednesday. They were trying to figure out ways to get into the second round on Thursday as well. And I do believe from talking to various teams that were called by Houston that they were being offered Cam Whitmore in exchange for a selection in Thursday night's draft. So he's been out there. I don't think they're necessarily trying to find a resolution to that situation right now, but it does seem like Cam Whitmore's side of things, they are prepared for him to be finding a new home. And again, if you want to talk about a young player on the Rockets having not necessarily the utmost faith from that coaching staff, Whitmore would factor into that conversation as well. I think there's been some, I don't know exactly what word, some head scratching, some bald fists on the bench about shot selection and whatnot. He spent a lot of time in the G League, and there was some hope that he would go down there and really drill being more of a complimentary piece, and just down there he would take 20 shots a game. So yeah, there really hasn't seemed to be a pathway for Cam Whitmore to cement himself as a legitimate piece of the Rockets rotation. They're deep as is. So yeah, I think there's some mutual interest from Whitmore's side and the Rockets to find him a new home.
Got you. I guess the last question I have for you before we let you go get back to the phone. The Rockets landing Dorian Finney-Smith naturally means that he is no longer a Los Angeles Lakers. So what kind of wings or forwards do you think they'll be in the market for?
Yeah, the top name we've heard all along since the Dorian news came out about his option has been DeAnthony Melton from the Golden State Warriors. That's been the name that we've been tracking. Like I think I said earlier, I'd heard Gary Trent at some point in time, but that's not been the name of late. The name has been DeAnthony Melton, and he's not the big wing, right? I mean, I'm talking to you guys, so I don't need to explain that. He's not the Dorian Finney-Smith small ball four that they're losing here, but he does have the wingspan and the ability to guard up a couple of positions, so I'm sure the Lakers value that versatility, but it's not exactly a Dorian Finney-Smith out, find another 6'8", guy who can guard up flip. So I am a little bit curious how that will work, especially being that the Lakers, under Jade, maybe it was more personnel, but they obviously, JJ Redick made a pretty notable move in second halves of certain playoff games of really just running out wings and wings and wings. Mm-hmm. So they're that small ball group is definitely taking a bit of a hit here in terms of size if they do end up replacing DFS with DeAnthony Melton.
Got you. Okay. Well, Jake, we'll let you get back to the phones. Once again, we appreciate you rocking with us. We'll tap back in with you soon.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, so big money for Jaren. Nice contract for Dorian Finney-Smith going to the Houston Rockets. We got some re-signing news trickling in as well. The Grizzlies re-signing Cam Spencer. The Detroit Pistons bringing back B-Ball Paul, so that's interesting there. But Steve, goes quickly to the Dorian Finney-Smith portion of the program. Like Hubert said, he has Houston as the second best team in the West. Like, how do you feel about Houston right now with where they're at with their roster?
I mean, I felt good about them because of how they put the team together and what they did last year. I think with the addition of Dorian Finney-Smith, if you're talking about the Oklahoma City Thunder context, they can really put some lineups out there in theory where we're going to have size all over the place. We're going to be able to switch a lot of these things. And if we have to go small, in a scenario where Şengün has to be off the court, that's fine. We know we can play Şengün and Adams together. But I think there are some really small, tall ball lineups they can tap into if you're thinking about having Amen, KD, Tari, Dorian Finney-Smith, insert a big. There's different things they can kind of put together, which will give them some more switchability, give them some lineup versatility. It's going to be interesting. It's interesting to think about the Lakers aspect. Usually, once that's your destination, you don't usually leave there when the opportunity is there to make a certain amount of money. I think it's a different type of league as far as, can I get more years? Can I get more guaranteed? Can I do more things? Can I be more value? It's a better chance for me to win, so you never know there. But what does that do for the Lakers overall as far as being able to find the type of size they needed to have the kind of versatility they need? But as far as the Rockets go, home run addition for me. Yeah. So I think as far as checking off all the boxes they needed to, you get Kevin Durant, you get better, you don't give up much. I think Jake put it together pretty honestly as far as, hey, Dylan Brooks, Dorian Finney-Smith, cool. Jalen 10, Kevin Durant, yep.
Yes, take that. And you already kind of hit on it, but the Houston Rockets being able to get into different types of small ball lineups, can still flow into Alperen Şengün plus Steven Adams, a front court combination that boded well for them last year and even in the postseason.
I just said
that's literally why I said. See, that's what I mean.
You'll be listening to me.
I do. I literally credit. I see. The people watching, they can rewind. They can hear me literally nod to you saying the thing to bounce off of what you said. It's okay. It's okay. But going back to the Memphis Grizzlies, I mentioned, again, Cam Spencer agreeing to a 2-year, $4.5 million deal. And now we have more on the Cole Anthony front. The Memphis Grizzlies and Cole Anthony's reps at XL Sports are working towards a resolution that allows Memphis to create the necessary cap space to renegotiate and extend Jaren Jackson Jr. while giving Anthony the opportunity to find his next destination.
Now, I believe it was Jake mentioned the order of business as far as what had to happen for Memphis. And so it's very interesting, hey, so.
So what's going on here? So yeah, the order of operations is going to be important. This very much sounds like trade or buyout coming soon for Cole Anthony. And I'm intrigued. If this does end up being a buyout situation for Cole Anthony, That's him entering this market. That is Jordan Clarkson more recently entering the free agency with a buyout as well. Like, just goes back to the top of the stream when we had Jake in. Just the guard depth in general seems really deep in this year's class. And I think a lot of teams have some options to play with here to kind of bolster their backcourts. But to Cole Anthony specifically, like, are there any teams off the top of your head that would make sense for Cole if he's not going to be in Memphis?
Cole Anthony can fit in a lot of different places, so it's less of a cop-out answer for me, but more the domino effect. Because you said there's a lot of depth in the guard class. If Sacramento wants all of them,
yeah,
then who's the next domino to fall? And so I think it's one of those deals where who wants whom at the right time? Like, you know, we've heard names like D'Angelo Russell attached to Dallas. We've heard, you know, the Jones brothers' names are always attached to different teams. Chris Paul, different dominoes. So I think it's not necessarily that Cole can't play for teams X, Y, and Z. He's a dynamic scorer. I think he's shown what he can do when he has the ball in his hands. I think that he can do the right fit thing. So there's a lot of places where he can just plug and play, which is a positive for him. I just think teams are laser focused on who they want. And so, you know, maybe Sacramento decides he's the second of the two guards they can get. Maybe he goes to New York. You never know. Gives them some instant offense. So the Cole Anthony can work in a lot of different places, in my opinion.
Okay, no, that makes sense. I guess quick nod to Q Rich. Cole Anthony also a very good rebounder at the guard spot. So you can add some value on that front too, but you already mentioned the shot creation.
You trying to say in his good graces? I think he likes it.
I was just agreeing with him. It's a good point. I'm just saying. I just wanted to give Cole a shout out for being a really good rebounder as well. But yeah, to your point, like, I think who gets signed first is obviously going to play a part into who gets signed next. And shoot, probably affects contract negotiations from there. Like, if you know the guard pool starting to dry up because some of these top 2, 3, 4 names are out there, it's like, well, hey, now it's a bidding war. Now I might have been getting the minimum. Now I'm getting an exception at this point, because y'all need me in the room now with some of these guys on the board. So that's going to be interesting to track on that front. And actually circling off of the kind of the Dorian Finney-Smith conversation we had there, and Jake mentioned D'Anthony Melton being linked to the Los Angeles Lakers. If that does end up being a sign, Steve, how would you feel about a Melton fit in LA?
I never go against the D'Anthony Melton fit. I guess I would just have to see who would he play with, and does it fix their need? Like, can he play next to Gabe Vincent? How many minutes do you want there? Is he just going to be the Jordan Goodwin of last year?
Okay, I dig it. Like, for me, I mean, top of mind for me with D'Anthony Melton is just how healthy is he going to be? Like, that has just been the thing throughout his NBA career. But when he's been on the floor, Jake alluded to it, but he has been a dynamic defender across multiple positions. He is someone that can knock down shots, has quietly improved as a playmaker and just initiator in ball screens in general. So he can give you some secondary offense, excuse me. I would keep an eye on, like, what the screening from him looks like if that ends up being a thing, because he hasn't been in that inverted ball screen role super often throughout his career. So, like, what kind of adjustment would that be for him, screening for Luka, screening for LeBron, on or off the ball? Just, like, how quickly does he adjust to having to do that? Like, not even saying he's a bad one or anything like that. I would just be curious to see, like, what it looks like when he has to do that in volume. But I would like the flyer on him. Like, I think he's good. I think he impacts both ends of the floor. And if he stays healthy, he's someone that we could be looking back in, you know, January, February, like, wow, how on earth did the Lakers land D'Anthony Melton? How did no one else try to add him to their rotation? So I'm intrigued. Obviously, I have to see if it actually happens, but
Speaking of,
what's up?
I'm just trying to get your
trying to get my pillows right.
Yeah, you trying to hide that pillow. Let your soul glow.
No, just let your soul glow. That's fire. All right. Well, speaking of the Los Angeles Lakers, per Shams Charania, the Lakers signing Jake LaRavia to a two-year deal worth $12 million. Was traded from Memphis to Sacramento last year. Played well quietly in Sacramento, second half of the season. And now he is a Laker. So I was asking, hey, what are they going to do in the wing/forward room after losing Dorian? We got a pretty quick answer, Steve. How do you feel about Jake LaRavia in LA?
One, I respect the quick pivot from the Lakers. We're like, well, got to move elsewhere. I'm intrigued by Jake LaRavia because of how he finished the season. I thought he showed a lot of aggression for Sacramento. I guess for me, it would be how many minutes will be here for Jake LaRavia in LA. I think he can help them as far as his ability to shoot. You can put in movement sets. But you have Austin Reeves. You have Dalton Connect. You have Jake LaRavia. they are not the same player, but you are going to have to play them in the rotation. So who are they playing with? What does the defense look like? I like it because it's a shooter, and I value shooting. I think he can add and help them in that context, especially with Coach JJ Redick. I just got to see how everything else pieces together in my brain off top.
No, I think that's fair. Like, in addition to the shooting, assist numbers aren't going to show it, but put some really fun passes on screen as well last year. So just want to keep an eye on that. But we do have Jake Fisher back. Jake, do you have more for us on the LA front?
Yeah. Hey, guys. I'm being told that Jake LaRavia is going to the Lakers on a 2-year, $12 million deal. I'm waiting to see what the options are here. Another interesting note, we were talking about the Memphis agenting. Jake LaRavia is represented by Austin Reeves' representation. So that's a little nugget here for you, Aaron Riley.
Oh.
I think ultimately the Lakers get a big wing here, like we were just talking about, their need to fill that addition. And he really did have a nice bounce back, like you guys were talking about with Sacramento. To connect this back to Memphis too, LaRavia was a cap casualty for the Grizzlies. Remember, they declined his rookie scale extension as they were, kind of counting pennies against the tax and preparing already Memphis for the cost-cutting moves they were going to have to do this very summer. And to bring it back to Cole Anthony, you guys were wondering about spots for him. Why not him be the veteran guard, if you will, that New York could end up coming out with, right? His dad played for the Knicks. He wore that Knicks jersey in the dunk contest with the Tims. So that's just a thought to throw out there, because every indication I've gotten, the Kings are prioritizing Russell Westbrook as their second guard behind Dennis Schroeder. So if the Knicks can't get him, maybe Cole Anthony is the extra guard. It could be Jordan Clarkson too, but that's a similar archetype, right? Clarkson, Cole Anthony, that scorer off the bench. So that's a thought. I wanted to see what you guys considered about that potential fit.
Okay, I like it.
Actually, can I ask a question, Jake, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
How tough is it? Because we've seen it a little bit more as far as teams having to prioritize their young guys, but also make tough decisions about their young guys probably sooner than we're used to. Is that something that you could foresee continuing to go on as we go on in this new era?
For sure. I mean, Orlando just declined the team option for Caleb Houston. I'm getting my New York streets. Caleb Houston yesterday, right? So yeah, like a first-round pick that they just cut loose. I mean, they'll bring him back, I think, depending on the other accounting they have to do with. They're going to factor into the point guard market here. We've been talking about Tyus Jones as a likely outcome for Orlando. But I agree with you, especially in this new second apron. I mean, we just saw OKC do it, right? The Thunder traded, I believe, 5 second-round picks to get into the first round and get Dylan Jones. But the Thunder have a major roster crunch on their hands. I know they were trying to trade Osman Dieng instead, but there really were no takers for him. And then ultimately, they had to move him off to Washington and found a deal. So to your point, Steve, yeah, especially as contracts go up. I mean, a lot of these rookie scale deals are starting at, $10 million, depending on how early these guys get picked. And I think especially too, the more and more NIL money factors into the draft equation, and the older these guys come out, the more of a finished product they are. I do think you're going to see teams start to punt on their own picks more now and not wait on the likelihood of their development. So it's a good point. It's definitely a good point.
That's a good point. It's a good question. It's a good answer. Quickly circling back to Orlando, because I remember they made the Desmond Bane trade. They had to decline the team option of, I think, Gary Harris and Corey Joseph. I think Mo Wagner now a free agent as well. On those, is that just we need to clear the space and we want to bring those guys back, or are you anticipating like Gary Harris, Mo Wagner signing elsewhere in this cycle?
Gary Harris, I'm not expecting to necessarily factor into Orlando's future. Mo Wagner, I do expect he'll be back. He's related to a very important person on that roster. And I think Caleb, I'm expecting him to come back as well. But yeah, there's been some other trade stuff for Orlando floating out in the ether. I don't want to name any player names without really confirming those talks, because there's no need to to put anyone out there like that. But I think there's still some loose threads that they could potentially be working through for sure. But the expectation, to my understanding, is that Orlando is figuring out some wiggle room to really make a strong play above the veteran minimum for a top point guard target.
Got you. To shift gears just a little bit, we did get some news that B-ball Paul Reed coming back to Detroit. Early conversations about them bringing Malik Beasley back. That's obviously on pause, at least for right now. You mentioned Dennis Schroeder being linked to the Sacramento Kings, so maybe he's not back. Just what kind of moves are you anticipating Detroit trying to make with their backcourt in particular?
Yeah, for now, there was a lot of Nickeil Alexander-Walker buzz for the Pistons, but for now, I'm expecting Karis LeVert to be at the top of Detroit's wish list. And we've also heard plenty about the Pistons circling Duncan Robinson, which, to my understanding, has been a big development after the Pistons got word that Malik Beasley and his future is very much up in the air with all the gambling implications that came out the other day. The Pistons were, to my understanding, working on a 3-year, $42 million deal with Malik Beasley. It would have been a team option in that third year. So that's on pause, and the Pistons have definitely been looking for shooting to continue to round out a real offensive unit around Cade Cunningham. So I'm expecting Karis LeVert and Duncan Robinson to be at the top of the Pistons wish list. We'll see how that all unfolds.
Okay, I'm intrigued. I guess actually just bouncing off of that, as you mentioned, Duncan Robinson, the Heat were another team that's been linked to Jonathan Kuminga in particular. What kind of moves are you anticipating from Miami?
Yep, that's a great point. Duncan Robinson could very well factor in as a sign and trade outgoing salary for Miami to make a Jonathan Kuminga deal work. But the Heat have also been linked to various other trade targets on the wing, from DeMar DeRozan in Sacramento, where I was very intrigued by what Q-Rich was having to say about how that Kings roster doesn't really make any sense. I think Sacramento is very willing to discuss pretty much everyone on their roster, not named Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray, from Zach LaVine to DeMar to Devin Carter to Malik Monk, and Keon Ellis. Keon Ellis, I think we're expecting him to stick around. They picked up his team option, or I forget exactly what the option scenario was, but he's expected to find some type of extension this year when he becomes extension eligible, I believe, in August. Outside of that, I think the majority of this roster is super available for trade in Sacramento. So DeMar could be a Miami Heat target. He's been mentioned there for a while now. And then I think John Collins is also a Miami Heat trade target. That has been characterized to me as the most likely possible landing spot for a John Collins trade right now. But they're working through all these decisions. So they can't end up with all three of those guys, and they're probably only ending up with one. So take all that for what you will. But that's the decision tree that I've gathered about what the Heat are working through right now.
Okay, I appreciate that. That is interesting. Again, you mentioned already that DeMar DeRozan was a guy that's been linked to Miami. John Collins is a new name. So I wonder what that looks like, especially in light of they already have Bam Adebayo. They naturally have faith in Khalil Ware. Just wondering how John Collins slots in. Obviously a talented player, but just wonder what a move would look like on that front. I wonder if is that Terry Rozier being involved in something like that, just from a salary perspective. I'm intrigued.
Okay.
What's up, Steve?
No, they're good. Keep going.
Okay, fair enough. I guess heading back out to the West, heading to the Pacific Division. Saw some early reports about the Clippers and Ben Simmons maybe not being back, and just some of their depth pieces kind of looking elsewhere. Are you hearing anything on the Los Angeles Clippers and some of the pieces they're trying to add around James Harden, Kawhi, et cetera?
Oh, you're asking me? Sorry. I thought you guys were vamping. Sorry. What was the question?
Oh, my bad. Just asking general Clippers free agency.
Got it. So an agent today told me that the Clippers told them that they are trying to find a target to give their full mid-level exception to. But if they can't, I believe, and I don't know who that target is, to be honest. I've been trying to pin that down. If they can't, I believe the Clippers are going to try to break that full mid-level exception into two different players, a big man and a guard. They've been connected to Clint Capella for a long, long time now, and they're also a potential home for Chris Paul. The market for Chris Paul to my understanding, is very dependent upon what happens with Tyus Jones. If Tyus Jones leaves Phoenix, we are being told that Chris Paul could have a reunion with the Suns, where, of course, he helped lead them to the finals, where they fell just shy of a championship behind to Giannis Antetokounmpo's Milwaukee Bucks. Or he could potentially have a reunion with the Clippers, which would be fun. But there's also some interesting dynamics at play there, where he'd be joining a backcourt with James Harden, where I don't think they had the rosiest ending in Houston. So I think, I'm not Chris Paul. I don't want to speak for him. I would think he would probably prefer to go to Phoenix, where there also isn't exactly like a clear-cut starting guard right now. Like, you've got this glut of Jalen Green, Devin Booker, Bradley Beal. Who's going to be the point guard kind of thing, we'll see. But I do think those are the two options for Chris Paul, the Clippers and the Suns. So to round it back out to LA, Los Angeles has been involved in a bunch of different conversations for bigs and guards, but the two names that I've heard the most for them have been Clint Capella, Chris Paul. I think that's another potential landing spot for Malcolm Brogdon, but that's kind of the latest I've got on LA.
Okay, I appreciate that. That would be interesting if they're able to split that mid-level exception. Chris Paul, obvious point guard, really good creator. You get Clint Capella in there to give him a pick-and-roll partner off the bench, and I think the Clippers, they've been searching for a consistent backup center for a while now. I feel like since Isaiah Hartenstein's been out of there. So that would be quite the get to kind of bolster that second unit. I'm intrigued. Steve, how would you feel about Clint Capella in LA?
Which one? No, I think I think it'd be interesting to see him with the Clippers, especially playing behind potentially Zubac and having a different kind of mindset and role and being able to kind of operate with different lineups. So I would like that probably more than the alternative for me.
Okay.
So
cool. Thank you.
It'd be a Capella, yeah. You know what I mean?
No shot.
Yeah.
No shot that you sprinkled that. Oh, man. You know what? Well done, Steve. Well done. But okay. And I guess quickly on the Chris Paul front, if he does go to Phoenix, like, what does that backcourt look like? Because as Jake started mentioning the names, I was like, oh, right, they do just have Book and Jalen Green and Bradley Beal, who can't be traded, but may be open to a trade, but only if it's the right trade. And it's a whole lot
We can simplify the Bradley Beal thing real quick.
He's happy.
Happy in Arizona. Has no trade clause. Chilling.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with that, I suppose. That's
there are a few places in the world to enjoy life than Scottsdale, Arizona. Put it that way.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. Worldwide Wall. No nine-figure unrestricted free agency transactions negotiated, signed, sealed, delivered, and announced in just a matter of seconds anymore. Free agency was much more entertaining when everyone was cheating.
You started this. This is the energy you brought to this team at the start.
You know,
you got to address that.
I would like to apologize.
Thank you.
I thought I was just going to make a joke. I did not know.
The Bulls?
I didn't know this was just actually going to be a sentiment. But to the Bulls' point, as Steve mentioned, Trey Jones agreeing to a 3-year, $24 million deal to return to the Chicago Bulls. So as we've been talking a lot about the guard depth of this year's class, and just in general, a lot of guard moves, Trey Jones is back in Chicago. Steve, how do you feel?
I mean, I think they liked what he brought to the table. It was clear, especially as they're getting up and down the floor, Billy Donovan letting them go up and down. And I think one of the things you saw from Chicago is the season we're on was, hey, they got some guys that are just out there playing again. You know, Kevin Huerter, Zach Collins, Jones is one of them. So I like the fit, and it's interesting to see as they build this identity, they're starting to have more of an idea of the people they want around there and the people they want to kind of have. And so they want to have, I think, contract control to a degree, want to have some flexibility, but they want to have talent that fits what they're trying to build. So I got no problem with Trey Jones being there. And again, I think this is another aspect where it's a certain amount of money, but we might give you an extra year or so. Like, you always got to check the options at the end of the day, but I like it. Good fit.
I think, again, $8 million a year, that's going to be under like the full mid-level on top of that. So you could give him the years without feeling like you're hampering your books, and just to what he brings on the floor. Again, you mentioned it already, just a steady playmaker that's going to help push that pace for Chicago. Mentioned a little bit earlier, the Bulls second in pace. Josh Giddey spearheading a lot of that, but Trey Jones, a guy that can get downhill, can knock down some pull-up middies as well. He's going to take care of the ball. I think if you're going to play that fast, you need someone that you can trust to handle those reps without sending it to the other team, kind of help keep that consistent pressure going. Trey Jones certainly did that. I am intrigued to see just how much of the finishing holds for him, because I don't, someone that can knock down an open three, but he's more so comfortable operating inside the arc. So I do wonder if he expands on that front moving forward in Chicago, but a guy that can play alongside a big playmaker, a guy that can steward the second unit if necessary, like we saw him start and hold his own as a starter in San Antonio before eventually joining the Chicago Bulls. So has that level of experience. So I'm with you, Steve. I think I like the deal. It's good stuff.
Oh my.
What's up, bro? Not the big oh my. Ooh, we have more news trickling in, Steve. We've got D'Angelo Russell. We've got the Dallas Mavericks. 2 years, $13 million.
They did it.
There we go.
They got their guard.
Sure did. They sure did. All right, Steve.
I mean, if that's true, I mean, I was intrigued by Dallas going tall ball. I like the idea of Dallas going tall ball, but D'Angelo Russell, I think, fits. And I think if you're a Mavericks fan, you might not love the D'Angelo Russell experience on paper, but 2 years, 13, I think you can make that work. I think he's shown in different stops that, you know, with the right context, he puts the ball in his hand, he can turn the corner, he can play. I know we got to get to this point with these players where it's like, you're just this and you're only that. Context is important. You got to look at the type of point guards that succeeded with Jason Kidd. He's squeezed some more juice out of some guys that people thought were not as good or were finished. So I think being able to add his style of play, not necessarily having to lean on him to the same degree, like he doesn't have to be the playmaker.
Yeah.
And so I feel like he's kind of that hybrid in between real point guard. I still need the official list, by the way, whenever y'all say that. Can you give it to me? And the scoring playmaker. And so I think he can play with different players in Dallas, which is going to be important because they can go double big, they can go small. They have a bunch of wings they can play, which is an important part of their formula. But it's not like, D'Lo, you have to run every pick and roll for us to get offense. You know, he has experience playing with AD. You know, they can get back there, or just having inset pin downs or going to inverted pick and roll. But I think there's a lot of meat on the bone. And when you can add talent that works and fits for what you need at the right price, I think there's a win there for you.
Yeah, like I think that's honestly a lower number than I anticipated for D'Angelo Russell just because of the pedigree that he has. But to your point, someone that can knock down shots, someone that can obviously take on the scoring role when you need him to, but has been a slick passer pretty much his entire career. And so as you wait for Kyrie Irving to make his return in the second half of the year, we'll see what the recovery is going to be like. Someone that can take on that on-ball usage, but is comfortable playing off the ball. And so as they run some offense through Cooper Flagg, as they run some offense through Anthony Davis, you know, they just have a lot of versatile forwards on the roster, period. Like, you can go back to last year when they used Daniel Gafford a little bit as a hub. Derek Lively's also going to be used as a hub, so they can get D'Angelo Russell off the ball in different ways and kind of move things around the board. So to your point, Steve, and I agree with you, like, you don't need him to be, you know, 32 usage rate, 55 pick and rolls a game, D'Angelo Russell going back to like the All-Star year in Brooklyn. Like, you don't need that. Just kind of fill gaps, knock down shots when you need you to, play make when you need you to. And then when Kyrie comes back, like, I'd be curious to see. I mean, I would imagine that is just going to be D'Lo, you go to the bench, or we can move you for something else that balances out the roster a little bit more. But now you just have 48 minutes of, you know, pretty high level of shot creation and playmaking off of all those versatile front court players that they have. So this feels like a win-win for both sides. Again, Dallas doesn't break the bank, and D'Angelo Russell do some good things in Dallas.
Well, I also think, you know, if you're D'Angelo Russell, hey, I probably would like to not go back to Brooklyn, no disrespect. I probably don't want to do that again. And so this is an opportunity. These are the pockets where you have, for a veteran, a chance to play your way into more, whether it's a better situation, whether it's more wins, whether it's longer years, more guaranteed money, whatever it is. So I'm intrigued to see kind of how he treats that aspect, because I think he's found a way to have an impact at each stop. How long it's lasted is up to whatever fan base you want to talk to, but he's done good things.
Okay. Well, speaking of good things, Steve, we got one more big deal to talk through.
Oh my?
Yes, we finally got the Cam Johnson trade, Steve.
It's
How about that?
to a place that you've not talked about, isn't it?
It sure is. It sure is. The Denver Nuggets are trading Michael Porter Jr. in an unprotected 2032 first-round pick to the Brooklyn Nets for Cam Johnson. Wow. That is an interesting deal for both sides. And as again, we've done some BR streams talking about trade targets. I've talked a lot about Cam Johnson and what he provides and the contract itself. Like, I think for the Nuggets, this is a way for you to maintain the level of tall shooting that you get from Michael Porter Jr. Cam a little bit shorter, but still can shoot the leather off the ball, spot up, come off screens, can pull up in transition, can do all those things. Adds a little bit more juice getting downhill. Cam Johnson has really grown as a driver over the last year and a half, 2 seasons. And you do so while shaving quite a bit of money off your cap sheet, going from Michael Porter Jr. figure to the Cam Johnson figure, which I would imagine is the biggest reason why you have to throw in not just a 2032 first round pick, but an unprotected 2032 first round pick. But that gives Denver a little bit more wiggle room to add some more pieces in addition to Cam Johnson. Again, I made the Bruce Brown prediction. We'll see if that actually ends up happening. But if you get a little bit more wiggle room, you maintain your shooting, you get a little bit more versatility offensively, I understand the swing if you're the Denver Nuggets. I guess just in general, how do you feel about the fit and the swap overall?
Well, I mean, Brooklyn Nets strategy, of course, is, hey, we'll take that money. Do you have a pick? And so I'm not surprised by that portion of it. Maybe a little bit surprised about Michael Porter Jr. being the guy, but they always are not afraid to take a look at talent if they can get a pick. And so you are paying that high money, but it's the same 2-year deal. So, okay, this money has to go somewhere. They are in that boat. I wonder what that does for Cam Thomas. Cam Thomas, Michael Porter Jr. Offense is going to be interesting in my head. But if people were upset looking at that draft and saying, well, they don't have people that are going to score, probably try to fix that. Because if you're going to have those two in theory, they will try and do that. I think the thing for me with Denver is you're able to get Cam Johnson, who you probably, one, it's a freshening of it. 2, you probably feel better about being able to use Cam Johnson in movement than Michael Porter Jr. at this point. And then I like that move for the Nuggets. I think that's a good solid move to add that kind of talent.
Okay. Well, yeah, I gave some quick thoughts. I'll have to chew on this one. This is interesting. And again, the financial implications of this are going to be big as well. But MPJ in Brooklyn, you picture him and Cam Thomas, that's going to be a lot of pull-ups. Obviously, a lot of pull-up talent between those two, so not necessarily a negative, but it's going to be a lot of pull-ups in Brooklyn with a lot of defense surrounding those guys. That's going to be an interesting Brooklyn roster as they made some moves. Renounced a couple of young guys, brought them right on back. Zaire Williams, you are back. Daylon Sharp, you are back. I'm curious to see what else Brooklyn does, but man, we got to close this one out on the big trade, Steve. We had a lot of fun here. Quick shout out to Quentin Richardson. Quick shout out to Jake Fisher. I think that is going to do it for us.
Yep.
We can toss it over to Worldwide Wob and the crew. Thank you for rocking with us. And Wob and Co., take it away.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever it is in the world you are streaming here in the Bleacher Report app as well on YouTube. Rob Perez, Worldwide Wob, with you here alongside Jermaine Womack, a.k.a. Chilltown Hoops. We're going to be here with your free agency coverage for the next couple of hours, and I can't even say hello to anybody without a couple deals dropping here, and we need to bring in our insider, Jake Fisher, to give us the details on the 2 major transactions that just transpired. The first of which is going to be this major trade involving the Denver Nuggets and the Brooklyn Nets. Michael Porter Jr., unprotected 2032 first-round pick to Brooklyn in exchange for Cam Johnson. If we got Jake there on the line, come on in here and try and make sense of what just happened, please.
I think it makes plenty of sense, honestly. The fact that Denver has been looking. Denver, I think, was legitimately starting to consider trade options for Michael Porter Jr. dating back to the trade deadline.
So we can hear you.
You guys don't have me?
No, I got you. You're just a little low. Can
I don't control the I don't control the audio levels. That's something.
Keep going, my man.
Hey, break news and also fix your audio in real time.
If you, as you were saying, my man, keep going.
You're good. Denver was looking at breaking Michael Porter Jr.'s contract into 2 veteran players at the trade deadline. And I think that would have been, they had conversations with Brooklyn about Cam Johnson, and I think they would have also potentially gotten Dorian Finney-Smith back in that deal back then as well. They talked to Atlanta about turning Michael Porter Jr. into DeAndre Hunter and Bogdan Bogdanovic. So the fact that they sent Michael Porter Jr. out right now isn't exactly a total shock, even though we were not anticipating this to happen. There is a new front office regime, right? It's now Ben Tenzer and Jonathan Wallace, who came back to Denver from Tim Connolly's front office in Minnesota. But there's major, salary benefits to save here. I mean, Michael Porter Jr., off top of mind, makes about $11 million more than Cam Johnson. So there's some relief with the Nuggets towing their apron situations here. But they also, get off of someone who has major injury concerns while still adding a large shooter who can play up, who can guard multiple positions. So the fit makes sense. There's salary savings here. Although, if you're going to move out Michael Porter Jr., there's absolute benefit to doing it from an injury standpoint, right? Cam Johnson's had his own history of hip stuff and ankle things, and he was out multiple games last year for various ankle stuff. So I don't necessarily love this from that standpoint, but from a contract management, from a skill fit, I like it for Denver because they were really limited here to just looking at what their taxpayer mid-level exception could get them. Guys like Luke Kennard, Gershon Yabusele have been names to monitor. Bruce Brown is someone else that I've heard the Nuggets are considering bringing back. So I'm curious to see what other pieces will come in here after this. This trade was not necessarily expected. Cam Johnson was a major name at the trade deadline. I had not heard really any buzz about him at all.
So, Jermaine, go ahead and react before we get to some more breaking news here.
So as I was saying, Cam Johnson, so he's got 2 more years left on his deal at about $43 million. One of the better rotation players in the game. 29 years old. I think he's still got some good years left. MPJ, I think Denver has gotten everything that they were going to get out of him, especially considering that contract. And he was already injury prone coming into the league. This shoulder injury was just a freak accident. Chris Dunn ended up falling on him in the playoffs. This wasn't something that was reoccurring. This was just something that happened in the playoffs. But from a contract standpoint, I do think that it works. I think this is also something, to your point, I think this is something that could have gotten done a couple of months ago. If Denver was really trying to upgrade, they could have made this deal at the trade deadline. I think that they could have definitely made themselves a lot better had they done that then. But I like this deal. I like this deal for Denver in the short term because, again, you got a vet in Cam Johnson, 29 years old. Joker is at the top of his game. Aaron Gordon's going to come back healthy, so I like the deal.
Sense of stability here as well. Michael Porter Jr. and that CVS receipt of injuries that he has accumulated throughout his career. You never really knew what version you were going to get of him in one of these postseason gauntlets where you're playing the same team 7 times in a 2-week span. His credit, these are some pretty major injuries that he has still put up some notable performances and statistics through. But with Cam Johnson, it does feel like a seamless transition to me, Jermaine, that we get a lot of what you lose in Michael Porter Jr. Of course, you're giving up a 2032 unprotected pick in the first round. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, as long as we have Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray on this team. They probably still felt watching Oklahoma City go through that playoffs. Are we the best team that they played, other than maybe Indiana? That means we're right there, too. So if we're able to fill one of these holes in the armor, which is the availability, durability, and versatility, a lot of iddies there, of Michael Porter Jr. and the concerns that he has, that the team has regarding his appearances in volume as well as when, well, I think that might have gotten solved in this trade, Jermaine.
Sure. And for the record, this 2032 first-round pick, this is how, Magic Johnson ends up being on your crew. Because you don't care about it later, right? It's set. That's 6-7 years from now. We don't care about that first-round pick. Just like when the Lakers gave Gail Goodrich to New Orleans for 4 ones, not realizing that one of those ones turned into Magic Johnson. Just like Steve Stepanian, when he was with the Cavs as the owner, he gave the Lakers a first-round pick 3 years later that turned into James Worthy. So, they don't care about this stuff right now because we're in a league with such parity that they're trying to win right now in a first-round pick in 7 years. We're not thinking about that at all.
Well said. The difference here, by the way, in this show, these 2 hours, chat, is I am reading the chat. Any of you that think you could sneak in some disses regarding us, that's not going to fly these 2 hours, all right? Many of you know me as the BR Yapper, but I have one great ability, Jermaine, and that is to read chat while I speak. So this is meant to be a content democracy, people. We're going to go back and forth. We'll take your questions on anything that you see. Here's a tweet from Ramona Shelburne at ESPN who's saying the Nets are excited about Michael Porter Jr. and the intention is to keep him. And who knows what Brooklyn is up to here. They are that one team that has so much cap space available to them that they're going to have to go out there and sign anyone available just to get to the minimum threshold so they're not penalized for spending not enough money. If you are a team that is interested in seeking out a third team to dump a contract to get a transaction to the finish line, you're looking to Brooklyn. Now, on the surface, this looks like a one-to-one deal, right? Two teams that were transacting with each other. These are going to be major players throughout the summer. Any of these deals throughout the regular season, through the preseason, doesn't matter. You're going to be calling up Brooklyn and saying, hey, help us. We'll attach a first-round pick as well if you are willing to help facilitate this deal, as all of these franchises are either in the tax, they're in the aprons, they're being restricted because of the collective bargaining agreement and how they can aggregate contracts together. The Brooklyn Nets will be there as your break glass in case of emergency.
Sure.
So any final thoughts on this trade before we move on? Because we got a lot of news pouring in here with some transactions that have been signed.
To your,
go ahead, Jimmy. Any final thoughts with this?
To your point, these teams that are giving these draft.
Just someone let Jake know he's got a hot mic and we can turn off his volume and let Jermaine go. We're doing stuff live here across the nation with multiple outlets. Once we mute him, we'll get back to you, Jermaine. Go right ahead.
100% hot. So.
You guys have me?
Yes, by all means.
Yeah, just like we were saying, Bruce Brown Jr. is going back to Denver. I'm trying to confirm what the actual number is, but that's the final piece of this for the Nuggets. And to what you were saying, Wob, this deal for Brooklyn is a major help in them getting to that salary floor, right? They just added $10 million more in salary that they don't have to now disperse amongst the rest of their roster. So that's part of it, I think, for the Nets as well, to get more salary on their books. Brooklyn was the only team with major cap space this summer, and everyone thought, oh, they could be this boogeyman for Jonathan Kuminga or Josh Giddey. All along, I never had any belief, I never got any word that they were going to be a factor in the restricted free agent market. And I think this is another big piece of that puzzle to indicate that they're not trying to go out and splurge, because they've already used some decent money on Day'Ron Sharpe, and they've got to figure out a restricted free agency deal for Cam Thomas to bring in more salary with Michael Porter Jr. I'm not expecting the Nets to be an offer sheet team, even though that was their history under Sean Marks, dating back to Otto Porter and Alan Crabb and whoever. We're not anticipating that to come this summer.
And on top, and to your point, I think these teams like Denver, they're not considering these draft picks. Brooklyn is, absolutely, because when we rebuilding, we're looking for these draft picks later on, because we're going to need them in years to come, because because we're not going to be able to sign nobody's coming to Brooklyn in free agency, right? So if you think about the free agents that's available, nobody's signing a free agent contract to come to Brooklyn. When I say nobody, I mean like top level guys. These are the guys that I'm talking about. So we're going to have to build this thing through trades like Cam Johnson, moving off of him, and the draft. So in 6 years, when Denver isn't as good as they thought they were going to be, and it turns out that the number 6 pick that you gave, that draft pick that you gave us in 2025, turns out to be the 6th pick in the draft, kind of like what's going on with Oklahoma City. It's definitely a good thing for us. So we'll take as many draft picks as we possibly can. Yes.
Yeah, the Nets are in a clear rebuild. We've been talking about this for weeks on my streams on BR. The real indicator of that, to me, Brooklyn tipped their hand when they made that second deal after sending Mikal Bridges to New York, where they incentivized the Houston Rockets to get Brooklyn's own picks back, because they wanted their pick this year, which of course fell to 8. It was not a top pick, but they also got their own pick next year. And by all accounts, the Nets, I mean, clearly they took 5 first-round picks in last week's draft. they're going to run the ball out. Yegor Demon and everyone else, they're going to be passing the ball around and whatnot, developing. They're not going to really try to win games. So they're really focused on playing the lottery once again with AJ Dembonsa and the Boozer twins and the other guys at the top of the 2026 draft class.
Hey, Jake, quick question for you regarding these Nets, because it seems that they do control the rest of the summer as well as up until the trade deadline just because of their flexibility with their roster options. Do you think that they originally intended to go into the draft using all 5 of their first-round picks on guys that will play for their team, or was their hope to combine those to move up and potentially facilitate this deal in advance? 5 first-round picks, all going to get PT. You better believe they're headed back to the lottery unless there's something I'm missing here.
For sure. That's a great question. I do know that Brooklyn held conversations with Charlotte about trying to move up at least from 8 to number 4. But I think Philly had the same experience. There wasn't so much interest in dropping out of that top range to then get like a pick in the 20s in that draft. I think Brooklyn was open to trading one of those later picks for a future pick or something like that. But eventually, I mean, I do believe all along they were hoping to take 4 guys. I mean, they got that 5th extra pick by just playing facilitator. That's so the second first-round pick the Nets have acquired, in addition to this 2032 pick from Denver, just in the last week for playing, salary absorber by taking on Terrence Mann in that 3-team deal with Kristaps Porzingis. So they didn't initially plan to have 5 first-round picks because they didn't have 5 first-round picks. But I do think all along Brooklyn was very capable and willing to select multiple guys and have them all run out and just see what they do together. They are very, very strong believers in their scouting department led by BJ Johnson. If you want some more behind the scenes look to what Brooklyn's draft process was like, they put out a whole YouTube documentary show, like really talking about how they were going to potentially take all those guys. So I do think they tried to move up. I do think they were willing to move out, but also Sacramento was really the only team looking to trade into the back of the first round so aggressively. They found that home with OKC above Brooklyn's 2 picks. So I think that probably shut the door on any real trade out opportunity later in the first round.
Jake, we appreciate the information. We're going to keep you on standby because between
I'm here
talking about this trade and now the Brooklyn Nets, we've had about 7 different transactions that have come through. Jermaine, have you noticed, by the way, no more deals right at the break of free agency where they all pile in at once? Everyone was assuming and understanding that how do you get all of these major transactions done in just a couple of seconds? Maybe we need to wait a little bit. And now we are the recipients of all of this news. And we have a major one to relay to you now. It involves Kevon Looney, and the era in Golden State is over. He has agreed to a 2-year, $16 million deal with the New Orleans Pelicans. Jake, tell me what you got on this. This is as big as it gets, considering he is one of the stalwarts of that Golden State Warriors dynasty that feels like he's been there for an eternity, and now he's gone. What does this say about not only New Orleans, but the potential of Jonathan Kuminga as well?
Yeah, I think the Warriors have been preparing for Kevon Looney's departure. And that's why we've heard Al Horford is a primary center target for Golden State, which I don't know if we're going to get that resolution tonight. From my understanding, Horford's definitely got a home to stick around in Boston if he would like. He's got various opportunities above the veteran minimum around that taxpayer mid-level number. That's kind of, I think, the ballpark here for a lot of older veterans, right? You want to not be on the veteran minimum if you can. And that's the factor for Russell Westbrook. That's going to be the conversation for Chris Paul as well. That was something that Dallas, to go to another signing that I don't believe we talked about, D'Angelo Russell going to the Mavericks. The Mavericks were hoping that they would convince someone that their taxpayer mid-level, that $5.7 million average annual figure, would be appealing, being that it's not the vet minimum and you're going to have an opportunity to start right now. So that's kind of the factor that Al Horford is really considering. And I do know Golden State wants him. We'll see if that business gets done. As it pertains to Jonathan Kuminga, I don't think Looney really is a factor in that equation. Looney was just, to your point, Wob, was an absolute Steve Kerr favorite. I think maybe he was more of a Steve Kerr favorite than a front office favorite at a certain point in time. So once he started falling out of Kerr's rotation in favor of Quentin Post, and Trace Jackson Davis had some real opportunity there, I think the writing was on the wall. But it's curious that he's kind of fading, and they're going to potentially go after Al Horford, who's not exactly a spring chicken himself. So that doesn't line up to me. But the Kuminga situation, to bring it back to that part of your question, we're still waiting for that. I mean, that is a huge domino of this offseason marketplace. And I haven't talked to anyone about it, candidly, since earlier today. Things can change. But there didn't really seem to be any real crystallization of what that situation was going to be. I think there's some other dominoes to play. Sacramento being one of his suitors. They're also involved in the guard market here. You've got Chicago. They're dealing with their own restricted free agency dynamic with Josh Giddey. Miami's a suitor for him, where who knows whether they're going to go for him or DeMar DeRozan. John Collins is another name I've heard. The one thing how this could factor, New Orleans is supposed to be a team that has registered some level of interest in Kuminga, and maybe this deal could end up being factored into that in some capacity. I'm not necessarily certain on that, but those are the 4 teams we're monitoring for Kuminga right now. If he doesn't go back to Golden State, that's still something I think is on the table, but largely, I think the market for Kuminga is being handicapped right now at Miami and Chicago primarily, and then Sacramento and New Orleans more in the periphery.
So 2 things. This second apron in the NBA, CBA, really screwed up a lot of things for these guys. And the fact that Jimmy Butler, signs a 2-year extension for $122 million. The Warriors got to shed some money. And if you think about Kevon Looney in the aspect of where is he in terms of legacy talks? Well, he's not in any legacy talks. So he's won 3 championships. He's made over $35 million in his career. So, okay, what's left for me? I've already made a lot of money. I've already made some money. Let me rephrase that. I've made some money. I've won NBA championships. I've been with the Golden State Warriors for 10 years. It's probably time to move on, because it looks like, they're moving in a different direction with this kid Post from Boston College, who I love. But I think that this was a money move for him, because he probably wasn't going to get that in Golden State with the amount of money that's tied up with everybody else. So I do understand that. To be quite honest with you guys, I don't know. And even though you explained it, I still don't have an idea what they're doing with Kuminga. Like, what's the deal here? It's almost like you want to pay him, but you don't want to pay him. Like, I want to have him, but I don't want to have him. It's like what it really is to me is, I don't want to break up, but I don't want to marry you neither. So I'm not really sure exactly what it is we're doing right now. And I mean, I don't know what the story is going on right now with Kuminga, but I do understand the volume thing.
I mean, look, the Kuminga situation goes back to last fall, where Kuminga was right in the same ballpark as Jaren Jackson Jr. and Jalen Suggs at that 5-year, $150 million mark. They are blowing up in Boston.
They literally blowing up.
Kuminga's situation, I think, could have been resolved if he was willing to take that 5-150 number that Jalen Johnson and Jalen Suggs signed. So since then, it's kind of been dangling. But to go to this news right here, we've been reporting that San Antonio was a leading contender for Luke Kornet for quite some time. We talked about this in an earlier block about how what a huge payday for Luke Kornet. He has never made more than $3 million in a season in his 8 years. And now he's jumping up to $10 million. Quite a move for Luke Kornet. The Spurs have been involved in center stuff for this whole offseason. They were, to my understanding, right behind Atlanta in the trade conversations for Kristaps Porzingis. So it's not surprising to me that they get another big man who does have some three-point touch, even though Luke Kornet has kind of removed that from his game of late with Boston. But I think it's a big win for the Spurs, and it shows that while the Spurs had a lot of success with Victor Wembanyama at the 5 spot last year, originally they always had a goal of him being a 4-man. They talked about Brook Lopez a couple years ago when he was dangling on free agency with Milwaukee. They originally signed Zach Collins to a nice deal to have him next to Victor Wembanyama in the front court. Clearly, the Spurs want to have optionality and depth at the center position next to him, and I do foresee Luke Kornet as a potential second starter and another big man in the front court next to Victor Wembanyama. We saw it in the finals, right? Both the Pacers and the Thunder at different points in the series started two legitimate front court players. And that was the talk of the Combine too, that a lot of teams telling agents in meetings that definitely did not happen and were not allowed to be discussed. There was a lot of conversation around the Combine that a lot of teams were looking at adding multiple big men. And we're seeing Clint Capella go off the board back to the Houston Rockets now. Now they've got Steven Adams and Clint Capella next to Alperen Sengun, who they had a lot of success where Alpi and Steven Adams were twin towers together in the playoffs as well. So for years, with all the talk about the big man being dead, and this is a guards league and it's a wings league, so many teams are investing in 7-footers and size. So I think that's clearly a trend that we're seeing right now on the free agent market.
I think this is a good deal for San Antonio, and it's obvious what's going on in Boston. They're blowing this thing up. They're starting over. And I think they have the luxury of still having Jason Tatum and still having Jaylen Brown because, in a gap year, what it reminds me of is of the San Antonio Spurs in the 1995-96 season. Dave Robinson ends up hurting his back, so they lose Dave Robinson to injury. They also lose Sean Elliott to injury, so they had that gap year between those years, and they end up getting Tim Duncan in the draft. And in the process of getting Tim Duncan, they get all of those guys back. They get Sean Elliott back. They get Avery Johnson back. I think that they're going to get Jason Tatum back. I think he's going to be healthy next season. I don't think he's going to play next season. I think they get him back in the 26-27 season. I think Jaylen Brown is also another guy that they're going to get back. And you guys can correct me on this. I think the Celtics made a mistake passing on the big kid from Creighton, Kalkbrenner. I think that he's the guy that they should have taken in the second round. I think he would have been a steal for them, considering you could possibly lose a guy like Luke Cornett, or you're not really sure about Keita in terms of his progression. Maybe he's still a project, and you're not sure what you're going to do with him. I thought drafting Kalkbrenner in the second round would have been a perfect fit for them, but for them passing on him, I think that they made a mistake doing that. And hey, kudos to Luke Cornett. I think Luke Cornett is a backup big. I don't think he's a starting big man in the league. I do think he's a backup big. But for this kind of value and on that team, absolutely. I love it.
So we're putting a lot of pressure on our producers here at Bleacher Report because Luke Cornett deal happens. Specifically, the terms of this one, it looks like we're going to put a tweet up on the screen here if we have it. But it was 4 years, $41 million. Yep. Clint Capella headed back to the Houston Rockets as well. 3 years, $21.5 million here. That is right. I guess we'll react to this because we have another major deal to report after this. But Jake, lead us off. This is the Houston Rockets going all in, obviously. You want to talk about dual center lineups? How about tri-center lineups with Capella, Sengun?
Absolutely. I mean, the Rockets are clearly going all in. I said this earlier. The Rockets want the Thunder. The Rockets want to see the Thunder in the Western Conference Finals. They are coming for OKC. They believe in their young group. They believe in, obviously, the addition of Kevin Durant. Dorian Finney-Smith was a massive haul for them. I mean, you kind of nullify the Dylan Brooks loss with Dorian Finney-Smith. They basically got Kevin Durant for the number 10 pick and Jalen Green. And now you add Clint Capella, who, of course, has major roots and ties to this organization, came up with James Harden, and he will be a real lob threat that Alperen Sengun and Steven Adams are not, right? They're more gravity-bound players, let's say, more under-the-rim guys. So this gives some versatility, some optionality for their center group. And that's something that I think we're also hearing from a lot of teams talking about. Clint Capella was definitely someone that was on the Clippers' radar. So I'm curious to see where the Clippers go now because they were tied to him for quite a while. And I think people were expecting him to go there for a smaller figure than what he just got with Houston. So the Rockets now the Clippers now are a team that was definitely in the big man market, and I'm curious to see where they go because that was my first thought here. The prevailing sentiment around the league was that Clint Capella was going to be going to Los Angeles and going to the Clippers. So for him not to end up there, I do wonder what the ramifications could be for Los Angeles because they have wanted versatility and optionality in the front court all along too. They love Ivica Zubac, who's obviously become one of the premier defensive centers in the entire NBA. I thought maybe they'd want more of a stretch big and a shooting big. So it makes more sense to me that they would find someone not Clint Capella, but the intel was definitely suggesting Capella to the Clippers. So some domino is going to have to fall, some shoe is going to have to drop because he's not ending up in Los Angeles.
Rob, you can straighten me out with this because I think that I'm in the minority when I see stuff like this with Clint Capella. 30 years old, I think he's still got some good years left in him, to your point, as a lob threat. There's obviously some value here because they gave him a 3-year deal at almost 22 million. So that's about 7 million. That's 7 million a year. I've never been a fan of letting guys walk out the front door for nothing. I've never been a fan of that. Don't get me wrong. Some guys, there is addition by subtraction. I feel like Clint Capella is still viable, and to just let him sit over there, even though he was injured at that time, but to just let him sit over there and get nothing for him, and just let him walk out the front door, he's going to be huge in Houston, considering what Steven Adams was last season as a glass cleaner and as a defender. Now you add Clinton Capella to that as a rim protector at this value, at $7 million. Houston has shown for me that in this league of parity, if I'm close, I got to push all my chips to the front of the table because there's no reason to think that we can't do it. Rob, if I told you 2 years ago, I'm going to say in the beginning of the 22-23 season, Rob, SGA is going to be the league MVP. He's going to lead the league in scoring. They're going to the NBA championship, and they're going to win it. He's going to be the finals MVP. Would you have bought that?
No, I'd ask you what the lottery numbers were.
That's what you would have 100%. So, Houston is looking at this in the same aspect that we're pushing all our chips to the front of the table because if they can win it, we can win it too right now.
So where the league is headed, certainly an arms race in the Western Conference, but I don't imagine a lot of fans anticipated that arms race, including front courts. You guys brought it up earlier. The big man went from an endangered species to the most valuable form of basketball currency other than the 3-and-D swingman, just like that. And It did start with the Los Angeles Lakers in the bubble, the championship team that had those 3 big guys with Dwight Howard, Anthony Davis, and JaVale McGee, you name it. But dating back to last year with Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns, Isaiah Hartenstein going to play with Chet Holmgren, Alperen Şengün, and Steven Adams in that jumbo lineup, this is where the league is headed. It's just happening a lot quicker, once again, than I think people originally thought. So if you do have those answers, Jermaine, like the going to win MVP and be the first conference finals MVP and finals MVP and scoring champion, please let me know because I'll be a rich man, as will every single person watching this too.
I've always thought that because we are in a league of guards, like the big man had got overlooked because we got so wrapped up in Shaq and David Robinson. The big man is still alive and well. He's just gotten updated. That's all. He's still here. He's just what I equated to, bro. What I equated to is software. All right. So my computer, it's still a computer and it's still great. I just got to update the software. And that's what the big man is today. And to your point, when you talk about the double big lineup, I think that's which way the NBA is moving toward more than anything. Like I think you left out Mobley and Jared Allen. I think that's going to be
every team's got
one.
them. Mitchell Robinson, Karl Anthony Towns.
They're winning the NBA championship next year. I'm on record saying that. I think they're winning it next year with what they have. They just need to get tougher.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you were talking about, like it when players just walk out the front door with nothing in return. How about I one-up you a little bit? What if they get bought out, they're still on the books, and then they leave for nothing? Because that's been happening all day, that we've been seeing buyouts to several players, and you're still liable, at least with their contract on the books. The ownership group may get some $1 million in savings because you're offering them less than what they're scheduled to make, but that still influences your salary cap. And as much as I do want to sit here and continue to talk about this evolution of the game of basketball, news keeps piling in here. And I heard Jake in the previous segment before we hopped on talk about the Detroit Pistons and their big prize that they were seeking out. And we have that now as free agent Karis LeVert here per Shams Charania has agreed to a 2-year, $29 million deal with the Detroit Pistons. Okay, this is a big one for a couple of reasons. That's a lot of cap space. Obviously, per season, Detroit has some big decisions to make here, whether it's Malik Beasley. How much did that news today with his, I can't say accusations. Nothing's been officially charged at him, but the suspicion that he may be involved in a gambling scandal. Well, Detroit's got to move on because this news dropped on free agency Monday. Jake, what do you make of this deal right here?
Yeah, I think this deal doesn't just happen in a vacuum. We're definitely, I know the Atlanta Hawks are looming as a destination for Nickeil Alexander-Walker, which was the incumbent team for Karis LeVert. So that's kind of how these musical chairs fall, right? One guy goes somewhere else, and then that means another free agent has to go to a different home. And to your point about Malik Beasley, the Pistons, we've talked about this several times now, the Pistons were in very advanced discussions because with the tampering stuff you guys were joking about, under this new CBA, you're allowed now to negotiate with your own free agents the second the finals end. So, legally,
so we don't have to wait till free agency. I can the day
for your own free
are
agents.
over,
He said with your own free
with your own free agents.
I'm not talking about the rest of the league. Just the guys on my crew.
For sure.
I don't have to wait until June the 30th at 6 o'clock. I can
For sure.
once the finals over, I can talk to my people. I can
Yes.
deal with that, sure.
Yeah. So, and honestly, I think once the finals are over, screw it. Let everyone talk. Why not? It's happening anyway. So, Malik Beasley was in talks for a 3-year, $42 million deal at $14 million average annual value, the third year being a team option. That's on pause. We don't really know. I'm not anticipating that will be something that comes to fruition, unfortunately, for Malik Beasley anymore. But that $14 million figure, pretty close to this Karis LeVert number, and the Karis LeVert number, I think, is also a sign of the Pistons preparing for Dennis Schroeder to be heading out the door to Sacramento. Karis LeVert is more of a secondary, combo guard than a point guard, but Dennis Schroeder served as a secondary creator when Cade Cunningham was on the bench, and also someone who played crunch time minutes in the postseason against New York, but also in regular season games as well once he got rerouted to Detroit as part of that 5-team deal with Jimmy Butler going to Golden State. So Karis LeVert, I think, fills maybe Dennis Schroeder's hole more so than Malik Beasley. We're anticipating that hole for Malik Beasley could be filled by Duncan Robinson. That's the name that we've been monitoring in addition to Karis LeVert. The Pistons, I don't think, are done with adding to their backcourt, to their wing rotation with this addition. But Duncan Robinson has had some other scenarios on the table. He is also a potential cog in the bigger wheel of the Jonathan Kuminga sweepstakes we were talking about earlier. He could be an outgoing salary in any sign and trade deal between Miami and Golden State. So that's kind of the decision tree at hand here with the Pistons. But LeVert to Detroit is a nice deal. I don't think they're done. The Pistons have as much wiggle room as anyone not named Atlanta and Brooklyn to be players on this open market. I think, though, Karis LeVert's deal coming out now, I would expect the Nickeil Alexander-Walker to Atlanta deal to be coming to fruition sometime very soon.
Is that their secondary scorer? Because to your point, like these guys, Karis LeVert, he's a rotation guy, right? Malik Beasley, he was a starter. He's your 4th or 5th starter. Karis LeVert's a rotation guy. Nickeil Alexander-Walker, I think you're going to ask him to accept an even bigger role. But, who is your secondary scorer in Atlanta? In Detroit. Because, Cade Cunningham has evolved. You've gotten Paul Reed back in the fold, which I think you got him at a good price. I like that. Karis LeVert, you got him at a good price. I like that too. But I still think that we got a secondary scorer issue. This couldn't have come at a worse time for Malik Beasley. I don't think that this could have come at a worse time for him.
It's going to cost him big, man.
What came,
all the dough is going to be dried up.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the money's going to be spent. Whether he's guilty or not, the money's going to be gone. That's the problem with the timing of this news dropping when it did.
100%, Rob. Considering where we are right now, this isn't something that's going to get resolved in a day or 2 days. This could take a month before that. If I'm not mistaken, Terry Rozier, we found out about the allegations with him like months ago, and it just got resolved. So we don't know how long this thing is going to take with Malik Beasley. So by the time it's actually done, all the money's going to be gone. So with that being said, this could be a blessing in disguise, not for him, but for some other teams, considering that because all the money's gone, we could get him on the cheap. Because he still wants to be in the league. So you might get a New York Knicks team that, I got $5 million. How about you come play for New York? I got $10 million. How about you come play in New York? How about you come play in Houston or something like that. So this may be a good thing for other teams, not necessarily for Beasley right now.
It's definitely not a good thing for Malik Beasley, especially I mean, he was finally set up to get paid. What you're talking about right now, Jermaine, is a situation he was in the last 2 years. He went to Milwaukee on a minimum. He just played for $6 million this year. He was about to, double that average annual value over 3 years. And if you recall back, I forget exactly what year, but when he got traded from Denver to Minnesota and was set to get a big payday there, I remember there were some projections of him being upwards of $80 million over 4 years. He got arrested on a gun charge, and that salary got cut in half. So the 2 times that Malik Beasley has been put in position by his own play, the 2 times Malik Beasley has put himself in position and earned the opportunity to earn a collective, $100 million, he's going to potentially come away with nothing right now, and he definitely cost himself $30 million or so way back then.
So
what's the opposite of creating your own luck?
Shooting yourself in the foot.
Yes.
Yeah, that's well. Be careful with the puns here,
because
we know with Beasley's past, but yeah, something like that. So, big payday.
Walking into your own mousetrap that you set for someone. I don't know.
We'll workshop it. The good news is we have other transactions to get to here. And you did bring up Dennis Schroeder, and now I'm being instructed to pitch it to Dennis Schroeder news. We do have another signing alert here. That Schroeder joins his 10th different NBA team here. This news coming via Fred Katz that he is headed to Sacramento. Can someone please make sense of what is going on up there? Because we are assembling a team now, and let's just assume that DeRozan and Levine and Sabonis, Dennis Schroeder. Someone tell me the direction. Are we trying to win now? Are we trying to be a play-in tournament champion team here? What's the goal?
I don't think that they're comfortable yet with Devin Carter. I don't think that they know exactly which direction that they want to go with him. And Dennis Schroeder has always been the consummate, whether it's a backup lead guard or steady guard. So I think that bagging him, I think that gives them more time with Devin Carter to develop him into a better lead guard than what he is right now. Because if they were comfortable in throwing him out there, then they wouldn't have pursued Dennis Schroeder, because they would have already had their guy. So I mean, Dennis Schroeder has proven over the years that playing with LeBron James, playing in Detroit, right, playing with a number of different teams, that he can be the consummate, whether it's a backup or steady lead guard who can knock down an open shot. So I just don't think that they're comfortable with Devin Carter yet, and I think that Dennis Schroeder is insurance more than anything, and at a cheap price too.
Hey, Jake, real quick, because we have some more breaking news to go to in just a second, but can you speak to Keon Ellis? I believe a team option was picked up on him.
Yeah.
So how does that affect Schroeder's playtime, his role, the years, all of that? Because it's just so congested up there right now.
Definitely congested. We're expecting there to be a ton of trade conversation in Sacramento for everyone outside of Keon Ellis, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis. I think my understanding is that Keon Ellis becomes extension eligible in August and then all throughout the rest of the season. So I do think he'll come to an extension agreement with the Kings at some point in time. But I also think Sacramento looks at him as more of an off-ball guard and more of a defensive stopper than their primary initiator, because, as we've been reporting and talking about all today on our show here, the Kings want to get 2 guards right now. They want to get Dennis Schroeder as they've secured this commitment. I've been told for a little bit now this is a 2-year, $28 million deal for Dennis Schroeder to go to Sacramento. And I think they also really want to make a play for Russell Westbrook. If they can't get Russell Westbrook, Malcolm Brogdon is right behind him in their hierarchy of veteran guards they want. But the Kings want to go out and get 2 veteran point guards right now. That's been the consistent intel for a little bit here. Schroeder is just the first one off the board, and they're hoping to get Russell Westbrook next. That's my understanding.
They understand there's only one ball, right?
Yeah.
Just making sure. All right.
Yeah.
With that said, we will come back to Dennis Schroeder in just a second, but some more breaking major news here. One of the major prizes of unrestricted free agency is coming off the board. It is Brook Lopez, who is headed to the Los Angeles Clippers on a 2-year, there we go. Get the animation going and the sound effect. This one is worth it. 2 years, $18 million deal to the Clippers, not the Lakers, but the Clippers. Now, Jake, I know that with Dorian Finney-Smith leaving, the Lakers were going to have access to their right around their full mid-level exception, right?
Yes.
And I think there was hope amongst that fan base and maybe even some within the organization that they might be able to thread the needle, get DeAndre Ayton once he clears waivers, as well as a Brook Lopez. And I saw Los Angeles pop up in my notifications, and then it's cut off. And I'm like, oh my gosh, they pulled it off. They actually did. But no, it's the Clippers. Now, does this make sense as to why Clint Capella is not there at the Intuit Dome?
Well, I think this makes sense to more where the Clippers are going to go because Clint Capella is not going to the Intuit Dome, right? Like, that's what we were saying. Clint Capella was the guy there. Him going to Houston, who was going to be the center that the Clippers went out and got, and it being Brook Lopez, like I was saying before, it makes a little bit more. This is a better fit to me, both for Brook and for the Clippers. For Brook to go to the Lakers, he's not the pick and roll lob threat that Luka likes to play with. And for the Clippers, Brook now offers a different look than Zubac does. He's a pick and pop three-point shooter compared to Zubac, who's more of a playmaker in the role, in the short roll, more of a post-up presence. And we've been hearing for years now that Ty Lue wants optionality at his center spot. He wants a switchable defender. He wants a pick and pop big man. He wants those types of pieces to be a complement to Zubac. So this is a great deal, I think, for Brook and for the Clippers, because also, we haven't talked about this in this block of the show yet, but we got that big, weird statement from Rich Paul about LeBron James's uncertain future. And if you're Brook Lopez at 37 years old, do you really want to marry yourself to an uncertain situation in Los Angeles with the Lakers if LeBron is flirting with the idea of leaving? So as much as an opportunity to play next to Luka would have been intriguing for any big man, again, he's not the standard pick and roll lob threat that Luka thrives with. And LeBron's situation has thrown a massive monkey wrench in all of the Lakers' plans. I agree with you, Wob. I think to round out this whole decision tree here, I think Brook Lopez going to the Clippers is a very good sign for DeAndre Ayton to potentially get a major payday as a part of that mid-level exception for Los Angeles. That's $14.1 million they have to play with. And I reported today, DeAndre Ayton gave up $10 million in his buyout with Portland. So maybe he can make up that full amount right here with the Lakers. We'll wait and find out.
That's what I was wondering. How much of that money did Portland eat, and how much of it did DeAndre Ayton? So $10 million. Okay, so
$10 million.
That makes more sense. Now, in terms of a schematic, for a schematic point, well, I think with Brook Lopez, you got way more guys with the Clippers to protect him on the perimeter than you did in Milwaukee. Number one, they did a bunch of switching in Milwaukee that wasn't necessary. I'm watching Brook Lopez switch on ones while Damian Lillard is switching, and that's just not going to work with the Milwaukee Bucks. With the Clippers, you got Chris Dunn, you got Kawhi Leonard. These guys are great at navigating screens. These guys are really good on-ball defenders. So you don't have to worry about him being a switchable big and being caught 25 feet away from the basket more than he can now be the rim protector that he is, right? Can be the rim protector and shot blocker that he's really been good at. I don't think that he was able to do that because he was dragged away from the basket consistently, particularly against Indiana. They did everything that they could to get him into action. What do I want? I definitely want a 37-year-old, if I'm Tyrese Halliburton, switching on me 27, 28 feet away from the basket, because I'm going to drag him into the deep water and I'm going to drown him 100%. So I think he plays behind Zubac. I don't think that I'm in the minority thinking that. I think he plays behind Zubac, and I think he gives them some quality minutes. And at this rate, 2 years at $18 million, yeah, I'm comfortable with that. Yes.
Another piece of this. Sorry, Rob. Another piece of this. So Brook Lopez, 2 years, 18. That's $9 million average annual value. That's leaving the Clippers with $5.1 million to play with in their full mid-level exception. So I would expect them to still be a player here in the guard market. Could that be Chris Paul's music? That's something I'm waiting for to see. We've been talking about it. Chris Paul, I think, is between Phoenix and the Clippers, and that could be a home for him, but I think there's other scenarios at play. But I would expect that the Clippers do out and get a guard with the remainder of that sliver of the mid-level exception.
We just seen Clint Capella go back to Houston, there's no reason to think that Chris Paul wouldn't go back to the Clippers. None whatsoever.
So I see a couple people here in the chat speaking on the Milwaukee Bucks. And Jake, you got to tell me, 2 years, $18 million. Let's see, I'm going to do some quick math. That's average annual value of $9 million a year. And I understand the Bucks situation, but what assessment was made here that that's not worth it for us to try and retain him at that number? Or was this Brook saying, I don't want to be here anymore, I want to go to Los Angeles? Milwaukee couldn't come in with a over market type price tag to try and retain his services? Because I've been told they're going to keep Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Yeah.
And what does this team look like right now?
Yeah, I think the Bucks have the full mid-level exception available. So in theory, they could have given $14 million to Brook. But I know I can't speak for Brook Lopez, but the word was pretty consistent for a while now that Bobby Portis was going to go back and Brook was going to leave. So maybe it was just a different change of scenery. Brook Lopez also, at 37 years old, probably wants to be in a better situation to compete for the championship than Milwaukee. How about that? Like, the Bucks are not positioning to be a real player in the Eastern Conference right now. He leaves the East for the far more competitive West, but the Clippers came within, they kind of flopped in Game 7 against Denver, but they went up to Game 7 against Denver, who went up to Game 7 against the champion Oklahoma City Thunder. I know both Denver and the Clippers, of course, the Nuggets just made a huge move swapping out MPJ for Cam Johnson, but I was just texting some guys from the Nuggets front office. They don't see a big drop-off between MPJ and Cam Johnson. They clearly think of themselves as a real player in the West as well. The Clippers have absolute championship expectations, so maybe I'm just making an assumption here because I would agree with it. Maybe Brook Lopez thinks he's got a better chance of competing for a championship. He already has one ring with the Clippers than he does with Milwaukee.
100%.
So let me step in real quick for a follow-up on this, because now every Laker fan on earth is thinking, oh, well, Brook went to the Clippers because we're getting DeAndre Ayton. The information that you just told us, with Milwaukee having a full MLE, mid-level exception, available to them, is there potential for a bidding war now in that DeAndre Ayton's going to drive that price tag up? Why wouldn't I? Both of you guys are desperate. Both of you keep saying you want to win a championship next year.
Yeah.
I'm not only going to make that money in my buyout, but now I'm going to make even more because one of you is going to have to overpay to get me. Is that what's going to happen next year?
The Milwaukee and the Lakers have been the two teams that I've heard out there for DeAndre Ayton from last night's buyout. That was the word I got from Portland. So you're right, Wob, to handicap it between those two destinations. I think that's really what this is going to come down to. But I do think Ayton will go to the Lakers. I do. I mean, that's kind of what everyone is indicating here in my text messages.
Yep.
I'm waiting to find out the exact answer, but you're right. I mean, why wouldn't there be a potential bidding war opportunity for him? I am bullish that DeAndre Ayton is going to be able to make up that $10 million he just gave back.
So two things, Jake. One, Brook Lopez is not going to have to do the heavy lifting that he did in Milwaukee with the Clippers. So that works. That's number one. Number two, Milwaukee got his best years. So it's not like they got him. It's not like the Clippers got him and he's 28 or 29 years old. Milwaukee got his best years. So I don't think he's got a problem playing behind Zubac, especially for this price. I don't think he's got a problem playing behind Zubac, playing that role and being effective in that role. Now, as far as DeAndre Ayton, I mean, he's in the catbird seat right now. But it also means Portland clearly had no intention of moving on with him. I mean, to eat $25 million, they made it clear that you are not a part of our future plans at all.
Yeah, the Blazers were definitely canvassing the market, let's say, for trade options for DeAndre Ayton. And at that salary figure, just there really wasn't anything there. I think he's still got a lot of value as a rebounder, number one. I mean, that's probably the best thing that DeAndre Ayton does on an NBA floor right now. Although, you flash back and close your eyes, that pick and roll with Chris Paul was pretty sweet. Like he set some firm screens. He rolled hard. He was a real threat at the rim. That three-man action they would run with him, with those two guys, and Devin Booker was a staple of that offense as they went to the finals, right? Like this guy was a starting center on a team that was 2 wins shy of winning the NBA championship 4 years ago. So it's, I mean, hopefully someone right here is saying Chris Paul to the Clippers. I don't have that confirmed, but I'm just reading to the chat, sharing with friends.
It feels inevitable, doesn't it?
It does feel inevitable. Although
the question though, Rob, is with teams needing, because we just got finished talking about big guys and how sought after they are at this point, and what DeAndre Ayton, what his price is. Is it fair for me to think that DeAndre Ayton still is on a prove it deal, even if he is in a cap burst seat and he gets to pick wherever he wants to go? I can't see anybody putting a 4-year, $120 million deal on the table for him. I think that he's on a prove it deal. I think he plays on a 2-year deal with a team op after one, something like that. I don't think that I'm going to see anything where it's 3 years, $90 million. I don't think I'm going to see anything like that.
No, for Ayton, if he gets anything more than a 2-year contract, I'd be surprised right now.
And chat, this is why it's really important to listen to the numbers that Jake is reporting on these buyouts. For example, let's use DeAndre Ayton here, because when there is, let's say, a $4 to $5 million difference between the buyout number and the salary, that player is agreeing to that because their agent has gone into the market and determined you can go get that from another team. All right? Sometimes the buyout numbers could be for just $2 million less. What does that open up? The opportunity to sign a veteran's minimum contract, depending on what part of the season we're in, and you have a lot more candidates and suitors because of the number difference there in that what it's going to be applied to your salary cap for that season. So when there is a drastic difference here, and Jake, I want you to catch me up to speed real quick on Jordan Clarkson's, if you have that too, because he had.
I don't have his yet. Yeah, let me actually.
Okay. But my whole point, this is important because a team like the New York Knicks, who Jordan Clarkson is now being tied to, can only offer so much money, right? So while it may be boring to think about in a vacuum or in theory, it is essential information to determine and help put the pieces together as to what's about to transpire next. And because the Bucks and the Lakers are in this spot where they have access to some salary cap capital, and they're desperate, and DeAndre Ayton knows it, now all of a sudden you got two people who want to buy your house. What do? You get their offers and you start pitting them against each other, and you see who's going to give you the best situation. Man, and if the Lakers somehow strike out on DeAndre Ayton, what is left for them out there to fill that hole in their armor in the front court? I'll open this up to the panel here.
Well, number one, to your point, this is why you can't talk basketball without talking the business of basketball. People think that when a team eats a guy's contract, okay, we can just go out and sign whoever we want. No, that's not the way that works. No, that's not the way that works. For DeAndre Ayton to eat $10 million and this team to buy out this deal for $25 million, this limits them on what they can move forward in terms of paying a free agent, in terms of a mid-level exception. They can't just. These are the rules when it comes to the salary cap. That's number one. Number two, with DeAndre Ayton now moving onto the market, okay, well, what is his market value? If this team decided that they're not interested in you at all, it does lessen his value a bit off the strength, not because he's injured or anything like that, but what does this say about him at 26 years old, a team is deciding they want nothing else to do with you? A team that's on the rise, by the way, in the Trailblazers. What does that say about them? I do get the idea of being able to go wherever I want. But in terms of the money, it's going to be a little bit different. It's going to be a little bit different when it comes to DeAndre Ayton because he's put himself in a position where he can't just name his price, unfortunately. Not now he can't. And to be honest with you guys, because we're in a contract year with DeAndre Ayton, because I was expecting him to be in Portland, and I was expecting an all-pro season. Up the strength that we're in a contract year with him. That's what I was expecting from him. I was expecting like 19 to 22, 11 rebounds, 2 blocks, because he's looking for a payday. He already told us that when he was at the draft. Like, what's the most important thing? Well, getting to my next contract. So he's made it clear what's the most important thing to him. So
let's make a hard pivot here because Jake, you've got a major update on Nickeil Alexander-Walker. I'm setting you up here.
Thank you.
What do we got? What's good?
Just got word that Atlanta and Minnesota are in active conversations on a sign and trade that would deliver Timberwolves guard Nickeil Alexander-Walker into the Hawks backcourt, where I think he would be positioned very, very nicely to both play secondarily next to Trae Young and also help Dyson Daniels uplift that offense and be a playmaker, a table setter, a scorer, a slasher when Trae Young goes to the bench. This has kind of been the home we've been predicting for Nickeil Alexander-Walker for a couple of days now, but I know now definitively that Atlanta and Minnesota are exchanging options, scenarios, frameworks, whatever you want to call it, in this deal. The Wolves don't necessarily have to take anything back outside of a draft pick or like a draft rights player, because the Hawks can just take Nickeil Alexander-Walker into their $25.3 million traded player exception. I believe Alexander-Walker's number is going to be north of the $15 million average annual value that Karis LeVert got in Detroit, and definitely above the $14.1 million traded player exception, because if Atlanta didn't have that optionality to give Nickeil more than that $14.1 million figure, he had interest all across the board, from the Clippers to the Magic to Detroit at one point in time. I mean, there's far more teams I could name, because I think just about everyone in the league wanted a piece of this guy if they could have gotten him at the mid-level exception. Honestly, Nickeil's market right now reminds me the most in recent years of what happened for Bruce Brown in Denver when he won that title. Obviously, Nickeil did not win a championship with Minnesota, but he was a very key piece of back-to-back Western Conference Finals teams for the Timberwolves. And I think the widespread interest of him at the mid-level exception pushed the market in his favor to get north of that with the Hawks. We're still waiting for the final number. We're still waiting for the final terms of what the trade will look like, but we're not expecting the Timberwolves to get back some major pieces here. I've been told it's either going to be a second-round pick or a draft rights guy, and if my cap czarness is correct, the Timberwolves are going to be creating some type of traded player exception in return, which is ironic, being that that is the mechanism to which Atlanta is going to be taking Nickeil in. So some trade exception stuff, some draft pick stuff, some draft right stuff. But yeah, here's the news right now. Shams has it. 4 years, $62 million for Nickeil Alexander-Walker. So my math is not perfect, but that's definitely just a bit above 15. Just a bit, yeah, 15. Just a bit above 15. So it's more than that $14 million TPE, or sorry, it's more than that $14 million mid-level, and it's more than the 15 that Karis LeVert got. So that's kind of how this stuff works. That is a very good evidence right there of the game of musical chairs that is free agency.
Well, Jake, you hit the second part of my question, but that was going to be how high? I mean, how far? When you said north of 15, I'm thinking, all right, how far is north of 15 million?
That was the
north
question.
Of 15 million could be like 18, 19 million. And you being the numbers guy, when you're in a small market like Minnesota, like Portland, right? When you're in a small market like that, things get expensive really fast. And the last thing that we want to do is find ourselves close to that second apron where we are an offender or repeat offender and things get real tricky. So I don't want that. But this is exactly what I was talking about earlier when we first started talking. Even if it is the draft rights to a player, even if it is a second round pick, I'm getting something. I'm just not letting Nickeil Alexander walk out the front door for nothing. And I feel like this is a good thing for Minnesota because they can use that second round pick, or they can use the draft rights of a kid who ends up turning into a Bruce Brown or something like that, as opposed to just letting him walk out the front door. I've always thought that was bad business. Always.
Yeah. Especially the other piece of all this, I'd be remiss to not mention, the Timberwolves basically could not bring him back after they brought back Naz Reid and Julius Randle. So he had to leave, basically. Just the math didn't math, and he had to be heading out the door. So I'm being told it's a second-round pick in cash that the Hawks are sending the Timberwolves. So they're getting something back. They're not just getting nebulous draft rights to someone. They are getting a legitimate second-round pick. So
the 100,
there you go.
The 125 for I think the 125 for Alexander Walker, I'm sorry, for Naz Reid I think that was the kicker. Because I thought that they were going to bring back Julius Randle anyway, and I think they got him for a pretty good price, to be honest with you.
3,100.
It was the one. I thought they got him for a really good price. I thought that with Julius Randle, I mean, we still got a guy that's 30 years old. I think he's still in his prime. I think I can get 3 or 4 more good years out of him. He just made the All-Star team last year. He was on the All-Pro team a couple of years ago, and he was on his way to doing something like that similar last year. He ended up getting hurt this year. But to get him at, between 30 to 35 million, I mean, that's like Tyler Hero money. That's money that's money that I thought Julius Randle was a little bit higher than that. So they ended up getting him at a good price. Then it was now the decision between both him and Naz Reid. And I think that they went with Naz Reid. I think that they saw Naz Reid as more of a commodity than Alexander Walker. So, but he still got paid anyway. As a rotation guy, I think this works. I love it. I 100% love it in Atlanta.
So it's our job here on this stream to try and put the pieces together. We know Atlanta's got a lot of them right now. Jalen Johnson locked up, Zachary Risochet. They now have Nickeil Alexander-Walker. You go down the list, they got young talent. The one question mark moving forward, the next big date on their calendar in Atlanta is going to be the Trae Young extension. Jake, I need the who, what, when, where, and why of what to expect here.
I, at this point in time, am not expecting there to be a super let's wrap our arms around each other opportunity for Trae Young in Atlanta. I mean, the Hawks definitely don't want to move Trae Young, to my understanding, after years of him being dangled on the trade block. And would he go to San Antonio or New Orleans? And there was a report I saw from Sam Amick at The Athletic that he was someone that the Kings were looking at. I, at this point, feel pretty good that the Hawks feel pretty good about keeping Trae. But I don't think the Hawks see Trae as the max contract guy that he's just been for his whole career at this point in time. They already paid Jalen Johnson $5,150, like we talked about in relation to, as we talked about in relation to Jonathan Kuminga's free agency.
That's what we were talking about, sure.
They got to pay Dyson Daniels coming up too. And the Great Barrier Thief, this 22-year-old who just won Most Improved Player of the Year, was arguably the best defender in the league, he's going to get paid. And they really, really, really believe in Zach Risochet, the #1 pick, who just finished #2 in Rookie of the Year voting behind Stephon Castle. Now, their books are a little bit fluid because they've got Kristaps Porzingis on an expiring contract this year. But I'm not expecting Trae Young to be just gift-wrapped the big, surefire maximum contract that he got last go-around. I don't think the Hawks want to get rid of him. I don't think Trae Young necessarily wants to leave. But I think this is they're kind of in like an evaluative standpoint about what's going to happen with his future.
Let me say the quiet part out loud then real quick. What are the chances of a De'Aaron Fox situation replicating here in Atlanta where he's under contract? He is the face of the franchise for the time being, but if he can't come to terms on a max extension, we know what happens next. There's a reason why A-listers are not included in this 2025 unrestricted free agency. Their business is taken care of in advance. Is it safe to say that the likelihood for that increases every day that goes by, that we don't hear that they've come to terms?
Maybe. Is that a couched answer? Because to compare it to De'Aaron, his situation was a little bit funky because he was hoping to, #1, delay everything in Sacramento, hoping he'd be an All-NBA guy and be eligible for that Supermax, which didn't happen. But also, I just think De'Aaron Fox wanted to go to San Antonio, and his agent, Rich Paul, wanted to put one of his guys next to Victor Wembanyama, whether it was Darius Garland or he had Trae Young before Trae Young left Clutch and now he's with CAA. Rich Paul told me definitively I wanted to get one of my guys next to Victor. I don't think he saw that being preceding the Spurs jumping up to #2 and drafting Dylan Harper, so I'm curious to see exactly how that will all work out. But the Kings' situation with Fox was always clouded by the fact that Fox wanted to go to San Antonio. So that's kind of the difference there. I think with Trae, he's really worked on being more of a leader. He's really worked on I mean, Quinn Snyder has kind of given glowing reviews of him getting off the ball more and hitting it ahead to guys, kind of more of in a Tyrese Halliburton style than just pounding. So I think I'm not expecting that to be a similar thing, but it's a fair question because, yeah, the longer that you toil with an uncertain future, you're going to want to make sure that you get your guaranteed money. And if you're not getting it from your current team, you're going to want to find a team that will give it to you.
So 2 things, Jake. One, De'Aaron Fox's wife is from San Antonio, so that helps the situation even better. So that's one. And with Wemby being down there, it's even more attractive. That's one. And then 2, what we just got finished talking about. Trae Young's got a player op after next season. And he could end up declining that player op and put himself on a free agent market, especially if he has another all-star season and possibly an all-pro season. Now, do you want to risk losing him for nothing? Now, will he give you, the first crack at it? Or do I wait till the trade deadline, recognize where we are, because I think Atlanta's going to be really good this year. Do I wait till the trade deadline and say, okay, we probably are a 7 or 8 seed or a play-in team?
Yeah.
But what happens if we are because I think that they're going to be a top 5. I think they could be a top 5 seed in the East this season, considering that the East is wide open. I'm worried about losing him for nothing. That's what I'm worried about. Because after next season with the player op and them having a really good season, you now have to make the decision of whether or not I want to move forward with him at 4 years. Because again, don't forget, next year is Supermax year. Because next year he moves into that area, as opposed to this year, because he just finished year 7. Next year is year 8. So now he moves into that Supermax year, where am I comfortable signing Trae Young to a 5-year deal for $350 million, or do I let him walk? Very much kind of similar to what was going on in Memphis with Jaren Jackson Jr. But he was on his Rook deal, so we didn't have to worry about a Supermax with him. But it was simple.
The one thing I'll say to that, the counterpoint is, there's not exactly a lot of belief around the league that Trae Young is a winner, right? He had that one great run to the Eastern Conference Finals, but since then the Hawks have basically been like the definition of mid, right? They've been the 7 seed. They had that weird streak, right, where they didn't win or lose more than 2 games in a row for like a year, something like that. I think there's a lot for Trae Young to benefit from staying pat, being a cool customer and a team player, and showing that you can be an orchestrator of a winning team. Like, he has every incentive to just be a company man, run this offense, uplift this young group around him. I mean, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, I think, is 26 years old, so he fits right along this timeline of all these guys. So he's got every incentive to be a good sport and be on his best behavior, if you will, from a shot selection standpoint, from an offensive creator standpoint, to prove that he is worth that money. Because, sure, you can opt out and say, I want to go get this, but you got to be able to get it from someone. It only takes one, but I'll tell you, I talked to some people who have been involved with Atlanta's decision-making, let's say, over the last couple of years. They have always indicated to me there really hasn't been a very wide market for Trae Young on the trade front. Like, I don't think there's been plenty of teams lining up to go give him that type of money. So this is an opportunity for him, I'd say, to go out and earn that contract, as opposed to a chance for him to play hardball and elbow his way into like a trade request situation. That's kind of where I'm looking at it.
Yes, and I'm looking at it from the aspect of him getting busy this season and Atlanta being really good, and then he's able to write his own ticket. Despite the fact, because we've seen teams overpay for guys. Now, I know we're in a different space where the second apron kind of screws up a lot of that stuff, but I mean, Atlanta does own it. Atlanta does own his bird rights, and if this Atlanta team, to your point, can get better and they end up with a top 5 seed and they end up making a deep run in the playoffs. Let's say they end up back in the Eastern Conference Championship and he plays well. I mean, I think that raises Trae Young's value, despite how small he is, despite his inefficiencies as a defender or as a shooter. If he ends up playing well, Julius Randle is a prime example of that. If I told you last year that Julius Randle is going to get an extension for over $100 million, considering what had happened, I don't think a lot of people would have bought that. But
for sure,
Trae Young is another guy who I feel like this season coming up, Atlanta's going to be good. He's one of the best with distributors in the game. He's still a great scorer at the lead guard spot. Can have some ill-advised shots. I can get with that, sure. But with that being said, he's still one of the better lead guards in the game. And I think that if he can get them back to where they were in 2021, if they could get back to the Eastern Conference Championship or even make a deep run, get out of the first round of the playoffs, I think that's going to up his value. And to your point, Jake, just so you know, since 2021, previous to this season, the highest that the Atlanta Hawks were 10th. That was it.
Yeah.
9th, 14th, 10th, 14th, 11th. Oh, they were awful. Yeah. They were a picture of mid. 100% they were.
Jeez. All right. So our chat's a little agitated. Nothing that we're saying with specifically, but they're calling out Rob Pelinka. Why are you so quiet? What are you waiting on?
They got Jake LaRavia.
Hang on.
Yeah,
hang on, guys. Relax.
All right. So it's my
Rob's
understanding.
Not his hands doing nothing.
No,
Relax.
I know. And I'm trying to reason with them because why is he asleep right now? This is the chat that's coming in, and I'm trying to answer here. So the DeAndre Ayton, since he was bought out, if I'm not mistaken, it's a 48-hour embargo there that he has to pass through waivers before he could potentially sign with a new team, Jake. That's the timing expectation of that specific transaction.
Yeah, he doesn't clear waivers until 5 p.m. Wednesday. So I don't know. Honestly, I got yelled at by some people on the phone today about reporting details of things before the 6 p.m. bell. So I'm not so clear on technically if like they could come to terms, because you always get the like when DeAndre Ayton clears waivers, he's positioning himself. There's interest. Blah blah blah.
Spilling the beans, Jake. Is that what you're doing? Are you spilling the beans too early, Jake? Is that what you're doing?
We did on a couple of things. I mean, a lot of this stuff we've been writing about on the Stein line, markstein.substack.com for quite a bit here.
It's a competitive industry, guys. He's got info. He's got to report it. All right, that's just the business that it is. It's part of the business.
There's a couple things we didn't forecast, but I'd say a lot of this stuff we've been anticipating coming for some time here. So.
All right. So one of those teams that their fan base is standing by waiting for some news on, in addition to the Los Angeles Lakers, and I'd say the Milwaukee Bucks, was also the New York Knicks, thinking, is there anyone out there that we could potentially sign and add to our bench to add that depth and versatility that is going to be essential in this pace and space era? And you need more than 6 or 7 guys based on how many injuries that we've seen. And a name that popped up from time to time within some of the fan forums was Tyus Jones, who has kind of solidified himself as a major piece to being a backup for a championship team or someone that wants to be competitive. However, this one to me comes out of nowhere. He signs a 1-year, $7 million deal with the Orlando Magic per Shams Charania at ESPN. Jake, how do they have more money to spend after taking on Desmond Bane and all of this? How did they convince Tyus Jones to go down there with that crowded backcourt?
I'm being told, well, I'll round it back to you. So they declined the team options for Mo Wagner and for Caleb Houston to create the wiggle room to make this happen. And there's a lot of dominoes here that are going to come from this. So number one, you mentioned Tyus Jones as a Knicks target. I think Tyus Jones going to Orlando is opening the door for Jordan Clarkson to go to New York. That's a text I just. You were worried. You were worried. Who do you think I was going to say?
Russell Westbrook. I'm sorry.
Well, I think Russ has a real opportunity with Sacramento. Honestly, Clarkson is the text I just got. The text I just got. I'm going to text someone else and see if I can get that confirmed. Clarkson to New York. Let's see. But the other big domino for Tyus Jones. Tyus Jones is wearing a Phoenix Suns jersey in that picture. We have been saying Chris Paul. His options seem to be between the Clippers and the Phoenix Suns. To my understanding, the Suns were only a scenario for him if Tyus Jones departed, and that has now happened. So to talk about the bidding war for DeAndre Ayton, maybe there's a bidding war for Chris Paul between the Phoenix Suns and the Clippers, two of his former homes that he's definitely been connected to for quite a bit here. That was definitely the domino. We were waiting to see if Tyus Jones would go back to Phoenix and what that could mean for Chris Paul. He was definitely in play for New York. You're right, Wob. Someone that I think even potentially, I mean, he almost signed in New York last free agency, to my understanding, before he figured out an agreement with the Phoenix Suns. But him going on a 1-year, $7 million deal definitely is important for the bookkeeping for Orlando. There could be another trade here. You know, the Magic are kind of loaded with mid-tier salaries, from Wendell Carter to Jonathan Isaac to Jett Howard, if they wanted to make a further move. But I think all the optionality they really needed to have here was just declining Mo Wagner and Caleb Houston. And I definitely expect Mo Wagner to go back. We talked about that earlier. He's got a pretty good relationship with a pretty key player on that team, right? So I think Mo Wagner will be sticking around, even though he's been dealing with a torn Achilles, right? Either Achilles or ACL. It's hard to keep track of all the injuries now.
It was ACL.
Yeah. So I think that'll be all the real flexibility they need to make this happen. But yeah, this leaves open the door for potentially Jordan Clarkson to New York, potentially Chris Paul to Phoenix. The signings are happening. The musical chairs keep moving.
Question, Jake, and I'm checking your temperature on this. Who, in your estimation, is a better fit in New York, Malik Beasley or Jordan Clarkson?
I think Jordan Clarkson. Wob clearly thinks Jordan Clarkson. I'd rather hear Wob's answer because he's the Knicks fan in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
considering
how that playoff series went against the Pistons, you know, having him switch sides, especially at a discount, if he's only making a couple million because all the money.
That's what I'm thinking, Rob. I'm thinking we don't have to. If you're the Knicks, and it's a gamble, 100% a gamble. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? The worst that can happen is that you go with what you already have. However, if you wait, this thing with Malik Beasley, you go do your homework, you find out that he had nothing to do with this, and you wait. All the money's gone. You wait. You end up getting Malik Beasley in New York for a bucket of extra crispy and a 6-pack. Who's not doing that? I'm doing that twice. I'm doing that every day.
It would be the steal of the summer, is what it would be.
100%. It's a gamble. It's 100% a gamble. Because if it turns out he does have something to do with this, okay, you lose, and you lose out on Jordan Clarkson, and you lose out on Malik Beasley also. But if you don't, and if he doesn't have anything to do with it, you get him on the cheap, and I think he helps you guys immediately. But the problem in New York is, first of all, we got to get somebody to coach the team. Let's start there. How about that? Before we do anything, can we get somebody to coach the team first? Then we'll talk about adding players.
They're figuring that out soon. I think.
Let's get to the bottom of that.
I do think Mike Brown is the leader in that situation. I think he's been the leader for a long time. James Borrego did interview over the weekend. I believe that went well. But I think Mike Brown being first up for second interviews is indicative of him being kind of the front runner for that job. And I think, personally, my opinion has led me to think that Mike Brown is the favorite for a while here, not just because of the past connections. Remember, he was the head coach in Cleveland for LeBron's first go-around there when LeBron was he was represented by Leon Rose and Worldwide Wes. So there's familiarity there between Mike Brown and those guys. And the Knicks coaching job, compared to every other coaching job, you got to talk practice, pregame, postgame. Every coach has to do that. But in New York, you also have to double as the official spokesman of the franchise because the front office doesn't talk. So Mike Brown is very, very capable, gregarious, experienced doing that. He was, right on the front lines in Sacramento, kind of selling the vision of a rebuild and the whole light the beam era in the Kings. He had everyone eating out of his hand in Sacramento. So I think he would be very well equipped to be a legitimate spokesman personality to put in front of the microphone and that grimy, greedy New York media that I'm a part of.
All right. So since we're on the topic of the Knicks, guards, and buyouts has been a theme of our show today. Let me use this as a segue to talk about the Ty Jerome signing today. Because Ty Jerome, on his way from Cleveland down to Memphis, if I'm not mistaken, we'll put a graphic up here on the screen. I don't have it in front of me. I think
Memphis,
it's like 3 years.
3 years, okay. Right under 30 million, yeah.
Okay, so there you
go. Like $9 million a year.
So Ty Jerome on his way down there. Sam Merrill was retained. The trade for Lonzo Ball was an insurance policy for obvious reasons because they expected Ty Jerome to be on his way out. Now, I bring this all up because I do want to have a conversation about Ty Jerome and him being one of the standout free agents available in 2025. But what could this mean for Cole Anthony? Jake,
yeah.
I'm gonna start to put little crumbs on the floor to lead us to a conversation around another buyout candidate. If Cole Anthony could come to terms with the franchise, then he enters the waiver wire, and then it's Cole Anthony who's included in that conversation up to New York, where he's got some history, especially with his dad too. So, is there a possibility there that that's a name that we should hear in the foreseeable future?
If that spot is left open, yes. But to your point, Cole Anthony is definitely expected to be departing the Memphis Grizzlies. I got word that the Grizzlies were looking for trade situations for him throughout the weekend. And that Michael Porter Jr. deal with Brooklyn, where the Nets got a 2032 unprotected pick to take on Michael Porter Jr.'s salary. The Grizzlies, to my understanding, were not willing to pay significant draft capital to offload Cole Anthony. So I think his father, Greg Anthony, those connections you're talking about to the franchise, was on NBA TV and said earlier tonight that he thinks a buyout is very likely there. So yes, I think that's partially because the Grizzlies did not want to do what Denver did. They did not want to incentivize the Nets with a first-round pick in order to move off of his money. So Cole Anthony is definitely expected to be entering the marketplace as an electric scoring guard off a buyout or being waived and stretched. I don't know exactly what the mechanism will be, but for now, yes, Cole Anthony is going to be on the market as a free agent.
Jake, how do you feel about Scottie Pippen Jr. and Cole Anthony as backup lead guards? Because I think Scottie Pippen's a better backup lead guard than Cole Anthony.
Well, Ty Jerome, I think, will be the main backup guard in Memphis, right? Like, that's what he did in Cleveland. And Ty Jerome showcased an incredible ability to be a backup point guard for the top seed in the Eastern Conference, wire to wire, last season in Cleveland. He's an 82-game player. The questions about Ty Jerome are defensively in the postseason, right? He really did not hold up for the Cavaliers in the playoffs. So to your question about how does Memphis, uplift their unit when Ja Morant's on the bench, my question will be defensively, because Cleveland loved Ty Jerome, absolutely loved Ty Jerome. I mean, he was a real candidate for Sixth Man of the Year, but the Cavs are thinking title or bust right now, especially the fact that Tyrese Halliburton is out for the year, especially the fact that Jason Tatum's out for the year, especially the fact that Damian Lillard's out for the year, and we don't know if Giannis Antetokounmpo is going to be requesting a trade. So the Cavs go out and they got Lonzo Ball instead of Ty Jerome to really uplift them defensively. And Ty Jerome's representation was telling Cleveland, again, in those legal talks you can have with your own free agents, that he wanted the full $14 million full mid-level exception. So what did Cleveland do? They went out and got a better defender and someone in Lonzo Ball who makes $10 million, which is forward less. Obviously, Ty did not get that number here. He left some money on the table in theory, or maybe he could have taken that similar number and stuck around in Cleveland. But he will be the backup guard in Memphis. The question will be, come playoff time, will he be able to defend better than he did with the Cavaliers, which I think was clearly the big pivot point in his long-term, staying with that Cleveland organization.
Jake, that's where I was going to step in and push back for a second, because you said Cleveland, they loved Ty Jerome. And I'm looking at the AAV here, the average annual value. That's what, $9.3 million times 3 equals 28 here for Ty Jerome. And considering what they gave Sam Merrill, considering what they just traded for bringing on Lonzo Ball, you're telling me they couldn't make room for Ty Jerome if that was the case? That doesn't seem to make sense to me.
I think they could have, but I think Ty Jerome and his people were very set on going out and trying to get more. Just because this is their final number doesn't mean they thought that's what they were going to get when they told Cleveland, we're going to go get this somewhere else. They maybe did. And Cleveland,
what you're saying is they had to follow through on their threats, which is, we will leave and take this deal in Memphis unless you give us more of that mid-level, whatever is available to you. And because
Well, look.
they didn't get it, they said, we're out.
Yeah, and look, Ty Jerome could not have spoken to the Memphis Grizzlies before 6 p.m. Eastern time tonight. So there's no way he could have known what was out there on the open market. And the Cavs just took the bird in the hand, like to get Lonzo Ball. Also, too, like anyone, Sam Merrill got a 4-year deal with Cleveland, right? Also, Sam Merrill is represented by Mark Bartelstein. That's the agent for, you see it right there, Kieran Pillar and Mark Bartelstein. So the Cavs were talking about both of their key free agents with the same representation, so they knew exactly what they were looking for. The other big piece. No, it happens all the time. I mean, I think it actually I think is a benefit to both team and agent and player. Look at the same thing happened in Memphis right now. Jaren Jackson Jr. represented by CAA, Santi Aldama represented by CAA. They got those deals done at the same time. So
well, those two guys are in a different price range. So
for
I'm
sure.
thinking about both. I'm thinking about Sam Merrill and Ty Jerome.
I see what you're saying.
Sam Merrill is more of a specialist, sure, and a long ball shooter. And I think he fits well with what they're doing. Ty Jerome, the fact that he ended up doing what he was doing, I think this is around his price range, but I think he did overprice himself.
Yes,
as far as
I see what you're saying.
Jake, and as far as you're talking about with Scottie Pippen Jr., I was in the minority when I said that I think Scottie Pippen, when I think about the backup lead guards in the game, so Pritchard, T.J. McConnell, I felt like Scottie Pippen Jr. was in that conversation. He may have been a tier below, but I felt like he was in that conversation. So with that being said, if I'm Cole Anthony, do we now have a log jam? Because again, like you just said, if they're buying me out, I feel like he's now on another prove-it deal. I don't think he goes to Memphis for like 4 years at $65 million or something like that. Because Scottie Pippen on the books for a little bit of money. I think he's on the books for like $3 million for the next. I think he's on the books for like $3 million or 2.5 for the next 3 years. So I mean, that's a little bit of money. I think he's better than Cole Anthony as a backup league guard. That's just me.
Yeah.
With that being said, where does that leave Cole Anthony? I think that I'm not sure if Memphis is the place for him. I think that
it doesn't look like it's going to be. Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, Cole Anthony candidly is getting a little screwed here, I think. And I think another factor of all this, to your point about years, to bring it back to Cleveland, if you're comparing Lonzo to Ty Jerome from a salary standpoint and a contract standpoint, Lonzo Ball is only for $10 million this year, right? But also next year is a team option. So the Cavs basically have a bird in the hand with Lonzo Ball. They can either keep him or just decline that. They could have a similar scenario for it's a much, much lower number, but you saw what happened with Fred VanVleet in Houston, where the Rockets declined that option. They brought him back on a smaller deal for a 2-year deal. Fred VanVleet was already overpaid, and he knew it. Like, he got a major haul to leave Toronto to go to Houston. Remember, at the time, for Fred VanVleet to leave the Toronto Raptors, where he won a championship, to go to the Houston Rockets that had been the worst team in the league record-wise for 3 straight years, Houston had to overpay him to get him to take that money. So they got him, and to bring it back to Cleveland now, like the Cavs could have a very similar situation with Lonzo Ball where, $10 million on the books for next year. If it goes well, if he's healthy, they could rip up that team option if they want and bring him back at a different number over more years. They could just decline it if he gets hurt. They've got a lot of optionality there for someone who I think the Cavs think is an overall better player than Ty Jerome. Definitely fits them more with that defensive presence. He can also slot on the wing and guard up multiple positions next to Darius Garland and Donovan Mitchell. Like, there's no way Cleveland could play Donovan, Darius, and Ty Jerome all at the same time. You could feasibly play those two guys with Lonzo Ball, and you've got that team option that now Cleveland has the optionality to figure out moving forward. So I think it makes a lot of sense from the Cavs standpoint.
Really quickly, Rob, but so to Jake's point, on the low end, Cleveland saves $10 million with moving off of Isaac Okoro, because he was on the books for $22 million for the next 2 years. When he moves to Chicago, now Lonzo comes to Cleveland, he's on the books for $10 million with a team option. So if we end up coming off of him after next season, we save $11 million. So that's a good thing for them. But in terms of a fit, I mean, when he's healthy, don't forget, he was the reason why when he tore his knee up, that Chicago thing went the other way. because if he was healthy, the Chicago Bulls were right at the top of the Eastern Conference, and I think he's a great fit for what they're doing in Chicago. I'm sorry, in Cleveland. I think he's a great fit for what they're doing.
I was just standing by waiting because I was listening to you guys talk about conflict of interest was the term that you used. Jermaine, as a question back to Jake, and I saw Bartlestein on the screen. Are we kidding? That transaction with Bradley Beal involving the entire Bartlestein family at different franchises in the NBA? This might as well have been an episode of Game of Thrones, man, the way that went down. Conflict of interest in the NBA? It might as well be WWEBA, the way that some of these deals happen, man. Yeah, not massive 9-figure transactions. They used to get done within seconds of the free agency moratorium beginning. Give me a break. I mean, come on. We all know what's going on here. We don't need
never pit
to
players against each other. No, the teams
it's a relationship business.
You're in tiptoe on eggshells. Like, even the chat knows. The young kids in the chat know what's going on with the NBA. Okay, behind the scenes.
It's
These
a
deals are
relationship
happening.
business.
They're talking to each other, and even if it's not through technology anymore, they're probably sending like owls or ravens or pigeons or whatever bird to transport notes to some player in a different building so they don't get caught. Okay, they're gonna find a way. It's happening, people. And I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page here, especially if we're talking about the Bartlesteins that pulled off one of those moves in recent history. Where were we, by the way? I'm sorry to interject and interrupt the
Cleveland, Memphis, New York, the
Ty
guard
Jerome,
market.
Cleveland,
Free agency. That's what we were.
No, I know. We're trying to cover everything here, and
I'll say this: I texted someone with Phoenix. I said, "Bring CP3 home." He said, "LMAO, we'll see."
I think this DeAndre Ayton.
Phoenix is not that close to LA, by the way. I don't know what he's thinking. Play closer to home. I live in LA. It's an 8-hour drive. It's like a 2-hour flight.
Close.
You know what's close to LA? Intuit Dome, Crypto.com Arena.
It's right there.
What about Sacramento?
Outside town. It's not hard to get to.
No, I know. It's accessible, especially when you got money like that. You can fly, be up and down in 2 seconds. I'm surprised they haven't learned how to teleport yet if you got that type of coin. But
there's also plenty of familiarity. You know, like he was in Phoenix for several years.
Good point.
And he might still have his real
but
estate.
that team stinks.
There.
You want to spend the last years of your...
They got much better. They got better.
What's your definition of better?
I think they're deeper. I think they have different lineups they can now throw out. I mean, they're an incomplete grade with the rest of what this group could look like. But from a general roster cap management standpoint, I think the Suns are in a much better position right now than they were before the draft. That's just me.
They can only go up, Jake, as long as Bradley Beal's still on the books there. Are you kidding me?
They were a grease fire. They were a grease fire.
Are you kidding me? It's the worst contract in professional basketball.
It's not
Don't
good.
get yourself into trouble and react to that. Or you can choose to defend. If
well, look, I'll say this. LeBron James and Bradley Beal are the only two players in the league with a player option, with a no trade clause. What you were alluding to with the conflict of interest previously that got Bradley Beal to Phoenix, a lot of that was influenced by the fact that Bradley Beal had a no trade clause. I think I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that Luka Doncic, when he is extension eligible in August, will be asking for a no trade clause based off the fact that he got stabbed in the back just a couple months ago. But
that's
to your
part
point,
of the deal, Jake. There's no way I'm resigning if that's not part of the deal.
Exactly.
It has to be part of the deal.
Outside of that, I am very, very skeptical we are ever going to see a no trade clause in a contract ever again based off of what's happened with Bradley Beal in Phoenix.
I just think it's going to be
It's
more.
like them having to put the amnesty clause back in one of those collective bargaining agreements, a decade ago, to protect teams from themselves, that you can just wipe one contract off the books. You guys are so bad at this that we now have to put some more fine print into these contracts to save you from yourselves. That's what you're talking about here, but it's also realistic.
It is. It is. Yeah, but it's also the league goes cyclically, right? Like for a while you're never going to see an unprotected first round pick traded ever again. And we saw a couple traded this past week. The Nuggets just did it for Brooklyn. The Pelicans did it in that crazy
gave away
deal.
a super first rounder.
There you go. the super first rounder is
Joe
something
Dumars
that
he thinks that New Orleans team is going to be a lot better than we do.
Oh, they better
He
be.
does.
And Milwaukee better be good too. That's the problem with the super first rounders.
They want to
I've
be
said
good.
this
They want to
already.
be good.
I've already said this, Rob. Like, Rob, what's going on in Milwaukee in January? What's happening in Milwaukee in January?
So that team's
That's why
Giannis is
Giannis
there right now, considering there's no moves to be made and they don't get DeAndre Ayton, right? Let's say he goes to the Lakers. That team will be, this is a very soft Eastern Conference. Boston is stripping down for parts. No Jason Tatum. Damian Lillard, injured in Milwaukee. We know that. Tyrese Halliburton, injured. Indiana. You've got about 5 teams in the East that think, okay, we're actually legitimate contenders to represent the conference in the finals. So the rest of the Eastern Conference, now you have to fill slots 6 through 10. You know what Milwaukee's going to do? They're going to be hovering around like 7 and 8 because Giannis is unbelievable. And he's going to have a 40, 20, 15 game at some point. All right? They're going to win games just out of his sheer talent. But for the most part, expect them to hover around 500. So they'll be in the 7th seed, the 8th seed. And then they have to make a determination if Giannis is still there at the trade deadline. Do we want to finish out the year with him, knowing that we are inevitably going to get crushed in the first round? Right?
Well,
that's where we're headed with this.
I'd say the Bucks. You go.
Really quick, Jake. Well, everything that you just brought up, who's the best player in the Eastern Conference?
Great question.
Giannis.
There you go. So you just told me how wide open the Eastern Conference is. And the fact that the Eastern Conference is as wide open as it is, we got the best player in the Eastern Conference. Now, we might not have as many assets to go with him, but we got we got the best player. So with Tyrese Halliburton out of the fold, with the Celtics out of the fold, I'm not sure what they're doing in Philadelphia, right? Atlanta, I think they're going to be a lot better. Miami, I think that they're a point guard away from really challenging. I don't think that they're there yet. Giannis is good enough. I think Giannis is good enough to Santa Claus, throw this unit on his back, and quite possibly take them to a 6th seed in the East. Which is why, Jake, I am not entertaining a trade with Giannis unless it makes sense for us. Because again, if I'm moving off of Giannis, that means I'm starting over. And if I'm starting over, I need a bunch of draft picks. Who has a bunch of draft picks that they can give me? Because it's not going to be a player. I can tell you right now, like to Milwaukee, that's not going to work. No.
That's one of the craziest. That's something that I don't think has really been discussed. One of the craziest subtexts to the fact that New Orleans traded that pick to Atlanta was the fact that in any potential Bucks blockbuster for Giannis Antetokounmpo, forget about the Pelicans going out and trading for him. That's not a scenario that I really think anyone in that organization really anticipated. But David Griffin's front office was always waiting with bated breath to say, hey, if you're going to trade Giannis, you want to do a 3-team deal and compensate us to get your own picks back? Similar to what Brooklyn did getting their own picks back from Houston when they traded Mikal Bridges. Not a similar level of talent, right? But just that type of mechanism. And the Pelicans just punted an opportunity to really be a beneficiary if Giannis Antetokounmpo does ever actually become a trade candidate and a sweepstakes thing to watch. But one last thing on Milwaukee. For them to get better here, they had this mid-level exception available. We've also been hearing and reporting about the Bucks once again canvassing the league for opportunities to trade Pat Connaughton. I don't know exactly how the cap math would work, but Marcus Smart has been one name that I have heard they have been targeting or at least discussing in those options. They've looked at Andrew Wiggins in years past in Milwaukee as well. I don't know of any recent conversations to confirm about Andrew Wiggins with Milwaukee, but those are 2 names that I do believe work contractually with Pat Connaughton and some other salary going out the door with this new unbalanced trade math that the CBA allows, where you can take back, I believe it's $8.5 million more than you send out if you are under the second apron. So there's still some pieces left on the board that Milwaukee can play with to get themselves better here, but it will be curious. And if they don't end up making a deal like that, you're right, Jermaine, it's going to be Santa Claus with Giannis carrying that team on his back.
And to your point, Connaughton, he's got a player out this season for $9 million. Marcus Smart's on the books next season for $21 million. So we're going to have to add some other pieces to make the money match. So unfortunately, it's not a straight up deal. So we're probably going to have to add some draft picks. I don't know what Marcus Smart's value is these days. Even though I still think Marcus Smart is valuable, and I think he'd be good.
Expiring contract now too.
Yes, we always love those. Teams always love expiring contracts, but you're going to have to sweeten the pot 100% if you're gonna get Marcus Smart in there. You're going to have to sweeten the pot.
So Milwaukee does not have control of any of their next 5 first-rounders, Jake?
Yeah, I don't think their next one they can trade is till 2032, if I'm correct.
Okay.
But
so it makes sense in theory. Let's bring on a Marcus Smart like that.
Yeah.
But I'm sitting here saying, what do we have access to incentivize another team to give us win-now players? That's my problem with Milwaukee. And the chat here is yelling at me because I'm suggesting Giannis be traded. And I'm right there with you. He's a walking, breathing economy. In addition to being the best basketball player in the Eastern Conference, you're trading a city's economy that people will stop what they're doing in their day to go to the arena and spend money to watch. You're trading more than just a basketball player here, people. I totally get it. And he's almost loyal to a fault, all right? He is... I'll be there. Just tell me when and where, right? We've never heard anything from him that would ever suggest I want out of Milwaukee or I'm so sick of these people. No, it's the complete antithesis. And for the NBA, that's almost an anomaly.
Retire there, to be honest with you.
Right.
He wants to retire.
Right. He talks about that all the time. But the decision may not be up to him because if it was, he would want to just figure it out. I'll take the time. I love being here, all the above. But this is a business, as we have learned, and it's a rough one, okay? So with that said, that means we need to make Milwaukee better. And on this show, I just watched on the screen, right now, Brook Lopez is gone. Okay, how are we just filling that spot of which wasn't enough to begin with? We are deep in the hole here, chasing our losses because of all of those assets that they spent to go for it. And here's the good news, Bucks fans. You won a title. This is not one of those examples where Giannis is going to be wasted and then he leaves before his work is finished. Y'all won. He has done his job. And do you want to sit there in 7th and 8th place for the next 3 seasons with him at his absolute zenith? Because listening to the two of you experts try and give me explanations as to what happens next, what here is feasible, and how they can make their team better right now. That's all I care about. We're not building for the future unless you trade Giannis. It's win now. And they have
DeAndre Ayton's got to be the guy, Rob. DeAndre Ayton, we have to get him. We have to get
That's
DeAndre
the answer
Ayton.
Here, Jermaine.
DeAndre Ayton has to come because to Jake's to your point, Wednesday when he clears waivers, we got to be at his door Tuesday night. On Wednesday when he clears waivers, we got to have a contract right in front of him, and we got to let him know he needs to be in Milwaukee with Giannis. With him in Milwaukee with Giannis, with KPJ, we could be right back in the middle of the Eastern Conference with those two guys. Now, I know that it makes more sense with the Lakers because of the money off the court. It makes more sense with the Lakers playing with LeBron James, playing with Luka Doncic. I do understand that the pressure of getting to the NBA Finals can be it can be astronomical. What's the quicker path? To your point, the Eastern Conference is wide open. If I get with Giannis, we end up balling out. I got another opportunity to get back to the NBA championship. I got another opportunity to ball and play to a level where I could possibly be an all-star in the East this season. That's what I'm selling DeAndre Ayton. Those are the things that I'm selling DeAndre Ayton. So when this whole thing is done and after 19 or 20 and 11 and 2 blocks, you're an all-star and we're right back in the middle of the Eastern Conference, why wouldn't I do that? That's what I'm selling him if I'm Milwaukee.
All right. Well, I'm glad we did a conversation on the Bucks because they're going to become the main character of the offseason very quickly, it feels like. And there's one more player that I want to inquire with you about, and I consider it to be one of the bigger names considering how the end of last regular season went. That's Quentin Grimes, who's in restricted free agency. For him to leave the Sixers, he's going to have to get a pretty significant offer in the form of an offer sheet from another team that incentivizes him to sign off on it and say, I'm in. But then the Sixers get the rights to match it. What does his market even look like? considering how much money's been spent already.
Yeah, I think the only teams we've really heard lingering on the market for a restricted free agent have been the Miami Heat and the Chicago Bulls and the New Orleans Pelicans and the Kings for Jonathan Kuminga. Haven't heard Brooklyn for Quentin Grimes or Josh Giddey or whoever. I do wonder if Detroit could factor in here for Grimes. I haven't heard that, but just thinking of a potential landing spot for him, that would be it. But Philadelphia has had every intention of retaining him, and we've gotten word that they want to keep him north of the mid-level exception, somewhere around $16 million. So it's my, I don't know, understanding, impression that Quentin Grimes is going to be going back to Philadelphia, because I really haven't heard of the Sixers being worried about an offer sheet or getting ready for sign and trade stuff like we heard with Nickeil Alexander-Walker, like we've heard with Golden State for Kuminga. I think he'll just be going back, but if you're asking me to give you a possible threat to steal him away, I would say Detroit.
Off the strength that they're going to lose Beasley. Yes, I could get with that. Yep.
It's got your sign of approval. No, go ahead. Go long. We got a couple minutes left.
Yeah, I can definitely get with that. Off the strength that they need a secondary scorer, and Quentin Grimes, considering what they already have there, he is a bucket getter, and he's proven that he's a bucket getter. So for him to be in the fold in Detroit, the transition player that he is, the stop and pop player that he is even better. I love that about him. I'm wondering why Milwaukee isn't in the Quentin Grimes sweepstakes, because they could use all the scoring that they can get, and they could get him. And to your point, I mean, north of about 14, 15 million. I mean, I think they could get something like that for him. Now, he might be a little bit too expensive for them, but I think that's their starting two guard right there. If he ends up, if Milwaukee could end up bagging him, because I think they're going to lose Gary Trent, right? So I feel like they're going to lose Gary Trent in free agency. I'm not saying that he's better than Gary Trent that much, but I think as a bucket getter, he provides something that Milwaukee doesn't have, and I think that he'd be great for them.
So we were just referencing the main characters really quickly. Jake, I want to follow up with you on this while we have a couple minutes left. Milwaukee, the Lakers, Quentin Grimes. What is stopping those Brooklyn Nets from just saying, hit the buzzer. We have more money than all of you. We can outbid. Yeah. We'll take him because we can just outbid the entire market. They have to meet that minimum threshold. They have all the cap space remaining. Do you think they will hold on to that and try and fill it later, or will they dive into the unrestricted or restricted free agency pool to meet that number, to get some players on their roster?
Yeah, I don't think Brooklyn's really going to be a player in the restricted free agent market at all. I don't. I think they want to largely do what they did with Atlanta, taking back Terrence Mann, and what they've done with Denver, taking back Michael Porter Jr. They want to use their space to assume more salary via trade and get compensated for it. They've already, added 2 additional first-round picks than they had this time last week by doing that. So I think there will probably still be ways to get that done. Maybe they factor into a Kuminga deal as a facilitator elsewhere, but I think also there's just opportunity for them to give a lot of that money to Cam Thomas. There's an opportunity for them to continue to, maybe give some balloon payments. Like Day'Ron Sharpe is a good young player. I find it hard to believe he would have had a 2-year, $12 million deal in many other places outside of Brooklyn. So I think they'll probably just keep spending marginally, keep taking back salaries for draft picks in order to meet that salary floor. And also at a worst case scenario, if that money has to get reallocated to your guys on your roster, are those players going to be upset about that? That's a group that's going to be busting their ass for you, right? Like, they're going to be pumped up. So I don't think it's such an issue for them to not get there, but I think you're right that there is a question mark as how Brooklyn's going to end up finishing out that payroll.
All right, my friend. Can you believe that was 2 hours for us? No commercial breaks.
That was fun. We went.
Yeah, this is free agency, man. Time flies, especially when the transactions are coming through. We need to say goodbye to you, Jake. We need to say goodbye as well. I'm Rob Perez, Worldwide Wob. That's Chilltown Hoops. I'm trying to see if I can get over the screen here. It won't let me go onto yours, Jermaine. Over here, we got Jake Fisher. Coming up next, we've got the pick aside guys that are going to be joining the show that will take you home in free agency here in the Bleacher Report app. See you on the timeline.
Thanks,
Deuces.
Thank you guys so much. We are here, NBA free agency. And my oh my, it's been an eventful day. A lot of big time signings that we're going to get into and talk about some teams that have made some amazing moves. My name is Joel Moran. I'm here with River Brown, John Tortorelli, and Andrew Velez. Fellas, how are we feeling?
Feeling good. Feeling excited. Happy to be here. It's 9 o'clock over here in our time.
Yep.
Just excited to talk ball. A lot of things happen in free agency. We've already had some conversations prior to getting in there, so I'm excited to be here for 3 hours with 3 handsome fellas.
Absolutely. Drew, how you feeling today, boss?
New environment.
Yeah.
Great environment. Shout out to Bleacher Report. Really appreciate you guys having us in studio. I love the setup. I love even more some of the moves that some of these teams made. It's going to be an exciting 3 hours. You got us for 3 hours. Shout out to Raul Perez. Shout out to our brother OG. You guys did a great job for that.
Absolutely.
But it's our time. Let's do it, boys.
Now, it was the perfect timing for us to be on because we got a recent signing. Luke Kennard is signing a 1-year, $11 million deal with the Atlanta Hawks. You can see what it says on the screen right there. One of the best three-point shooters in the NBA. The Atlanta Hawks, fantastic offseason. Luke Kennard, Kristaps Porzingis, Nickeil Alexander-Walker. I'm telling you, this team could make it out the East. And I know, John, recently you said they could go as far as the Eastern Conference Finals.
I did. I felt like Atlanta coming out of this last season was a very underrated team once they get healthy. You add in Porzingis, of course, and with the recent news of Karis LeVert maybe not looking to come back, of course, you add in a guard off the bench in Kennard who gives them a little bit of a spark, similar to what Bogdanovich gave him a few years ago in that conference finals run. You're talking about one of the best years in the league. Not going to play a whole lot with Trey, but I like this deal on a 1-year prove it.
Luke Kennard, you needed some more shooting. You needed a little bit more depth at the guard position. You robbed the Grizzlies, arguably their best three-point shooter, especially after losing Desmond Bane. The Hawks have been very, very aggressive this offseason. That's all you can ask for. The minute we saw Tyrese Halliburton and Jason Tatum unfortunately go down to injury, most likely going to shell them for the entirety of the season, you knew teams were going to be aggressive. The Hawks have felt like they've been underwhelming. They've tried season and season again to try and have the right moves around their franchise star and Trae Young. Unfortunately, it hasn't gone to fruition thus far, but this offseason, I'm very moved.
Rob is interesting because I don't think Memphis was in the business of bringing him back.
No, not at all.
But this is a cool deal. 1 year, $11 million. You don't have too much attachment to it. The Hawks have been making great moves throughout free agency, and I think this is a guy that can come in and can be a shooter. My only concern is this is a team that defensively wasn't the best last year, and Luke doesn't really help that. And I think offensively, you brought in who I think can give you some juice offensively, but primarily his role is defense.
For sure.
Jalen Johnson will be back. He will be
That's
healthy
huge.
next year. What are you going to get from Dyson Daniels this offseason, locked into the lab? So I think that defensively is where they wanted to hit their mark on, because I feel like with Trae Young, at worst, what are you, like a top 12 offensive basketball with his skill set and the way he can play make? But it's a good depth move. I think Atlanta is gearing up to make a run in the East. You know, they're looking at the East and they're like, Boston's out of it, Indiana's out of it. Cleveland's not the healthiest team in the world. New York has their deficiencies. This is a team in Atlanta that thinks they can do it, and Trae Young is very advocate in these moves. He's very in the office. He's very in these meetings. You know, he's in those conversations. So I think this is a cool little deal.
People joke about it, but Indiana making the NBA Finals, it definitely was a kick in the butt to the rest of these franchises to say, hey, if a team like Indiana can go to the NBA Finals with no overwhelming star player. Listen, we respect Tyrese Halliburton, and you guys know I love me some Pascal Siakam, but that's not there's no true alpha superstar on that franchise. These other teams in the East are feeling there's blood in the water. We can go out and get ours. And I know that obviously Jalen Johnson is not a free agent signing, but with how he missed a majority of last year, kind of feels like, hey, we're getting a potential all-star player back. We really can make a push. They're going to have a good year.
The Eastern Conference is wide open, and that's why we see these teams being very aggressive. But also in the West, there's been some aggressive teams, and we have cultivated a top 10 list of the best free agent signings thus far today that have happened. So let's start off at number 10, and I'm sure we're going to get some disagreements here.
For sure.
Luke Kornet going to the San Antonio Spurs.
First off, Lou Cornett at 10 shows us the kind of day we've had with NBA free agency. Hasn't been the greatest day for the huge names. Obviously, we got some big signings prior to today, mostly players re-signing. But I like this move for the San Antonio Spurs. Since they've gotten Wemby, they've lacked to have a true big behind them. And they traded away their backup big in Zach Collins last season to go ahead and get De'Aaron Fox, which, of course, De'Aaron Fox was a great addition. But you have no backup big to Wemby. Luke Cornett was very solid in his opportunity with the Boston Celtics. I really like this move for them because you actually get a solid player behind Victor Wembanyama when he's not on the court.
Absolutely. They need a true 5 in the rim protection department. I felt like the next stage for the Spurs was going to be able to allow Wemby to play the 4 spot. And when Zach Collins went down, they didn't have that 5 last season. It made things a lot more difficult. Now, of course, Wemby did miss in last season, so we didn't really see that issue be magnified a whole lot. Luke Cornett's someone who, in 15 to 20 minutes a night, can be a spot starter for you. He's become one of the better offensive rebounders in the NBA. And I do wonder if that floor spacing aspect of his game ever comes back. We saw that, of course, earlier when he was a Knick, but I feel like for the Spurs, this is a very nice need to check off in the short term, and hopefully long term, he can really solidify himself in a new setting as one of the best backup bigs in the NBA.
It's a good move. This is a good move. I'm smiling because
this was your biggest fear.
He's right.
Your biggest fear was the Spurs getting a competent backup big because the leap that the Spurs are about to take is an OKC-esque leap to where they're going to cement themselves as one of the very best teams in the Western Conference this upcoming season.
It's interesting. I want to see him.
It's a firm deal.
Yeah, I want to see him with San Antonio because I felt like he was good. I feel like he's a good defensive big, but I feel like Boston, they have a lot of good defensive players in general. So sometimes when you have that, it can make you just look a little bit better. So I'm interested to see how he plays with the Spurs. So I do think he's a solid backup, but San Antonio has some, to be nicely, some easy walkthroughs on the perimeter. So but I like him as a backup because I do think that's necessary. That's probably been one of the most underrated things on the perimeter.
Who's
San Antonio?
He just drafted Carter Bryant and got Stephon Castle.
Carter Bryant is a rookie.
Okay, but
is Stephon Castle easy walkthrough?
No, but name somebody else.
Is De'Aaron Fox an easy walkthrough?
That's what I'm wondering because you say easy.
Dylan Harper is
walkthrough.
to become a very good defender one day.
Oh, you're naming dudes who didn't even play.
Okay, I'm also naming a guy that won Rookie of the Year last
Fox is not that great of a defender. I'm sorry.
He's passable.
But
Fox
you're
is
saying
not that great of a
walkthrough. You
defender.
said walkthrough.
Devin Vassell is not a good defender.
He's not really a
Harrison
long-term
Barnes,
fixture.
Keldon Johnson. These are dudes that
They're naming guys that are
okay.
These are guys that are not like long-term fixtures.
What we're talking about next year?
We are talking about next year. Two ribs credit.
We're talking about next year, John.
But
they're going to get significant minutes. I know you tried to play that card, but they're going to get significant minutes. That's the starters. I see 2 cones. Dylan Harper, I will say, is a passable defender. Fox can be passable
Who's the
at times.
cone? Harrison Barnes?
The forwards.
Okay.
The forwards.
Okay.
But nonetheless, I do like Luke.
You know what? You know what is the best Band-Aid in basketball for cones?
Victor
Allegedly,
Wembanyama.
that man right there, Victor Wembanyama.
Oh.
And so long as he is healthy, God willing, that is going to be an amazing defense.
Have we heard any updates on the injury?
No, actually. I'm assuming that he's going to be ready to go come start a season. But you're right. That has been something that really hasn't been spoken about. But of course, we're hoping the best.
I hope so. I really
fine.
do.
I just think that, Riv, you're underrating the Spurs and the talent that they have. I really think that you're underrating them.
Okay.
The Spurs defense ranked 30th when Wembanyama wasn't on the court.
That makes sense.
That just goes to show the impact that he has. And Luke Cornett, being a solid rim protector and rebounder, I think can fix things, especially with some of the additions they did have.
I'll be honest, 30th tracks.
He is that impactful. But also,
let's say Luke Cornett jumps in there with no Wemby. Where did they jump to?
But also, I think that last year they didn't have the same talent. I feel like there were players in and out the lineup with the Spurs. They didn't have players there all year long. But the next move is Tyus Jones going to the Orlando Magic.
Sneaky.
Now, this is I feel like a combination of one of many moves that they've already made this offseason. They bring in Tyus Jones, a solid point guard. They also brought in Desmond Bane. They also drafted Jace Richardson, so they brought in shooting. I think Tyus Jones, while he's not going to pressure the rim all that much, the one thing he doesn't do is turn the ball over. And we saw just how much it means to not turn the ball over in a playoff setting. Usually the teams that were able to take care of their possessions and force turnovers were the ones that won playoff games. We saw that at the extreme with OKC.
For sure.
And the Orlando Magic getting a competent point guard that doesn't turn the ball over, that can shoot well and be a good floor spacer. I think this is a great addition. And the Orlando Magic, they're having one of the best off seasons in the NBA.
I agree with you. And I think one part of Tyus' game that gets very underappreciated, last 2 years, shot 41% from threes. It's a good spot shooter. And last year we saw at the Magic, they were giving the Celtics a competitive affair in that series. And Corey Joseph has been a career third point guard. And he was starting a few in that playoff series. Tyus Jones would be an immediate upgrade off that. And now for this year's team, he's your third to fourth guard.
Team.
So I really like the role that he's playing. In Phoenix, he was expected to be a starter. It was really pushing kind of a grade above what he has been for the majority of his career. But for the Magic, this is a great get, and it kind of allows them to have a table setter while Jace Richardson settles in.
Riv, there's something about your energy that you're giving off.
I have a question.
It's rubbing me the wrong way.
I have a question.
Yes.
This is a question for you.
Oh, okay.
What happens to Anthony Black? Because you have Jalen Suggs, you have Desmond Bane, and that's why I was smiling.
That's a low blow.
Because you have Jalen Suggs, you have Desmond Bane, who I think are going to primarily play 30-plus minutes, whatever. They're going to have a lot of ball handling responsibilities. I think Tyus Jones is steady. Everything you said is correct. Doesn't turn the ball over. Doesn't do nothing extra. Very steady, quality point guard that can shoot the three ball. It's not going to put too much pressure on the rim, but he's a backup. Who really cares, right?
Agreed.
What happens to Anthony Black now? Because this is a guy who's still trying to find his way into the rotation. You're already going to have Suggs on the ball. You're going to have Bane on the ball. I didn't even mention Franz and Boncaro on the ball.
For sure.
Black isn't the best. He's not a good shooter at all up to this point. He's not really good off ball. What happens to him? Because I feel like this is a top 10 pick who you wanted to put a lot of stock into to probably be your primary ball handler. Yeah, I agree. Now you're sitting here like, we brought in Tyus Jones. He might not be, a long-term answer right now, especially for a team that's trying to compete next year.
Well, he's not a long-term answer.
Yes, I agree.
It's a 1 year, $7 million deal. I don't think anything happens to Anthony Black. I think he is that first guard off the bench to come with Tyus Jones, and that's what he was going to be. I don't expect Jace Richardson to be ready right away. I don't expect him to make a huge impact as a rookie on this team. But Anthony,
I wouldn't be shocked.
Anthony Black, he can defend, and that's his calling card. He's 6'7", he can defend. He's disruptive, and he has moments where he can shoot the ball.
He's going to. Jace Richardson
he's going to shoot it, but if he can hit at a good clip early on,
yes.
That's what I'm saying. It gets dark.
But we're seeing it right now. They were 41-41, seventh in the East with injuries to Paolo and Franz. No Desmond Bane. They made additions. They're definitely going to improve. They're going to be a top 4 team.
I would say also the one important thing on that they pulled up, it wasn't the 41-1 record. Last in offensive rating. I think that was the most important part. Yeah. You brought in Bane, high-level three-point shooter. I don't want to say a bad year, just an inconsistent year from what I saw from him. I think he'll be much better this year. Tyus Jones, 40% three-point shooter. I think those guys are going to help him. Plus, obvious projecting improvements from Wagner, from Boncaro. Yeah, like internal growth. You're hoping this is the year Wagner could get it to a good clip, just like something respectable, then you could turn this offense
The Magic organization, but more importantly, the Magic fans are praying to the good Lord that Franz Wagner develops the three-point shot. If he's more consistent with that, if you get a healthy Paolo Boncaro, if you get a healthy Franz Wagner, if you get Jalen Suggs, who we haven't mentioned missed a majority of last season as well, was not nearly as productive last season from the three ball as well, you really are just hoping for the internal development. Now, Riv, Jace was great off the dribble, and more importantly, catch and shoot. He was a very good three-point shooter at the college level. I do believe he will be an immediate impact player because we saw it. They don't have consistent offense. And really, the most important trait, they're the worst three-point shooting team in the league. They prioritize shooting. That's what I've been asking for as a fan, trying to just rationalize why are the Orlando Magic year in, year out the worst three-point shooting team? At the minimum, Riv, I'm with you. They 1,000% have tried to address that. You bring in Desmond Bane, who can do it all offensively, of course, do it all at a really respectable level. Now you go ahead and you make this move with Tyus Jones. You're obviously prioritizing shooting around these guys. It makes sense.
Now, the next signing is Bruce Brown going to the Denver Nuggets. He signed a one-year deal. The compensation has not been finalized just yet.
Interesting.
But this is also another move that is in culmination with something else because they did trade for Cam Johnson. Michael Porter Jr., his contract's now off the books. They get a player that's more affordable. They get a player that's better. And you have Bruce Brown. You basically swap out MPJ and Russ for Cam Johnson and Bruce Brown. John, 1 to 10, Denver Nuggets making the finals. What number are you at?
Do you have a tribute for Michael Porter Jr.?
What's that?
Do you have a tribute for Michael Porter Jr.?
I don't have a tribute for Michael Porter Jr., but I will say this is an 8 out of 10 for me. When you look at the Bruce Brown edition, though, this is perfect because last year Russell Westbrook did step into this role, of course. Brown has shown even more kind of chemistry with Jokic and this man's together, and I feel like in transition, on the ball defensively, you're getting a little bit more. The rebounding that Russ gave, I'm not going to say Bruce Brown's quite at that same level, because Russ, without him, the Nuggets don't make it out the first round this year. But like you said, the duality of those two moves, I don't know if Cam Johnson's a better player. I believe he's a better fit, though, for the Nuggets with just how well he's, number one, going to be a lot more available. But number two, off the ball, I feel like he's a lot more dependable. With MPJ's injuries, it really trickled into his performance, and you can't really say anything negative when he's playing through a shoulder injury to be there for his team. But with Cam Johnson, you can count on him more. And this Bruce Brown move, that brings the guys back from that championship run 2 years ago.
Needle mover?
It's definitely Neil Mover. Because if you didn't bring back Russell Westbrook, you're not going to have a replacement for this archetype as your sixth man, seventh man off the bench with Peyton Watson. I love the ball handling. It gives you a little bit more of an, even though you lose offensive rebound a little bit here in the guard spot, I just like having another ball handler I can trust and someone who, to make decisions in the games, he's not going to be as destructive as Russ was at times.
Now, let me ask you guys something, and I want John to answer this question first.
He did.
Denver
I said
Nuggets.
8 out of 10. He said 8
No,
out of 10.
he said, do you think they can win a championship?
Yeah, at 1 out of 10, and he said 8.
Okay,
He said
okay.
8. So, John, the other team in the West that has made major moves has been the Houston Rockets. Would you put the Nuggets above the Rockets as the biggest challenger and threat to OKC?
It's a good question.
It's a great question.
And then you guys can answer that next.
A few days ago, I had the Rockets my second best team in the West prior to these recent moves by the Nuggets. And the Rockets, they did make one move. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But I do believe having Cam Johnson in the playoffs versus the questions of Michael Porter Jr.'s health, it does slightly move the needle. I think they are 2A, 2B. So right now I have the Nuggets that 2A, and we'll see how the rest of this free agency shakes out. But you got to trust Jokic. And on top of that, you have Cam Johnson who fits in seamlessly along with him and Jamal Murray. And like we talked about before with the Magic, you can expect some of these younger guys. Deron Holmes didn't play his rookie year with the torn Achilles. Then you have Christian Brown gained 1 year older, one more year of experience in the playoffs. And then Peyton Watson was a positive for this team. So there's definitely a play of internal development that's, for the Nuggets, going to be very noteworthy, much like the Rockets.
Hey, listen, they went 7 games with them. I think, John, I think you can be more confident in that answer. They went 7 games with them. You know, they brought in Bruce Brown to replace Russell Westbrook. I think that's cool. I think Cam Johnson is more reliable. I think, more or less, they're probably around the same tier of player, him and Michael Porter Jr. So
I agree.
Cam Johnson's just more available. This is a team, for Houston, it's different because they lost in 7 games to Golden State, and they're bringing in a big-time talent in Kevin Durant. I feel like with Denver, they already had the big-time talent in the Joker. Now they're just making moves around the margin, and this is a team that wins 7 games. Also, you know, to add the context, Aaron Gordon was injured throughout that series.
True.
Michael Porter Jr. was injured throughout that series. So I look at it for, if you're just talking, I feel like the question second best team and threat to OKC is 2 different questions because I feel like it's always matchup dependent. I think I would put Denver as a bigger threat to OKC because I just think you win 7 games, you made moves around the margin. I really feel like those 2 guys down there, that front court caused havoc for them throughout that playoffs. Aaron Gordon, Nikola Jokic, and the way that he was able to dominate. And I thought their zone defense gave OKC some fits, a little bit of troubles at times. But I think Houston's defense also is elite, so we'll see. But for me, I think Denver is above right now just because of the way they went out last year in the playoffs and then the moves they made.
And I know you just saw that projected lineup, obviously. Bruce Brown, you take him out, you put in Cam Johnson. It's going to be one of the best starting 5s in basketball. I do want to respect what MPJ did mean to the Denver Nuggets. In that championship run, we saw him ascend as a defender. He was automatic from the 3-point spot. The big question mark with him when the Denver Nuggets selected him on draft day was the injury concerns. They took the gamble, and it paid off for them. They won a championship. But we saw this past postseason, he was banged up. It did take a huge toll on their offensive game, and even still, they were 1 game away from moving on to the Western Conference Finals. You have the best player in the world in Nikola Jokic. You're going to have a huge window of opportunity to compete for a championship. I still am going to ride with the Rockets, though. The Houston Rockets are going to have a top 2, top 3 defense in the association. And now you take out Jalen Green, who, when he played really well, the Houston Rockets obviously also played very well, but you did not get that on a consistent enough basis from him. Now you get the most efficient basketball player in NBA history in Kevin Durant, who in my opinion, still a top 5 scorer in the NBA.
Oh, easily.
And you really didn't give up anything to alter the true identity of your team, which we understand is going to be defense. You now also bring in Dorian Finney-Smith, who we're going to talk about. He has to be a top 3 signing without a shadow of a doubt. But now that's your Dillon Brooks replacement. And truthfully, he's not going to have the ball in his hands nearly as much as him. And to me, that's going to be a positive because who's that going to go to? Kevin Durant.
Yep.
You needed a true legitimate one. You got the best available without a shadow of a doubt in Kevin Durant. I'm riding with the Houston Rockets. They can legitimately win a championship.
They've added to their team. Now the next move, and before we go into the next move, make sure you guys drop in the chat if you think the Rockets or the Nuggets are a better team after the moves they've made.
What do you think,
now,
Joel? I'm curious.
For me, to be determined. I'll tell you that.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Ty Jerome to the Memphis Grizzlies. Now, Ty Jerome's a player who was very impactful for the Cleveland Cavaliers all season long. Disappointing postseason, brought down his market, and I think a big reason why we saw Luke Kennard go to the Atlanta Hawks is because they were eyeing Ty Jerome. Ty Jerome essentially fills Luke Kennard's role. He can shoot just as well as him, but he can also handle the ball and have playmaking responsibilities. I think this is a great fit, even with Scottie Pippen Jr. there, because Ty Jerome's 6'5". He doesn't look like it all the time, but he is 6'5". He is a taller player, and I like the fact that the Grizzlies are adding guard play to their team, and their moves this offseason has screamed continuity, minus Desmond Bane, continuing to build around John Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr., and I think Ty Jerome is a fabulous fit.
What do you think, Riv? This is your guy.
I'm indifferent about it. I loved Scottie Pippen. I really do. I loved what he brought off the bench. I even thought him and Ja at times were cool. I felt like Memphis should have attacked defense more this offseason. I don't hate this move. I understand it to a degree. Ty Jerome's a good scorer. He's available. And I think that really is the most important part because John Morant is a guy who isn't the most available throughout the season. Ty Jerome is a guy who in the regular season played extremely well. You look at his, per 75 possession numbers, all that whatnot. They were really good. Even his regular numbers were solid. So I think for that part alone, I think that's really good. But I would have just liked Memphis to attack defense more. I felt like that was their problem. That was the reason why they kind of stalled out in the second half of the season. They couldn't stay in front of nobody. And of course, Jaren Jackson got hurt too, which kind of, debunked everything. But if you tell me it's the Luke Kennard replacement, I'm fine with it because I think he's a much better player than Luke. I think he's a guy who can attack off the dribble, get to his spot, shoot the 3 ball. I like him coming off the bench with Scottie Pippen Jr. But I just felt like I wish they would have went just a little bit of a different route.
Let me just piggyback off of that, John. I didn't anticipate the Grizzlies to be the Ty Jerome destination.
Neither did I.
To be honest with you, I thought it would be a team like the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah.
A team like Detroit needs a secondary ball handler, especially when Cade's off the court. I know Jaden Ivey's going to be back. They did make a move for Karis LeVert, but they needed a guy off the bench that could legitimately facilitate an offense, especially with what we saw from Ty Jerome this past season. He was incredible in the pick and roll for the Cleveland Cavaliers. So I thought that there would be a team that would be a little bit more needy at the point guard position. I don't look at the Grizzlies as one of those teams, and Riv, I'm with you. Scottie Pippen Jr. truly ascended this season, and when you have the 3 guards of the John Morant, of the Scottie Pippen Jr., and now Ty Jerome, who's going to play that 2 guard? Is it a possibility that we see Ty Jerome in the starting lineup as their 2 guard?
I think KCP started.
KCP going to start.
That's also a very great
started
point. Forget about
Now,
that
before
trade.
you go, John, we got major breaking news regarding a center who just signed a 1-year deal with the team.
Please say who I is. Who it is.
Miles Plumlee.
Okay.
He signs a 1-year deal with the Charlotte Hornets. He's going back home, fellas.
Here we go.
We're all waiting for the obvious news for the other big man. We thought it'd be DeAndre.
F+.
Okay.
If it's even possible. F+ to Joel for stopping us to talk about
it. Looks like you wrote like a 4 on your board.
No, that's an obvious F and deservedly so.
It's really hard.
Shout out to Mason Plumlee. Congratulations, King. I'm really happy for your bag.
Yo, him and LaMelo.
That's my center now that we can run the bunch
tell
of
me to play.
DHOs. Pick and roll, get LaMelo to the cup. That's
pick and roll with
I want you guys to write down your grades for this move.
This move? Riv, can you just hold up your board for me? Are you erased it already?
I just don't need a grade for me. I think it's an NA.
What'd you say? NA?
NA.
NA's valid. NA's valid.
It's a solid, shout out to Mason, of course. I mean, I'm not really going to have a big takeaway here for the Hornets because they need a starting center. But I feel like this is a solid backup big and a return home.
Hornets probably been making moves.
1-year deal, $3.6 million. This is an A+.
I respect
I think the Hornets, they desperately needed a center. I like Diabate a lot, though. I think Diabate is good. And I like Ryan Kalkbrenner, their second-round pick from Creighton. He's really good. And Mason Plumlee, good mentor, good locker room presence. They're adding a lot of guys that play the right way this offseason.
They're changing the culture over in Charlotte.
In the draft, to get
I'm not too against it.
Ian McNeely. This is a good veteran to have in a locker room in Charlotte that is a little bit less mature than other teams.
Yo, Mason really been in the league for a minute.
He has. Decent basketball player.
Family tree, just basketball players.
I will say, to get back to the conversation we were having before, the Grizzlies are an interesting team this upcoming season. Because obviously you trade away Desmond Bane, that's 20 points on really strong efficiency. Also a really good defender. What's the direction here, especially when you are the team that has been re-signing a majority of your guys? Let me not say aggressive, because again, the deal that you just signed Ty Jerome to, it's a relatively friendly deal, especially what we thought at one point he'd be getting because how well he'd been playing. But the depth, I guess the oversaturation of it at the point guard position, to me, I just don't know what the direction is.
They just drafted kind of a Desmond Bane replacement in Cedric Howard. They brought in Jalen Wells last year. I think the option is retool around Ja and Jaren, which I think is fine if you do it the right way.
For sure.
Which is putting two wing defenders on the perimeter with Ja. And not to say Desmond won't, but he's not like a stopper, you know what I'm saying? And then just having maybe a guy like Edey at the 5. And I think that's cool. But I'm with you. Memphis, they're trying to get their identity back. And I think that was the thing that propelled them to where they were at, kind of how Houston has their identity. When Memphis was the top 3 seed in the West, it was an identity. It was feeding off their defense, feeding off their identity, feeding off the foundation. I think they're trying to get that back. So they're a small market team. You know, money was always going to catch up to them. Unfortunately, Bane was always going to be, in my opinion, the odd man out. I just didn't think he'd get traded this fast.
The Bane trade to me was more about getting an offer they could not pass up, rather than him not being kind of a part of this core. Ty Jerome did shock me to Memphis, Drew, but I felt like the more you think about where the Grizzlies are headed, this is an offense that wants to play less through John Moran and more throughout their entire perimeter attack. Ty Jerome does fit this new offensive philosophy they're integrating, and to get him on a 3-year deal for $28 million, I don't think by that 3rd year he's accepting that player option, because he's going to, to me, outplay that the pay tag that they got for him right now. But the only question I would have with this move is defensively, especially in the second unit with Ty Jerome and Scottie Pippen Jr., just how well they're able to support them defensively if Jaren Jackson's off the floor.
Scottie good.
Scottie is good.
Scottie good.
Yeah, but when you're playing 2 guards together without having a strong wing defender to complement them, I think that becomes a larger concern if Scotty's your best perimeter defender.
Hey, look, he played SGA well. Well.
Yeah,
you know
I mean, to your point, John, this is a Grizzlies team who they need to add insurance policies for John Morant, number one. But also, Ty Jerome, his market was supposed to be much more than what 100% he got.
Yeah.
It was the postseason that watered it down. But we talked about centers with Mason Plumlee, and the next player on this list is a center. It is Brook Lopez going to the LA Clippers. Now, I love the Clippers. I love what they've built, but I just can't seem to get away from the fact that it feels like they're building a retirement home in LA with the Clippers. Brook Lopez's agent, Harden's agent, Kawhi's agent. Batum, they just signed. He's agent. They have so many old players to where I think like in a one-game setting, they could go up against almost any team. But to last all 82 games and count on every single one of these players to make it through the year, I don't know if they have enough depth to withstand if one of these older players does get hurt. I do like the roster on paper, but Brook Lopez, we've seen him in the playoff settings not be able to be utilized or be played because he's just too slow-footed to guard out on the perimeter. So I think this was a good signing. They desperately needed a backup center. Before this, it was Drew Eubanks. But I don't know how much this moves the needles for the Clippers.
You know, they also do hang in-season tournament banners. That matters. All right, let's just put that there. There's already one. There's a new stadium for them, so let me not make any jokes towards the Clippers fans. I apologize.
That stadium fired.
It is an amazing stadium. However, arena. This, to me, solid move. Like you mentioned, Joel, you needed a backup big, and Brook Lopez, he does what you want your backup big to do, to space the floor and to anchor a defense when your starting center's not available to do so. And Brook Lopez, obviously, we know that he could do that. You have a grade ready for this one, Riv?
For the stadium.
A+. Intuit is an A, no doubt.
What you mean it's back?
Maybe you should show it.
Yeah. There you go. Good. That's an A. It's an A+. Okay. But for this move, I'm not.
He keep hating on
I don't know. He thinks that your handwriting's
The Clippers didn't really have much to work with, so they're really just working with what they have, much like this other team that just made a move to bring back a player familiar with his current environment, and that's Taurean Prince. He's back with the Bucks.
That hurts.
Oh, is he? He went
That
back?
really
Like
hurts. That's breaking news right now.
Yeah, Taurean Prince just signed back with the Bucks.
I'll be transparent
That's
with
cool.
you, man. The Bucks.
He shot well for them last year. Played well for them last year.
The Bucks break my heart. Every time I hear any type of news related to the Milwaukee Bucks, I genuinely get sad, and it's for one reason and one reason only. You're wasting the prime of a top 15 player all
They
time.
don't got no money.
I'm with you. You're
time to pack
1,000% right. No,
It's time for them to pack it up.
No, yes, I get
Yeah,
it.
but they
I
don't
don't
miss all
want.
of next season.
They don't have their picks either.
Get your picks
I
back.
genuinely want to see Giannis
What,
stay.
third team involved? That third team might just
No. I need
Yeah,
Giannis
I don't
to
know
stay.
about that.
I need Giannis to stay. It's very.
Who has their picks?
Who doesn't is a better question.
The
Pelicans
Hawks have their pick
The Hawks
this
now?
upcoming season, 2026, because the Pelicans traded it to them.
Listen,
So go get Derek Queen.
hey man, it's a tough world they live in right now. They're in an extremely tough situation. That's all
The
I'll
fact
say.
that their big move today for me was bringing back Bobby Portis, and don't get me wrong, that's big for them. That is pretty big. It's upsetting that this is, unfortunately, the squad that they have to roll out next season. I can't feel confident in a Milwaukee Bucks team that looks the way that it does. I respect Giannis Antetokounmpo like very few. I acknowledge that he can be in the conversation for best in the world. He's that great. With this supporting cast, you can't tell me that this is a top 6 team. I get that it's Giannis, and we all automatically can give him that respect, but the rest of this roster is really, really hard to look at.
Yeah, trying to think of any idea where this team makes a deep playoff run is unfathomable.
It's gymnastics. It's legitimately mental gymnastics. And credit to Taurean. He
He's one of the
genuinely
most
played
reliable.
well last season. He did. But the fact, I mean, with respect, this does not move anyone.
LeBron took a team like this to the finals.
Well, and listen, I don't want to disrespect Giannis, but we understand he's not, no one's LeBron.
I'll say this.
No one's LeBron.
It's the Bucks right now are in a position where they're just trying to bring back as much talent as possible because they're
lost their starting center.
But Bobby
I'll be
Portis
honest,
has
that's
been
what I'm saying.
better
Like, I
than
think
Brook.
Bobby Portis is
not a
better than
center.
Brook.
You're right.
He is in the
Full
center.
time.
At some point, maybe Giannis can play center. It's a tough situation they're in. They don't have money. They're strapped with cash. Dame's out for the year. They don't have their draft picks. The draft picks are scattered, so you can't even send Giannis to one specific spot to get your draft picks back. Atlanta just made all these moves, so they have their pick, but it's hard to make a move with them. They're in a position where they have to just do what they can with what they have.
Am I wrong for genuinely asking what's the value of Damian Lillard right now? Like, is it possible to trade him right now?
Well, he's hurt.
Given his contract at his age, off torn Achilles, that's
You know you're not going to have him this year. So what are we going to do? Just dead season, no draft pick, Giannis Antetokounmpo, let's just waste another season?
I mean, there's also teams thinking, why are we going to trade for an injured player?
I agree with you wholeheartedly.
Because he misses this whole year, he'll be a year older.
But now we're just waiting a whole other year. Like, I
You
would
can't move
rather
him.
just something. Give me something this upcoming season.
You'll have to send out something.
Because what are we looking forward to for the Bucks? Just watching Giannis play basketball?
This is why.
That's what we're
Giannis
looking
is the
forward
only
to.
thing.
Do you think the Bucks want that, though?
We're looking forward to the news breaking that Giannis is on a new team that has a chance to actually compete for
I'm
something.
in the minority. I don't want that.
Drew, there's no path this team contending.
I agree with you.
When you look at the Bucks era, they did a fantastic job in that 2021 season, getting the right pieces to put them over the top. But since then, because of injuries left and right to Chris Middleton, Brook Lopez this year is one of the most reliable players from a health perspective. Played 80 games.
True.
But you can't replace what you lose. And their financial restrictions, given Dame's $50+ million, which is dead money on the books, there's really no pathway to this team building a contender around Giannis. And the one thing they do have is shooting and a good amount of floor spacing. But when you look at the defensive talent on the perimeter, it's almost barren. You have Ryan Rollins, and that's just about it for your perimeter defenders. So I feel like for this Bucks squad, it really just is a repeat of last year, except you're even more thin in the front court.
Now, shout out to the chat. There's 7.5 live viewers in it. 7.5K. Shout out to you guys. The mod says, hi, chat. How are you guys doing, chat?
Hey, chat.
Lock in, chat. Let us know what you think about our list so far.
We have the BR mod in the chat right now,
7.5
going
is
crazy.
dope.
Shout out to you. Okay, the next player on the biggest free agent signings today is Caris LeVert to the Pistons. Instantly becomes one of their better perimeter players on the team. Instant offense, has the size to play.
This
defense,
excites me.
Has playmaking chops. This is an improvement for Detroit. I think this all but means that Dennis Schroeder isn't coming back. And
He went to Sacramento, brother.
Exactly. So he's not coming back. Caris LeVert going to the Pistons, I think it is an upgrade, especially considering they have Jaden Ivey coming back, but I also like the minutes that Marcus Sasser gave them last year as
That's
well.
true.
I thought he was good in moments where he needed to and he was called upon. So Karis LeVert to Detroit. Riv, you're dancing. How are you feeling about it?
I've been waiting for Detroit to make a move. I've been waiting. I've seen Atlanta make all these moves.
Didn't think it'd be LeVert, though.
I
The
thought
reports were is going back to Atlanta.
I thought it'd be him or no. I'll be honest.
I agree.
I felt it would be
No
one of
would have
those two.
moved me.
Yeah, and I felt like Atlanta's been making moves. Orlando's been making moves. I love the way Detroit has attacked this offseason, though. I felt like they weren't too aggressive. They weren't jumping the gun. You had a really good year last year. You had a all-time year for what you've been given the last 4 or 5 years.
1,000% right.
But that doesn't mean rush the process. That doesn't mean make these silly moves and then you know put yourself in these terrible situations. They're relying on internal growth, and I think from Ivy coming back, he missed a ton of time. Asar in the lab this offseason. You're bringing in Karis LeVert. I'm excited for it. I think Karis LeVert is going to be a really good bench piece for them.
Yeah, this was great. I mean, you're getting Jaden Ivey back this season, hopefully at 100%, especially with the way that he was ascending last year. It was pretty devastating to see him go down the way that he did, especially with the Pistons playing such great basketball. But you're going to get a nice boost to this offense with Jaden Ivey coming back, and now the addition of a Karis LeVert. Karis LeVert, obviously great coming off the bench. You obviously understand that he can go put the ball on the floor as well, can shoot the 3-ball extremely well. This was a good signing for a team that did need extra offense, that we know what their identity is. You're going to be a tough-nosed defense, going to be one of the teams that make opposing offenses extremely uncomfortable. And Karis LeVert, he has one job: go out there and get a bucket, and we know he can do that.
And he can do a lot more than that. What he's become after leaving Brooklyn, to me, is one of the most well-rounded backup guards in the game. And he can start for many teams as a spot starter.
For sure.
The size he gives you at 6'6", the perimeter defense, and then he's one of the more well-rounded scorers as well.
Definitely.
And in the moments where Cade's not in the game, this is somebody who at the end of a shot clock can create separation, hit tough looks consistently, and it's important for a team where Malik Beasley's not only a free agent, but there's a lot of off-court questions going on.
man.
Federal out with a lot going in there. So
I'm with you.
I feel like, given the fact that Malik Beasley may not be here next season, to have a proven veteran like Harris who can contribute in so many different ways, it's going to be, to me, an almost I don't want to say it's going to be an upgrade based off the shooting that Malik was giving
He was
last
great
year.
last year.
But LeVert gives you a different type
He's a better ball handler.
LeVert gives you a different type of style
More
to this
complete
team.
offensive player. I'm with you.
I believe what he gives you on the ball is going to be an even bigger difference.
I would love if Beasley clears all this up and slides back. though.
back.
I would be ecstatic if that happens. There's been some talks about Ivy coming off the bench in Detroit fandom.
You think that's noise?
I mean, what is he coming off, an Achilles injury?
No,
or
broken leg.
Broken leg, yeah. So to ease him back, I don't hate it. You could put Karis in the starting lineup, you know. I don't mind it because Jaden Ivey was playing really well before he went down.
He was.
And I think that's important. And he missed a year, not because of injuries, but because of Monty Williams. And I think that really hurt his development. So last year was supposed to be his, year to really get it back. Then he got hurt. So it's tough for him right now. But Karis LeVert, good move. I like what Detroit's doing. They didn't have Stu in the playoffs, which I think would have been huge. Could have swung that series against New York if they had Stu, because I think defensively Stu is really a dog. Love their backup. I love Duren in 2025. I thought 2025 he played really well, started the season off slow. Excited to see how they look next year.
And one last thing, I don't mean to cut you off, but for 2 years, $29 million, I'm giving this move an A.
There you go.
See on the screen? That's amazing value to me.
That's a good
I'm
sign.
giving that an A. That's going to be my first grade of the day.
There you go,
Great
dog.
job by Detroit's front office.
And listen, I feel like Karis LeVert, if you're not familiar, you got to go back and look at the Brooklyn playoff series where he averaged 20 points and 10 assists
One of your
per
favorite
game.
players.
Talk.
Not many games played in those playoffs, but he was
it
a
two?
bright spot for the Brooklyn Nets. It was about like 4 or 5. They lost quickly.
They lost.
but
They got
He
swept.
played really well in those games. Now, the next move we're going to talk about is D'Angelo Russell to the Dallas Mavericks. Now, as a regular season signing to fill in the shoes for Kyrie, I think this is good. It was necessary. The Mavericks got guard play. They got somebody that's familiar with Anthony Davis, but I think that too often times we have already been burned by the idea of D'Lo in the playoffs in a pressure environment setting. And I thought the Lakers, when they had him, were very bad on defense because he just didn't give any effort. And him going to Brooklyn and getting DFS back, I think changed the landscape of the Lakers defense. So I think this is a good move for the Mavericks. But D'Lo also was in Brooklyn playing very bad basketball, not being efficient at all. He'll have more help now. I think this is a good regular season signing, but I'm not counting on D'Lo to impact my team in any sort of way in pressure moments.
Joel, let me give you this view.
Any sort of way.
I'm going to give you,
that's wrong.
genuinely, I love this move. I'm not going to lie to you.
Me too.
Now, hear me out. Joel, you're right. Everything you said.
He shot 37% from the field.
Everything you said was right. Everything you said was 100% spot on. When it came to the Lakers, it was bad. When it came to the Lakers defense, the one out I will give him, our defensive personnel was not great. It wasn't. DFS did change a lot for us. We did obviously have Anthony Davis, who was able to anchor a majority of our blemishes. However, our defensive personnel was not great, and we saw that later on in the season as we went more and on towards the playoffs. D'Angelo Russell now goes to the Dallas Mavericks that has a defensive infrastructure. His job solely right now is to play make, get Anthony Davis and Cooper Flagg involved with a splash of hitting the three ball and scoring the occasional bucket. I think that we understand, although D'Angelo Russell has his limitations, he is able to do those few tasks at a relatively high level. And especially when you have Anthony Davis, who he is accustomed to, he's assisted him top 5 most in his career amongst players that he's played with. You know you have a strong rapport with him. I'm anticipating this to be a great move, especially when we're waiting for Kyrie.
Yeah, I'm not going to judge a player based off a 29-game sample post-trade deadline on a team tanking to get the first overall.
37% from the field.
We can understand it was bad. It was bad.
But he wasn't good with the Lakers either.
No, last year was just bad.
I understand
last year
that.
was bad.
It was
but
a
when
bad
you look
year
at this
for
Maverick team, but really D'Angelo Russell is providing for a 2-year, $13 million deal as a stopgap option in the event that Kyrie's not ready for day one. There's been reports that he will, but it allows him to integrate more slowly back into the lineup. And I like their backup guard a lot, Brandon Williams. And I do hope that D'Lo's minutes don't take away Brandon Williams' development entirely, because he's given them a lot of good development.
Tell him about that, John.
That being said, I like the D'Angelo Russell move a lot because of that accord that he built with Anthony Davis in their time together in the Lakers system.
Sure, John.
And when you put D'Lo into an environment like this, which is filled with strong wing defenders, some guys, Joel, you're very high on. PJ Washington, you have Christie, you have Najee Martin.
He didn't have that infrastructure in Minnesota playing with Gobert and Jay McDaniels.
And he played very well in Minnesota. He was
He didn't play well in the playoffs.
Joel's going to make a little bit of revisionist history, kind of lead us to forget that D'Lo was a key catalyst in getting back to the playoffs in 2022. This is a move that I think can help D'Lo get his career back on track. And I understand this last year was pretty abysmal, but I believe that that's the floor for D'Lo, and the Mavericks will get a better version.
Him and Gobert had issues.
I have a grade.
That's Rudy
Gobert's
Gobert.
not good on offense at all.
So you want to disrespect Gobert, but you want to
This is Anthony Davis.
I had to clean that up. I'm sorry, Joel.
Anthony Davis, Derek Lively, and Daniel Gafford.
So much defensive infrastructure behind him.
Boom!
B minus?
B minus.
Dude, that's a great grade.
This is a good deal.
That's a great grade.
That's the regular season grade, correct?
Yeah, correct.
What about a playoff grade?
He
Can you
won't
give me
play
a playoff
much,
grade?
and I'm fine with that.
I don't think
John, can you give me a playoff grade for this signing?
A C.
What's the playoff grade?
D+.
C plus.
A C.
C plus.
This is a move for the regular season.
Okay.
This is listen. This is a move because Kyrie Irving is going to miss a couple months. That's fine. I think D'Lo.
Look at that deal.
D'Lo is a
Amazing.
sneaky good passer. And
Much better than
it's
that.
not just AD. Like Derek Lively's going to be able to catch lobs.
Yes.
Like
Daniel
D'Lo's a
Gafford.
sneaky good lob thrower. And I think Lively, Gafford, AD is going to feed off that.
Yes.
Defensively, they're fine where they're at. Their front court is elite defensively. D'Lo's going to get carved up. It's life.
For sure.
But he's going to be able to hit the occasional threes. He's going to have his hot moments. I think he's fine for just holding the fort down for Kyrie. I think that's all I care about.
So, Riv, you told me about the Spurs having turnstiles. The backcourt
I
of
never used that word in my life.
Synonym.
D'Lo and Klay Thompson, that backcourt, what are they defensively?
Barbecue chicken.
It's not good.
Not great.
It's not good at all.
But you know what? They didn't have great defensive personnel when they made the NBA Finals at the perimeter, and they still were able to go.
DJJ and PJ.
Amen to that.
Clay's
Amen
not
to that.
bad
DJJ and
defensively.
PJ.
Clay's
Hey,
not
but
bad.
listen, it's because they had somebody who, you guys mentioned the lob threat aspect of it. They had somebody even better that could do it. That's Luka Doncic. And they traded
Yeah,
him
and
to
Luka
the LA
Doncic,
Lakers.
unfortunately, was a cone for them too.
Talk.
They actually held the Celtics to the lowest defense rating all playoffs long amongst
They
all
missed a lot of shots. You mentioned that.
Yeah, the offense did let them down. The next move is DFS going to the Houston Rockets. Now, here's one where I think could impact the regular season and the playoffs simultaneously, probably even amount. The Rockets continue to add infrastructure 3-and-D, lengthy wings.
Their identity, man.
DFS.
It's a beautiful.
Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
A signing that's not here, but they also added Clint Capella. The Houston Rockets are having a fantastic offseason. I feel like the number one priority this offseason was to look at what the problem was the previous season, why we couldn't advance further, and they obviously came to the conclusion that it was Jalen Green. And then they move off of him, and they bring in Kevin Durant to the team, and now he is your best offensive player. And now we're looking at them as a team that can legitimately make some real noise in the Western Conference and make the conference championship or make the NBA Finals. That's how good the Rockets look right now.
Yeah, I thought. Oh,
go ahead, Riv.
Yeah, I thought this was a gritty team last year. This is a team that gave Minnesota hell, played OKC really well, played the Warriors well, Lakers well. Like this team, they won 50 games. You know, this team was the second seed in the West. This team
salivating.
I'm just
getting. This team wins 7
so sad
games
seeing him go.
against Steph Curry and Draymond Green. That's no easy feat, you know. And now you bring in Kevin Durant, you bring in Dorian Finney-Smith, a 3-and-D guy. Like this team was already an elite defensive unit, and then their one problem was offense and probably I would say connective passing. I think throughout they struggle with that a lot.
Agreed.
I think that's probably their one struggle right now still, but they're relying on their internal growth and then bringing in the veterans like DFS and Kevin Durant. So I love what they've done. And Clint Capella, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting him, which is just reassuring that they want to be the best offensive rebounding team in basketball. I think that is what helped them go 7 with Golden State. They dominated the glass. They want to be great at that still. They want to continue to have their defensive identity. And I like the moves they made because they haven't went out of their comfort zone. Everything they've done has been within the realm of the foundation they've built. So love what Houston has done. They put themselves in prime positions. Like you mentioned, they gave up nothing for Kevin Durant. Like nothing. They gave up nothing.
Yeah, top 10. They did give Kaman Malawach.
You're right.
Yes,
You're right. They wasn't going to take him though anyway.
Dumb.
So for them, it wouldn't have been him.
You don't have to do all that.
I'm sorry. They gave up the top 10 pick for Kevin
And
Durant.
2 starters.
But I feel like, but I feel like that's the most important thing, and I think they made the right move. Sorry, Jalen Green's just, you know.
Now I'm torn.
yeah, Dylan Brooks,
I'm
but
torn
DFS.
both ways. I'm done hearing you talk. That being said, I'm torn both ways. I'm a Lakers fan. This hurts so bad. Losing DFS, it was the last thing the Lakers needed. He was our lone perimeter defender that you trusted night in, night out. You lose him, it is irresponsible on the front office. However, for the Houston Rockets, the rich get richer. You have been the stars of free agency. You've been the stars of the offseason. You bring in Kevin Durant. I already went on this spiel earlier, and I'm going to basically reiterate it here. You bring in Kevin Durant, you swap Jalen Green for him. What an unbelievable upgrade. That is why these guys continue to make the joke. They gave away nothing, because that's essentially what you're doing. You're plugging out Jalen Green, and you're plugging in Kevin Durant. Now, you plug out Dylan Brooks, and you plug in DFS. DFS is one of the most pluggable players that we have as a role player. He can go to any team and he will fulfill the exact same role, and he will do it at a super high level. You bring it to Houston, that is what they want to do. They want to be a team oriented around defense, and they needed a guy that could be a consistent spacer as well. Dylan Brooks, whether people want to admit it or not, was their best floor spacer last season. That kind of gives you a hint as to how bad or how lacking the Houston Rockets offense was. Now, we talk about the extra possessions that they're going to have as well, bringing back Steven Adams and now bringing in Clint Capella. You're not bringing in these extra possessions for Jalen Green and company now. You're bringing in these extra possessions for Kevin Durant, the greatest scorer arguably in the history of this game. So now we're starting to really see how this team is going to be shaped, how this team is going to be ran. And again, defensively, I'm not anticipating much to change at all. And if I'm being transparent, I think this defense can be better than it was last season.
Yeah. The DFS sign to me signals that this is the replacement for Dylan Brooks. Like you said, last year they needed more three-point shooting. This deal, 4 years, $53 million to have him, whether it's a spot starter. I think that Jabari Smith starts next year. They gave him an even bigger contract for $125.
And now we got
Before we get back
news,
to that, you got some.
Jordan Clarkson is expected to sign with the New York
tell him downstairs,
This moves me. Joel, I like this.
Okay.
It's better than campaign coming off the bench.
That's what I told him. And he said, nah. I told him that downstairs.
I never said it wasn't better than campaign. It's that if I had to choose
the
best possible player to sign with the Knicks, it wouldn't be Jordan Clarkson. I would have liked to be in the Karis LeVert sweepstakes.
He's right.
Because I think
You got money for
LeVert
that?
is a better player. I mean, he got, what, 2 years, $18 million?
2
Yeah,
years.
Let's see what the contract this is.
Jordan Clarkson probably didn't sign for much. I know the Knicks had the full mid-level exception available to them to use that. I think Clarkson is a good addition. He just got bought out by the Jazz. And
Yo, the Jazz
now,
are fumbling.
I think the Knicks are trying to get better as a team. You just made the Eastern Conference Finals. The clear problem was the lack of bench. We saw Landry Shamet and Campaign late in the playoffs get
Like, he's
minutes.
better than Landry Shamet, right?
I think he is. I think
Landry
he is.
game's
I
good
think
run.
That's what I'm trying to say
Don't
later.
want to discredit
I
his
think
impact.
Jordan Clarkson is a microwave who can get hot at any moment. He can contribute. That's for sure. He also has a lot of inefficient nights, and he's not that much of a defender. So I think Clarkson is going to be what I expect him to be, and that's instant offense off the bench. And now Deuce McBride can focus on defending more, spotting up, and Clarkson can be that initiator off the bench. So I think Clarkson, that's a great addition. 16 points per game off the bench. You're not going to find that many other
I don't
places.
think these numbers are that great.
Yeah, I'm about to
though,
say,
like-
you clown D-Lo, right? Like, you just clowned D-Lo. You looked at these numbers, think he could be great. I'm trying to figure out, is it like...
He's coming off the bench.
Okay, fair.
He's the 8th man on the team.
Fair.
Is he?
D-Lo's going to be the 8th man. Might
Mitchell
be
Robinson,
probably
Deuce
10th.
McBride.
Okay.
Can
I
we
don't-
talk about
all
the
right.
fact that Utah decided to overvalue a lot of their players, and now it's leading to them getting basically nothing back for them?
Yeah.
Utah's the worst.
Colin
organization
Sexton,
in
you traded him
basketball.
essentially for nothing.
Base. Wow.
Jordan Clarkson, now you had to buy him out because it was a zero
I
market
would
for him.
rather be a Hornets fan.
Lauri Markkanen's value has completely plummeted. John Collins, what are you going to do with him? What's his value? Like, they've completely, like, Walker Kessler, you're going to just hold him down forever. Like, they have just completely overvalued their players, and now they're sitting here like, damn, now we have nothing.
Here's the truth about the Jazz. Is no player that they had available to trade outside of Walker Kessler is an appealing asset. That's the bottom line.
I thought Lauri was.
Lauri
Lauri
Markkanen
was.
couldn't get traded last year because he just signed an extension.
That was their fault.
In the offseason. But I'm looking at Colin Sexton, a smaller guard. He was efficient but struggles to defend because he's undersized. There's not a market for that. We've already seen so far this offseason multiple guards get traded that are smaller guards that don't go for much. Anthony Simons, Colin Sexton. Am I missing one more that
These
got
are all
traded?
expiring deals, though.
But Colin Sexton and Anthony Simons, they fit the same mold of a point guard who is smaller, is an okay playmaker, and can score in bunches, but it's not really what teams are looking for. Teams are looking for lengthy wings. Jordan Clarkson is also a player that takes a lot of shots, high volume, inefficient, and that's why no team wanted to trade for him. I think Utah, right now, they just don't have a lot of good assets. And Lauri Markkanen, I think Lauri Markkanen is good for his role. He's a spot-up shooter, but he cannot put the ball on the floor. He cannot play make. He almost had as much turnovers as assists this past season.
That's my
and
point,
with
though.
the contract that he got, a lot of teams don't want to trade for that. So I think the Jazz, they simply want to be bad. That's it. But what I think this does for the Knicks, it makes us better than last year. It also is rumored that we're going to probably go and sign Mike Brown after firing Tom Thibodeau. And I'm thinking about the Knicks as a team that we can go back to the Eastern Conference Finals with our core.
But that's my thing, though.
You want to hear sad thing? This isn't the worst thing I've ever seen.
But they had an opportunity to trade him before paying.
I agree.
And get a good deal, like a really good deal.
There was
for
a
him.
point a
And
couple
they
years
chose
back.
To give him $40 million.
Couple years back when they traded Donovan, when they traded Rudy, we were at least optimistic about the direction that they were at, especially when you got Lauri back in return.
The reason why, though, is because picks are overrated.
Not for these type of teams.
You get all these
He's
picks
right
in,
about that.
You get all these picks and trades, and sometimes the lottery luck doesn't bounce your way, and you're drafting outside of it, and you just don't draft well. And that's why they're in their position. Now, I want all of you guys to grade this Jordan Clarkson signing.
Here we go.
Him expected to go to the New York Knicks. What do you grade this? The Knicks getting the 16-point per game score off the bench. Now, Rev, I'm almost certain that you're going to give this a good grade. You're not going to skip my boy Jordan Clarkson coming
That's
to
my
the Mecca
dog. Fit it
and
on
making
everything.
a big impact on his team.
I just like how you flipped on him. It's the funniest part to me.
Hey, listen.
This is a solid B.
He's a ninth man.
This is a B.
He's a good ninth man.
That's strong. The last time we saw Jordan Clarkson on a competitive team, he was a sixth man of the year. 2 years ago, this is someone that, when Will Hardy was brought into Utah, showed a lot of development as a decision maker. I was making better reads as a driver. I wouldn't say he's the same player now that he was then. However, like Joel highlighted, this is a microwave scorer that the Nets needed. Shout out to my boy Evan. He was calling this months ago. A lot of Knicks fans wanted to get themselves an extra ball handler. And when Brunson's out the game, someone that can eat some innings, I believe that Clarkson will be a lot more impactful in New York. And we'll see who the coach is. I think that can only play a bigger role in a player like him, kind of having or like revitalizing his career in a way. But I do believe that guys like Clarkson and Sexton have been underappreciated and a little bit underrated in Sexton's case. I know that's not the topic of this discussion because the Jazz have waited to move some of these assets. But I'm going to give that move a B+ to the Knicks. I think it's good value.
I definitely would have loved to see Colin Sexton to the Knicks. That would have been intriguing to me. That being said, to me, this is an average move. A C+ to me is not a bad grade.
This isn't an average player, though.
Jordan Clarkson is to a certain degree, like, if anything, I'll give him, like, slightly above average.
He's better than a lot of
and
nines.
that is why I gave him a C+. When you break it down like that, Riv, I can understand where you're coming from. The fact that he's going to be so far on the depth chart for them, that's a fair assessment to make. You're replacing campaign's minutes with Jordan Clarkson. That being said, I don't know the level of player that Jordan Clarkson is going to be in this role with the New York Knicks, given the fact that, yeah, it's going to be a new regime. We're anticipating that bench players are going to be more impactful for the New York Knicks, but Jordan Clarkson isn't this end-all, be-all, game-changing role player, in my opinion.
No, but I think he's playing with better talent now. I think he's not playing with terrible
Jordan,
players.
go get me 12. Go get me 14.
See, but I agree where you're coming from. You're going to play with better talent. Agreed. That's going to make the game a lot easier for you. But there's a certain part about when you have the free will to go out there and do whatever you want and you're freestyling, you still need to be a little bit more effective and a little bit more efficient.
I don't know. I feel like microwave scorers, you have to judge them differently because I think they come into the game and their primary focus is to go get a bucket in their form and fashion. He's not going to be the most efficient player.
That's true.
You know, I don't think microwave scorers are ever, like, you get the random ones like
So
Kyrie.
we got this new deal. Trenton Watford to the 76ers, 2-year, $5.3 million
kind of a fake
deal
journeyman.
with the Philadelphia 76ers. And he's set to play a potential key role for the Sixers. Now, I think this gives them
They don't have a
big
roster.
body. He's 6'8", and he can shoot from the outside. He can handle the ball. I like Trendon Watford a lot. I was a big fan of him back with the Blazers. He went to the Nets, and he was solid for them.
For sure.
Even in a bad situation, in a bad team. And I think that he is good enough to be a role player on a team, especially a competing team. And I thought that back when he was at LSU, he just has a rare skill set for his size and what he can provide as a backup big.
I think I just laugh because I think of the 76ers and all the moves that they've made, and I just see the last sentence, and that's what makes me laugh.
They don't have a roster, bro.
But people laugh. I don't mean to cut you off.
That's fine, bud.
Last year, this team
While you're talking, John, all you guys grade this deal. All you guys grade this deal.
I'll grade it. I'll give it to you right now. I'm going to say it's a C. Or actually, let me get a B. B-.
B- is what I was thinking.
Last postseason, or last off-season, pardon me. Getting my thoughts
Your
back.
thoughts back together?
Yes. We saw this team sign Gershon Yabusele, who was playing international.
Great deal.
And he had a great season for this team, kind of a resurgence after leaving the NBA for a few seasons. And we don't know if he's going to be back this year as a free agent because he had such a great year, possibly outpriced himself. And Wofford could potentially be filling in that role. I like his touch a lot, and I feel off the bench, he gives you a good spark. And we talk about teams like the Jazz and the Nets. It's easy to forget. A lot of these role players haven't been given the opportunity to really establish themselves. But when you put them in a structured environment with a coach like Nick Nurse, you can see them blossom into established rotation players. Look at this, a B-. I like it for the. I'll get a B. I don't know why I'm.
All right. You should have wrote it down and then revealed it, but we're all going to reveal it. It is a B. A nice signing for the Sixers, bringing in some depth.
And I can understand.
I'm not gonna act like I know Trendon Watford. So I'm gonna give it an
understand, bro.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and give you guys.
He played on 2 bad teams back to back. I can understand, and I respect where you're coming from.
Since LSU, not finna sit here and lie about that.
You know what, bro? We need more people like you to be honest about situations.
Philly, they don't have a roster. Let's see what he does.
Quinn Grimes not being signed yet either is
This
interesting.
doesn't look that bad. He probably isn't going to
It's
start
just small.
the 4. We'll see. But he is going to play a key role. I mean, 10 points, 47% from the field, 33% from 3. He can stretch the 4. He can handle. He can attack closeouts. I think that he's a good player. Back to the Jordan Clarkson signing. Outside of the basketball perspective, which is obvious and what he's going to bring to the team, and I think it's going to be a good impact, a scorer, something that we need, instant offense off the bench.
I'll give you that.
I think that a key thing that Clarkson brings to the Knicks is a swagger that we didn't have last year. because Jordan Clarkson, in his moments with the Jazz when he played on teams that were in the playoffs, he oftentimes energized that team, and they won big games because of Jordan Clarkson. Jordan Clarkson is somebody that he's going to talk a lot of smack. He's going to hit big shots. He's going to get hot in the right moments when your team needs him to get hot. And I think the Knicks just lack that swagger and that toughness and that identity. And I think that Clarkson brings a lot of that to the team.
You know what? Let me take back
Drew's
my
not
chuckles.
feeling what you were
no,
saying
I'll
at
take
first.
back my chuckles because I understand where you're coming from. When you had Mitchell, when you had Isaiah Hartenstein, those were kind of the enforcers, the guys that kind of they kind of put their will out there for the teams.
And Dante.
And Dante too. I'm with you there. They definitely had a toughness to them. You lose Isaiah Hartenstein, and of course Mitchell Robinson's banged up to start the season. There was definitely a lack of that coming into this season. When Mitchell comes back, you definitely played a lot more tougher. He was a menace on the glass. He was huge for you guys in your playoff run. I just think that I don't know. I'm not looking at swagger as what you guys were lacking, in my opinion.
We lacked offense.
I think
off the bench.
Yes, but I think that what you lacked was consistent defense in a pick and roll situation.
You can't do that with Cat and Brunson.
You can't.
Can't do that with Clarkson either.
That's why, to me, this is a slightly above average signing because, yes, you're right. You needed more offense coming off the bench when Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns are going to take a rest. The goal for the Knicks, in my opinion, should be having the starting five not play an exuberant amount of minutes this upcoming season. That, to me, needs to be a point of emphasis for them. And that's where I can sell myself on the idea of Clarkson being a strong signing.
I think that does that. I mean, you look at Jalen Brunson and Mikal Bridges, who led the league in minutes. Clarkson, McBride, two guards off the bench, giving them a breather. I think that's fine. I think Clarkson can play anywhere from 20 to 25 minutes per game.
I don't disagree.
So I think that's fine. Now we're going to go back to the biggest free agent signings. And number 2, it is Nickeil Alexander-Walker to the Atlanta Hawks. Having a tremendous offseason. They're seeing that the East is wide open. And Nickeil made a big impact on the Minnesota Timberwolves. Always a good defender. Shot the ball really well. Now going to Atlanta. And they also signed Luke Kennard. I just think that Atlanta is making it a point of emphasis to just surround Trae Young with reliable shooters.
Absolutely.
Because I think since the ECF run, it's just been a ton of guys who have been inconsistent from the outside. And Trae Young, despite that, has been at the top of the league at assists per game. He led the league in assists per game this past season. And now you bring in even more spacing with Porzingis, with Nickeil, with Luke Kennard. I think they got a good combination of players that fit their star players' skill set and wanting to complement his skill set and what he brings to the table.
And did you guys know? I apologize.
The Hawks are having a tremendous offseason. I think Nickeil was a great signing, and he, I think, was the most coveted role player on the market.
I'm with you. And did you guys know that he's cousins with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? Did you guys know that? That's breaking
news to me, bro.
I'm going to say this starting five's attractive. It's definitely, when I talk about the winners of the offseason, Risha Shai definitely is going to be starting, in my opinion. I think Nickeil would be one of the first off the bench. But when you look at this starting five, you got to feel optimistic if you're an Atlanta Hawks fan. And again, when I talk about the winners of the offseason, when I talk about the winners of free agency, it's the Houston Rockets and the Atlanta Hawks. The Atlanta Hawks understand that there is a strong window of opportunity for them to go ahead and reach the NBA Finals. They fell short in 21 when they went on their quote-unquote Cinderella run that obviously they did fall short to Milwaukee, but they kind of felt as if they should only go forward from here, and they've only fallen short time and time again. But for this upcoming season, to me, they looked primed to have their best season yet, and they finally have done, in my opinion, the perfect job of surrounding the perfect role players around their franchise guard. You needed size next to Trae Young because obviously that's just his lone limitation. He's an undersized guard who does give effort on the defensive side, but you can only do so much given the height that he does have. But you've surrounded him with a bunch of role players that can space the floor and defend at a very high level. To me, the X factor for this team is Kristaps Porzingis. If Kristaps Porzingis is healthy for this upcoming season, now we really start to become intrigued with them because you look at almost every player in this starting lineup, they can space the floor and they can score the basketball at a relatively effective level. I know Dyson would be that one guy.
I think Johnson too.
Now, John,
I think Johnson, all things considered, though, is a solid
finisher.
three-point shooter
Now,
given the position.
John, while you go on your soliloquy, quietly don't show and don't blurt out your grade. But we're all going to grade this and then reveal it at the same time.
No, I understand what you're saying.
God forbid I said
Because last
my
time you
grade
gave
out
your
loud.
grade before. It's all right. It happens.
God forbid I gave my grade out loud while I was talking about the player. This is the type of move, and I don't think this is hyperbole to say, but it's moves like this which make contenders. The Hawks over the last 2.5 years have made the right types of transactions on the margins, and Nikhil at 26 is one of the more reliable guards in the game. Even when he's not making shots in the playoffs, he's one of the best guard defenders in the sport. For the Wolves, after Anthony Edwards, he was their best point of attack defender on Shea, the league MVP. And I feel when you get someone who played all 82 games the last 2 years, has shot 39% from three on good volume, and is just a good connective off-ball guard, you can play him with Trey, can have him off the second unit, and with that Kristaps move, I really do believe the Hawks are a top 4 team in the West, in the East next year.
Okay. I'm feeling this move. I like it a lot. Drew, you said some good stuff. My only pushback is Dyson, because I feel like he's probably the guy who isn't the best shooter
I agree
out
with
the
that
bunch.
wholeheartedly.
Jalen Johnson, we'll see, because I don't remember him being he's a good playmaker, but I don't remember him being a three-point threat, if I'm not mistaken. But I like this roster. I like this lineup. I think they have 2 X factors. I think it is Dyson. I think it is Porzingis. I think for Porzingis, it's the health. If he is healthy, you have a legit team. I think for Dyson, it's just can you continue to grow on the offensive end, because you are super valuable on the defensive side of the basketball for them. I mean, I think he's probably their best defender, and I think if he can continue to grow that three-point shot, just his offensive game in general, you're going to see him play a ton of minutes, be extremely valuable. But Atlanta looked at the East and they was like, yo, no Halliburton, no Tatum. Let's try it. And they're making good. These aren't even moves that I look 2-3 years down the road and I'm like, damn, these are bad moves. Because even in the draft, I felt like they had a good draft pick. They got a 2026 pick from the Pelicans. They traded for Porzingis, which I think is a buy low type of vibe. Because if I'm not mistaken, he'll be a free agent. So if he doesn't play well this year, or if he's unhealthy, you can let him walk, because you extended Onyeka last offseason, I believe. So you have him locked up. You brought in Null, and I think he's a really good role player, probably one of the best role players in the league. I think this team is legit. And plus, Ricochet year 2. This team got a lot of promise, and you just hope Trae Young could become a little bit more efficient. Sure. That's one thing you always hope for, but the three-point shooting you bring in is really valuable. I like what Atlanta's doing. They're going to be a sneaky team.
I mean, it shows it right there. 3 players that they brought in that are above league average shooting the ball from deep, and that's really just not something that they had last season to complement Trae Young. So I think that's a much-needed addition. Now,
reveal
at 1, we're going to reveal 3, 2, 1. It's an A+.
John,
I drew a hawk. I drew a hawk on it.
Oh, now I can. All right.
B+, A-.
That was a blurry
I like the move. I like the value.
B+.
Maybe I'm being a little bit too.
I give him an A-.
Yeah. I love the move. 4 years, $62 million is right around what I would have priced him at. I don't mind giving it an A at all. I'm just a little more stingent, I guess I could say.
Why'd you give him a B+?
I just think you look at it, he was the best role player available. Like, the fact that you were able to bring in the best role player available, that also not only, obviously we understand how good he is.
I like that one.
Shout out to Hoodie Garland. That's my dog. Shout out to Hoodie Garland. That's my dog right there.
Got some W tweets.
Shout out to him.
But the fact that you not only brought in the best role player, but also for who your franchise player is, again, the whole direction of the Hawks needed to be building a true contender, a true cohesive unit around Trae Young and his deficiencies, but also his strengths. His strengths are playmaking and scoring the basketball, and Nickeil Alexander-Walker is going to fit perfectly next to him. This is an A move.
Shout out to Trae Young for jumping in and making the calls and trying to lure Noah in, because it was a bidding war between them and Detroit. And I felt like those were teams that were heavily invested in bringing in Noah. And I feel like Trae Young was kind of the guy who's like, nah, we need to get him no matter what.
Yep.
So he really wanted it.
Great, too.
Very good.
So back to the biggest free agent signings. Number 1 on the list is a player re-signing. James Harden staying with the Los Angeles Clippers. They had an awesome regular season last year, and Kawhi only played really after January, once 2025 started. And they still gave the Nuggets a very tough fight in the first round of the playoffs.
For sure.
Now, I think the best free agents re-sign with their teams. James Harden, Julius Randle, Naz Reid. I'm expecting Miles Turner to also re-sign with the Pacers as well. But James Harden, he's just an ageless wonder. 23 points, 6 rebounds, 9 assists, All-NBA player, All-Star, given his age. he made such an impact with the Clippers and was a big reason why they were able to stay afloat without Kawhi Leonard. So bringing him back was really huge. And the Clippers continue to improve the roster. And it feels like they don't have much flexibility to do things, and they continue to get things done.
And I really respect Bleacher Report.
Jordan Clarkson's.
You know, Riv, and I was going to say that, and I want to
I knew you were going to say it.
I really thank you, Bleacher Report, for putting those stats up there for the sole reason that the graphic before painted a really nice picture of James Harden. 22 points per game, over 8 assists per game, solid rebound.
Round those, 23,
You're right.
69.
That's on me. And Bleacher Report, thank you very much for putting that back up there.
Respect that, round it.
And shout out to the last 2 months of the NBA season for saving those efficiencies, because when we got to the All-Star break, the guy was shooting under 40% from the field. And I will give him the benefit of the doubt, even with all the jokes that I'm throwing his way. He was out there for a majority of the season without the #1 in Kawhi Leonard, and he was the only guy on a consistent basis initiating offense for the Los Angeles Clippers. And I want to shout out Norman Powell. I thought that he had a really excellent season for them. He called a shot addition by subtraction. He played well, but for James Harden, offensively, shooting the basketball, he struggled to start the season, but definitely picked it up towards the end. But just for the playoffs, it's just the insane amount of inconsistencies that we not only saw from him, but for the first time in his career, Kawhi Leonard.
Consistent than Kawhi in this postseason.
And that is the sad truth about the Clippers.
His efficiency was better in the playoffs than what they showed there. He was efficient in the playoffs. He played well.
The thing with the Clippers in the playoffs, they were throwing some wild lineups out there with Kawhi, like wild buffoonery lineups. Like, them lineups was like Derrick Jones Jr., Ben Simmons, him, Chris Dunn. It was like, yo.
And while you go, Riv, we're going to grade this move too. It's gonna
this
be
lineup is cool. I like
the
this
last
lineup.
grading for the biggest free agent signings. It's a 2-year, $81 million deal. I mean, $40.5 million per year. That's what Harden's market is. I mean, even when you talk about the inefficiencies, I thought he was a clear-cut all-star even before the all-star break with how valuable he was to the Clippers and keeping them afloat in the standings without Kawhi Leonard. Nobody expected the jump that Norman Powell took. Nobody expected the jump that Ivica Zubac took, and he really cemented himself as one of the better centers in the league. I mean, you didn't expect 19 a night from Ivica Zubac.
Riv, we'll call you the Ivica Zubac guy, but you did not expect him to play this well. Don't lie.
Just because you thought Pirtle was better,
hey,
I would expect
Jakob Pirtle is a good player regardless.
We lapped that.
This is an A+ for me.
You wrote your name.
If I'm not going to reveal, I might as well write my name. Here we go. Are we revealing?
Yes, I revealed mine. Mine is an A+ for James Harden.
I'm tweaked.
B+. The plus
John,
coming up.
John is hilarious.
Wait, John, let me ask
if
you
you don't bring James Harden back, you have nobody to initiate.
John, hold up. Let me ask you something, because you say you're a stingy grader.
Hilarious.
I've been waiting to ask you this since the last grading that we gave. What grade did you give D'Angelo Russell?
I didn't give it a grade, but I would give it like a B-. Yeah.
I respect that.
D'Lo a B-.
James has to be an
A. And James is a B-?
No, B+.
I didn't write down my grade for D'Lo. I like this move a lot because it's a 2-year deal. And honestly, I'm telling you right now, I'm just going to be a little more stingy grader than y'all. That's what it comes down to.
You did give D'Lo a B-.
If I'm giving a grade an A, it's because I'm like, wow, this move's going to age fantastic. Harden's 35 years old. I think the first year will be pretty good this upcoming season. The second year may not be
a player option
as fruitful. It's a good point. We had to see more of the details. But what it comes down to for me is if I'm going to give a grade an A, it's got to be a move where I say, wow, I think this is a true game changer. I like this move for the Clippers. Like you said, Drew, they weren't going to do much better, if anything better, with this money here. But they're also reassembling a retirement home from last year that wasn't the cusp of contention, but you can expect some age-related regret.
This is rude. They also want to keep the competitive factor in the building. Yeah. I think keeping Harden keeps that, and you continue to be a perennial playoff team. You're strapped up with cash. Like, everybody's booked up, so you had to bring Harden back. I thought it was a really good.
I mean, what else do the Clippers do? They don't have any picks for the future. They have to be
a new stadium. Like, it's brand new.
They have to be a competitive basketball team. And one thing about the Clippers is that they play a good brand of basketball, and they're always competitive.
Do they play a good brand of basketball when number 2 is on the court? I agree.
I thought they looked great with Harden.
I don't know. Let me not say that, because I genuinely did not overly have the best time watching the Clippers while Kawhi was out. It was an ugly brand of offense with tough, hard-nosed defense every single night. And the backbone of that team, why they were able to be the top 6 team, was the defense. And I'm not saying
so
that's
what's
not
the difference between the Rockets and the Clippers?
The Rockets don't play a beautiful brand of basketball.
They don't.
They don't.
I know.
Yeah.
But you can enjoy it without it being
You want to know why?
Super
You're 100% right. You're right. But I also think that it was how fast that they also played on top of it, too.
Okay.
That is why there was a pace to the Rockets game. When
do
it
play
came to the Clippers,
Clippers very slow,
you kind of have
methodical.
to do that. And that's okay.
They're older.
And they also have a way better playmaker than the Rockets do.
Yes.
They know what their advantage is, athleticism and speed, and they had to utilize that. And it was a lot more entertaining for me to go out there and watch.
I think moving forward, we are going to give our perfect fits for remaining free agents. Now, there's been a lot of players that are going to impact their new teams or maybe stay on their teams this upcoming year that have not gotten signed yet. So starting off with the centers, because I feel like that is probably the strongest position group left. We have the big board up by Bleacher Report. Shout out to you guys. Number 1 is Miles Turner. I'm expecting him to go back to the Pacers.
Indiana, man.
And that's why the Pacers are an intriguing team, because they're going to be in the luxury tax. They clearly believe in this team that they have currently. And even with Halliburton being out, the Pacers are in a different position than the Celtics, to where I think the Pacers are going to want to be as competitive possible. Where I think the Celtics, this is basically a retooling year for them, where the Pacers, they're still trying to win.
I do ultimately believe Miles Turner will return back to the Pacers. He was super impactful for them on their way to the NBA Finals. Definitely had a hiccup in the NBA Finals, but on his way there, he definitely was effective. And he's deserving of the contract. If the front office is going to look at his his NBA Finals performance and use that against him in contract negotiations or extensions, that's going to be super unfortunate, because we understand what he provides for them. He's one of the better bigs in the NBA that can space the floor, and also a really strong rim protector. Yeah. That's what we've known him to be. He's been that mold of what we look for in the modern day NBA center. But it depending on the contract for me. If the contract's going to be around $25 million annually, I jump at that opportunity if I am the Indiana Pacers. But if it's a contract that's going to be upwards of 30, 35 million, I can genuinely understand the hesitancy. But all in all, I do believe he'll come back to Indiana.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think if the money's right, you bring him back. I think he's what, 27, 28, so that contract could age a little bit wrong. But he's been on the trade block, what it feels like our whole life.
Forever.
But I feel like he's been a solid fit for this team. He's been with them on their last 2 ECF runs, made the finals with them, played really great. I feel like if the money is right, they'll bring him back. I think if it's not, really they don't have any options after that. So it's going to be a tough situation.
Chad is really upset at Miles Turner for the fact that he's not a great rebounder, and I can understand that.
Well, he doesn't rebound the ball.
A lot of floor spaces like that aren't.
They're playing further
It's
from
true.
the paint.
You're right. But Brook Lopez is a decent rebounder, given that he is a good floor spacer.
He's not a good rebounder.
Back in the day when they were competing for championships, he was
I don't think
rebounder.
he still wasn't.
Brook Lopez
I
never
think
been
he'd
a
be
good
better
rebounder
than Miles
dating back
Turner is
to
what
the
I'm
Nets.
saying.
They're all probably the same.
That's on me, because I'm comparing it to Miles Turner, which all in all,
Like him,
They average the
Porzingis,
same amount of
all
rebounds
them,
per game. I think Brook Lopez has always been around 6 per game. He doesn't rebound the ball.
He's more of he's great at boxing out, and that's allowed Giannis to clean the paint.
That's true.
He's a big dude.
He also with Giannis, who is one of the best
So
rebounders.
we're all going to write down a landing spot that we want for Miles Turner.
That's not.
Is it cheating? I'm asking producer right now if we write down the Pacers for Miles Turner.
No, don't do that. You can't write down the Pacers.
So if it wasn't
It's
Indiana,
not cheating if you write down the team that he currently is on.
Does this
The
team
producer
have
just
to
gave
have
us
a
that
high
info?
likelihood
All right.
of signing him?
Yes, it's basically what team do you think he's going to end up with?
Because my favorite
almost
landing
revealed.
spot don't have much cap space.
All right,
all right, let's make it fun. Just pick one, because we know he's staying in India.
And you know my answer already. If you know me, you know my answer. But to the new fans, can I reveal?
No, wait.
I got the spotlight camera on me. I'm gonna reveal. It's the Los Angeles
you're
Lakers.
6 to the head.
I know we don't have the money to afford Miles Turner. In a perfect world, we pair him alongside Luka Doncic. That pick and roll game would be beautiful.
All right, let's have some fun.
You need a guy that can pick and pop. That's Miles Turner. Luka Doncic. Who's better at running the pick and roll than Luka Doncic? It would be a match made in heaven. And if I had my ideal perfect scenario, I would love Miles Turner in LA.
Your perfect scenario is you have every star player.
Yeah.
See, where I agree with where you're coming from, and I appreciate you knowing me as my brother, the truth would be there is no better landing spot for him than Los Angeles.
I have one.
What is yours, Riff?
Here we go. Unrealistic ones. Bang!
That is good.
Golden State.
That is a good landing spot.
This right here is the spot. What better player to play with than Draymond Green?
A potential signing
Did
trade.
you have to say Draymond first?
Well, because defense, like Draymond could save
What
a lot.
better player to
Of course,
play with?
him and Steph. That's not a conversation.
Draymond
but
Green.
Draymond Green defensively, him
You're
and
right.
Bob.
All you
lead
guys
up,
leave your signs up for the team that you want him to go to. You're predicting. I'm sticking with the Pacers. I got the Pacers. I think that's where he's going to stay. I think he's going to be a Pacer for life. And I'm going realistic with these.
Yeah, I want to have some fun with
Oh, John, you're going like.
I
size
write
too
hella
fun.
small.
Okay.
If you can't read, my favorite landing
Orlando.
spot is the Orlando Magic. It's tricky with Miles Turner. I believe a lot of people underrate him. Even in the finals where he wasn't making shots, his physicality really made it tough on Chet Holmgren. His defensive impact was so valuable for the Pacers that, to me, I get maybe $30 million gives you hesitancy, but 30 to me is new 20 when it comes to giving starting players their money. And I'm more than happy giving Miles Turner $30 million. He just turned 29 years old. I believe this is a key part of this Pacers defense, which took a huge step forward this season. It's true. And losing him would be too much of a loss. I don't think you can replace what he brings in both ends. So I think my unrealistic favorite land spot's the Magic. He fits right into 5. He gives him a floor spacing element, even more rim protection, Wendell Carter. But we all know what's going to happen. I believe the Pacers will do the right thing and keep him for long.
Now we're going to go on to the next free agent and do the same exercise. So let's get back to the big board.
Big
and let's
board
see
us,
all the players
please.
on the screen, please. I'd highly appreciate it. So number 2 is DeAndre Ayton. We're all going to predict where he's going to go to potentially. Now this was a surprise addition to the free agency because he got bought out by the Portland Trail Blazers.
At 26 years old.
Yep, it's not good. Former first-round pick, first overall pick, got drafted ahead of Luka
Yo,
Doncic.
how many overall picks was Ben Simmons and him? I think Ben got
bought out. Well, John Wall got bought out at the end of his career.
Well, I'm saying like at their young age.
With the Rockets. Sure.
Because Wall was out of his prime at that point.
Sure.
But those numbers aren't bad. 14 points, 10 rebounds per game, 1 block. DeAndre Ayton has all the physical tools, but that's never been a problem with him. The problem has been actually showing effort.
All right, I have my answer.
Me too.
We're all going to reveal them in 3,
All right,
2, 1.
Sorry, Drew.
No, John, we're here.
How about you?
I do have the Milwaukee Bucks as my team that I believe that will sign him, especially after
Leave your
losing
sign
Brook
up, John.
Lopez.
I also don't hate him in Golden State as a backup.
I don't dislike it in Golden State. I also didn't want to overextend myself and put the Lakers twice. The fans need some real content. The Milwaukee Bucks are desperate for talent however they can get it. And for the price tag that you're going to have the opportunity to bring in DeAndre in for, I think that it makes a ton of sense for not just him, of course, but for the Milwaukee Bucks. They need another guy along Bobby Portis because Bobby Portis is not a true 5.
Yeah.
DeAndre Ayton is, and that'll be an interesting defensive duo with Giannis and DeAndre Ayton.
My impression on the situation for the Bucks is that even if you're trying to win now with Giannis, you need to start to integrate more of a youth movement. And with Ayton, it's a perfect kind of chance for him to revitalize his career as a league MVP. And it's tricky because I don't think he plays with enough physicality. But the hope is that this new Bucks regime starts to implement a lot more toughness. They can instill something. And I honestly don't think the Bucks are going to do any more with the limited cap space that they have. So DeAndre and me in Milwaukee I like, but realistically, I know where he's headed.
Are you not afraid of the potential Doc Rivers Ayton dynamic where it feels like Ben Simmons' last moments with Philly came with Doc Rivers at the helm?
That's a wonderful point. I do look at Doc Rivers as one of the most underappreciated floor raisers in the regular season.
Do you really?
Somebody
Regular
who builds,
season is a good point.
Oh, I
this
didn't
is
hear that
somebody
last part.
that builds strong systems, and he's gotten his players to buy in. In the playoffs, he struggled a lot with a lot of different series throughout the years, but with the Bucks long term, it's going to be interesting to see how Doc Rivers maneuvers and kind of manages this current core. And I also like Ayton a lot of floor spacing too. I feel that that's kind of what the Suns had all those years ago in 2021. A lot of guys on the perimeter.
Now, you and I, Riv, we have the Lakers. I think that they are desperate for a center. We know they are desperate for a center.
Been linked to them the most.
And we have also seen every center get picked up. Day'Ron Sharpe went back to the Nets. Clint Capella went to the Rockets. Luke Cornett went to the Spurs. Brook Lopez went to the Clippers. It feels as if the Lakers are banking on signing DeAndre Ayton, and they believe that they might be that team that could revitalize
Mark
some
Williams
of
got
his
traded.
talent. Exactly.
Adams got
There's not a
re-signed.
lot of centers that they can go out and get. DeAndre Ayton would be a cheap price, and he is still very talented.
I wouldn't wish being a Laker fan.
Yo, Al Horford's still available.
I would love that. And
coming to Golden State.
I'm very transparent
He's
about
not on
that.
here. He should.
Now,
Oh,
the
Al
next
Horford
player
is number 9 here, but let's not get ahead of ourselves.
The next player you guys got to try to predict is Josh Giddey. Where's
This is
Josh
easy.
Giddey landing?
Only one
next?
team dumb enough to give him $30 million. I'll tell you that.
You're not wrong at all.
Count it up. Here we go.
So you don't
I'll
believe
tell you what,
in a
this
late
team-
season run?
We'll see.
Josh Giddey played really well for the Bulls. He took a leap in his shooting.
We'll see.
I mean, if he can consistently threaten defenses with
Kobe,
that
man.
outside jump shot,
That's all
he
I
can
care
leverage his passing. I mean, I think that you're giving Giddey a lot of slack. Some of these passes are dimes. I mean, this is Giddey to the hole.
I've never once denied that he's a great passer.
He's been a great
15 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists.
Screams Ben
I
Simmons.
mean, these are awesome numbers.
He shoots 30 times better than Ben Simmons.
Probably, yeah. He's a more willing shooter.
Now we're going to all reveal our answers. I have the Chicago Bulls as the team that will sign Josh Giddey. We all have the Chicago Bulls, and we're all expecting the Bulls to sign him.
Yeah. They should be competitive next year, though.
Should they?
In the East.
Define competitive.
Just be in a lot of games and then lose them.
I just don't look at Chicago, and there's really such little things that interest me.
I said that last year, and then they ended up in the play-in again.
You know what?
You can pencil them for the play-in every year. I mean,
that speaks volumes. But I would hope that Toronto makes a stronger push this upcoming season. I also would hope, given the Hornets need to, if they are not in a play-in position, I think genuinely we have to have conversation about moving off of Lonzo, potentially moving off of B-Mill as well.
Ooh, they just got him.
But he also has been unavailable to them.
True, but I don't think probably LaMelo. Yeah,
I think
LaMelo definitely
the
is the
talent
guy.
that the Hornets have, they probably should make a jump, but I think the Bulls right now, they're just content with staying mediocre. They've never committed into going to a full rebuild. But I will say, I did enjoy watching the Bulls last season. They played with tremendous pace. They were top 5 in pace. They always got out in transition. They scored the ball a ton exactly. And between Giddey's passing and transition play and him really honing in on that jump shot and Kobe White going on a heater.
There we go.
he had a month where he was averaging like 30 points per game. The Bulls were a fun team to watch, but if you're a fan of the team, I can understand the frustration because it seems like they really haven't picked a direction.
Yeah.
You trade Caruso, you trade Zach LaVine, you trade Lonzo Ball, and the return they got back from all those players was very underwhelming.
I'll say this: if you're a fan of the team, clearly that doesn't matter because they've been the #1 team in attendance for like a decade.
Well, they're lucky they play in Chicago.
Yeah, they
An amazing
clearly
fan base.
they're gonna be there regardless. So, shout out to Chicago though.
Now the next player is Quentin Grimes. Currently on the Sixers, he's a restricted free agent, but with them drafting McCain last year and drafting VJ Edgecombe, he might be the odd man out in Philly. Do they re-sign him? Does he return to Philadelphia? We'll see what your predictions are. He went on a heater in Philly. He averaged over 20 points per game. He averaged 14 for the year. I think that the good thing about Quentin Grimes is that he showed in 2 spots. In Dallas that he could be a great role player, and then he showed in Philadelphia. Even though they were on a losing team, in Philadelphia, he proved that he could be a go-to scorer and do it efficiently, and he has some very high highs. So Quentin Grimes is a player that I'm very high on.
You know, Dallas could use a player like him, if I'm being honest.
They could, and we're going to reveal our answers in 3, 2, 1.
I was still thinking, boss.
Yeah, I think
this one's a tough one.
This is a tough
I
one.
like Philly.
He's restricted. I think Philly is in a position of keeping talent and letting it walk.
100% true.
They have like 5 players on the roster. I have to keep making that known because they really only have like 5 players on the roster.
Yeah.
Not a ton of young talent, so I think keeping Quentin Grimes, who's still young, is important. And like you mentioned, I still think he has something to prove. I do think he went on a heater last year, but granted, Philly was one of the worst teams in the league last year, and it's I don't want to say easy, but you tend to see those guys go on the heater when there's nothing to lose. You're not playing for nothing. So I think now they're in a position where you're getting Embiid back, Paul George come back, Tyrese Maxey's come back, you drafted VJ Edgecombe. There's a little bit more to play for. I want to see him in that type of environment, so I think he'll stay in Philly.
All right, I agree with you. But I'm going to go a different route. I'm going to go with the Charlotte Hornets. I understand they did. I do wish. That would be an amazing move for them. I look at Charlotte and with them not bringing back Trey Mann, with the move that you make for Colin Sexton. I think Colin, for me, would be that first guy off the bench. You bring in a guy like QG who does exactly what you want, and next to a guy like LaMelo Ball. And I think that with this addition, you also could move Brandon Miller to that 3 spot more consistently, because I think as he grows, we're going to see him transition to that 3. I look at QG and think he does exactly what you want to do next to LaMelo Ball. Because LaMelo Ball, his deficiency is that he's not the best defender. QG obviously is up for the task to defend. QG also showed last season that he took a great step as an offensive player, but he has been known for his entire career to be a solid 3-point shooter. He had the one season with New York that he obviously was not great whatsoever, that's so much so that they moved off of him, which is looking like to be a strong mistake in hindsight. But with a team like Charlotte, they could use the 3-and-D abilities that he does provide. And with LaMelo, with the Hornets, who look to be making a strong push to, at minimum contend for a play-in spot, this would be a huge addition for them.
My decision, my choice here is a team that they cleared a lot of cap space.
Interesting.
This is a team that.
Did you change your pick?
No, I didn't make
never
a pick.
have.
I had to really contemplate the fits, because there's a lot of different teams that may be interested that don't have the flexibility. The Celtics traded 2 big players recently.
I like it.
And Kristaps and Drew Holiday. I like the theory of having Quentin Grimes long term. You lock him up on a short term or maybe a long term deal, maybe not as much money, and he gets playing a contender where his skill set as an offensive player, he showed a lot as a shot maker this season. And I felt like it was really something we could have expected, given the fact that the previous season he was not healthy in Detroit. He was finally healthy, showcased a ton in Philly, but I feel like he's closer to the player he was in Dallas. So for that, I love him in Boston once Jason Tatum is eventually healthy.
He's a perfect player for Boston.
Question for both of you.
I'm here.
Who'd you pick? Philly?
My pick is the
this is a
Brooklyn
question
Nets.
for you too. All right, so question for all 3 of you, because you guys went a different route. I'm curious, which one of these teams would actually? No, I'm lying. Which one of these teams would offer a ton of money that Philly wouldn't want to match?
The only
This is
one that has
restricted.
strong cap space is
The only team that has cap space is the Nets. And I look at Quentin Grimes and what he can provide to a winning basketball team, I think is higher than Cam Thomas. And right now, the Nets are essentially stuck between paying Cam Thomas. He is a restricted free agent. Another team is probably not going to make an offer towards him. But there's 2 guards on the market in Quentin Grimes and Cam Thomas that they could potentially go and sign. And if I'm the Brooklyn Nets, I'm signing Quentin Grimes. He fits a winning culture better.
I agree.
And he's more efficient than Cam Thomas, especially from outside. And he's more available. Cam Thomas this past season was not available for the Nets on a consistent basis.
True.
And I think Quentin Grimes can go to a team like the Nets and continue to flourish and find his stardom versus being a role player and taking a short-term contract on an MLE, on a contender.
Sure.
I think Quentin Grimes right now wants to maximize his skill set, and I think in Philadelphia, he really showcased some flashes of what the player he can be is, and I want him to continue to do that.
Yeah, he's got capitalized on that in the season. Boston's unrealistic because I believe that he's getting somewhere between 15 to maybe a little bit higher.
Like 24?
Because to me, I believe he can be a starter on half the teams in the league. He's also a player that's still on the right side if he's 24, 25 years old. So I feel like Brooklyn is the most likely landing spot if he hasn't in the back.
And he's like a player that he can get something in return in a trade.
Yeah.
Cam Thomas is not somebody that if the Nets want to trade him a year from now, they're going to get a lot of assets. Quentin Grimes is 6'5", he can defend, he is great, a great compliment next to other star players. He is somebody that can, I think, realistically fetch like 2 to 3 first-round picks if a player is not involved in a deal.
If he continues to play the way that he just played this past season, I'm with you. Because we saw Cam Johnson's value jump incrementally this past season. So I'm with you.
Interesting your hat choice today. It's almost like you listened to me.
You like this one?
Just all
Now,
I'm saying.
the next player
It's almost
is
like you
Jonathan Kuminga.
Number
Where is
5 is
he
strong.
Going to
Who's he not better than? He's better than 8, 9, and 10.
Give me Horford.
Nuts.
Give me Horford, respect.
Jonathan Kuminga averages 15.3 points per game. And at one point, we're all thinking, is Kuminga going to go for anything in the open market? Because Steve Kerr had benched him. He didn't play. But then when Steph Curry got hurt in the second round, Jonathan Kuminga had 3 straight phenomenal playoff games. And it gave teams that maybe want to take a gamble on him a glimpse of what he can be.
Phenomenal is nuts.
John, are you ready to reveal your answer?
There we go, John. I like your answer.
Yeah, you know, I'm sorry, the marker's failing me a little bit here, so I'm trying my best to try a little
There's
harder.
another
I'm
one
ready
right there.
now.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. We're going to go in chronological order. Drew
Want me to start
starts
it?
first.
All right. For some similar reasons that you listed out for Quinn Grimes to go to the Brooklyn Nets, I'm going to reiterate for Jonathan Kuminga. Jonathan Kuminga is a guy that has had opportunity, but not free-willed to do what he wants on an offense that obviously is very well organized and centered around arguably the best point guard to ever play in Steph Curry. But his leash was very small with Golden State. I look at a team like Brooklyn, I feel like it'll allow him to do a little bit more. And by going to Brooklyn as well, now he finally has the keys to be the guy considering situation, especially after you just trade Cam Johnson away. Obviously, MPJ is going to go in as, at worst, the second best player because I respect Nick Clarkson, what he provides to the court. But for Jonathan Kuminga, I feel like offensively, there's a lot more freedom for him to create for himself and trying to be more aggressive on that side of the ball. But I think that with Jordi Fernandez, ultimately there will be a certain amount of expectation that also goes with that too. And there's going to be ways that he's going to be held accountable. I'm mostly talking about the defensive side of things. But when it comes to offensive freedom, he won't experience that with any other team the way that he will with Brooklyn. And I think that when you're trying to build a young core, Kuminga, if he is given that freedom, he could be a player that could potentially garner a few potential first-round picks.
Now, John, I see that you changed your answer.
No, I was writing
He
the
just wrote
Nets
it
in
in-
4
yeah.
letters, so it's more easy to read
Okay, I
for
see.
the audience. I always had the Nets. What Jonathan
Thought I saw
Kuminga to
he-
me
oh,
needs
you
is
had
a
me.
longer leash. And like you
100%.
highlighted a little bit, Jordi Fernandez is an excellent young coach with a good system. And if I'm Brooklyn, I'm not too worried right now about the fit. Because realistically, what do I want? It's the first overall pick next season. If my offense doesn't fit, it's a clunky fit right now. I'm okay with that. Also, I don't think him and Nick Clarkson will be the long-term fit because I do believe Brooklyn will be interested in kind of fielding offers for Clarkson as they have. But in terms of what the Nets do have, it's spacing, it's movement, and I feel like Jonathan Kuminga could really develop better than anywhere else.
So you want him on the Nets so they could lose?
A mix of both. He can help you lose and develop and become the best version of himself.
I don't know if that's mainly what John is saying. I think we understand, regardless of who they sign this offseason.
I didn't say that.
There's not going to be a needle mover out there
Well, it's
that
putting the words in
takes
my
them out of the
mouth.
lottery.
What I was saying is I'm not worried about the fit right now.
Yeah, you're trying to
So if
develop
it's a clunky fit, so be it.
You're
We
gonna
win
lose anyway.
18 games.
They are going to lose.
They are going to lose anyway.
So.
Chicago, baby. This is
That'll get you back?
No. This is going to give me Kobe White. Kobe White is coming to Golden State. Now, all jokes aside, Chicago grabbed Josh Giddey, somebody who was kind of lost in the sauce, kind of made people look at him differently. Not me, but other people, make him look at his skill set and his talent differently. Why not take a flyer on Jonathan Kuminga?
I don't hate it.
Kobe White, 26, 27 years old, on a friendly deal. Golden State has been talking with Chicago over the last couple of days. I need Kobe White. Like, I need Kobe White more than I need water. So bring Kobe White to Golden State. They can have Jonathan Kuminga. Win-win for both sides. Kuminga, go be great. Go be you.
I don't know if it's fair to trade Jonathan Kuminga for.
It's not
for
about
Kobe
fair.
White.
It's about.
I'm just saying, if I'm the Bulls, I would rather Kobe White.
Listen.
If I'm the Bulls, I want some assets. I want to pick.
I agree.
But the Bulls clearly don't value that.
Yeah. I'll be honest.
Maybe
they don't
that's why
value
they've been perpetually rebuilding since.
So you're
and they need the 4 is open. The 4 slot is fake open.
For sure it is.
They did draft Noah and they drafted Mataz. Those are two.
Oh,
forwards.
facts.
So
yeah.
But Noah's a project right now.
Yeah, but they're still forwards.
I think Mataz is definitely trying to spring into that.
I mean, when you have Giddey as a guard, the 3 spot is probably Matisse. Sorry,
Mataz, it's all good.
Yeah, or Noah. So
I agree with you.
Realistically, plug in Kuminga somewhere.
Kuminga definitely could start.
Bring Kobe
The
White.
Bulls are a good option. I got the Miami Heat just because I feel like
We
they
bring
need an
in
influx of
the
some
GOAT back?
talent.
Yep.
And maybe a potential signing trade, get Wiggins back to Golden State. Wouldn't you be excited for that?
I'd cry.
Give the
You're not gonna cry
Heat
till
some
you get
first-round picks. Give them 2 first-round picks
What?
to go get Wiggins.
You're losing
Kuminga
your
and
mind.
2 first for Andrew
You hear
Wiggins.
this?
Do it
You
right
hear this?
now.
I'm about
Yes.
to call McLeod because you hear this? You hear
Joel, in what world is
What
he
is
worth
wrong
that?
with
Wiggins is so much more valuable than Kuminga.
But 2 first,
Bro.
You also got to understand Kuminga's young. So he has that on his side.
2 first.
No, Joel knew he was trolling. He knew he was
2
trolling.
first,
so
if they're
good.
trying to compete for a championship, is worth it.
You know, no.
Yes, it is.
You're losing
Yes,
me
it is.
for Andrew Wiggins.
Jimmy
we
Butler,
traded him.
Jimmy
He's
Butler,
so
Steph
serious.
Curry, Andrew Wiggins, and Draymond.
He's right. That's
2 firsts.
2 firsts.
You
is
wouldn't even
crazy.
2 firsts
Wait,
to
2
get
firsts
those
and
4 on the
Kuminga.
court
Yeah.
together.
No, but that's the thing. It's 2 firsts and Kuminga.
But Kuminga's a negative asset in my
According to who?
You just said he.
You just, yeah, no, we're not hearing that. We got him.
You
We
just
got him.
said he played phenomenal.
We got
in
him.
the
We caught
playoffs.
him.
In the last 2 games
Audience,
he
we
did.
caught him.
But
This is what he does.
Is it not alarming that he cannot play on the court with the best point guard in the history of the
Not,
game?
not a lot of people can't play in Steve Kerr's
No,
system.
winning players cannot play with Steph Curry.
No.
That's what it is.
You're right.
And Jonathan Kuminga has not been able to fit with Steph Curry his entire time.
Came in at
Golden
19.
State.
I get it. Like, you're not wrong.
Moses Moody's been able to do it.
Not really.
Yeah.
I would argue
No,
that
not really
Kuminga-
is right.
Not really.
He plays well with him. They play
I
on
want to
the
know
court.
if you agree with me here. I would argue that Kuminga's best minutes, his most impactful run, has been with Steph Curry on the floor.
Yes.
As opposed to when
It's
Steph's
been
gone.
with when Jimmy's on the court. He's terrible.
With Jimmy, yeah, he couldn't play with Jimmy
'Cause they-
either.
they
That's
the
why he
same
got
dude.
iced out the rotation.
But watching the Warriors the last 3-4 years, I would argue that Kuminga's been his best with Steph on the floor.
Yeah.
I don't
yeah.
think he's really been like all that great.
He plays well with Steph. Like those are his best.
I'm not
minutes.
going to say he didn't fit with Steph. 'Cause I felt like he did.
Yeah, it's just
didn't.
he wants more. So it's the character and the ego in him to where.
Am I
he feels
not
like he could do
mistaken,
a
or
little
was
bit more.
Steph Curry actively advocating for Guy Santos to play over Kuminga?
Yeah, guys.
After the Jimmy Butler move.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, let's be real. Let's be real.
You called him phenomenal.
Let's be real.
None of us
Let's
here
be
did
real.
that.
He played phenomenally
You
the
did
last
say
3 games in the
phenomenal. That was
playoffs.
wicked.
Phenomenal
Did he
was-
not? It was
no,
20
he
plus
He was
points
their best
in each
on-ball
game.
player.
Yeah, he
with
played
Jimmy
well.
being
Yeah, he
not
played well. He
100%.
kept them
Phenomenal.
in games.
So
In the last 3
strong.
games of the playoffs, he didn't play phenomenal?
No.
Yes, he did. Kuminga
Because of the
definitely
numbers?
did.
Because he scored a lot.
Kuminga
You told
definitely
me
kept
it's
them
not about
afloat.
scoring all the time.
But in those games, he definitely was phenomenal.
Buddy Hield played
He
phenomenal.
was. Yeah, he did.
Riv, let me ask you. That's
Buddy Hield
playoff Buddy
definitely
Hield.
did,
He's
man.
had the ratchet the last 2 years
No,
of the
he
playoffs.
was not.
Made me
Riv,
so
Let me
mad.
ask you, what is the most likely outcome? 'Cause I think all of us have ruled out the possibility of Kuminga returning. What's the most likely outcome that you guys get in return for Kuminga?
I used to
Or
think
not?
it was Brooklyn for Cam, but now Cam has been traded. So like the most likely outcome, it's tough to predict. Like I've been seeing them talk to Chicago, but there isn't many teams fielding calls for Kuminga.
Sure.
And the unfortunate truth is he can't come back. It's just too much negative, huh?
Why can't he come
Because
back?
I don't think he wants to come back. I don't think the organization wants him to come back. So there's just too much negativity on that side for if he does come back, it'll be a negative just cloud in the building. You don't want that, especially for a team that wants to compete. So I think you have to find a destination for him. So like teams like Chicago, Sacramento for Malik Monk maybe. Like you got to start calling and just seeing like who's available because I don't think he can come back.
The next free agent we're going to talk about is Malik Beasley.
There's an interesting
Should we
player.
skip him?
He's been in the news recently.
Not for
There has been footage that has surfaced recently
Yo, he's dumb funny.
about him scoring in a game.
They posted his tweet, him and yo,
But there was
and
no
you need to
time
get 7
left.
tonight. He's
Okay.
funny.
So if you haven't been living on the rock, you know the situation. But we're still going to predict where he could possibly go. So Malik Beasley, maybe the market is lowered for him because of this ongoing situation. So we're all going to write down a team and try to predict where he's going to go. He made a huge impact on the Pistons. He was top 3 and 6 man of the year voting. He was great. Now, where can he now take his talents to next? That is our question that we are hoping to answer. And I feel
I'm
like
ready.
there's a lot of options. Riv, you're already ready?
I'll go first.
Okay, do it.
He's coming home, baby.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this looks crazy. He's coming home, man. Listen, the market is gonna drop for him because of the situation. So you're not gonna have to spend too much money on him. But I feel like he found the home in Detroit. I feel like they still have a little bit of money to give him, and I feel like they still need that shooting. I don't think Hardaway is on the team no more, and he played relatively well in the playoffs.
He did.
He played relatively
Keep
well.
your sign up,
Oh,
Rick.
I'm sorry. Thank you. But I think he comes back home to Pistons. He found the home. He played great for them. He's one of their best three-point shooters. He was great next to Cade, elite floor spacer, had a lot of swagger, like you mentioned with Jordan Clarkson. Malik Beasley really had swagger last year, really came in and he embraced the Detroit culture. He's a bad boy. You can see with all the reports. He's a bad boy.
It's something about that shimmy that he hits after he hits a three. It brings some aura to Detroit. Listen, he's staying. No matter how you shake it, it's unfortunate the ongoing situation that he's experienced off the court. Listen, it could be up to him. Who knows? That being said, just led the league in threes this past season. He was getting after it, and it was hard for me to watch as a Laker fan, understanding all the amount of threes that I watched him miss. That being said, with Detroit, he had a ton of them, and he was excellent this past season. Fitting next to Cade, Riv, I think you said it perfectly. He found a home, and I just can't see him in another uniform this upcoming season.
Playoffs is rough.
I might be able to see him in another one. If he comes free from this investigation, if there's
crying.
any decision NBA player can make that'll benefit their NBA career the most more than any other team, it's Denver Nuggets.
I like
They
that,
made
John.
2 big moves today. Julian Strawther, you may argue, is the player that he would be taking the minutes from, but if I'm the Nuggets and I can get Malik Beasley and I have the opportunity to then parlay Julian Strawther, no pun intended, into a different asset, then I would really like the Denver Nuggets. This is where he started his career, and I think this could be where he ends it if he signs the Nuggets.
Oh, wow.
He did play well for you guys
My
for like a year
team
or
is
two.
the New York Knicks. Give us another shooter. Give us somebody else who can space the floor and hit open jump shots.
Bro, you just got Jordan Clarkson.
Let's go. Bring Malik Beasley too. I want.
You got money for that?
I want all the shooters.
Dude,
I don't know if y'all got money for that.
I don't know how
You gotta
much
say us,
Malik
bro.
Beasley can demand.
You gotta say us.
You're right.
You gotta say us.
I don't know if we got
I don't know
money for
how
that,
much
bro.
money he could demand. So I'm thinking he's going to be relatively
Right.
cheap. I'm going with the Knicks. Let me go with the Knicks. Let's go on to the next free agent. I think the next one might be Yabusele.
No, I think it is Cam
Thomas.
Yabusele was about 8 or 9, if I remember correctly.
We can walk past this one. We know
I
where
was
he's
gonna
staying
say,
at.
is Cam Thomas gonna stay a free agent? I'm
Whoa,
joking.
whoa.
I'm joking.
Yo, that's mad funny.
I'm joking.
I didn't find that funny.
I forgot you're a
Cam Thomas is a worse Jalen Green, whether you want to admit it or not.
See, I would argue that the difference between them has been opportunity and environment. And
What?
even with that, Cam Thomas.
You can't pretend like
has been
Jalen Green
offered-
didn't play for an
Cam
AAU
Thomas-
team for the
Cam
beginning
Thomas
2 years
also
of his career.
played on a rebuilding team.
No, bro.
His
I don't wanna hear that.
productivity, especially at the end of the
Snapchat's
KD
funny,
and Kyrie era, at that point in time, Kyrie was out the lineup. He stepped in and immediately was providing them high quality productivity in year 2. He's one of the more underrated players in the game. This is about Sexton the other day. Players like Thomas oftentimes get labeled as losing players because they're in a losing environment.
Okay.
But we've seen him, when the Nets were trying to win KD, be an impactful player for that team winning games, and he kept them afloat before they traded Kyrie. I would expect him to stay in Brooklyn, and I don't appreciate the slander. I'll be honest, he's been just as productive as Jalen Green. And I think the draft position and the expectations between them has led
So
to
now, before we all give our
It's an
answers for
ugly
Cam
NBT.
Thomas,
Net.
Gary Trent Jr. has signed with the team, and that will be revealed shortly with
Oh
the
my God.
tweet that will be on screen. He is returning to the Milwaukee Bucks.
You gotta be kidding me, man.
$7.5 million deal. Very good shooter for them. He
Bringing
played
these
well in the
snipers back,
postseason.
man.
And this is a good deal. 2 years, $7.5 million. I mean, that's nothing.
The Bucks are so funny, man.
They have to bring them back.
Let's just run it back again, man.
Hey, man.
This can't be
Playing.
serious. This is a great signing, truthfully.
good value.
Gary Trent was solid
He was
for
a
them
sniper
last
for them.
season. I agree. It's unfortunate that he played a part in throwing their season away at the very end.
Yo, he
but for
fumbled.
majority of his year, he was really strong for them.
Who got beat off the dribble for the game-winning layup?
It was my guy Giannis Antetokounmpo. I will say that.
Say it again. Giannis?
It was Giannis. It was
Oh,
Giannis.
I forgot.
Sorry that Giannis had to do legitimately everything for them. That's unfortunate.
Couldn't be Mongo.
You know, just one possession he gets beat. That's all people remember.
Kevin Love had one possession, defensive possession that
Yo,
was
James Harden had a
chip.
possession in the finals. Oh.
I'm going to be honest with you, Joel. That's a great pull right there. Kevin Love had one of the
He
greatest
did, he
stops of
did.
all time.
Steph was hurt.
But in the conversation for Cam Thomas, John, I'm with you. I think he stays a Brooklyn Net. I don't see one, more importantly to me, I don't know another team that's going to be willing to pay him money. I don't know what his market is, true.
We're going to stay on Gary Trent Jr. to the Bucks. They have basically re-signed most of their players minus Brook Lopez. Bobby Portis comes back. Gary Trent Jr. comes back. Taurean Prince comes back. So they're definitely keeping the shooters that they had around Giannis. They were second in the league in three-point percentage. I think that might have been number one after the league year ended. But ultimately, there's not enough talent here, especially with no Dame. Like I think these moves are great. Like, yeah, these are good moves around the margin. They're trying to do the best they can to continue to build around the continuity they have around Giannis. But you're essentially running back the same team that didn't have success last
He was
year.
better off just keeping Middleton and hope he could play.
I mean, the pain
Oh
that
my
I'm in looking
God.
at this starting lineup, it hurt me before to see it. It's hurting me even more now.
It looks better now.
What excites me about this?
Anthony, nothing but step back.
KPJ breakout, potentially?
Nuts.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be shocked. That would be fire, though.
I think KPJ's a decent basketball player. I won't be shocked if he has a decent season. That being said, I guess kudos to the Bucks.
Comparison to what? He's
what he's given us.
He's a starting point guard. So where's his rank? 30th?
I think that he'll average 16 points per game.
But where is he ranking the league at? Like,
Oh, he's probably bottom 5 points.
is he better than backups?
Some of them.
Okay.
I'm shocked he's still in the NBA, if I'm being honest with you.
I agree with you, John. However, when I talk about the Milwaukee Bucks, I can give them their kudos for keeping their foundation together of last season. This team was a top 6 team in the Eastern Conference, and with Giannis Antetokounmpo, at the minimum, you can pay him the respect of bringing back his snipers, and I can give them the credit for doing that. Like you mentioned, Joel, they were one of the best three-point shooting teams in the league, and they have brought back a majority of their guys that were great at shooting the ball. Of course, you're not going to have Dame back. That's the largest bummer of them all, and obviously we understand that Dame is one of the all-time great three-point shooters. But at minimum, I can respect them trying to put pieces around Giannis.
So we're going to grade this move.
Okay.
What is grading it? John, the stingy grader, I want to know your grade the most. Is it a B? Are you going to give it the same as you gave Harden? Because that would be insanely disrespectful.
Harden got a B+ if I'm not mistaken.
Harden did get a B+.
But John takes a lot into account with his grading. He takes into account years, money, role, salary. Okay, I see. And I see you have written A on your board already. Oh my God.
You're kidding, John.
What happened to integrity, Joel?
Oh my goodness. An A for Gary Trent Jr.
Giving it a B as well, Riv. I'm with you.
Cool. Yeah, it's a good move.
I'm also giving it a B. My marker is a little bit faded out.
Need one? We got an extra one.
Oh, yeah, I do need
John,
an
pass
extra
that marker.
I will in a moment. I give this an A because 3-point.
I thought you were a stingy grader.
You really gave Gary Trent an A?
Now, John's hilarious.
Nikhil Alexander Walker and Harden get B+.
Explain it. Let him explain.
It's not because Gary Trent's better than either of the two players that are great. It's not close to. But last season, he was one of the best shooters in the NBA. To get that for $3.7 million a year is amazing value. I feel like to get yourself a quality backup who's going to start on this team because they don't have anyone else to me, I'm giving that an A.
Why didn't you give Torian Prince that?
Torian Prince, what I give him?
We never gave grades. We didn't give grades for Torian.
So, okay.
I would have. What would Torian Prince have been?
B on.
A+. B-. Yeah.
So
she got it.
Torian Prince was better than Gary Trent.
Yeah, he's around the same level.
So, John, in the eyes of the Atlanta Hawks, if they wanted to get an A and John Tortorelli's they should have signed Gary Trent Jr. instead of Nikhil Alexander Walker.
This is not relative player by player. To me, I'm just looking at the value of the contract.
Wait, so yeah, if they would,
if this was 2 for 20, it would have been like, all right.
If they would have got, if Atlanta, instead of giving Luke 1 for 11, they would have gave him Gary this deal. You'd have gave him A?
Yeah.
Okay, I understand.
And the Nikhil Alexander Walker grade, like I said B+, A-.
You like to do that, but you
to
don't.
be quite honest, the reason why I said it, and this is something what now you're talking me out of it. I said it's got to be a needle type moving.
Thank you, John, for realizing
transaction. This to me, it may not be a needle moving type
There's
of
no
transaction.
needle moving move.
But this is some of the best value you're going to get in the NBA for a rotation player.
John,
for a quality, an established rotation
This
player,
is an A.
Which is
3.75 to me is an A.
But John, here's where your logic is super sound and perfect.
Thank you.
I would give it a B because Gary Trent, the quality of player that he is, that is why I'm at a B. I can understand where your grade took more into account the contract, and that's a fair statement to make. However, when we look at the quality of player that Gary Trent is, I think the contract is reasonable. He is a really strong three-point shooter. Doesn't provide the most for you on the defensive side, but not a cone by any means. I just look at this being a B.
All the vet minimum contracts, you're going to get an A for John.
Come on, John.
All the vet mins. Oh, my goodness. So
it's not a veteran minimum.
Back to Cam. It's damn near a vet
minimum. It is damn near.
It's damn near a vet minimum.
It is damn near.
So back to Cam Thomas. My destination is the Brooklyn Nets.
I'm with the Brooklyn Nets.
I think it probably is going to stay there. And listen, he does score in bunches. He averaged 24 points per game this past season. I think that the Nets are just going to continue to be bad.
My brother Joel.
Maybe Cam Thomas could improve off of the season. I appreciate it. And he can just improve as a passer and a playmaker. I think that's the biggest area of growth for Cam Thomas, just improving as a playmaker.
Am I crazy? Is he just not the Eastern Conference Jalen Green?
Hey, brother, I'll say LSU, he did the same vibe. He's tunnel vision.
But I respect it. Listen, you got a job. That's what it is. We appreciate it. We got all the markers.
We got new markers.
That being said,
I want one of those.
That being said, I'm sorry. When your lone game is scoring the basketball, it's not at the most efficient clip. Listen, 24 points or 24 points, that's not easy to come by. However, he doesn't do much outside of that. And unless you start to put pieces around him, I don't know a spot where I can see Cam Thomas being a strong impact player, especially come playoff time.
It's just we've seen that type of archetype not really be valued in the NBA.
Yeah.
I think that he needs to improve as a defender, as a passer, and he made some strides with Jordan Fernandez improving as a passer a little bit. But I think this is the perfect spot for him, just the Nets having ultimate freedom. I think Cam Thomas is going to be one of those guys that he averages 20 points per game for like 8 years of his career, and we're like, my goodness, why couldn't he be on a better team?
He's the Rudy Gay of our generation.
Different positions, but yeah, it's not
Different
a bad take at all.
positions, yeah.
Pretty
It's
game
not
moves
too
around
far.
the league. What it comes down to for me is the Nets are in the business of acquiring as much talent as possible. That's what I got to keep.
So next free agent we're gonna go to is Yabusele.
They gave us the cream of the crop expo markers, by the way.
What team can he potentially go to next?
They gave me an elite marker, and I have an elite penmanship now. I'm ready to reveal. As we watch some elite Gershon Yabusele
I'm gonna go Bears
highlights.
too. Fuck it.
Nah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Gershon really stood out last season. Decent three-point shooter,
well.
was able to get downhill for real, and he was available. I think that was the most important thing.
A whole just adjustment in his career. Came in, didn't pan out, went overseas, played well in the Olympics, back in the league, had a good year last year. Probably expected a little bit more because he thought Philly, we all thought Philly would be much better. Still, played his role well. I think he's going, bang, to stay with the Sixers. I'm locking that in. I think he found a home. I think he likes it there. I think they also need to keep him because I think he played really well for them in those spot 5, solid 4 minutes. Showed some strides as a shooter. Could attack closeouts. Big, physical, big. And just like
he will not return to Philadelphia.
He will not.
So everybody change your answers.
Wow.
That's brutal
because he is not going
did
back.
we all
to
have the
Philadelphia.
Sixers?
We all had the Sixers.
We did, and I read it like he will return.
I've got a new team for you. One of the best player development stats in the NBA. It's the Miami Heat. I feel if you're not going to go back to Philadelphia, a team like Miami will be willing enough to give him the salary to be a backup to Bam. You drafted Chloe last year, and it's the right type of role where you're not ask him to do more than what he was providing for the Sixers last year. I really felt like if you're going to leave any team with a coaching staff like the Sixers that got his career back on track in the NBA, Miami's one of the best places to build off of that next season.
New team alert. I'm picking the Bucks.
Like if they had money for that.
I feel like they'll have a little something. Don't have Lopez, so you're kind of skinny. They did bring in Trendon Watford, but I think he's a tweener. I think Yabusele can give you good 5 minutes, so I would say the Bucks. This really just put me in a bad position because I had Sixers.
It's all right. I did have the Sixers as well. I'm going with the Boston Celtics.
Home.
I do think that the Boston Celtics make a ton of sense for me here. I look at a team that they're really emphasizing retooling this upcoming season. And with a guy like Gershon Yabusele, will give them some type of presence on the interior as well, a guy that can also space. It's going to be interesting to see who's going to be the primary ball handler. To me, I'm assuming it's going to be Derek White. We saw him take on that role in 2024 in the regular season. We know come playoff time that obviously transitioned to Jason Tatum. But for this upcoming season, they do need a guy that can score on the interior and also space a little bit. I think that it makes a lot of sense for them. And 1,000%, they do need a big. And I look at that. I look at Gershon being that guy.
Let's go, Yabusele. You guys are begging the Celtics to get some moves, to get some traction.
No. Listen, as they are right now, losing Luke Cornett is definitely a bummer. I am still under the assumption that Al Horford returns. I still think Al Horford's going to be a Boston Celtic.
He's a Warrior, brother.
Okay, so we're going to go back to the big board in a sec. So the fact that Yabusele's not likely to return to Philadelphia, it leaves one obvious spot, and it's the New York Knicks. To go get Yabusele, an enforcer, somebody that could bring a lot of hot energy to the team.
I can respect that.
I think Yabusele, Jordan Clarkson, that fills out the offseason. Yeah. It adds so much depth to the New York Knicks, and I think we got enough money to maybe get Yabusele, depending on what his market is right now. I mean, right now, a lot of teams aren't competing with anybody that has cap space. The only team that has cap space in the NBA is the Brooklyn Nets. So essentially, any free agent that is going to sign a deal, they're signing a mid-level exception or a contract that's under that. So I think Yabusele with a reasonable deal, going to the Knicks, filling out a vital role for us, being an impactful player in Mecca, in front of the New York Knicks audience, in front of a fan base that just witnessed the Eastern Conference Finals appearance for the first time in 25 years. I think Yabusele would be a great addition to the team.
Amazing guy.
Type.
Who'd you have, Johnny?
For Gershon, I had the Heat.
Oh, Heat, facts.
Yeah, I'm in a great player development system.
Number 9, Al Horford. Where is Big Al going to? Al Horford, people might have thought that he was going to be a Celtic for life.
I'm just going to nip this in the bud right now. I'm going to nip it in the bud. He's a Boston Celtic. He retires a Boston Celtic without a shadow of a doubt to me. He means too much to this organization, and honestly, he's too impactful on the court. Even still at this old age, this guy Al Horford is the ageless wonder. 1,000%. Like this is what a normal NBA player should do, and this is how they should age, I should say. There's the unusual LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, James Harden. That's a regular, but this is what you anticipate, and this is aging with grace in the NBA. A great defender given his age, a great three-point shooter at the big position. It's the Boston Celtics. He is not going to move on. He is going to retire a Boston Celtic. He means way too much to the organization. I can't see him in
Yeah, womp, womp, womp. Welcome to Golden State, brother. He is coming to play with Steph Curry. Lot of noise. I'm excited for it. Golden State needs a big. We lost Hakeem Looney, Kevon Olajuwon, all-time legend. Shout out to him. Hope he gets his jersey retired. Don't really have any bigs for real. Tracy Jackson Davis lost his minutes, unfortunately.
Quinn Post,
solid. But I would like a little bit of a vet.
I say he's definitely a bucket.
Quinn Post. He cool. I would like Al Horford, though. I think Al Horford would be dope for the vet. We're getting a lot of old guys, but I think, like you mentioned, you said a lot of good things, Drew. This dude ages so well. Like, he just,
I think the most important thing that Drew mentioned was just the thing about loyalty. And it's something about being loyal to the franchise that took you in when everybody thought you were damaged goods. And Al Horford has meant so much to the Boston Celtics. But we know there's no loyalty in sports. Well, this is a franchise in the Celtics that did Isaiah Thomas dirty. Al Horford has no loyalty, and I think he would make a great pairing with Big Bodega with the New York Knicks.
Yo, everybody's going to the Knicks.
Bring that Dominican ties to the Mecca, to New York. Him and Cat, Al Horford. If I could get Horford instead of Yabusele, I'd do it in a heartbeat. Give me some more backup big depth. He could play the 5. He could play the 4. He could space the floor. He could defend. I'm looking at Big Al. If you want to go compete for something, come to the Knicks.
Can we get a Knicks counter for Joel Six?
No, we don't need it because that one actually,
I like that one.
That one moves me.
Me too.
That one moves me because they do need depth at the big position and do need defense at the big as well. Al Horford, and I'll be honest, that in that world, as crazy as this might sound, late game situations, we could see situations where maybe they sit Karl Anthony Towns down for an Al Horford.
Well, he might already be in foul trouble.
I'm not even joking. It's just Al is
playoffs.
way better defensively and way better in screen navigation than Karl Anthony Towns.
Interesting.
I love that shout, Joel.
What's your team, John?
My team was the Boston Celtics.
Oh, really? Okay, so you have him staying loyal, even though the Celtics are not going to be that good.
Yeah, it's tricky. I believe that he would want to kind of be an elder statesman for this new era.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
Sorry, John.
So we're under the assumption that Al Horford is playing past just this season. Because I think if he goes back to the Celtics, it's kind of under the assumption that he's going to be back for 2 more years and he's going to play in Tatum's first year off that Achilles.
You never know with these old guys, man. I'll be honest. They could say, like, they take it year by year.
Because if Horford this is his last season and he's approaching it like that, I have a tough time believing he's going to go back to Boston.
Maybe he wants to finish at home. That's been his home for the last 3 or 4 years. There's nothing wrong with that.
He's Dominican.
James Harden stayed home.
I understand the Dominican connection going back to New York.
There is a connection. I was in Washington
He won a
the other day.
championship with Tatum in them. Huh? That's a bigger connection.
No, you're right, Riv. That being said, if it's going to be his last send-off, go play with your boy. I agree. Like, I think both teams
I feel like
are
Brown is his boy. Derek White's his boy.
1,000%.
The Rockets have 3 starting centers, and the Celtics have Nehemias Queta. Might start drinking.
Shout out to Bill Simmons, man.
Shout out to Bill Simmons is right. Queta.
No, he can't start all year.
No, can't.
Is this like the first time in a long time that we've seen the Celtics like actually lose something?
No, not really. They weren't that good in 2021.
That's
They were
4 years
500
ago.
team, though.
Exactly.
That was a long time ago.
That wasn't
4 years is a long time now.
4 years is a long time.
They still made the playoffs.
4 years a long time ago.
Was their first round exit that year?
4 years is not a long time ago, not even in the slightest.
In basketball years is not a long time?
I agree.
No.
I agree, Drew.
No.
You don't think 4 years is a long
4
time?
years ain't long, but it's a minute ago.
When we're talking about like how successful a team is, like a team's history, 4 years wasn't that long ago.
But a team like
player's
the Celtics,
individual career.
a team like the Celtics, you expect them to kind of be in the mix every year.
Even that season, they were a 500 team, made the playoffs with Jaylen Brown being out with surgery.
They always.
I mean, now we're kind of in a position. We're going to get into this last free agent, and then we'll probably talk about the Celtics later. Because we can. So we're going to talk about Chris Paul and then talk about the Celtics later. Chris Paul, where's he going to go to?
Oh, I got it. Right here. I got this. Don't even worry about it.
Golden State?
Hell no.
You want him
Better
back?
not come back. Here we go. Show me. Mod.
They're showing Chris Paul get buckets, bro.
Let's be serious, please.
I mean, he was hooping.
Yep, 9 and 7.
Why are you so disrespectful to first ballot Hall of Fame?
What? I'm about to tell you where he's going. I'm waiting for the mod to boom.
LA?
Please.
And when I say LA, it could mean either team. I think he's going to LA though. I really think he's going to finish his career with the Clippers, probably. Not the Lakers. I feel like they're in a position to go get bigs. But I feel like he's going home with the Clippers. I feel like there was a report that came out yesterday or 2 days ago that he wants to stay close to the,
home.
Yeah, close to home. So I can see him going to the Clippers. I feel like wouldn't mind having him in there in the
There's
roster.
3 teams. Well, 4 actually. 4 teams that are close to home. There's Sacramento, Golden
I
State,
doubt
and
he's
2 LA
going to Golden
teams.
State. There's no shot he's going to Golden State.
You wouldn't want that reunion?
No, I'm good.
I'm going with Dallas Mavericks. I think Dallas Mavericks, although they did just sign D'Angelo Russell, I'm still going to go with the Dallas Mavericks to bring him in. They
Still in
still need a
Texas.
guy that could, 1,000%. They still need a guy that can play make. They still need a guy that can defend, although at this old age, unfortunately, he's not the defender that he once was. However, you need a guy that can initiate offense and a guy that's going to take care of the ball. And if D'Angelo Russell truly becomes an erratic player, at minimum, you know the floor that Chris Paul is going to provide for you, and you know the pick and roll that he's going to run with Anthony Davis is going to be successful. May not be the player that he once was, but that's not what you're paying for. You're paying for a placeholder until Kyrie Irving comes back.
I like that. They did just sign D'Angelo Russell. So my favorite landing spot is going to be the Detroit Pistons.
Okay.
They did lose Dennis Schroeder, and of course you add in Jane Ivey. They just made a big signing with Karis LeVert off the bench. But they have yourself a point guard who can be a table setter in the regular season, plays maybe 55 games. In the playoffs, spells Cade is really just a leader in this locker room, helping the young guards develop.
don't mind him in
I
Detroit.
love him working with
I don't know if
Cade
he
and
go
Jane
there.
Ivey. I don't think he does either. I believe he's more likely to go ring chase.
Stay on the West
with this
Coast
one
for sure.
being one of his last games.
He's
Maybe that's
addicted
the
to it,
Thunder, maybe that's the Nuggets. But I like the Pistons lane spot quite a bit, just to help those young guards develop.
He keep adding that now. You got
Because
Bruce
him
Brown.
and Jokic in the pick and roll
I
would be a
mean,
very
man,
deadly
that
duo.
could get him a championship right there.
If he
goes to
wants
the
a
Nuggets.
championship,
Yes.
Jokic,
Yo, why not him go play with his boy SGA? They like bros.
I mentioned the Thunder. At the Thunder and Nuggets.
I think that was
Thunder's interesting.
He don't even got to play.
I genuinely like that destination.
Now, John,
Gets
you're not
a
a
lot of
family
guards.
man. You have him going all the way to Detroit. He wants to be close to this family.
Detroit far
Yeah,
from
but
him.
neither
not
is
a family
Detroit.
man.
Detroit and Oklahoma City is even further. from
John,
where
let
he's
him
from.
just talk.
Oh, go-
Whatever.
Yeah, he's crazy.
Yeah, what's
Yeah,
what do they
And
have going?
Thunder's
Mr.
tough.
Riv,
We got
you picked
Topic.
LA.
He wants to stay home.
You didn't pick a side. I'm picking the
I
Clippers.
said the Clippers.
I'm picking a side. I'm picking the Clippers. You said the Clippers or the Lakers. And
Yeah,
I'm
pick
going with the Clippers. Now, the
Shout
Dallas
to
wasn't a
pick a
bad
side.
shout. If Chris Paul wants to have another year of no income tax, then he should stay in Texas. Going from San Antonio
I like
to
the
Dallas,
Dallas
Yeah.
it's good. Yeah, and maybe he does win a championship with Dallas. They could go on a type of run. He has a Jason Kidd-like final year.
I'm with John though. I
Dallas.
think Brandon Williams gonna get more minutes.
I wouldn't be shocked at that, but I feel like Nico Harrison, I don't want to say he's playing for his job. He got super bailed out with
Yeah, I
the
feel like
number one
he's good
overall
right
pick.
now.
That being said, you got to be competitive this
No,
season.
I think they will be, regardless.
How do
Like I don't think Chris Paul changes or like I don't think he changes.
No. But I think in terms of you need a strong placeholder until
Yeah.
Kyrie comes back, which right now the timetable
gotta-
for him is January.
Gotta survive without him.
I think that the complementary, the duo of D'Lo and
It's like a
CP3,
yin and yang.
well said.
Yeah.
I agree with
One's
that.
out of control, one is more in control.
I think 80's that good, but I also think CP3 will strongly help Cooper Flagg's
But you
development too.
definitely need to free up minutes for Brandon Williams, who's 27, who they
True.
want to develop still.
True.
And to a better player,
and he
to
just
a
signed
starter
D'Lo.
on the team.
Yo,
I like
he's
the culture
rude.
fit.
No, he's being rude.
I folded though, and the reason why I folded by not picking the Cleveland Cavaliers because
For Chris
Darius
Paul?
Garland, yes, for Chris Paul.
Okay.
Darius Garland's gonna miss the start of the season. They just lost Ty Jerome, and that's a contender. The Eastern
they got
Conference
Lonzo
is
in
wide
the
open.
building, baby.
No.
Yes, but Lonzo's like
John,
a
John,
combo guard to me.
John,
Not a
we
true
are
point.
here for Craig Porter Jr. minutes.
Coming off an injury too.
We're here. Come on.
Okay.
We're
I'm thinking
we're here.
Enough
Smith,
of
Danger
Chris
Smith.
Paul. We're going to react to this
He ain't
rumor
going
that's
to
going to be
Cleveland.
shown on the screen here.
hates these calls.
Hopefully it's something juicy. Hopefully it involves DeAndre.
Something Laker related.
Okay, it doesn't. An emerging option for the Pistons, sources say, is Detroit trading Kings guard Malik Monk. Sounds like there's a chance this deal, if agreed to, could turn into a sign and trade that brings Dennis Schroeder to Sacramento. Now, I think this would be a great move for Detroit. Landing Karis LeVert and Malik Monk in the same season, I think it gives Detroit one of the best guard tandems
about to
coming off
cry.
the bench in the NBA.
Detroit
Malik Monk would be
basketball, man.
such a great addition to this team.
How can you not be romantic about basketball?
Let's go! Yes! Malik! Yeah, oh my God.
This is amazing.
Yo, let's do yes!
This is genuinely amazing. I'm not even.
I don't need
exaggerating.
Malik Beasley.
No, you
I
don't.
need Beasley.
You don't.
I don't need him.
You don't.
I don't need him. They could have had no. That's cool with me. Bring me Malik Monk. Yes.
Remember
I'm
the
excited.
nonsense I was talking about Ty Jerome?
We're
Yeah,
good.
that's solved right now.
This is the most excitement a potential Malik Monk trade has ever had in
I'm tired of seeing Malik Monk and company suffer in Sacramento. No, let's go to Detroit, something young, upcoming.
I like this.
He could be a part of something fun. This moves me.
This is a spark plug off the bench. Bucket.
He doesn't start.
No, I don't think so.
He don't have to.
I don't think so. He can win 6th Man of the Year.
Listen, I don't care who starts. Bring in as many good players as possible. Figure that out. You know what I'm saying?
Jaden Ivey's the starting 2 guard. That is my mindset
excited.
moving forward with the Detroit Pistons.
Even
He's
though
my
Malik
2
Monk
guard.
might be better than him.
That's fine. More season.
Right now, Monk is better.
He
but
might be.
Ivy was hurt, and he also had to overcome Monty Williams.
I think the fact that you have 2 guards off the bench that like can legitimately compete with your starting 2 guard is a good thing. I don't
For
think that's a
sure.
bad thing.
The fact that they used to be the devoid of talent.
They
now
have
we're
2
here.
legitimate starters that I think would start on the Milwaukee Bucks coming off the bench, which is not saying much.
Probably like 4 of them over there.
But it is, they got a lot of guards there. So hopefully this sign and trade does happen. This is a great move. Now we're going to transition into something next where we're going to rank the top 5 teams in the Western Conference, going from number 5 to 1. So I'm going to ask the producers in my ear right now, do you want all of us to individually rank them on our whiteboards, or all of us collectively come into an agreement on who the top 5 teams in the West are?
I'll tell you what.
Okay, we're going to come to an agreement on who the top 5 teams in the West are. We have to start at number 5. So who's number 5?
Number 5.
Golden State.
I'm going to go on a limb, and I'm going to go the Dallas Mavericks. I think the Dallas Mavericks are a top 5 team in the West when they are healthy. Now, I understand that that is a big question mark given the fact that Kyrie Irving is injured right now, projected to come back in January. But when you look at the foundation of this team, they are built to be one of the best defenses immediately without Kyrie Irving. Cooper Flag gets drafted number 1. We understand what his archetype is supposed to be. A great defender that obviously can go get his and create for himself and others on the offensive side. But he is Nico Harrison's ideal franchise player. The AD, now Cooper Flag archetype, where they are defensive-oriented players, but great two-way players. I look at the depth that this team has in the front court as well, behind Anthony Davis, with Derek Lively, who we can understand has some injury issues himself, but with Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford, that's one of the best front courts in basketball. Also at the wings, you have Cooper Flag, now you just drafted number 1. You have PJ Washington, and you have Najee Marshall. We have, obviously, Klay Thompson in the starting lineup. I don't know how long that starts for, truthfully. I'm not against either a Najee or a PJ in that spot.
No, Klay's going to start.
At 2?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
You need his shooting
Flag's
threat.
development,
Klay's
he
gonna
wants
start.
much space.
I can understand that point that you would like
Klay
to
still
space
gets
it.
guarded like a 50% three-point shooter. You're crazy. He started.
As he does, you're not wrong.
I think that
just
starting
don't
Najee
know.
and PJ at the 2 is insane.
Najee was excellent for them last
As a
season.
forward, not as a
That's true, but this is a team that we're
You
anticipating
want
to be a
Najee off
big
the
team.
bench, honestly.
Like, where's the shooting on the team if like Najee started?
Najee was a solid shooter last season.
He shot
if I'm not
27%
mistaken.
from 3.
Was it that bad?
Yeah. People don't guard him. Like Klay.
27 is insanely terrible. But he started the season off very great.
He's a good
Shooting
player.
the basketball,
So-
but definitely came down to earth. But maybe due to his circumstance, he was able to be more of an offensive player.
I'm noticing something here.
Let's hear it.
We're putting the Mavericks at 5, which I like.
My
That
Lakers
means
are
we're
not
leaving
on,
your
yes.
Lakers out the top
But the
5
Lakers
group.
haven't made anything.
We don't have
They
a
haven't
big.
made no.
I agree.
Our starting 5 right now, do you know the answer?
It's not good.
It's either Jackson Hayes or Jared Vanderbilt.
Yeah, tough spot.
So can we? Oh, we didn't agree to this.
No, we did not agree.
did.
To
We didn't
number
agree
five.
to
No,
this.
whatever.
I'm good with
Let's
this.
keep
I
number
agreed
5.
with
Let's
this.
keep number. Do you agree with it?
Yeah,
John?
I
What was your
prefaced it
fifth
by
team
saying
do?
I agree with the Mavericks at 5. I
Let
like
me make a petition for the Warriors, right? So, because I think Dallas is a great pull. You know how I feel about Dallas. Let me make a petition for the Warriors though. Post Jimmy Butler, one of the best teams in basketball, high level offense. Steph is back. Draymond Green's playing at a high level. The offense just looks better. Pods looks better. Moses Moody looked better. Quinn Post started to get in the starting lineup. Thank you, Mod. I think in the playoffs, what hurt them is Jimmy hurting his butt.
Yep.
And then Steph Curry obviously getting hurt.
Of course.
Which could have changed a lot of things. I think they're in the same tier, so I don't have any real issue with them having it 5. I just like the star power of Golden State with them having a collective better offense.
I like the Warriors a lot. I like them more this past season when they went on the run. I feel a little bit more uneasy about them heading into this year because they are a year older, and their big three, they're really just an injury away from being a play-in team, and that's scary when you employ 3 players that take up 80% of your cap that are as old as they are. I'm going to make a petition for the San Antonio Spurs being a number 5. I really love what the Spurs have done. I like that they finally have a backup big. And I'm just looking at recent NBA history as a barometer as to the type of leap I should expect from Wemby and the team that he's on. LeBron James made the playoffs very early in his career, made the finals in his 4th year in the NBA with a not-so-good roster around him. Luka Doncic in his 2nd season led the Mavericks to the best offensive rating in NBA history at the time, made the playoffs, lost to a very talented Clippers team, but they went all the way to 7. I just think that Wembanyama, with how good he is, this past season, at minimum, he was a top 6 most impactful player in the league. I think that this upcoming season, he could be in the top 5 range definitively. And with him being that good, with the help he's going to have around him, which I think is more than enough, a full season of an all-star point guard next to him, I like the Spurs a lot at the 5 spot, but you two picked the Mavericks, so you guys overruled me. But I'd go with the Spurs. I'm going with the youth movement. And we've seen that be a trend.
Listen, you know where my head's at when it comes to San Antonio Spurs. But when we saw the gradual climb from Oklahoma City, like you're projecting this upcoming season, their climb was from lottery to top 10. They were just able to be in the play-in. I can see something similar happen with the San Antonio Spurs where they do make a leap into the play-in, which would be respectable because the Western Conference is difficult.
In the play-in would have been this past year if Wemby didn't get hurt.
See, but I don't know. Even still, where I want to be with you and I want to agree because I understood what I was watching when it came to Victor Wembanyama. In my opinion, when he was playing, we were looking at a top 3, top 4 at worst player in the world. That's how great he was. You still look at the rest of the team and they still were lagging behind the rest of the teams above them, which is why I say this upcoming season, a play-in leap. The year after that, now I'm really with you on Oklahoma City jump because now you have Victor going into year 4 with with De'Aaron Fox and Dylan Harper and the rest of those guys with Stephon Castle. Now we're building something serious with San Antonio. I don't see it this year, but definitely the year after.
The OKC jump is unrealistic. OKC went from a play-in to the first.
Houston's jump is realistic. It's the same jump except the finals part.
The Spurs are not going to go from a lottery team to the first seed.
See, but even look at the Rockets. They were just short of the play-in the year prior, and then they took their Oklahoma City jump to a top 2 team in the Western Conference. It's not always going to be just we're a lottery team, jump right into the playoff picture, even though you do have a generational player in Victor.
It's a gradual progression.
Some of us just believe in Victor Wembanyama more than others. I'm just somebody that I believe in him overly.
He's trolling. He's trolling because we understand.
As the commissioner of the list, Dallas will be at number 5.
I agree with that.
I love both Texas teams. Dallas, I've been a little bit more loyal to in the past, and I love these fellas over here, and they overruled us, and this is a democracy up here. So the Dallas Mavericks are number 5. Number 4, this is where I step in and I make my commissioner rules.
Number 4.
It's the Minnesota Timberwolves at number 4.
1000% agree.
The Minnesota Timberwolves essentially brought everybody back, and this was a team that in the second half of the season got hot, and they were awesome with Julius Randle. I think Minnesota, they just have to build off of their continuity. And sometimes it's not all about the talent. It's about things breaking your way. Are they as talented as OKC? No. Did OKC give them a lot of trouble? Yes. But if you get a potential scenario where the Rockets somehow knock out OKC or the Nuggets knock out OKC in the second round and Minnesota's playing one of those teams, now there's more of a realistic outcome for them to make the NBA Finals. So I like that Minnesota kept this core together. Randall, having the playoffs that he had and getting $33 million per year, I thought was a great contract. So Minnesota stays below the second apron. And this is much like the San Antonio point, except Minnesota has a much better roster. I think Anthony Edwards is going to take another leap in his game. Like, he's just a freak athlete who shot 40% from 3 this past year. Was one of the best 3-point shooters,
100%.
but he's only going to get better, and that's what's scary, and that's why I have so much stock in the Minnesota Timberwolves.
I think it was obvious, Joel. The minute that you were saying I'm putting my foot down, I think we all knew where you were going. It's obvious, Minnesota. Anthony Edwards, was exceptional this season. I think, in my opinion, we're talking about a first-team All-NBA player. I think that he got snubbed from that. Credit to Cleveland and Donovan Mitchell, but Anthony Edwards was leaps and bounds better than him. One of the best three-point shooters this season. The leap that he took in that aspect of his game, that's what we had question coming into the year. With how great he shot in the postseason the year prior, we asked, can you keep that level of consistency shooting the basketball for a whole season? He did that tenfold. He was excellent as a three-point shooter. His ability to shoot off the dribble, everything about his game was refined last year. The one thing that he took a step back would be going downhill, but I think
his mid-range is terrible.
Mid-range, yeah, for sure.
Very true. But I think that the one thing that we talk about mainly is his ability to get to the basket. That was a huge strength of his in the early parts of his career. This season, I think that took a step back due to circumstance where now you have Julius Randle, and that kind of clogs up the paint. Of course, Rudy Gobert, we don't have to talk about that. That kind of goes unspoken. Yeah. But there was a little bit of lack of spacing there for him, that he wasn't as aggressive getting downhill, or he couldn't be as aggressive. But he fixed that by being one of the most three-point shooters in the league. Minnesota's so great. They're so well-rounded. Losing Nickeil Alexander-Walker definitely does hurt.
Terrence Shannon Jr. steps up.
But they still are one of the deepest teams in the league. I love Minnesota. At number 4 is very.
You have a problem with this, Riv? It seems like you're sucking your teeth.
No, I don't have a problem.
It sounded like you didn't like what I was saying about Anthony Edwards.
No. I think the scary part about Ant is his game isn't refined and he's this dominant. I think that's the scary part.
Well, I think we saw him take a huge step in the playmaking department last season.
No, yeah, I'm saying like just when he gets like the 3-level scoring refined, like when he gets the 3-point shot with the mid-range, with the finishing, it's going to be like really, really, really
being
dangerous.
efficient on all 3 levels.
Yes.
John, do you have a problem with Minnesota?
I have a question.
This is where I have number 4.
What's your question, Rick?
I have a question. How comfortable are we that Minnesota is definitively better than Dallas?
I think that's a great question.
That's my question, because I feel like you said it was a democracy. I was cool with that. Then you said you was putting your foot down. And I was like, all right, where is he going with it? Then you were like, Minnesota at 4. And I'm like, okay, Minnesota at 4 is cool, but I don't feel as strongly about them being over Dallas if we're not taking into the account injuries. If we're just saying, on paper, what are we looking at? I think this is more of a conversation, but I don't hate it too much.
It possibly can be now. We're going to have more of a gripe with 3 and 2. And in order to come to a decision on number 3, we're all going to write down who we think the second best team in the West is, because that's going to give us our answer for number 3. And we all know who number 1 is going to be, obviously. So who do you think is the second best team in the West? We need the answers. We need everybody to write them down. And I will write down my answer, but this decision will come down to Drew, John, and Riv, because it's 3.
We're back
and
to
if I add myself in, there could be a tie. So I don't want to do that, but I will give my answer nonetheless.
Now, I'll say this. That's true. Yeah. I do believe if the fans who have been watching at home, you've listened to the whole show, you know where my head's at. Yeah. So it should be no surprise to anyone. I do have the Houston Rockets at number 2. Again, this was the number 2 team in the Western Conference. You take out Jalen Green, you add a top 5 scorer in the NBA, one of the most efficient, probably the most efficient basketball player to ever play the game in Kevin Durant, and you change nothing about your identity. Yeah. And if I'm being honest, you get a really strong defender, given his age, in Kevin Durant, who can rebound the basketball and is a decent shot blocker on top of that too. But more importantly than anything, you get a legit number 1 option. To me, I can respect Nikola Jokic. I can respect the Denver Nuggets. This is a good conversation. But I'm going with the youth movement. I'm going with the development of Amen Thompson. I'm going with the development of Jabari Smith. I think that this team is ready to take that leap and is honestly in contention for the 1 spot, but I respect the champions. I'm going with the Rockets at 2.
I respect that take a lot. Riv, I know you're going.
John, you reveal yours first.
Mine's going to be the Denver Nuggets. I think you made some really sound points before. My optimism in Denver comes down to, in the regular season, I think the Rockets will win more games. Mm-hmm. But in the postseason, I have a lot more optimism and trust in Nikola Jokic's led offense compared to Kevin Durant in this stage of his career. And I do think you're right. Among all the perimeter stars in the game last year, Durant was the most efficient, top 10 in true shooting, which is truly incredible given how many of his shots are mid-range shots. But when you look at Nikola Jokic and this well-oiled machine Bringing back Bruce Brown, a familiar friend, and then of course Cam Johnson being even more dependable. What held back the Nuggets last year was availability and the durability of their starters. They're paying a lot of money to. I don't think that'll be as large of an issue this season, barring Aaron Gordon's hamstring being okay. It's important to note he played on that while not healthy. So the Nuggets are my pick number 2.
You're up, Riff.
I got the Rockets at 2.
Nice.
I think this one's easy for me. No, I think both of these teams are great. I think they're on the same level.
He said easy for him. I can respect
Easy for me in the sense so I'm the highest on number 1 right there. Being as if I am the highest on number 1, I believe in the infrastructure, believe in Jabari Smith, believe in Tari Eason. I do think Denver is right there, though. I don't think it's like an easy, like, oh, this team is better, the other team is better. I just have been pretty high on the development of what the Houston Rockets are going to do this offseason. And adding Kevin Durant to that factor for me just paints an even easier picture. So I got the Rockets at 2.
So it seems like the democracy has spoken.
What did you have, just out of sheer curiosity? I know we're going to have the Nuggets 3, the Rockets 2. What do you have?
My take solely comes off of just, it's really, I know what you said earlier, River, about the matchups being important. I think they are. But I'm going with the Denver Nuggets. I'm going with the heart of a champion. And that's what they have. They took OKC to 7 with MPJ having a shoulder injury, Jamal Murray not being 100% healthy, and Aaron Gordon having a calf strain, an injury in Game 7. And they still took a team in OKC, who I think is just by far the most talented team in the league, to 7 games. I look at Denver in a potential matchup with Houston, and I think to myself, how does that look like? How does it look like when there's an entire series of Aaron Gordon guarding Kevin Durant and just blocking those drives? And Kevin Durant's going to settle for those mid-range jump shots, and he's very efficient at them. But we've seen Kevin Durant just play with one of the best scorers in the league in Devin Booker. And this past season, their offense didn't look all that fluid. Like, I think Houston, they're going to take a while to get integrated offensively. The defense is going to be awesome. There's no doubt about it. But I still think that offense still has a ways to go. I do believe in the development of their younger players in Amen Thompson, now Prince Şengün. But I think Denver's here now. That's the difference. I think Jamal Murray is who he is now. I think Jokic is the best player in the world. I think Cam Johnson is a great addition. Hopefully he's healthy for the playoffs. Christian Brown is just getting better. I think Denver has the defenders to neutralize the Rockets' best offensive players, and I think they have the offensive player that can neutralize any elite defense, and that's Jokic.
The one thing I will say, and again, the Nuggets are a team that you need to respect. I will say this about Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns. I think we see Kevin Durant act more and play more like the Brooklyn Net version than I do the Phoenix Sun version. Because again, when you have that number 2 scorer that's as great as Devin Booker is, you guys know my opinion on Devin Booker. I think he's legitimately one of the best scorers to ever play this game. 3 levels, he's fantastic, can do anything scoring the basketball. When I look at Kevin Durant with his time with the Suns, it felt as if he was deferring a lot to Devin Booker. It was his team. But when he was in Brooklyn, it was his show. He knew he was the guy. And I look at that 2021 run and how dominant he was offensively and how consistent he was. I think that will be the role we see him. That will be the role we see him play in Houston.
He got swept in Brooklyn.
He definitely did, but in 2021, that was a team that was banged up, and he still took a Milwaukee Bucks team that would go on to win the NBA Finals 2-7.
But I think getting that version of Kevin Durant's unrealistic.
I can understand where you're coming from.
He averaged 35.
He averaged 30. And
you're right about 2021. But I don't think in that.
But version and numbers are two different things in my opinion.
Kevin Durant that you're going to get the same Kevin Durant that Phoenix got. Basically, he is a go-to scorer, but the lack of drives, the rim pressure is down, and the advantages that he can create. Brooklyn, his 2022 year where he got swept by the Celtics, it showcased a limitation in his passing and playmaking ability that I think still exists to this day. And I look at a Rockets team that you're starting Amen Thompson, you're starting Prince Şengün, 2 non-shooters who now you're able to play and more aggressive on gaps on. And I think Jabari Smith and Dorian Finney-Smith, I think they're good shooters, but I don't think Jabari Smith has gotten a reputation yet of somebody that you just have to cover at all times. Yeah. He's still a 35% three-point shooter. I think he could develop still. And Dorian Finney-Smith, yeah, he's a good shooter, but I don't think you're losing so much sneak. He's not like a sniper from there where you can't sag off of him at all. So I think just Houston's offense and how aggressive you can play them offensively because of the lack of shooting, I think that is going to be a part of their offense that's going to be vulnerable in the playoffs.
If I could chime into that, I do agree with you. My takeaway with Kevin Durant and Houston is a lot different because, to me, Kevin Durant doesn't need the same type of space as many other creators because of how tough of a shot maker he is. When they got swept in 2022 by that Celtic team, they were playing 3 guards, Dragic, Curry, Kyrie, and no one on that team had size, no one on that team had athleticism, they had no versatility defensively. That was the story with these Suns teams. This Rocket team this season is completely different, where they do lack spacing. They also have a good amount of jumbo creators, and more importantly, they have versatile defensive players. And that's going to better support KD to be the closer for this team. When they took the Warriors to 7 games, every single game went back to Fred VanVleet as their most reliable shot creator. Now in this team, Fred VanVleet has a much more natural role. So you put KD in an offense where he can be that same guy he was in Brooklyn. It's his offense. He's not going to be the best playmaker, but he's got a lot of good cutters like Eamon Thompson, like Tari Eason, Jabari Smith as a corner shooter. I feel he can still operate and play at this elite level without a good amount of spacing. It can be passable because the defensive personnel is going to be what allows this to be closer to maybe that 2021 net team. I know they didn't go past the second round, but it's just the best infrastructure and coaching that he's had since Golden State, and that's why the Nuggets is high.
To add on to that, this team may not be the best team in the half-court situation, but you mentioned it, transition. They're elite at. They can get out. They can run. On the offensive rebounding department, you may give them space, but they know how to attack the glass from 1 through 4, from Eamon to Sengun to Jabari to Tari Eason, and then like you mentioned, cutters, backdoor cut. Just being off ball and being able to consistently move and get out and open and get out in the field. This is probably one of the most athletic teams in basketball. So defensively, they'll be able to hold down the floor. And like you mentioned, like Fred VanVleet, games 5, 6, and 7 were torching us. But that was what they had to go to kind of make that a 7-game series. You plug that in with Kevin Durant, it's like, whoa, this is a different type of environment. Yeah. And they could guard any team in the league.
I do think that the 7-game series with the Warriors is kind of skewed.
But you can say that about Minnesota series.
But you can say that. I think that is skewed because Jimmy Butler got a tailbone injury in game 2. I think the Warriors looked, and they were up 3-1. The Rockets did make a miraculous comeback and taking it to 7 games.
But the Warriors went up 3-1 without Jimmy.
I know, and that's saying something. I think if they had a healthy Jimmy, the series could have ended sooner. And I think the Rockets are insanely talented. I just think that there are offensive holes, and I think that Kevin Durant's at the stage in his career right now where he cannot be the best player on a championship-winning team. He has to be like the 1B.
Ooh. Eesh. Okay. I can't hear that respectfully.
I understand it.
Where I think Nikola Jokic, he can be that guy.
Okay, that's it.
And
agreed.
How many 1As are there to you then?
I don't think that 1As, I think is 5. Jokic, I think it's Giannis, Luka Doncic, SGA obviously, and then Jason Tatum.
You still think KD's a top 10 player though?
I think KD's still a top 10 player.
He disrespected Steph crazy?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
How is Tatum a 1A and Steph isn't?
Steph Curry could be in that. I trust Steph Curry to be that more than KD.
Well, I mean, you just said Tatum's a 1A and Steph isn't.
I just think he's just younger.
He didn't even win Finals MVP.
You said who?
LeBron?
LeBron James? Potentially. It's potentially.
No other LeBron.
Those older guys are tougher to project.
Bronny James, he counts.
Tatum didn't even win Finals MVP.
I understand where you're coming from. Let me just say that. However, when it comes to this Rockets team, their infrastructure is still the same.
Bro, Hallie just went to the finals. I feel like when you have a team
in the East.
Yeah, but it's still a deep team. I think the Rockets are a deep team. When you have a deep team with a good infrastructure, a good coach, you understand your identity, things can happen.
But it's in the East. If Indiana ran into OKC, they're not making it to the finals.
You know what we can also say?
But they played OKC tough. They played them tougher than some other teams in the West.
They did.
So I can't just confidently say that.
So number 1 is going to be clearly OKC.
Definitely.
She put that.
I like that. They're like, maybe?
We know that it's going to be clearly OKC. But I think Indiana's a well-oiled machine offensively.
And I think defensively,
I think that we're
Rick.
We're underselling the fact that the Rockets' offense is going to be very static. we know what
And
a
half
Kevin
court, yes.
Durant-led offense is. It's a lot of isolation basketball.
But the difference is they were in extremely close games with their number one option being the most inconsistent number one in basketball. You're not getting that with Kevin Durant. Again, I get where you're coming from because of what history has shown us. But when we look at the Rockets, I'm really trying to individualize it to the Rockets. Their situation it's different in my opinion because their backbone, their elite trait is defense.
I also think they were led by Jalen Green and Şengün last season.
1000%.
That is completely different now.
Like again,
so different.
where you're coming from is correct. Where you're coming from is right. I just think that in this situation, this circumstance, the real difference is this defense of the Houston Rockets. That is the difference.
Agreed. And that's why their floor is so high. And in adding in KD, it's not like their playmaking and collective decision-making got worse. It got better. You're basically swapping out Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks for DFS.
You don't got to do that.
You are. So I
You don't have to
understand.
do
I
it.
understand, but I think sometimes we oversell the fact that, oh, listen, they were here and they got this, therefore they're going to be here.
I understand that.
Sometimes that's not, things don't always work that linearly.
But you're right. It's still the youngest team in the game,
I'll make the analogy comparatively to like the NFL. There's certain teams in the NFL, they go from having no quarterback play, a bad quarterback, to actually having good quarterback play, but their team collectively doesn't take that same jump in the next given year.
I think that's
I think the Rockets are still going to be one of the best teams in the West.
I think you're
There's
being
no doubt. But
unfair.
I think that you guys are overlooking their vulnerabilities offensively in a playoff setting, even with adding Kevin Durant.
But they had a vulnerability last season against the
And
Golden
also
State
the first
Warriors,
round.
who were still a great defense. And yes, they did lose to the first round, but that was the Golden State Warriors, who you ultimately have to give them the respect. Steph Curry is still Steph Curry, and Buddy Hield had an amazing Game 7 performance. But this still was a young team that overachieved beyond belief. And this is again with the number one option who you could not rely on a night in, night out basis. The one game he was excellent in, they won extremely comfortably. Now you have Kevin Durant.
Jalen Green.
Yes, Jalen Green. And now you have Kevin Durant, who you can bank on almost every single game at minimum 25 points, 50-40.
So are we just not assuming that their players aren't going to get better?
That too.
No, they're going to get better.
we're
Is
just
a
assuming that.
Man Thompson going to get a jump shot overnight? I don't think so. Is Alperen Sengun just going to become efficient overnight? I don't know.
You're being unfair.
I don't know.
I'm
not being unfair. I've seen Kevin Durant get swept with Devin Booker on his team.
That team
in the first round.
to get better.
That was a poorly
the youth
constructed
players
team.
to get better.
But you can't get me one. If you're Kevin Durant, you can't get me one.
Hey,
he's supposed to be the number one player on the championship team. You can't get me one game in the first round. That's all I'm saying.
He's jumping ship on KD.
I'm not mad at that sentiment.
I'm surprised to hear this, but I understand.
But I just feel like you're not being consistent.
I am being consistent. I just don't think they're over a team that has a proven championship core.
No, you like what's the word I want to use?
You. What are you saying?
You like to project. You like to project with other teams, but if it's like you're not going to project
projecting with Houston.
You're just assuming these players are not going to get better. Kevin Durant is just going to go in there.
I never assumed that Amen Thompson and Şengün weren't going to get better. I never said they weren't going to get better. No, but I never said they weren't going to get better.
It's coming off like you're assuming they're not going to get better.
I don't think that they will be better in the playoffs than the Denver Nuggets. That's what I'm saying. I know the Rockets are going to be a contender. I never said once that they weren't a contender.
I mean, they're a contender.
I just don't think with the infrastructure that Denver has, which is a proven championship infrastructure, and they clearly got better this offseason. They're better than the Denver Nuggets.
I agree.
But Houston clearly got better this
Clearly got better? We're just saying Definity outright Cam Johnson better than MPJ.
Daron Holmes was their backup center towards Achilles going on.
John, I don't mean to be that guy, but Bruce Brown hasn't played winning basketball in 2 years.
Well, the last time he did was with Nikola Jokic. He was a six-man, absolute game changer on that playoff.
But how can he bring up a Kevin Durant sweat for 3 years ago, but we got to sit here and talk about Bruce Brown being an impact player from 3-4 years ago?
I get where
you know what I'm saying?
There's
no consistency here.
No, we're going to go on to winners and losers of free
hairs
agency.
Between the second and third best team in the West. It's not saying they're the fifth best, because I actually do agree with Joel for the most part. You can make a clear case that in the half-court setting, there will be a good amount of static.
For sure.
And you do kind of have to question how they can maximize Amon while also prioritizing KD as number one. That being said, I would also say, because they're the fourth best team in the NBA by record last year, is one of the youngest, that we can expect them to have that as their floor next season. Even if injuries come, it's a very deep team. And I love what they have in the front court, because even though it may not be the most talented group, they're the number one rebounding team. They're top 12 in turnovers created. taking care of the ball, and they're going to get out in transition. I think all those factors allow them to be a little bit less versatile or complete in the half-court setting. But for the same reasons you laid out, got my Nuggets.
So do you think they're going to fit seamlessly well? Because we're talking about playoff matchup, which means we're assuming they're going to play in May, June, April. So we're just assuming they don't get it together in the regular season, still snagged it until they play Denver.
Now, I think what
I just don't think they have the spacing.
Yeah. Okay.
They don't have the spacing.
All right.
The team doesn't have the spacing right now.
Because I feel like Denver walks into playoffs and sometimes they don't have the proper spacing, then they just make it work.
I think they have a lot of spacing though. So we're gonna go on to winners and losers. Each one of us are gonna pick one winner from free agency from today's period, and then we're also gonna pick one loser.
Okay.
So we're gonna reveal them one by one so we don't double dip on our winner. I think that makes the most sense. So Drew, you will be first in revealing your winner.
All right, very obviously, I've been hyping them up all episode. It's the team that we just spoke about for a long time, and deservedly so. The Houston Rockets, they have to be winners. You bring in DFS. If we're just talking about free agency specifically, bringing in DFS alone is enough for me to make you winners. I respect them going in, doubling down at the big position. You really want to solidify yourself as one of the league's best rebounders, especially on the offensive glass, which was a huge advantage they had over Golden State in that series with Steven Adams, of course. But now you bring in Clint. I have to acknowledge them as winners. To me, you made a legitimate push to be in contention to make it out of the West and legitimately win a championship. I have to give them a winner spot.
The next winner is going to be an easy one for me. I've loved everything this team's done this all season. That's the Atlanta Hawks. I'll give you some time to pick a new team if you need to. You get Luke Kennard in the 1 year, $11 million contract. He's going to play a nice role in the regular season. But if you guys want to give him an A for it, I think it's fine because it's one of the best moves this all season. Nickeil Alexander-Walker's 26 years old, a complete 3-and-D guard. He fits perfectly into this course. Give me the Hawks on that.
I had a second team in my mind, and I'm glad they just made this move today. The Detroit Pistons are winners, man. It's literally just because of getting Malik Monk, getting Karis LeVert. I'm excited for that. You bring in two guys who can kind of get a bucket in all phases, guys who can help the offense. And I felt like last year they built an identity of toughness, what kind of gave them that bad boy gimmick back in the day. I feel like they built that last year. Defensively, they were sound, and I think offensively they needed some work. You need just some offense outside of Cade, because I feel like Cade is probably up there with the superstars of having the most load in the league. I think Malik Monk and I think Karis LeVert helped that.
My winner is going to be the Orlando Magic.
Very good.
Tyus Jones signing rounds out a complete offseason that they've had, bringing in shooters and players that don't turn over the ball all that much. So I think the Orlando Magic are one of the 4 contenders in the Eastern Conference that I think can make a push for the conference finals. Now, going on to the losers.
Very good. I can start us off regardless. If you want a snake, I'm cool with that, but I have my name written down. It's my Los Angeles Lakers. The fact that Jake LaRavia is our big signing on the day, and listen, credit to him. We needed some size.
DeAndre
we needed a little bit shooting. Listen, I pray that you're right. Until that move actually happens, I watched a lot of big men get signed today, and that is obviously our biggest need. And one of the best free agents available walked, and we got nothing in return as of right now for Dorian Finney-Smith. I'm looking at my Lakers, and I'm really starting to panic. What are we doing? What's the direction with Luka Doncic? What's happening with LeBron James? Is LeBron going to be on the Lakers next season? Obviously, that's a huge topic of conversation. So I'm really starting to get concerned with what's the direction. What are we trying to accomplish? Is this just a lost season, just trying to build for the future around Luka Doncic? I just want an answer. But for right now, we have to be losers.
My next loser is going to be a team that I don't think this is doom or gloom at all. It's going to be the Boston Celtics. And it's not just because they lost Luke Cornett. There have been reports that Al Horford might go to the Warriors. Whoa. And in the event that Horford leaves and Cornett is also gone, I believe that creates a much bigger crater-sized hole in the front court that people didn't anticipate coming this offseason. Now, like I said before, I think the Celtics will manage to be just fine because they've had, given the Porzingis trade, given the Drew Holiday trade, a fine all season to me. But today's biggest losers, I think Boston's on that list. But if they get Al Horford back, I'll immediately take him off. It's a little bit of projection based off of some reporting.
This is tough.
It is.
I'm trying to. Drew took I was hoping snake draft for sure. I was gonna say the Lakers.
What about the Cavaliers, dude?
What did they
lost?
What did they lose? I mean, I feel like you were planning on losing Ty Jerome. You traded for Lonzo Ball to kind of salvage that. Like, I can't call them losers. I can't call them winners. I will say a team that didn't necessarily lose free agency, but they lost the offseason. So I'll just say this team. I'll say the Pelicans. Okay. Yeah, I'm going with the Pelicans. Just the way you went about in the draft was bad. The way you went about it in the draft, I didn't like that. I felt like you went for two young players in Derek Queen that doesn't fit Zion's timeline, doesn't fit Zion at all in the court. Jeremiah Fears is another guy. I think he's going to need some seasoning. I think he's going to need some reps. Don't know if you're going to get that with the New Orleans Pelicans. And then you guys traded up with your first-round pick from 2026. That threw me off, too. I didn't like how you moved that way. And then they don't have much money to really move in free agency, so that would be my losers.
I was wondering if I wanted to get nasty with my loser because it's not your traditional loser. It's a team that made some moves, but I don't know if, like, the moves moved me all that much, and I feel like a move should move me. I feel like when a team makes a move, I should be like, yeah, this team got much, much better.
Like the Knicks.
But I'm not going to do it just yet. I'll reveal it as a wild card. My loser is quite easily the Milwaukee Bucks. Just even though John gave the signings A's, I think that they're losers because what are you going to do? That's really what it is for the Bucks. What are you going to do? There is nothing you can do to salvage this roster. They're trying the best they can, and I applaud it. It doesn't mean that they aren't losers because they still are. If you are on the verge of losing Giannis Antetokounmpo, how can you not be a loser?
That's fair. They have nothing, so I can't really.
No room.
So what was your honorable mention?
My honorable mention. Let me write it down and try to guess.
I'll say one that's a sneaky one is the Chicago Bulls. You have terrible asset management. I'll say that.
Yeah, and that's
terrible, awful asset management.
It's clear. You guys kind of basing this off the offseason itself. I kind of focus. There haven't been a lot of big losers. Yeah. My takeaway was based off today in free agency. If you're going to look at the entire offseason, don't put the Celtics on here. I would have them on here for day one of free agency based off.
But I feel like today, only like for real, the Celtics lost.
Haven't been a lot of big losers.
It hasn't been many losers.
So this is the wild card loser. You wouldn't expect them to be a loser.
I know what he's going to say.
It's the Memphis Grizzlies.
I knew it. This guy's.
They've made some good signings, but what's their ceiling? What are they really going to compete for? We mentioned the top 5 teams in the West.
Make you a loser.
What move did you have issue with?
Hold on, guys. Let him cook.
None of us even thought about mentioning the Grizzlies as one of the 5 best teams in the West. They weren't even an honorable mention at the 5th spot. And yes, they are making a lot of moves. They're hoping that this Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson duo in this core could lead the Grizzlies to somewhere. And they have made some nice signings. But ultimately, where is all that leading to? What are the Grizzlies going to be? I feel like they're in a position where it feels like their ceiling isn't all that high because of all the uncertainties. And even though they did make some good signings, I will acknowledge that. I'm still very unmoved by the Memphis Grizzlies, and I feel like this team is going to be torn apart in like the next 3-4 years.
I understand wholeheartedly where he's coming from, Riv. You may not like to hear it.
Please stop talking to me.
The truth
this
of the
don't
matter
even make
is,
sense, bro.
The truth of the matter is,
how can you be a loser for making good moves in your brain?
What move
it boggles my mind how we sit here and we say with a straight face, yo, they made good moves.
I didn't like
but are they moves that moved me? What signings did they do? They re-signed Jaren Jackson Jr. We all thought they were going to do that.
No, we thought they were going to do that, but he is also one of the best stars in the league.
You call him a loser because they brought Ty Jerome in?
Are they a playing team next year?
Probably, yes. Did you think that before the moves?
So they got worse.
Did you think that before the moves that they were playing team?
Of course.
Did you think that after the moves?
I also thought that after the Desmond Bane
trade. They didn't get much better.
So how did they get worse?
They got worse because they don't have Desmond Bane on their team next season.
Did you see the package for Desmond Bane?
They got 5 first-round picks that, again,
you would have said yes.
They have to. No.
Crazy.
You're insane.
You're crazy.
No, you're insane.
5 first-round picks for what? The late first round?
No, the 2020.
One of those is
the Suns pick is obviously a good pick.
You're right.
That's a good pick. That's a good pick, and I'll shut up after that. However, for the rest of them, it all could be back end of the first, and we don't give a damn about it.
Well, Memphis's bulk of their work is back end of the first.
Yeah. That is also true, but they also.
We're not even thinking.
I don't look at the Grizzlies.
I'm not saying you
are. I'm with Joel.
They lost Luke Kennard. Losers.
Here's my issue with saying the Grizzlies are a loser. You have to have an issue with at least one of their moves. Do you have an issue with any of their signings?
I don't like Ty Jerome. I don't like
that. For 328,
I don't like that sign.
That's amazing value.
If that hinders Scottie Pippen Jr., I'm really not going to like it.
He's 26.
To me,
in terms of the minutes that he plays.
Oh my God.
To me, that's a fallback plan in the event John misses 25 games.
True or false? Scottie Pippen, I would rather have than Ty Jerome. That's crazy for me to say.
But he's not going to hinder his minutes.
Two different players.
I hope you're right.
Players.
They play the same position.
They're in the same tier, I would say. Two very
they play
quality.
the same position.
Two very quality.
And then on defense, Scottie Pippen Jr. is definitely a plus.
So they lost because they signed Ty Jerome.
On top of
What else?
losing Desmond Bain.
But that was
you
a good
lost
move.
your third star.
That's a good move.
You can't tell me 4 first-round
also
picks for
paid
Bain's not
how
very
much?
valuable.
$230 million.
Jaren is getting paid $49 million per year.
You would have let Jaren walk?
I'm not going to say I'm not going to let him walk, but at the same time, I understand he is one of, and this may sound harsh to say, he's one of the worst stars in the league.
But you would have called them a loser if they let him walk.
For nothing, yes, but they're not, obviously.
Well, he was on. I mean, like, I think y'all just jumping the hoops to call him a loser, but we needed a fifth.
And it's also, we need to hope that John Morant is significantly better than he was this past season, which I believe in.
He was better in
Memphis
2025.
Grizzlies were my wild card for a reason. Now, there are some things to like about the team. I mean, 12 back.
12 back.
12 back, right? 12 back to the 7th seed. Let's go.
We lose brain cells when we talk sometimes.
The Memphis Grizzlies.
We lost the offseason because we signed Ty Jerome.
That was a good move. That was one of the better moves.
Oh, my God.
That's good.
We lost the offseason because we sent Desmond Bain off for 5 first-round picks.
That was a win-win.
First-round picks.
Back end first.
We lost the offseason because we had to pay Jaren Jackson Jr., the guy you said was the best player on the team.
Well,
last year. So we paid the best player on the team, John. We paid the best player on the team.
Let me ask you a question. Are you happy that Julius Randle got his contract, Riv?
How much he make?
3 for 100.
Are you happy about Julius Randle going back to the Wolves if you're a Wolves fan?
Yeah, what better option you have?
Why
Right?
would
You have no other option. You have no other option. But what's the truth
They just
about
made the
Julius
WCF,
Randle?
though. That's different.
Is Julius Randle a guy that you're like, let's go, I'm paying him almost $40 million?
He just had a really, I know the conference finals wasn't good, but leading up to that, completely.
That's a different situation. That's a different situation.
But I think what my sentiment is, as good as Jaren Jackson may or may not have been this past season, it's understood that a guy like that who is, he's a strong player, that is an expensive contract. That's expensive.
I mean,
I'm not disagreeing on the contract. I just think it's crazy to call them losers. Genuinely.
He said it was a hot take, and
well, you agreed with him.
I do.
So
I agree. It's a hot take. I also agree.
He
with
said hot take. You just agreed with the take.
I'm agreeing with what he's saying.
Yeah,
it's a hot take.
Personally, I can't get with that. I think that's stupid. I'm sorry.
If they are worse than they were last season, they're losers.
That's not because they didn't make moves to. No, that's not how that
Why
goes.
are the Celtics
They play in
losers
the
then?
West.
They lost everything. The
They
Grizzlies
got
didn't
hurt.
lose anything.
They lost Desmond Bain.
They traded Desmond
They traded
Bain.
him for a litany, an absolute haul.
Yo, bro,
I'm not looking at
4
it as a
first-round
litany.
picks in a swap.
I kid you not.
4 picks in a swap with
John,
KCP.
Desmond Bain
And
is
a starting.
damn
You
near
get a starting
50-40
guard.
player.
He's
He's very good.
Who do we think Desmond Bain is, man?
Desmond Bain is a great plug-and-play player on any team.
Yes.
Drew,
4 picks, a starter,
Drew,
a pick swap,
Drew.
and Cole Anthony.
Drew,
a lot of value.
If that Phoenix
Wrap
pick,
it up,
right?
because we got a few times.
If that Phoenix pick ends up top 5, top 3, are you going to say they lost that trade?
Are they going to be top 5 next
I'm
season?
asking. Top 3. Like,
If
just
it ends up top 3,
let's just say
shut up.
hypothetically. Like,
If
you say
it's
they
a
lost?
top 3 pick, bro, I'm going to shake your hand happily.
Okay.
Right? Like, isn't that an obvious idea?
Because, like, Desmond Bain is what? A top 50 player in
Yeah,
basketball?
50.
Shout out to the Grizzlies, man.
Top 50,
12 gonna
60
be
player in
back.
basketball? Like,
12 gonna be back.
you traded 5 first for the brother?
12 gonna be back.
Like, what are we, like, we smarter than this, man.
The
Like,
Knicks just made it to the ECF. They traded 5 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges.
and you called it what?
I hate it.
And they made the ECF.
Yeah, exactly.
But Mikal ain't played up to getting traded
But
for
they
5
just
first
made it
round.
to the ECF.
Yeah,
right?
but did
Do you think
Mikal,
the Knicks care?
but did Mikal play like that?
In moments.
But did he play for a full season? Did he play
Absolutely
like
not.
that? All right, so if Bain don't, like, Bain is going to be a good player. Nobody's disrespecting Bain. I just
He's
feel like
better than Mikal.
yeah, I agree. But you just got a good deal from him. You can't say no to that.
We'll see if it's a good deal.
Now we're gonna recap the highlights of
Got a
today's NBA free
Yes, sir.
agency, and you just got a glimpse of one of the debates that we have a lot on the podcast. We're gonna go over the biggest signings. So Nickeil Alexander-Walker going to Atlanta, 4 years, $62 million. John thought it was a B, not an A.
B plus. He gave it a B plus.
plus.
B
No,
plus.
he-
Oh my
I
God.
thought
he changed it to an A.
No, you gave it a B. Oh, did you?
I'm willing to give it an A. I give it a B plus.
He said
I mean,
we convinced him.
I think I've seen a lot of growth from John. This
He said we convinced him to put it to an A.
So
Oh,
some
no.
other players, I have it sectioned off by guards. Trey Jones goes back to the Bulls. Todd Jerome goes to the Grizzlies. Karis LeVert goes to the Pistons.
Great move.
D'Lo goes to the Dallas Mavericks.
I like it.
KPJ to the Bucks. Bruce Brown to the Nuggets. Tyus Jones to the Magic. Cam Spencer back to the Memphis Grizzlies.
I mean, that's
what a
definitely
move.
notable.
The forwards,
2 years, $4.5
DFS
million.
signing with the Rockets. Santi Aldama signing with the Grizzlies.
That's a really good deal.
Jake LaRavia, big time Lakers move. He's disruptive on defense. He can shoot.
Bro,
he can.
You called him disruptive on defense.
Yes, he is. And the centers, Clint Capella to Houston, Brook Lopez to the Clippers, Luke Cornett to the Spurs, Paul Reed to the Pistons, Kevon Looney to the Warriors, and Luka Garza to the
Kevon
Celtics.
Looney did not go to the Warriors.
He meant obviously.
Kevon Looney to
Yes.
the Pelicans.
There you go.
Yes.
Pelicans.
They got
So-
pretty big.
It's just you associate Kevon with the Warriors.
Always. He's
Legend.
in his jersey.
And
He
Luke
might.
Kennard
Sure.
also went to the Atlanta Hawks. So these are some of the free agents that are still available that have yet to be signed. We went through a segment of them, but Al Horford, Miles Turner, Ayton, Kuminga, Duncan Robinson, Chris Paul, Malcolm Brogdon, Dennis Schroeder. He signed with the Kings, but it might be a sign and trade. Josh Giddey, Cam Thomas, and Quentin Grimes. So those are the dominoes we expect to fall tomorrow.
Do we expect to see any trades that, like, at all?
I mean, potentially
Any
the
big time trades?
Potentially the Malik Monk and Dennis Schroeder trade.
Yeah, outside of that one.
I'm also
we saw that.
interested and hopeful and praying that the DFS move is a sign-in trade potentially. I know it seems as if it's just outright he's a Rocket, but I'm hopeful that we're not left with nothing in return. But other than that, I don't know. I'm not really anticipating too many big trades, but the NBA offseason so far has been crazy.
It has. Maybe a team to look out for is the Cavs. Will they be fully committed to Jared Allen? Will they like to move him?
Fair.
Same with Garland, given the amount of money that they're committing to him, and
Cavs
he's also
losers.
had some injury issues. I think the Cavs were a team you could have mentioned, not losers, calling for a losing Ty Jerome, and I might have made a mistake there, kind of saying the Celtics over the Cavs, because Ty Jerome is a huge loss. I like the Lonzo Ball addition, but strictly for free agency. And
Are the Cavs losing?
one of my biggest takeaways today, Drew, not enough Jake LaRavia talk.
Cavs not losing.
Jake LaRavia I would have talked about, but I don't know, man. I was glum about
Drew,
everything.
let me see if you're going to be consistent real quick, because he wasn't. Are the Cavs losers?
I mentioned them.
Okay. Just want to make sure. As long as you're consistent, I don't
them.
care.
All right.
This guy right
Fellas,
here.
we got to wrap up now.
It's
So
11:55. We actually
that's
don't.
going to be our time here. This is Pick Us Out Podcast. My name is Joel Moran. I'm with Verb Brown, John Tortorelli, and Andrew Velez. Thank you to Bleacher Report for having us, and that's the
Yes, sir.
NBA Free Agency live stream.
Did anybody?